Welcome to the Super Adventure livestream. Before we commence today's broadcast, I must inform you that this stream is only accessible to 3 categories of individuals: those who are weakened, those who are destined to die within 7 days. And as for the 3rd category, I shall refrain from elaborating, but I advise you to be wary of what lies behind you. Chapter 1. The Girl's Request. In Jiangcheng, on Tingtang Road, within an adult store named Joy Peak, stood a flustered and pallid high school girl. The full service is 9,009. A preliminary investigation requires a deposit of 1,000, I remarked, smoking a cigarette while assessing the girl before me. Her petite face, accentuated by her school uniform, appeared youthful, and despite her slender build, her bosom was notably prominent. Under my gaze, the girl appeared quite uncomfortable. I only have 70. Can I pay the rest later when I have the money? 70 will suffice. Place the money on the table, and you may leave. I shall get back to you in 3 days. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? The girl seemed skeptical, her palm damp with sweat from clenching the 70 yuan. To act on behalf of others is to engage in matters of loyalty. Authenticity, efficiency, integrity, and confidentiality are the tenets of our profession. Your previous statement casts doubt upon my professional ethics. I snatched the bill from her hand and gestured for her to depart. At this juncture, many may misconstrue my actions, perceiving me as a scoundrel who preys upon minors and entices young girls. In truth, I was merely assisting her. My name is Gao Jian, the proprietor of this adult establishment. However, my role as a proprietor is merely a facade. My true identity is that of a private investigator. I handle a myriad of cases, locating missing persons, uncovering remains, corporate espionage, rights protection, extramarital investigations, and various non-litigious matters. Returning to the subject at hand, the girl seeking my assistance is named Xia Qingji, a student at a local high school. Her presence here was prompted by an inexplicable circumstance. My brother, Xia Qi, went missing a week ago, and I suspect he has met with foul play. Upon entering, the girl appeared frantic, her eyes filled with terror. You should report this as a criminal case, I replied, having only cast a cursory glance at her, losing interest when considering the financial resources of a high school student. Reporting has proven futile. I've tried everything. No one remembers my brother, not even in the household registration record sits, as if he has evaporated from existence, all traces of him erased. Are you suggesting that your brother's memory exists solely in your mind? The girl did not appear to be fabricating her story, which was indeed the most terrifying aspect of it. Yes, everyone has forgotten my brother, only I remember. Lighting a cigarette, I inhaled deeply. If what the girl claimed were true, there could only be 2 explanations: a supernatural occurrence or the girl suffering from severe dissociative identity disorder, harboring within her the twisted persona of her brother. Did your brother exhibit any unusual behavior before his disappearance? At this juncture, I needed to follow her narrative to glean more information. There was no need for haste. On the night of his disappearance, my brother attended an interview for a live streaming platform, and he never returned. As she spoke, she produced a crumpled card from her pocket, resembling the advertisements often found on street poles for dubious services. Do you wish to become a star in the limelight? To bask in the adoration of billions of fans? Become a signed host of the Underworld show and launch your own live stream. As long as you possess courage, talent, and time. From the comfort of your home, transform your dreams into reality. The name Underworld show is quite peculiar, I mused, scrutinizing the card further and growing increasingly dubious that this was merely a prank by a mischievous child. The company's name aside, I flipped the card over. The interview was scheduled from midnight to 3 in the morning, located at number 44, Unlit Road, on the 4th underground level, room 444. This sequence of time and numbers hardly seemed intended for an ordinary individual. Do you think I'm fabricating this? The girl's response teetered on the brink of despair. I could see disappointment and fear in her eyes. No. Until an investigation is conducted, no one is entitled to draw conclusions. Even for the sake of the few yuan in her possession, I felt compelled to say this, as my agency had not received a case in 2 months, and with the emergence of self-service condom machines, the income of adult stores was dwindling. If this continued, I would soon struggle to pay the rent. Thus, I accepted this seemingly ridiculous request, leading to the scene at the beginning. The Underworld show. In recent years, live streaming platforms have surged in popularity. Some showcase culinary delights, others display gaming prowess, while some flaunt their allure to entice innocent souls. All of these are understandable. but the purpose of the Underworld show remains utterly inscrutable. Could it be a display of the mundane lives of the deceased? Shaking my head with a smile, I urged Jiangcheng to leave. Her prolonged presence in my adult store might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, especially as she had yet to reach 18. As I lifted the heavy curtain fashioned from military overcoats, Jiangcheng was about to exit when she collided with a woman exuding an aura of feminine allure. I'm so sorry. Perhaps realizing that an adult store was not her intended destination, Jiangcheng shielded her face with her backpack and fled in haste. Your merchandise is even appealing to high school girls? The woman's voice was melodious, and I vaguely recognized it. What others choose to purchase is their own prerogative. I have no authority to interfere. The woman before me was indeed striking, her delicate, fair ankles adorned with high-heeled sandals, her calves taut, and the lace hem of her skirt billowing in the air. Though the dress was loose-fitting, it could not conceal her alluring curves. Her poise was captivating, though her face was obscured by a mask and sunglasses. However, I had grown accustomed to the secrets that patrons of this establishment often harbored. If she preferred to remain anonymous, I would not press, as civility breeds prosperity. As long as the payment was made, all could be negotiated. The woman was fashionably attired in designer labels, and the handbag she carried appeared to be a Louis Vuitton piece from Paris, worth more than my annual rent. May I assist you, madam? Our establishment is facing financial difficulties and is soon to be transferred. All products are on a significant discount, now at 20% off. Apologies, but I require nothing. I am merely here to find someone, the woman said as she removed her mask and sunglasses. Gao Jian, it has been 5 years, and you have not changed at all. Upon seeing her face, the cigarette I held slipped from my fingers. Yibing? She was my first love during our time at the police academy. Our combined scores perpetually occupied the top 2 ranks. However, later, I was expelled from the academy due to my involvement in a serial murder case, while she graduated smoothly and, with the help of her new boyfriend, was granted admission for further studies abroad. After 5 years, you have transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix, embodying the essence of a goddess, I remarked, reigniting a cigarette as I observed the curling smoke. You changed your number and severed all ties with me. I thought you had perished in a plane crash over the Pacific. Has 5 years not sufficed to amend your acerbic tongue? I admit my wrongdoing, but I harbor no regrets. The beauty smiled, exuding maturity and confidence, her every gesture igniting desire in men. Is that so? Then what brings you back now? Surely you do not wish to rekindle our past romance and relive the passionate days? I unabashedly scrutinized Yi Bing's curvaceous figure. I intended to have a proper conversation with you today, but given your current circumstances, it seems unnecessary. She did not respond further, but instead retrieved a bank card from her purse, placing it on the table. This card holds 100,000 yuan, a token of my apology for my abrupt departure years ago. Gao Jian, we are no longer children. It is time to step out of the shadows of reminiscence and confront reality. In 3 days, I shall wed Jiang Xiao at the Century New Garden. If you are free, you are welcome to attend. After all, I have just returned to the country and have few acquaintances in this city. Yi Bing's tone resembled that of someone recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. Yet I discerned a profound disdain and disappointment concealed within her gaze, leaving me momentarily speechless. There was no fury, no anguish, no hysteria. I merely inhaled a puff of smoke and stated, "Take the card. I shall be there on time in 3 days." I was unaware of when Yi Bing chose to depart. I simply finished an entire pack of cigarettes, feeling a burning sensation in my lungs. There was little to lament. Her casual possession of a card far exceeded my entire fortune. Rather than indulging in futile anger that would invite scorn, it was more prudent to focus on the task at hand. I placed the small advertisement left by Jiangcheng beside my computer. This was the sole business transaction I had secured in the past 2 months. Although the client was merely a minor and possibly mentally unstable, I could not afford to falter. I needed the money. Chapter 2. The Underworld showcase. Only when the vehicles thin out in the deep of night can the expansive road reveal its own truths, those scars hidden beneath the myriad of conflicts during the day. Though I am but a third-rate detective, I approach each case with utmost dedication out of respect for my profession. The simplest way to discern whether a girl is lying is to personally venture to the Unlit Road at the appropriate time, in search of the Underworld showcase advertised. Upon opening my computer to conduct a search, I confirmed the existence of the Unlit Road in Jiangcheng. Locals refer to this road by another, rather peculiar name, Spiral Knot Top. The term actually signifies a place of stacked corpses, During the anti-Japanese war, it was the largest slaughterhouse in Jiangcheng, where bodies were piled layer upon layer until they reached the rooftop. Residents nearby claim that streetlights cannot be installed here. If they are, they mysteriously extinguish by the following day, whether snuffed out by someone or extinguished inexplicably. The bulbs may be intact, yet the tungsten filaments have long since snapped, and no one dares to replace them. Even flashlights inexplicably fail to function in the alley. Any electrical device proves futile at night. Motorcycles and electric scooters must be pushed along. Typically, nearby residents do not venture out at night. Thus, encountering anyone on Spiral Knot Top after dark may not necessarily mean encountering a fellow human. The company's location truly lives up to its name of the Underworld Showcase. To be frank, I am a staunch atheist, grounded in logic. After an afternoon of research, I became increasingly convinced that this was merely an elaborate prank. The truth, whether real or illusionary, would reveal itself tonight. Dressing in casual attire, I tucked the advertisement and a stun gun into my pockets and rode my bicycle towards the destination. By the time I arrived at the Unlit Road in the old town, darkness had fallen, accompanied by a light drizzle. What misfortune! On a rainy day, a stun gun can easily backfire, and encountering a wrongdoer would be most awkward. Wandering through the labyrinthine alleys, flanked by antiquated buildings, I found the locals to be rather unfriendly towards me, an outsider. Any mention of the Unlit Road prompted them to wave their hands dismissively and hastily retreat. Without any guidance, like a headless fly, I meandered until after 10 o'clock, still failing to locate the fabled Unlit Road. The rain intensified, shrouding the surroundings in a misty haze. I sought refuge from the downpour, yet the alleys offered no semblance of a proper shop. The few storefronts I encountered displayed paper houses, spirit horses, wreaths, and burial garments, clearly catering to the deceased. As the rain fell heavier, I had no choice but to forcefully seek shelter in a funeral attire shop. To my astonishment, once the clock struck 11, the proprietor extinguished all the lights, lit 2 white candles, and handed me a black umbrella typically used for grave visits, urging me to leave. These people were exceedingly strange. Standing under the black umbrella in the rain, I gazed down the alley, which was entirely devoid of light. The Unlit Road? A shiver ran down my spine inexplicably as I wandered alone for over 20 minutes, lost in a maze of shadows. Just as I was about to retrieve my phone to call for help, I noticed an elderly woman across the street waving at me. In the dark and torrential rain. What was she doing out here alone? Where were her family? The rain soaked the old woman's clothes, and she appeared far more wretched than I. Anxiously, she waved her hand, prompting me to hasten towards her with an umbrella. "Grandma, you." Just as I spoke, a flash of lightning illuminated her pallid face, revealing a multitude of wrinkles that resembled crumpled bean skins, mapping the entirety of her aged visage. "I've lost something. You must help me find it." Her voice trembled, fragile as if it were a final plea before her departure from this world. I forced myself to remain calm. "What have you lost?" Her murky eyes rolled as she replied, "I've lost my little grandson, right here in this alley." She pointed towards the darkened path, limping forward as if entranced. "Your grandson? A living child?" For some inexplicable reason, online tales of unlit roads flooded my mind, and a shiver ran down my spine as I observed the old woman's retreating figure. It was absurd. Surely the stories of ghosts and phantoms were mere fabrications of the imagination. My current predicament must be a product of environmental triggers eliciting humanity's instinctual response to uncertainty. When faced with danger, the body activates a protective mechanism, manifesting as fear and the urge to flee. The peculiar behavior of the locals, coupled with the online rumors and the old woman before me, created an unsettling atmosphere, as if they were deliberately conjuring a sense of dread. Skeptical by nature, I refused to succumb to superstition. This felt more like a prank. After all, many contemporary variety shows resort to extreme measures for ratings, and perhaps hidden cameras were capturing my every move. With this thought, my fear diminished, and I opened the umbrella, stepping into the depths of the alley alongside the old woman. After a considerable time, utterly lost, I resigned myself to the situation when the old woman abruptly halted. "Dear grandson, next time, don't run off. Have you found him?" I inquired, surprised, following her gaze as my eyes widened in astonishment. On the cold, rain-soaked steps lay a tattered doll, drenched and forlorn. The elderly woman tenderly scooped up the doll, disregarding the mud and water, cradling it as one would a newborn. She is mad," I realized I had been trailing a deranged old woman through the rain for over an hour. Oh, dear doll, please forgive me. I should not have thrown you down earlier. I soiled your new dress and made you dirty. You must be hurt. I am truly sorry. If your dress is dirty, I shall clean it. If you are hurt, I will soothe you. From now on, we shall never part. The old woman sang a lullaby to the doll as she walked away. I could only manage a bitter smile, tinged with sympathy for her, at her advanced age. She had only a tattered doll to keep her company. With this thought, I rushed after her, offering my black umbrella. Here, take this. Be careful on your way home. The old woman paused, momentarily stunned as she accepted the umbrella. Take care on your journey. I shall see you again. As the rain drenched my clothes, I sought refuge on the steps where I had discovered the doll. It was a 3-story building, and the entrance was adorned with an aging awning. For a mere 70 yuan, I was going to great lengths. With no clear direction, I squatted down, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. But just as the lighter flickered to life, I noticed the address on the outer wall of the building, number 44 Unlit Road. The flame extinguished instantly as I pulled out a small card, pressing my face close to it, confirming repeatedly. It couldn't possibly be this coincidental, could it? In the depths of despair, when the path seems obscured, the willows grow dark and the flowers bloom anew, I have discovered precisely the place I sought. The address in the advertisement indeed exists, and matters are becoming increasingly intriguing. As my palm rested upon the switch of the electric self-defense device, poised to enter the corridor, my clothing was unexpectedly tugged. Who is it? I turned swiftly, retrieving the device, its electric arc crackling brilliantly against the night. An elderly woman? Unbeknownst to me, she had silently approached from behind, clutching a stuffed toy. Despite having achieved an A in practical training at the police academy, I failed to notice her presence. Young man, do not run about in the dark, she cautioned, her body shielding the doll's gaze as she seemingly carelessly produced a handkerchief from her sleeve. A little mouse climbs the lampstand to steal oil, but cannot descend. Meow, meow, meow. The cat has arrived, she chanted a nursery rhyme, lulling the doll in her arms. As she vanished into the rainy night, I picked up the handkerchief she left behind, its pure white reminiscent of a hanging cloth, and brought it closer to my eyes. Whereupon I discovered an ancient poem inscribed upon it. In the depths of the house, it is difficult to cast away the painting. The matters within have long roots in the imperial city. To have a son receiving grace, one must possess land. In the realm of ghosts, there is no path. And my heart is lost. Upon reading it twice, cold sweat broke out. It was an acrostic poem, and the first character of each line, when combined, revealed the ominous message: there are ghosts within the house. Is she truly mad? Considering her earlier words, her intended message became apparent. Though veiled, it was logically coherent. Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Gazing into the pitch-black corridor, I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. For a detective, the allure lies not in the outcome, but in the unraveling of the unknown. My eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness as I traced the weathered walls, descending the stairs toward the basement. Room 444. Situated on the 4th level of number 44, Unlit Road. Chapter 3. A terrifying interview in Mandarin, Cantonese, Korean, and Japanese. The pronunciation of the number 4 closely resembles that of death, leading many to perceive it as an ominous digit. Consequently, certain buildings lack a 4th or 14th floor. And in Hong Kong Star Ferry, there is no vessel named number 4. In Taiwan, license plates rarely feature the digit 4, and when selecting mobile phone numbers, we often avoid those ending in 4. Such superstitions were once foreign to me, yet that night, as I gazed at the door number above, I fell into profound contemplation. Room 444. The address on the advertisement was entirely accurate. I could scarcely believe that such a place truly existed in Jiangcheng. Should I enter? It felt akin to reaching the final level of a game, and my emotions were tumultuous. The pitch-black corridor seemed endless. Beneath my feet, I occasionally stepped upon cracked, decaying wood and the remains of insects. What troubled me most was that I was on the 4th underground level. My phone inexplicably blacked out, and my sole weapon, the German-imported 8000-volt self-defense device, ceased to function. I was stripped of all security, forced to confront whatever awaited me with bare hands. The eerie and terrifying atmosphere, coupled with the elderly woman's acrostic poem, left me in a state of trepidation. The more I contemplated, the more fearful I became. If this were merely a prank or an unconventional variety show, the orchestrators had gone to great lengths, and I had observed no cameras or evident signs of human intervention. This hardly felt like a jest. With my palm resting on the doorknob, I envisioned a scene upon opening the door, dozens of cameras capturing my every move. A dapper host enveloping me in a warm embrace, microphone in hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Gao, on passing the test. Here is your 1 million reward." Yet reality, tinged with melancholy, often diverges from such joyous fantasies. The door creaked open, accompanied by an uninviting sound and swirling dust, leading me into the interior. Is anyone there? The dim lighting flickered overhead, and the carpet exuded a musty odor. A pile of decaying furniture loomed in the center, while the wall at the back bore the ominous inscription, Underworld Showcase. The anticipated flashes of lights and cameras were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by gruesome imagery, bloodied figures, and vengeful spirits. The best-case scenario had not materialized, nor had the worst. Instead, I found myself in a mere abandoned warehouse. I could not afford to be complacent. If the address provided by Xia Qingji was indeed accurate, this location was likely the very scene of her brother's tragic demise. In other words, I now stood in a room where a murder had once transpired. I gently closed the door behind me, the flickering bulb above casting a long-lost glow that brought a modicum of comfort. Is anyone there? The lights were indeed on, yet the furnishings suggested a long-abandoned space. As I stepped onto the tattered, damp carpet, an unsettling sensation washed over me, as though I were treading upon matted hair soaked in congealed blood. The floor groaned beneath my feet, while the occasional visible holes revealed the remains of unknown insects. The table and chairs at the center bore various chilling inscriptions, some etched with long, jagged scratches, as if those who once occupied them had endured extreme torment and suffering. Approaching the back wall, the phrase Underworld Showcase was painted in a blood-red hue. Initially unremarkable, the words began to evoke a sense of grotesque eeriness with prolonged observation. Ordinary paint or varnish, when aged, tends to flake and darken, but this deep crimson, tinged with brown, seemed to possess the characteristics of blood. Adjacent to the inner wall was a small door. Out of curiosity, having found nothing outside, I pushed it open. A sudden chill enveloped the room, and I inhaled sharply, my body frozen at the threshold. The modest chamber contained a 2-meter-long black altar table, flanked on the other side by 3 individuals, clad in formal attire. They bore a striking resemblance to the radio hosts I had envisioned, yet an unsettling peculiarity lingered. Their faces were concealed behind paper masks, resembling lifeless effigies at first glance. "Are you here for an interview?" one of them inquired, mechanical in movement as he raised his head, his voice a hoarse, low rasp, akin to the sound of a rusty can being opened. "Yes, indeed, I am here for an interview." The 3 before me were enigmatic figures, potentially the very culprits behind Xia Qingji's brother's murder. Thus, I knew I had to maintain my composure in the presence of such cold-blooded killers. I inadvertently mentioned my interest in their company's advertisement regarding the Underworld Showcase. In this age of the internet, I firmly believe that only through innovation and divergence can one achieve success, which is why I sought to join your ranks. Adapting to the situation, I placed a crumpled business card on the black altar table to bolster my persuasion. "Interested?" The 3 exchanged glances, and perhaps it was my imagination, but their paper masks seemed to twist into a chilling semblance of a smile. "You finding your way here is indeed fortuitous. Yet hosting the Underworld Showcase is not a pursuit for the living." The masked man rested his chin on his crossed hands and asked, "May I pose a few questions to you?" "Certainly," I replied, maintaining my composure. Several years prior, I had been expelled from the police academy, armed with a forged resume that led me to traverse the human resources departments of numerous companies in Jiangcheng. Through my experiences, I had amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding the common inquiries posed by interviewers, having previously sought templates for responses online. With an enigmatic confidence, I nodded with a smile and encouraged him to proceed. "Your name?" "Gao Jian. Do you possess any relevant work experience? For instance, have you ever streamed on other platforms?" "I regret to inform you that I lack such experience. However, I possess formidable communication and adaptability skills, making me well suited for the role of a streamer." Being truthful about one's shortcomings while accentuating one's strengths is indeed a vital interview technique. That is well said. But the hosts of the Underworld show differ from those on other platforms. We must not only engage with the audience, but also ensure our own survival. The moment the interviewer uttered this phrase, I sensed that matters were slipping beyond my control. Indeed, the essence is simply to survive. The figure before me caressed the mask on his face, allowing the paper figure to exhibit an unsettling expression. In our city, countless legends lurk, stories of abandoned villages, dilapidated schools, the 13th level stairs, and the midnight bus for the deceased, along with the lingering visage of a little girl in a red dress captured on surveillance at the door. Are these narratives merely figments of imagination? Perhaps, had I come here before, I would have unequivocally declared them to be fabrications. Wait, are you suggesting that the hosts of our Underworld show venture to such places daily to seek out spirits and gather material? Your quick response is commendable. I find myself appreciating your wit. The eerie laughter that erupted seemed far from human, resonating amidst the shadows of midnight, striking at the city's most harrowing fears. Do you not find this exhilarating? The scenes within ghost stories are indeed quite tantalizing, perhaps fulfilling a significant psychological need for many. I engaged with the three individuals before me, all the while feeling an urge to retreat. To be candid, I do not harbor an aversion to watching horror or supernatural films. However, the idea of becoming the protagonist in such a thriller presents an entirely different scenario. Just the thought of prying open coffins at night or breaking into haunted houses, potentially pursued by a host of spirits and phantoms, sends shivers down my spine. Ghost stories? No. It appears you still fail to grasp the situation. The masked man, with his hands supporting his chin, pierced through me with a gaze as sharp as a sword. The reality is invariably more terrifying than any tale. I assure you, the moment you grasp the truth will mark the beginning of your deepest despair. What do you mean? The answer lies within this city. You will become a witness to another realm, bearing witness to true horror. There was no hint of jest in the masked man's words. His tone was grave and oppressive. It felt like a performance, yet I was increasingly convinced that the Underworld show was neither a prank nor a variety show. I seemed to have entangled myself in a significant predicament. My body instinctively leaned back, the inclination to withdraw burgeoning within me. Yet, the masked man appeared to be acutely aware of my thoughts, making no effort to intervene as the door behind him creaked open and then slowly closed on its own. Do not be anxious. Your interview has only just commenced. Chapter 4. 5 questions. The door was firmly shut as I stood beside the offering table. My forehead inexplicably dampened with cold sweat. Mr. Gao, are you all right? May I continue with my inquiries? The frigid, emotionless voice emanated from beneath the paper mask, sounding both inquisitive and insistent. I'm fine. Please proceed with your questions. Something felt amiss. I diverted my attention towards planning an escape route. As for the ghostly host of the Underworld show, I was uncertain if I wanted to take that role. Mr. Gao, for the next few questions, I hope you will answer with utmost sincerity. Should your responses fail to satisfy us, you may find it impossible to leave this place. After a brief pause, he picked up a crumpled advertisement from the table, adding, just like this card, its true owner, Xiaqi, the brother of Xiaqing. So he truly met his demise here. My heart raced. Was the police force in Jiangcheng utterly inept? How could a living person vanish without a trace? Xiaqing had not lied. But why was there no record of her brother in the household registration, and why did her family possess no memory of Xiaqi? The discrepancies were overwhelming, leaving me utterly perplexed. Mr. Gao, please listen attentively to my question. It was the individual on my left who spoke. The three of them appeared indistinguishable in stature, yet their paper masks varied in age and wear. When I was 13, I found my sister's cries excessively bothersome. So I took her life and disposed of her body in the well outside. The next day, when I went to check, the body had vanished. 5 years later, after a trivial dispute, I killed a friend and cast his body into the same well. The following day, it too had disappeared. 10 years later, due to intoxication, I found myself entangled with a young woman who became pregnant by my carelessness, so I killed her and threw her body into the well. The next day, it was gone as well. 15 years later, after being reprimanded by my superior, I killed him and discarded his body in the same manner. The next day, it had also vanished. 20 years later, weary from caring for my incapacitated mother, I took her life and disposed of her body in the well. The next day, however, her body did not disappear. On the third day, the fourth day, and every day thereafter, I returned to find her body still there. Mr. Gao, your first examination question is to explain why your mother's body did not vanish. What sort of question is this? I concentrated, not missing a single word of his inquiry, yet upon finishing, I found myself at a loss for an answer. Their questions felt less like a selection process and more akin to a psychological evaluation of a criminal. The simplicity of their tone unexpectedly filled me with dread. as if a great hand in the darkness were tightening its grip around me, slowly suffocating. 30 seconds for contemplation have elapsed. Please provide your answer. At this juncture, I had no choice but to steel myself and analyze the situation, reasoning based on the limited clues within the narrative. Every time you commit murder and dispose of a body, it mysteriously disappears by the following day. At first glance, it seems the well may be the source of this anomaly, yet after you killed your own mother, her body remained. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that it was your mother who was assisting you in disposing of the bodies each time. After delivering my response, I stole a glance at the man. Beneath the paper mask, there was no discernible change in emotion. Now, please listen to the second question. He did not inform me whether the answer was correct or not, prompting further questioning. Have you ever heard of murder films? They are a genre that incorporates a plethora of gruesome scenes, known only to a select few in the underground film community. Some claim that these films depict real-life murders, filmed by the perpetrators themselves. One day, while imbibing with friends, he mentioned possessing such bizarre tapes. Much like a gluttonous beast that would risk its life to consume delicacies like fugu and poisonous scorpions, I, confident in my courage and curiosity, expressed my desire to view them. He then invited me to a secluded cabin in the mountains. I arrived punctually, yet he was 30 minutes late. I apologize. My youngest suddenly developed a fever and refused medication. I understood. Children can be difficult. Haha, let us begin. My friend played the anticipated film. The background filled with heart-wrenching cries and trembling laughter. A child, approximately 10 years old, was tormented by a masked assailant for 20 minutes before succumbing to death. The brutality of the narrative overwhelmed me, and halfway through, I regrettably turned off the television, loudly questioning my friend how he could endure such a film, especially as he himself has children. In response to my outrage, my friend casually remarked, "Indeed, I have too. But what of it? Mr. Gao, your second question is to speculate whether I will emerge alive from the cabin. Compared to the first, this question exudes a similar hysterical, sinister undertone. Surely watching a video together should not lead to losing one's life? Yet, as I pondered, I suddenly noticed a detail. My friend's last statement mentioned he had 2 children, yet his excuse for being late was that the youngest was ill. If the eldest and the second were present, where was the youngest? My friend was 30 minutes late, and the child was tortured for 20 minutes before dying. Could it be that the masked murderer is my friend? I was startled by my own conjecture, and the implications sent chills down my spine. Mr. Gao, please be mindful of the time. Personally, I believe that the character represented in the text may not survive leaving the cabin. He is likely to become the second murder film in my friend's collection. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly oppressive, and I loosened the first 2 buttons of my shirt, one hand slipping into my pocket, gripping my personal defense alarm tightly. Very well, please listen to the third question. They were childhood sweethearts, believing they would share the sunset together. However, at 35, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. Holding the diagnosis, she oscillated between tears and laughter. How could she, with no smoking habits or vices, have contracted lung cancer? She visited his office and discovered a bag of her favorite nuts in his drawer, alongside a bottle of pills, a sight that was startling and caused her to weep. 3 days later, she cried as she lit birthday candles for him. Though he was absent, she ignited 34 long candles and 1 short, chuckling softly, "You have truly lost weight." Please tell us why she remarked that he had become thinner. This question seemed familiar, though I could not immediately recall where I had encountered it. After much contemplation, I arrived at a wildly imaginative conclusion. The man betrayed the woman, smearing carcinogenic substances on her beloved nuts, intending for her demise. Upon discovering the truth, the woman killed him, rendering his body into oil for candle making. There were not enough candles for 35, hence her comment that he had indeed lost weight. Very imaginative. Now, please listen to the fourth question. Due to infidelity, I pushed my girlfriend from the 6th floor and disguised it as a suicide to deceive the police. However, perhaps due to my profound guilt, I constantly believed that she would return to me. My days were filled with trepidation until the 7th day after her passing, when I encountered a medium. He warned me that a vengeful spirit would seek to return, and if I wished to survive, I must hide beneath my bed and avoid detection. I complied. Yet as the witching hour approached, a sound resonated through the living room. Thump, 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 like a basketball bouncing on the floor. It was only when the bedroom door swung open that I realized my fate was sealed. Mr. Gao, do you understand what I witnessed that plunged me into such despair? Wasn't my girlfriend already dead? This conundrum presents a paradox. The premise of the question assumes she did not perish, or perhaps she has transformed into a specter. You need only to respond. My mind raced, contemplating a deeper question. Why were these 4 inquiries posed to me? What purpose do they serve? Assuming your questions hold validity. The narrative suggests that my girlfriend fell headfirst, which may explain her ascent using her head, aligning with the thumping sounds in the living room. Once the bedroom door opened, the individual hiding beneath the bed was immediately discovered by his girlfriend, now inverted, thus realizing his imminent demise. This is quite captivating, and now only one question remains. The 3 individuals spoke in unison, their eerie synchronization chilling. Cold sweat trickled down my jaw to my neck, and I involuntarily swallowed. Mr. Gao, the final question is, do you believe in ghosts? Chapter 5, I am a broadcaster. The query of whether ghosts exist is far more complex than the age-old debate of which came first, the chicken or the egg. After all, most individuals can discern the flavors of chicken and egg, yet few have encountered the visage of a ghost. It stands to reason that even those professionally engaged in the study of the supernatural would struggle to provide a definitive answer, let alone a mediocre detective like myself, raised beneath the red banner and nurtured by the gentle spring breeze. However, the absence of knowledge does not preclude one from responding. In life, one often need not divulge the correct answer, but rather offer what others wish to hear. The masked man stated at the outset that to become a broadcaster in the underworld, one must not only excel in communication with the audience, but also learn to safeguard oneself. This statement was laden with implications. The trial began the moment I stepped through the door. I did not dwell on the existence of ghosts, but instead retraced the events of my evening, the legend of the unlit path. The elderly woman cradling a doll in the rain, the interviewer with a paper-faced visage, and the 5 enigmatic questions. Everything seemed orchestrated to shatter conventional wisdom, preparing me for this final inquiry. The answers they sought were, in truth, conspicuously evident. I believe in the existence of ghosts. That is my response. As my words echoed, applause erupted in the modest room. The 3 interviewers on the opposite side of the table clapped stiffly. You answered 4 out of 5 questions correctly. Congratulations, Mr. Gao. You are now officially hired as a contracted broadcaster for our company in the underworld. For numerous reasons. I had faced rejection from various companies in Jiangcheng over 100 times, and the psychological toll had left its mark. I never anticipated this process would proceed so smoothly. Yet, ironically, I felt no joy at being offered the position. Was this recruitment not a tad hasty? No, you are the most suitable candidate we have encountered. If there are no further questions, let us proceed with the contract. The individual seated in the center gradually rose, his stature akin to mine. And with an eerie paper mask, we exchanged gazes across the table. Indeed, I do have 5 inquiries, of which I answered 4 correctly. Might you enlighten me on which one I faltered? A lapse in reasoning can prove fatal for a detective. You need not be privy to the cackling laughter emanating from beneath the paper mask, for you shall soon experience that despair firsthand. And you will comprehend precisely where your error lay. Experience firsthand? What a dreadful response. Any person of sound mind would surely recoil from the scenarios presented in those questions. Mr. Gao, do you have any further inquiries? None. How could that be? My mind is ensnared by countless uncertainties, yet these questions remain unutterable, even if voiced. They would likely elicit no response and could even bring about my own demise. To navigate the night safely, the wisest course is to feign compliance and, upon exiting this place, promptly alert the authorities to apprehend these lunatics. Very well, let us prepare to sign the contract. He retrieved a somewhat aged, yellowing scroll from beneath the offering table and pressed my right hand upon it. It felt cold. My first encounter with the masked man's flesh revealed an unexpected chill, reminiscent of a cadaver frozen in a morgue, awaiting identification. What is the purpose of this? Before I could regain my composure, I beheld a monstrous creature emerging from the floor, resembling a centipede, yet bearing a dragon-like horn protruding a couple of centimeters from its forehead. It scurried up the table leg and across the offering table at an alarming speed. I wished to recoil, but the masked man's arm clutched me like a vice, rendering me powerless to struggle, forced to witness as the grotesque creature sank its fangs into my wrist. The pain pierced to the bone, eliciting a cry from my lips, yet the agony subsided within moments. When I regained my senses, I observed a black, plum blossom-shaped wound on my wrist, blood staining the scroll, while the creature had lost its vigor, curling up and plummeting into a crevice in the floor. The contract is complete. From this day forth, You are a member of the Underworld showcase. The masked man released his grip, his tone remaining impassive as he retrieved a leather case from beside the chair. All your streaming equipment will be provided by us. You need only focus on your performance to attract a larger audience. He opened the case, revealing a complete array of tools necessary for streaming: cameras, mobile encoders, selfie sticks, tripods, and even a large-screen smartphone. Had it not been for the bloodstains still present on some of these items, I would almost have believed this to be a legitimate company. Your streaming assignments will be directly dispatched to your phone. Regarding the method of streaming, you may choose for yourself, but do remember to utilize only the equipment we provide. For only our devices can capture what ordinary individuals cannot perceive. After each broadcast, we will evaluate your performance based on popularity and gifts, with points accumulating that can be exchanged for many unexpected rewards from us. However, with reward comes consequence. Should your points fall into the negative, you will vanish without a trace, much like the one who lured you here, Summer Chi. Upon hearing this, I could no longer maintain an air of calmness. The idea that a person could vanish without a trace seemed indicative of a highly organized and vast criminal syndicate. Regrettably, it appeared that I had unwittingly boarded this perilous ship. The details were meticulously outlined in the contract, which I was encouraged to scrutinize for any points I might find unclear. I picked up the paper, now soaked with my own blood, which was filled with numerous stipulations, essentially stating that I could not disclose the existence of the Underworld showcase to outsiders, nor could I refuse tasks assigned to me. Notably, on the reverse side of the agreement was a points redemption table. The first line stated that 1 point could be exchanged for 100 grams of pure gold. Surely this was a jest, for the current market price of gold was around 250 yuan per gram, translating to a staggering 25,000 yuan for 100 grams. As I continued to read, I discovered that 5 points could procure a Thai spirit child, 7 points could be exchanged for a corpse poison from Jiangcheng, 10 points for a foul earth Tai Sui, and 12 points for a manuscript on the art of the Jade Maiden. 15 points would grant the ability to open a mundane celestial eye, while 20 points would facilitate the washing of tendons and bones, and 30 points. What was this madness? The dense array of sinister practices left me utterly speechless, as though I were entrenched in a realm entirely foreign to my own. As my gaze descended further, I noticed at the bottom of the redemption table that 1,000 points could extend one's lifespan by 12 hours, while 10,000 points would allow for a complete withdrawal and return to the starting point. Having perused the entire document, I was instructed to keep it safe and to familiarize myself with the live streaming tools, as my inaugural broadcast was likely to take place tomorrow night. Could I refuse? The response was nonchalant. How you choose is not our concern. However, your current points total is 0, and a single suspension of your broadcast will result in a deduction of 10 points. Understood. May I leave now? To be honest, I had no desire to linger in this place for another moment. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. The mobile phone in the suitcase can reach me. With one hand resting on a paper effigy mask and the other gently waving, the tightly shut door slowly creaked open. Mr. Gao, it is evident that you are a cautious and astute individual. I hope you approach each live broadcast with the seriousness it deserves. Do not jest with your own life. You need not worry. I have yet to exhaust my days. Grasping the suitcase, I hurried towards the exit, oblivious to how long I had remained in that room. My legs felt numb and rigid, as if encased in plaster. Mr. Gao, I sincerely wish you a long life. The masked man's parting words were lost on me, for nothing good could emerge from the mouth of such a madman. Pushing open the door to room 444, I stumbled into the dimly lit corridor and sprinted out, disregarding direction as I dashed down the street. After what felt like an eternity, the glow of headlights finally appeared before me. A taxi. Where to? A balding driver inquired. To the east of Tingtang Road in Jiangcheng New District. I eagerly tapped on the door. 20 yuan to start, and an additional charge for fuel, he replied. Less chatter, just open the door. My heart raced. I was hardly concerned with the fare as I gasped for breath, clutching my suitcase. Brother, it's not that I don't want to take you, but at this late hour, you're clutching a suitcase so anxiously. Who knows what you're hiding inside? You're overthinking it. I opened the suitcase to reveal the camera inside. Rest assured, just a daring streamer living on the edge. Chapter 6. The Hidden Talismans. Fortunately, the darkness obscured any noticeable bloodstains on the equipment. Otherwise, I would have found myself in an indefensible predicament. After the balding uncle dropped me off at the adult shop, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Finally, as dawn broke, I managed to doze off briefly. only to be haunted by a nightmare in which a female ghost trapped me in an abandoned village inn. With dark circles under my eyes, I opened the shop door, reminding myself that regardless of my state, business must go on. I brewed a strong cup of tea and settled at my computer desk, meticulously documenting the events of the previous night in writing, a habit I had cultivated years ago. Such detailed recollections aid in contemplation and help ensure that no crucial clues are overlooked. The refreshing morning breeze wafted into the room as the military coat curtain was lifted, and a vibrant, youthful girl stealthily slipped inside. "Xiaqingji, aren't you attending class today?" My train of thought was interrupted as I wearily glanced at the girl. "It's still early. I just came by to check on you. So, any progress regarding your brother?" The eager gleam in Xiaqingji's eyes made it difficult for me to tell her the truth. As I glanced at her rosy cheeks, I turned the computer screen away and said, "Last night, I personally visited the address on the card, the dimly lit road's Underworld show, and found some traces of your brother. At least I can confirm now that you weren't lying. He indeed existed. Do you know where he is now?" she inquired. "That requires further investigation. I need time." I casually took the egg pancake she had brought, my stomach growling at the delightful aroma. "Hey, that's my breakfast. Next time, use less lettuce and add more chili." Once Xia Qingji left, I opened the suitcase I had brought back from the Underworld show and wiped the bloodstains off the live streaming equipment. The selfie stick and camera were unremarkable, but the large-screen phone caught my attention. After plugging it in, I waited 5 minutes for it to power on. To my surprise, the nearly 8-inch screen displayed only 3 solitary icons: a contact list, a mailbox, and a striking black and white photo of myself. Upon opening this peculiar application, a line of text appeared: 12 hours and 30 minutes until task release. I must admit, despite the low-tech appearance, these makeshift devices possessed a surprising level of sophistication. Glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, I noted that it was now 7:30 a.m., meaning the Underworld show's task would be released tonight at 8 p.m. Another night? I sensed the scent of conspiracy. This time, I couldn't charge in recklessly and needed to prepare thoroughly. Retrieving my phone, I scrolled through my contacts until I found a familiar number. "Hello, Erguzi, there's work to be done." On the other end, I heard the sound of a bottle shattering and a woman screaming. After a prolonged silence, the call was answered. "Jiangu, I'm a bit busy. Can you make it quick?" "Sure. So Ergo can use idioms now?" The young man on the line, known formally as Chen Ergu, had dropped out of school at 14 to become a delinquent. 3 years prior, he had come to my shop to collect protection fees, but ended up tied up and given a thorough education in a half-hour shock treatment. After which he had a change of heart and became an informant. In our line of work, we encounter all sorts of people, and informants provide intelligence in exchange for compensation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'm currently investigating a supernatural disappearance case and need you to procure some items effective against spirits. Jiangu, the police are coming. Can we save the storytelling for tonight? Damn it, give it your all. Hey Jiangu, I wasn't talking about you. I am aware that it may be difficult for the average person to comprehend, but this is no jest. Before nightfall, I require your assistance in procuring some consecrated talismans or Buddhist amulets. The price is negotiable, yet the efficacy of the items is paramount. The police are here. Retreat, retreat. Use the back exit. Hey, Jian, rest assured that the items will be delivered. Get out of my way. Remember that this bathhouse is my territory. Move. As I listened to the gradually intensifying sound of police sirens on the other end of the line, I couldn't help but reflect on the vigor of youth. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, a young man with a bandaged forehead entered the adult store. His right hand was encased in plaster, while his left cradled a somewhat antiquated wooden box. Jian, come inspect the goods. Ergu placed the box on the table and opened it with one hand, revealing an array of colorful talismans and an assortment of exorcism tools. I'm not sure what you need, but these items were confiscated from Lu, the fortune teller. Lu? Previously, he had been warned for surreptitiously installing cameras in a hotel, and I had crossed paths with him at the police station. That fellow is merely a charlatan pretending to be blind. As I rummaged through the box and unearthed a silver-plated crucifix alongside 2 long cloves of garlic, my suspicions were further confirmed. What is this? A fusion of Eastern and Western practices? His interests are quite eclectic. Nevertheless, at this juncture, I held no expectations and proceeded to categorize and stow the talismans into my clothing pockets. Perhaps, against all odds, Lu might indeed be a hidden master of the arcane, in which case I would reap great rewards. Jian, if you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Lu is still detained, and I fear my companions may be too rough and injure that frail old man. With that, Ergu lifted the now empty box, preparing to depart. Wait. At the moment Ergu grasped the box, I caught sight of an extraordinary talisman. This particular piece was affixed to the bottom of the box, its age rendering it almost indistinguishable from the wood beneath, its hue a faded yellow. Jian, this peachwood box has been handed down through Lu's family. Do not entertain any thoughts of taking it, or Lu will surely retaliate. Ergu, feeling the plaster on his arm, acknowledged that the old man possessed some skill. Upon Ergu's remark, my conviction regarding the box's significance deepened. Despite its apparent antiquity, the wooden box emitted no scent of decay. Rather, it exuded an indescribable charm. You may take the box, but I must retain this talisman. I retreated to the back room to don disposable gloves intended for forensic examinations, carefully peeling away the talisman that had been pressed against the box's bottom. It was astonishingly thin, its material unidentifiable, yet it possessed a resilience surpassing that of ordinary paper. Jian, what does it say? If I could decipher it, would I be selling adult products here? The two of us exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the elegantly inscribed characters on the talisman. We recognized them as Chinese characters, yet their meaning eluded us. Oddly enough, as soon as the talisman was removed, a foul odor emanated from within the peachwood box. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I hastily handed Ergu 50 yuan, urging him to return the box post-haste. As darkness descended, I sat quietly at the table, silently observing the wall clock. It struck 8. The moment the hour hand passed, my phone screen illuminated. There were no rings, no vibrations, no notifications, just a cold, faint glow as an unfamiliar number called. Hello, I spoke, the chill of the device pressed against my ear, and from the receiver came only the sound of a woman weeping. Whom are you seeking? The cries gradually ceased, yet a chilling sensation loomed ever closer. As if the woman on the other end of the line were emerging from the very phone, resting upon my shoulder. I sought someone, my voice devoid of any emotion, as frigid as a solitary tombstone in a forsaken graveyard. Apologies, but our establishment only sells adult products. If you truly have a need, you may add me on WeChat. I trembled as I attempted to articulate my thoughts, scarcely aware of what I was uttering. Help me find him. He concealed me beneath the floorboards, within the walls, and behind the bathtub in the restroom several years ago. Find him, find him. The voice abruptly halted, the call disconnected, leaving me with endless speculation. Was this a case of dismemberment? A shiver ran down my spine just as a new message appeared in my inbox. The night deepened, and the silent desires threatened to erupt. I picked up the room's phone to reply to the ambiguous inquiry. She was indeed at the door, staring with crimson eyes, waiting for me to invite her in. The live task commenced at midnight. Check into the Anshin Inn, room 203, and survive until dawn. Upon seeing the message on my phone, I lost all sense of hope. I knew the location of the task. It was the small inn on the outskirts of the city where a murder had occurred just 3 months prior, the victim being a male whose demise was alarmingly peculiar. Chapter 7. The super thrilling live broadcast. Acute myocardial infarction was determined to be the cause of death by the coroner. Yet why would a seemingly healthy individual suddenly succumb to such a fate? No one could provide a clear answer. I retrieved the newspaper from that day, skimmed it briefly, and tucked it into my pocket before hastily departing with my equipment. I did not believe in ghosts unless I witnessed one with my own eyes. To save time, I hailed a taxi, fortuitously driven by the balding gentleman from that day. Hey, broadcaster, what a coincidence to run into you right after returning the car. Please, drive quickly to the Anshin Inn in the northern suburbs. At that moment, I had no desire for conversation. My mind was consumed by the live task at the Underworld showcase. Why had they chosen that location? Who was the woman who had called me earlier? I heard someone died at the Anshin Inn not long ago. You really know how to pick a spot, broadcaster. The driver was quite talkative, yet he lacked the ability to gauge the atmosphere. If it were anyone else, they surely would not have picked me up. Given the rumors circulating online that the tenant's death was not accidental, but rather a result of sheer terror. TSK, that place is rather sinister. I believe someone mysteriously disappeared there a few years back. The balding gentleman grew more animated with each word, and I yearned to ask him, have you considered my feelings? Sir, my live broadcast may differ from what you envision. Could you allow me a moment of silence? What is the difference? Youngsters like you are a dime a dozen. It's all just singing, dancing, boasting, and gaming, right? By the way, where are you broadcasting from? I'd like to support you. Supporting me was the least of my concerns. If one day you happen to witness my broadcast, please remember to call the authorities. For many elements may not merely be for show. It is the first rule of the contract not to disclose the existence of the Underworld showcase. Sighing, I pulled out my 8-inch smartphone, gazing at the 3 solitary icons on the screen, ultimately selecting the third application, my own black and white photograph. Welcome to the Underworld showcase. The live task has been issued. Come and name your broadcast room. Regardless of the form, the fundamental purpose of any live stream is to capture attention and attract an audience. Based on this premise, a striking name is undoubtedly essential. I recall the words of the paper-faced interviewer who once mentioned lurking in the shadows of midnight, directly confronting the most chilling terrors of this city. Does that not sound exhilarating? Since the pursuit of thrill is at hand, why not adopt a name that is brimming with flair? I raised my hand and typed 4 words in the blank space. Super scary. Naming successful. Should I commence today's live stream? After much contemplation, I ultimately selected no, for there was no need to involve the uncle still in the car. Drive faster. My time is limited. The Jiangcheng Inn is situated in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, adjacent to the Henshan prison, in a sparsely populated area where only a few itinerant workers seek refuge from exorbitant rents. The buildings on either side gradually diminished, the vibrant city life receding into the distance, while the sturdy and tidy concrete road transformed into a bumpy and treacherous dirt path. Did you see that sign? That is the Jiangcheng Inn. Perhaps we should stop here. It would be difficult to turn around any further. The balding uncle parked the car by the roadside, seemingly unwilling to proceed any further. Following his pointed direction, I noticed a 3-story dilapidated building about several dozen meters away, its roof adorned with colorful light bulbs forming the sign Jiangcheng Inn. It seemed the bulb over the character and was broken. The uncle handed me a cigarette, saying, "Take care of yourself. I've heard that malevolent entities cannot tolerate the scent of smoke. This is as far as I can assist you." I shook my head with a wry smile, paid the fare, and descended from the taxi with my black leather suitcase. Surveying my surroundings, I found no hint of life. The only illumination came from the Jiangcheng Inn, emitting a faint red glow. Should I call the police? Just as I was about to retrieve my phone, the sudden roar of an engine filled the air, and I turned to see the balding uncle driving off, already 100 meters away. Damn, that uncle was quite decisive. Now, even if I wished to return to the city, it seems impossible. With my suitcase in tow, I trudged along the dirt road, realizing that a true warrior must not only confront the harsh realities of life, but also learn to cope with unreliable companions. By the feeble light of my phone screen, the dilapidated inn, steeped in legend, finally came into full view. A standalone 3-story structure, with 2 corridors on either side. The steps were cluttered with uncollected garbage, and in the corner lay police tape, the kind used in investigations. It was not the yellow and white tape of a construction site, but rather the dark blue and white tape designated for homicide cases. How could such material not have been disposed of? If an ordinary person were to arrive, they might not perceive anything amiss, but having spent several years in the police academy, I had already labeled this place with notions of murder and the uncanny. Is anyone there? I wished to check in. The staircase was narrow, and it was only upon reaching the 2nd floor that I finally saw the front desk of the inn. On the surface, stained with remnants of grease and grime, lay an open notebook, chaotically recording the information and identification numbers of a group of guests in haphazard handwriting, resembling the scrawl of a child. What era is this that they still keep handwritten records? I casually flipped through, finding the earliest entry dated a week prior, leading me to realize that I might be the sole occupant of this entire building. Coughing lightly, I felt the notebook being pressed down by 5 bony fingers, as an elderly man with thinning hair stood up from behind the front desk. "Are you here to check in? Just one person?" The aged voice resembled a flickering candle in the wind, betraying an undeniable frailty. I stepped back nonchalantly, the elderly man's visage etched in my memory, his sparse gray eyebrows, the left side of his face marked by scattered age spots, while the right bore a scar the size of a fist, as if seared by fire. Indeed, I felt a sense of solitude. The old man's appearance was of the kind that one could never forget after a mere glance. To be candid, even before the live broadcast commenced, an unsettling sensation had already taken root within me. "May I see your ID? We need to register for the single room, which costs $35 for the night with a deposit. Just don't damage anything in the room." After completing the registration, the old man handed me a key and called into the dimly lit corridor. "Wife, Take the guest to room 103 and boil a kettle of water for him. Room 103? The ominous task of the live broadcast awaited in room 203. I furrowed my brow. Boss, could you possibly switch my room? Which room would you prefer? 203. With a sudden clatter, the key the old man held fell to the cement floor. His reaction caught me off guard. What is the matter? Is that room uninhabitable? I maintained a neutral expression, yet my hands instinctively plunged into my pockets, one grasping a talisman while the other clutched my phone. It is habitable. It's just that someone died here a few months ago, and that individual's room is directly across from 203. What is there to fear? It's not as though they died in that very room. I feigned nonchalance. Let us go with that one, boss. Please, let us not entertain superstitions. We must trust in science. Very well. As the old man searched for the key to room 203, I crouched down to retrieve the key to room 103 that had fallen to the ground, only to notice something peculiar. He was wearing rubber shoes caked in dirt. Why would he wear such shoes indoors? Come, I'll show you your room. The voice belonged to an elderly woman who, despite being of similar age to the old man, appeared stout and robust, carrying a thermos with one hand. I placed the key at the front desk, hoisted my suitcase, and followed the woman up to the third floor. Weren't we supposed to go to 203? Why are we heading to the third floor? This seemed pertinent to the task at hand. I dared not let my guard down, wary of any misstep. There are no occupants on the first floor. Room 103 is on the second, and room 203 is on the third. It felt as though we had traversed a great distance. The corridor featured a solitary, flickering light bulb at the corner, occasionally extinguishing itself, only to inexplicably illuminate again. This is it. The woman inserted the key into the lock and pointed to the number on the door. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. As I prepared to push the door open, the old woman's murmuring reached my ears once more. Oh, be cautious. It's not like the city here at night. You must not wander aimlessly. If, for some reason, someone knocks after midnight, or if you hear any noises, just pretend you didn't hear anything and do not come out. Chapter 8. The broadcast begins. Don't frighten me, dear lady. I am naturally timid. I could have nightmares for days just from witnessing someone slaughter a chicken. The bitterness on my face was not entirely feigned, for it was known that a death had occurred just across from me 3 months prior. If you stay inside, nothing will happen. It should be fine. The stout elderly woman turned to leave, and I found myself standing alone in the corridor, a cold breeze sweeping through, sending chills from head to toe. Under the flickering light, I stole another glance at the weathered wooden door of room 206 across the hall, its rough surface marred by peeling paint. Aside from the door number, it bore no distinguishing features from the others. Having come this far, what was there to fear? I retrieved the cigarette given to me by the kindly driver, ignited it, and placed it between my lips as I pushed open the door to room 203. To my surprise, the interior was far more spacious than I had anticipated. It boasted a private bathroom, a double bed positioned against the wall, and an antique wardrobe. Although the furnishings were modest, they were ample for my needs. Overall, the room's rate of 35 yuan per night was exceedingly reasonable. A glance at my phone revealed it was already 11 p.m. I extinguished the cigarette and activated the camera, placing it on the windowsill. I never imagined my live-streaming debut would occur in a 35 yuan a night motel. The equipment functioned smoothly as I connected the mobile encoding stick and tapped the icon for the eerie live show on my phone. Image acquiring. Bullet screen connecting. Data stable. Shall we commence the live broadcast? Having mentally prepared myself, I hesitated not and clicked the words on the screen. The phone's display momentarily darkened, and when it illuminated again, it had switched to the live broadcast interface. A young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall and of a well-proportioned physique, stood by the bed holding his phone. So this is what it feels like to see oneself on television. My face was a canvas of melancholy. The live stream had commenced, yet my chatroom was utterly devoid of viewers. While I could manage a murder investigation or follow an extramarital affair, live broadcasting was an entirely different realm in which I was but a novice. How could I captivate a larger audience? I recalled the popular female streamers and, glancing down at my collar, lamented my lack of assets for any sort of sensual appeal. Teletubby murdered in cold blood. Enter the live stream. Someone had arrived. Welcome, darling, to the super thrilling live broadcast. Here you will find the most authentic challenges and spine-chilling tales. At this juncture, I suddenly faltered, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Should I merely sit here and await the witching hour when the spirits would knock? I had intended to broadcast enticing beauty challenges, Why had I instead attracted a peculiar audience? Teletubby murdered on the other side of the screen appeared equally bewildered. What exactly are you streaming, host? There isn't even a live announcement? I suppose I could categorize myself as a supernatural exploration streamer, but that was inconsequential. My primary aim in broadcasting was to seek an answer. Is there truly a realm beyond our own? Brother Biao from Teeling, I relish your serious nonsense. Senior sister, fall for me. I have long sought the greasy corpse sister. In just a few moments, the viewer count in my live stream had surged to 11, suggesting that the channels for the eerie live show were indeed plentiful. However, without fail, all the viewers in my stream had been lured here under false pretenses. Some were engrossed in researching short films, trousers already discarded, when suddenly an advertisement popped up, leading them to parachute into the super thrilling live broadcast. Poor souls. I hope I did not leave them with lasting psychological scars. Others had stumbled in unintentionally, yet they shared a common trait. They were all alone in their viewing experience. Host, your room looks rather familiar. I think I've seen it on the news. A viewer with the ID officer Huang from Class 2. Year 3 suddenly sent a colorful message. Host, I'm from Jiangcheng. You wouldn't be staying at the Anshin Inn, would you? At last, a semblance of normalcy has arrived. I retrieved the newspaper I had prepared for quite some time. Indeed, this is the Anshin Inn. Perhaps many of you are unaware of what this place truly is, so allow me to present the article in my hands. 3 months prior, a bizarre death occurred within this very building, and the police have yet to ascertain the cause, attributing the deceased's demise to sudden cardiac arrest. However, a photograph of the deceased circulated online not long ago, depicting a male whose pupils were dilated and jaw agape at a 90-degree angle. Those with even a modicum of knowledge understand that this unmistakably suggests he witnessed something extraordinarily terrifying in his final moments. What did he see? Do you not wish to know? The room fell into a hushed silence, perhaps as the audience deliberated the veracity of my claims. The room numbered 203. The site of the incident 3 months ago lies directly across from me. Ashes have fallen, and the cigarette has long since extinguished. I light another and gaze at my reflection on the screen. This evening, I shall unveil the truth behind these events. Indeed, to bear witness to horror with one's very life is the essence of the super scary live broadcast. I felt a surge of self-satisfaction upon delivering this proclamation. Yet the audience appeared unconvinced. Hey, you think you're someone special? The police couldn't figure it out. Don't criticize me. I'm fragile. I screenshot the comments, watching as viewers eagerly anticipate the hostess fright. Peaceful business manager, host, what you truly require is insurance. Our company has just launched a family insurance package. One policy covers the entire family. Officer Huang from Class 2. Indeed, that place is eerie. You might just encounter something. Be careful, host. The barrage of comments from viewers lightened the weight of fear and anxiety within me. In truth, according to the tasks of the Underworld showcase, I had no obligation to interact with others. Merely surviving until morning would suffice. However, should I find myself in peril, perhaps seeking assistance from the viewers would be my only salvation. All right, everyone, please remain calm. Let us first examine the surrounding environment, feng shui, and metaphysics. While I am no expert, I did attend police academy for 2 years, and I am somewhat adept at surveying death scenes. Room 203 is not the chamber where the deceased perished 3 months ago, but the Underworld showcase has specifically mandated that we broadcast from here, indicating that this room must conceal some mystery. The doors and windows are intact, the floor immaculate, and although the furnishings are outdated, they are remarkably clean. One could say pristine. I held the cigarette but between my lips and crouched upon the floor. There were no bloodstains or any suspicious items beneath the bed. The wardrobe was slightly damp, and the television facing the bed served merely as decor. As I shifted the old boxy television, I discovered a mirror affixed to the wall behind it. Not excessively large, the 30-inch screen perfectly concealed it. Host, a mirror facing the bed is a grave taboo. This room was surely not intended for the living. The comments from Lu Banzian of Jiangcheng Mountain reignited the once quiet live stream. Bullocks, I have an entire wall of mirrors in my bedroom, and I'm living just fine. Teletubby was murdered. ISNT by Sujin from Jiangcheng Mountain. Lu Banzian, FA High calls you home for dinner. Believe it or not, mirrors in feng shui are intended to ward off evil spirits and should be oriented towards the direction of malevolent forces. To face a person is akin to confronting a mirror demon, akin to having one's essence devoured daily by a gaping maw of blood. resulting in a state of disorientation at best or utter ruin at worst. A handsome man, skilled and favored by ladies, surveys the situation, questioning how a true practitioner can type with such speed. Beneath the verdant peaks of Jiangcheng Mountain, Master Lu, I have honed my skills in the two-finger Zen since childhood. If you dare, let us engage in battle. As I massage my temples and gaze upon the barrage of comments, a slight headache ensues. Had I not experienced that fateful night on the Unlit Road, I might have remained a staunch atheist. However, that harrowing interview shattered my long-held beliefs like glass. Do supernatural forces truly exist? I have wielded a camera. Master Lu, please calm your ire. This place is indeed inauspicious. Might you assist me in discerning whether a night here would bring misfortune? Master Lu, well aware of the house's sinister reputation, advises, listen, my young friend. Gather your belongings and depart swiftly, lest your fortune be forever tainted. A generous patron from Teeling has contributed to this chilling live stream, offering 99 ghost coins. The host, undeterred by the naysayer, responds, should you choose to spend a night here, I shall reward you every hour with 99 coins. Is this a gift? The lowly offerings of the Underworld showcase ghost coins, ingots, and gold bricks, all detailed in the contractual documents, though I regret not scrutinizing them at the time. Chapter 9, Death Simulation. I express gratitude to the patron, yet I am eager to hear Master Lu's expert opinion. I check my phone. It is not yet midnight. And there remains time until the hour the stout old woman warned against venturing outside. If necessary, I shall flee and alert the authorities. Today's youth are so desperate for wealth that they would forsake their very lives, remarks Master Lu. Since we have crossed paths, allow me to provide you with some guidance. Thank you, Master. The live stream's popularity surges to 37, a number steadily climbing. When the earth is vibrant, the dwelling shines with light, and its inhabitants are blessed. When the earth's vitality wanes, the dwelling grows dim, and its occupants wither in despair. Open the window, host. I wish to observe the earth's energy. I comply. Opening the window and illuminating the space with my phone. Grass withers, flowers fail to bloom, and the trees take on grotesque shapes. The energy stagnates, foulness accumulates, leaving no escape. After a couple of minutes, Master Lu sends another message. Quickly, close the window and inspect the corners of the bed for any grains of white rice or traces of red, white, or yellow paper. I raise the camera, focusing on the corners, finding them immaculate, devoid of even a spider's web. However, as I direct the lens toward the double bed, an unsettling feeling arises. White rice. A few grains lie inconspicuously on the inner side of the bedpost, damp as if soaked in cold water. White rice, aside from being offered to ancestors, can also pacify restless spirits. This house's layout is ominously fatal. It is likely that more than one person has perished here. Search beneath the bed. There must be talismans against evil spirits. If you discover more than 4, hastily vacate the premises to safeguard your life. Beneath the bed, I once more lower myself, grasping the edge of the bed with one hand and holding the camera with the other, extending my head beneath. The frigid floor seems to freeze my body, sending tingling sensations coursing through my veins, as if insects were crawling within. The scene before me elicits a sensation of tingling dread that I have never encountered before. Apart from horror, no other word can adequately convey my experience. Beneath the bedboard, measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, was an intricate array of talismans adorned with yellow backgrounds and red characters. The notion that Teletubbies were murdered sent shivers down my spine, exacerbating my fear of confined spaces. Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3, it would be wise to report this incident. I sensed something amiss from the very beginning. Please refrain from disparaging me. I am rather fragile. The terror has left me dizzy, and I supported my body with my elbow as I sat on the ground. I did not count, but I estimated there were more than 4 talismans. Underneath Jiangcheng Mountain, my young friend Lu Banzian, you must look after yourself. While talismans are often employed to attract good fortune and ensure safety, the symbols within your abode appear to be designed for suppressing malevolent forces. Now that this malevolence is manifest, it is evident that the talismans have lost their efficacy. You have already invited misfortune upon yourself by entering this dwelling. Are you suggesting that I am doomed to face disaster? My dear Taoist, I wish to assist you, but being situated in Jiangcheng limits my capacity to help. The handsome man lives well, and the ladies adore him. Their playful banter is quite amusing. Isn't it? I have come to realize that Lu Banzian, under Jiangcheng Mountain, is merely a hired actor. Indeed, The lines are spot on, and the script, along with the scenes and props, deserves a score of 90. Far surpassing some domestic productions with subpar special effects. Is this performance merely a charade? I am but 12 years old. Do not deceive me. So, marrying a black-hearted streamer. This deceitful showman exploits the ignorance of unwitting fans for gifts. Who dares to label me as ignorant? Believe it or not, I shall confront you. The fear within me dissipated amidst the barrage of comments as I settled onto the bed, lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, the image of the bedboard covered in talismans flashed through my mind, prompting me to hastily rise and step aside. Could it be that this inn is truly haunted? Although I have formed a conclusion in my mind, I am reluctant to accept it without witnessing it firsthand. Mere speculation does not constitute proof. The police academy curriculum has instilled in me the importance of thorough investigation. One must establish a comprehensive chain of evidence before arriving at any conclusions. After taking a puff, the live stream room fell into a contemplative silence. Rather than diminishing, the viewer count had increased to over 60. Whether you label me a fraud or an actor, I shall spend the night here. I refuse to succumb to superstition. With determination, I lay on the bed, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. A generous tip from Tai Ling Biao Yi illuminated the live stream with 99 ghost coins. Such words resonate well. Lu Banzian under Jiangcheng Mountain also contributed 99 ghost coins, stating that wealth is but a transient possession, arriving and departing with life. Dear host, why engage in this charade? In truth, I carry the burden of a task from the Underworld showcase. To breach the contract recklessly may provoke that enigmatic organization, leading to a fate of vanishing from the mortal realm. There is no evasion. I must face the challenge head-on. Having encountered numerous ruthless, cunning, and inhumane criminals, why should I fear a nebulous specter? I shall not only stay the night, but shall also seek to confront the supernatural. If all of this is mere illusion, then it shall reveal that the Underworld showcase consists of individuals masquerading as ghosts while harboring ulterior motives. Indeed, this is their mission. Yet it also presents an opportunity for me to unveil their true nature. As I ponder this, fear is vanquished by reason. I lifted the camera toward myself, addressing my audience. Dear viewers, I share your curiosity. Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Are supernatural phenomena real? Amidst the plethora of urban legends, which are fabricated, and which conceal unspeakable conspiracies, so many uncertainties await our exploration, and today merely marks the inception of it all. I shall endeavor to reconstruct the circumstances surrounding the tenant's demise, guiding everyone through that suffocating scene of death. From this moment forth, I shall embody the mysteriously deceased tenant, acting in accordance with his mindset in hopes of provoking a similar fatal outcome, witnessing the utmost horror and ultimately succumbing to sheer terror. Immersing oneself in the victim's experience for a death simulation, akin to a theatrical performance, significantly aids in the investigation of the case. Though the actual execution is exceedingly intricate, often necessitating meticulous planning and the assistance of psychological experts. At this moment, in the remote village inn, simplicity reigns. While I am no psychological expert, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding basic environmental psychological traits and criminal psychology. The style has shifted dramatically, suddenly making the host appear rather impressive. What is this sense of anticipation akin to a romantic interest from a senior? Officer Huang from Class 2 has long discerned that the host is a professional in the field. It is time to showcase true expertise. Death simulation is not an extravagant endeavor. It merely involves accurately recreating the scene by integrating the victim's personality, the environment at the time of death, the motive for the crime, and the criminal psyche. I turned the camera towards myself, reflecting on this homicide. I had previously noted that the deceased was a local man from Jiangcheng, unemployed and burdened by debts from gambling, who had taken refuge in the suburban inn to escape his creditors. Interestingly, he had resided at the inn for 2 weeks without incident. Yet calamity struck precisely on this day in the middle of the month. What transpired on that fateful day? Or what peculiar action did he undertake that brought about his tragic fate? I raised the camera as I paced the room, reflecting on the 2 weeks spent in a solitary location, with a broken television offering no entertainment, facing 2 aged, terrifying faces every day. And the time of death occurred in the dead of night. What might a young man, full of vigor and boredom, resort to? Could it be that I rummaged through the room only to uncover a vividly colored card beneath the pillow? What have you discovered, Timo stewing mushrooms? Does that card hold invaluable information left by the deceased? Handsome and charming, Ladies adore him. It's not that we wish to withhold information, but at this moment. Silence speaks volumes. Officer Huang from Class 2, please monitor your words and actions. This topic is too weighty for a minor. Handsome and charming. Ladies adore him. How heavy can that be? I see you're also a host. Be cautious with your tone, or you may find yourself out of a job after the performance. The Teletubby met with foul play. The depths of this live stream run deep. Chapter 10. Someone is outside. Hey, we are a legitimate live stream. Let us not shift gears without cause. I hastily intervened to halt the eager drivers prepared to accelerate. My actions are merely a simulation of the deceased's behavior, not an intention to take any real action. Host, you are playing with fire. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in anything that violates moral or legal constraints. I am acutely aware of that. Well stated. Yet why do I feel a sense of disappointment? In the live stream, a group of onlookers, eager for spectacle, are restless. I wisely decide to conclude this topic. Do not forget that despite the victim's character, which may have rendered him somewhat uncontrollable, his economic circumstances at that time did not permit him to engage in any outrageous behavior. A debtor, perpetually engulfed in fear, hiding in a cheap motel on the outskirts, subsisting on meager meals, would undoubtedly be in dire financial straits. We return to the beginning. What transpired on that fateful night? If I were to imagine myself curled up in that eerie, unsettling room, deep into the night, devoid of any possessions, would I choose to step outside for a smoke? Upon checking into room 203, the elderly woman had cautioned me against venturing out, regardless of any noises I might hear. Logically, one would assume that the deceased had received similar warnings. Yet what if he disregarded this advice and ventured out into the night? It appears plausible that the victim's demise is linked to his nocturnal escapade. Glancing at the clock, it was still not yet midnight. I opened the door, placed the camera at the threshold, and streamed live from my phone, observing the third floor, which lay empty, shrouded in an eerie silence. I resolved to take a stroll. Having decided to confront the unknown, I would not cower in fear. With the camera positioned at the door, I gazed at the opposite room 206, reflecting on the bizarre deceased. To claim I felt unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. Should I gain access to room 206, I might uncover clues overlooked by the police. Alas, such a notion could only reside in my mind. Making such a request to the elderly couple could very well arouse suspicion, for in my eyes, they too bore the semblance of potential murderers. Descending to the second floor, I found the scarred old man and the short, plump elderly woman absent from the front desk, leaving only a woman in her 20s. She knelt against the wall, her back to me, seemingly engaged in a ritual for a small girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old. Excuse me, may I inquire where the landlord is? The television in my room is broken. The television was broken to begin with. It cannot be repaired. Ah, your words are rather intriguing. One repairs what is broken. The woman stood, wiping the incense burner before the black and white photo of the young girl, remarking, just as a person who has gone astray will never repent. Continuing to speak with her back turned, her voice barely above a whisper, she advised, you should return to your room. It's not safe here at night. You have piqued my curiosity. By the way, is the girl in the photo your child? She is my sister. She disappeared when she was very young. I apologize. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. I just hope I'm not the next to vanish. Her tone carried a hint of despair. Is the hotel sustained solely by the 3 of you? What about your husband? I have an older brother. He works in another city. Life is indeed challenging. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I cheerfully patted my chest, yet my gaze never left the woman. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were afraid of something. I mean, any kind of help, anything you can think of. This statement was merely a probe. I did not expect her to trust a stranger unless she was utterly desperate. Having turned in circles with no fruitful outcome, I returned to room 203, closed the door, and set the camera aside. In this modest establishment, priced at a mere $35 a night, one cannot expect an abundance of security measures. Beyond the specter of malevolent spirits, I must also guard against the potential mischief of the living. The weathered wooden door, its paint long since chipped away, bears the marks of age, and the lock, loose and of a style reminiscent of the late 1980s, seems ill-equipped to withstand the vigorous kicks of a mischievous child. As I grip the handrail, I cautiously shake it. To be candid, this door appears unlikely to endure the force of youthful exuberance. With the key nestled in my pocket, I creak the door open just enough to peer into the corridor, where rooms 203 and 206 stand ominously in the center. Curiously, The corridor is illuminated and darkened intermittently. The feeble bulb at the stairwell casting a chilling ambience that requires no embellishment to evoke a reluctance to venture outside. It is a mystery how this inn continues to operate. I set the warm thermos, delivered by a stout elderly woman, at the threshold, placing a teacup atop it, not to block the door, but as a precautionary measure. Should someone attempt to enter stealthily in the dead of night, the teacup would surely clatter to the ground, alerting me to their presence. My meticulousness does not stem from paranoia. Rather, the harrowing encounters of the past few days have left me in a state of uncertainty regarding whether I am contending with the living or the dead. Adjacent to my door lies a solitary compartment designated as the restroom, which I had not yet examined due to the barrage of comments from Lu Banzian during my initial survey of the surroundings. I sincerely hope no further anomalies will present themselves. Engaging in a rudimentary form of self-hypnosis, I gingerly push open the restroom door. The floor is adorned with pristine tiles, and the walls are lined with immaculate porcelain. The sink and toilet require no elaboration. Peering deeper, I notice a solar water heater still encased in its packaging, alongside a bathtub partially affixed to the wall. For a budget in charging $35 a night, this restroom seems rather extravagant, though devoid of talismans or idols. The dim light reflecting off the stark white tiles imbues the space with an ineffable eeriness. While the decor outside remains entrenched in the 1990s, the restroom has evidently undergone renovations, creating a dissonance that is unsettling. This discrepancy feels illogical. In cases where logic is defied, it often reveals unintentional clues left by the perpetrator. Why, I ponder, would only the restroom be refurbished? After a moment of contemplation, I suspect the proprietors are concealing something. Could this restroom also be a site of a homicide? I retrieve my camera, documenting the restroom's condition before beginning my search for clues. Time slips away, and before I know it, half an hour has elapsed. My intense focus on uncovering evidence is abruptly interrupted by a faint knock at the door. I stealthily approach, straining to listen. When the knocking sounds again, I crouch by the door's crack to peer outside. In the dim light, I discern a hazy white figure quietly standing at the entrance of room 206, the very room where a death occurred 3 months prior. The illumination is too scant for me to make out any features, my eyes straining to perceive the form pressing against the door. The figure appears tall and slender, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Is she human or spectral? She stands in silence, and in that moment, time feels suspended as I clutch a talisman in one hand and raise my camera with the other. Fear not, for today I have come to confront the supernatural, to unveil the true visage of the ghostly realm. In such moments, retreat is not an option. With this thought in mind, I released the talisman in my hand and slowly twisted the lock. As the door creaked open, I drew it ajar, eager to behold the spectre's true form. Just as I was about to fully open the door, the wretched bulb in the hallway flickered out, plunging me into an abyss of darkness. Save for the chilling breeze that crept beneath my garments, my back was instantly drenched with cold sweat, and in the oppressive silence, it felt as though something was stirring. With a sudden flicker, light returned momentarily, and in that fleeting instant, I caught sight of a pale, expressionless face, half hidden by dark hair, rapidly approaching me. To my horror, the door swung wide open, and the kettle at the threshold tipped over, sending teacups clattering as scalding water splashed across my legs. The slick floor beneath me and the searing pain caught me unprepared, causing me to lose my balance and fall backward. Instinctively, I raised the camera with one hand while the other grasped the indistinct white figure. Thud! I fell heavily, and as consciousness returned, I realized I was clutching a portion of a pure white gown. Looking up, I found 2 alluringly pale legs nearly touching my nose. Chapter 11. Are there really ghosts? During my time at the police academy, I had dabbled in various disciplines: combat techniques, sparring, martial arts, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and baton techniques. While I may not have mastered any, I inadvertently forged a robust physique and exceptional reflexes. Thanks to this, as I held the white gown and glanced upward, I was able to react within a fraction of a second upon seeing her ghastly visage. With a swift motion, I sprang up and covered her mouth just before she could scream. God forbid if the landlord were to witness this scene. I would rather face death at the hands of a ghost. Do not move, I mean you no harm. Once the frantic glimmer in her eyes subsided, I gently ushered her back inside and closed the door softly. Sighing with relief while enduring the sting of my scalded leg, I retrieved the kettle and teacups. Hey, are you hurt? I inquired, my hands full and my posture quite disheveled. I was far more intrigued by her sudden appearance than the pain I felt. The woman before me was indeed the same one I had seen on the second floor. She seemed oddly composed despite her state of undress. And I realized it had been ages since I had conversed with anyone normal. If this continued, I would surely lose my sanity. What do you mean? Can't those two elderly folks keep you company? I asked, bewildered. They are both mad, she replied with a wry smile. Upon noticing my camera, she quickly shielded her chest and crouched down. Please, turn that off. The scene before me certainly was not suitable for younger audiences. I turned away from the camera, limping towards the bed, and lifted the sheet to drape it over the girl. It was merely an accident. Do not read too much into it. I am neither an undercover officer nor an investigative journalist. I mean you no harm. Then why are you holding the camera? She asked, puzzled. I am an outdoor broadcaster, passionate about exploring the paranormal and uncovering supernatural phenomena. My late-night stay at the Jiangcheng Inn is for a program, which is why I find your situation so intriguing. A ghost hunting program? The expression on her face could be summed up in 3 words. Very curious. You can see for yourself. I handed the phone from the eerie live show to the girl, my emotions a mixture of laughter and tears. The chilling live stream was inundated with a barrage of comments. I want to see the girl. This erotic streamer. I'm calling the police. The young lady is so beautiful. How can I quickly enhance my bust? Selling nutritious snacks and premium free-range eggs in the front row. Observing the rapidly scrolling comments. The girl rarely smiled, casting a gaze of envy upon me, as if to say, you are fortunate to have so many companions. I settled at the foot of the bed, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from her. Is this what happiness is? Your definition of happiness seems rather simplistic. The girl, taken aback by my words, stared at me for a prolonged moment. You wouldn't understand my feelings, and I want to share them with you. We are merely strangers tonight. I wish to discuss lighter topics. Indeed, the long night provides ample opportunity for conversation. A smile graced my lips. Even the most basic dialogue could yield a wealth of information. That is the essence of a detective's craft. The streamer's smile is laden with meaning. She is hinting at that girl. Run, girl. The streamer is trying to ensnare you. The lamentations of countless netizens echoed in my mind. The longest road I have traversed in life is the one paved by the streamer's tricks. Through our dialogue, I learned that the woman before me was named Xiao Feng, the adopted daughter of an elderly couple. She recounted the rather complex reasons behind her adoption. When the hotel was newly constructed, a half-monk, half-Taoist geomancer warned the landlord that this was an ill-fated site. Peace could only be attained through the balance of yin and yang. At the time, the elderly couple had only one biological son, which prompted them to adopt a daughter in an effort to harmonize these forces. There was something peculiar regarding a missing 2- or 3-year-old girl. Xiao Feng refrained from mentioning her name, as if it were a taboo within this establishment. As our conversation deepened, my confusion only grew. I observed her closely. Xiao Feng seemed eager to convey something, yet she was frightened of being overheard. I had meticulously scanned her for any listening devices, yet found none. Having thoroughly searched the room, the only technological presence was the bulb overhead. What was she afraid of? She often hesitated in her speech. Was there perhaps a third person present in this room besides me? The talisman beneath the bed whispered of spirits residing just 3 feet above. Could she possibly be fearing these unfounded entities? Such strange circumstances, such peculiar individuals. The night had deepened, the outside world shrouded in darkness. The moon entirely obscured by thick clouds. Realizing the hour was late, I gently tapped Xiao Feng on the shoulder. It's getting late. You should return lest your adoptive parents grow concerned. I took out my phone, asking, what is your WeChat? I'll send a red envelope to apologize for tearing your dress. My ID is Happy Pinnacle. A grown man naming himself Happy Pinnacle is rather revealing of his character. She remarked, Happy Pinnacle is the name of my shop. You might want to follow it for future discounts. The conversation yielded little, and I rubbed my temples in frustration, as the anticipated clues remained elusive. Xiao Feng sat up, the bedsheet slipping away. I don't have a phone. My adoptive parents disapprove of my contacting the outside world. Oh, this girl, akin to a domesticated creature, was at an age blooming like a flower. Yet she harbored numerous untold secrets within her heart. Can I stay here tonight? Of course. What? Xiao Feng's words startled me. If I could remain here, my foster parents would be exceedingly delighted. What does this imply? What is the nature of your relationship? I found myself pondering this while gazing out at the dense night sky. Well, if you wish to stay, then by all means, let it be. At least we can keep each other company. I vacated most of the bed for the girl, rolling up my pant leg to inspect the burn. Do not move about carelessly. It may become infected, she cautioned. Xiao Feng, dressed in her simple attire, settled beside me, resting my leg on her knee where the burn had adhered to the fabric. If you roll it up directly, you will burst the blisters, she advised. Familiar with room 203, she turned and retrieved a small pair of scissors from the bedside table to help me cut away the pant leg. She then went to the bathroom to fetch a towel, rinsing the wound with cold water before gently patting it dry. Xiaofeng's motions were deft and tender, indicative of someone accustomed to household chores. Such a shame. What did you say? I asked. I said you should rest. I can manage it myself. Having tended to the burn. It was already 1:30. Xiao Feng lay on the bed with her back to me, and I could see the gentle rise and fall of her body. Knowing she was not truly asleep, perhaps it would be best not to mention the talisman paper beneath the bed. I pulled out my phone. Perhaps due to the public's anticipation, the anticipated specters had yet to appear, and the rate of engagement was noticeably slowing. Civilized streaming begins with us. The host remains unperturbed. Give a thumbs up. Hello, is this a stream for risque content? I'm afraid you've dialed the wrong number. This is KFC. A chuckle echoed as the McDonald's mascot remained silent. The comments in the chat varied wildly as I lit a cigarette, thoroughly entertained. Time slipped by until the early hours, and weariness began to envelop me. The streaming room gradually quieted, and I tucked a light blanket over Xiao Feng before lying down on my side, my eyelids growing heavy. Handsome men attract lovely women. The host wishes to savor the company of the lady once we are all asleep. How could that be? I was determined to unmask his true intentions. Timo mushroom stew. I have a character education exam tomorrow. I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone. Officer Huang from Class 2 seemed to indicate that my worries were unwarranted. Under Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banxian worries too much. Water harms the body, severing yin and yang. Smoke obscures the spirit's platform, thus invoking the souls of the departed. I never saw Lu Banxian's comment, as an irresistible wave of drowsiness pulled me into slumber. The blurred scenes were somewhat familiar. I found myself imprisoned in a dilapidated inn by a ghostly woman whose face was obscured. I had dreamt of this before. The same structure, the same flooring, the same walls. The light bulbs outside formed a heart, casting a faint red glow from the inn. It dawned on me that this dreamscape was indeed the Anshin Inn. My consciousness flickered between clarity and haze. I was acutely aware that I was fleeing in desperation, though the nature of my pursuer remained unclear. I yearned to look back, yet my body refused to obey. I wished to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. Who was behind me? Who was behind me? I struggled to awaken from the nightmare, biting my tongue, veins bulging on my forehead. Yet all I could manage was to twist my head slightly. My narrow field of vision began to fill with blood, crimson seeping from every corner of the inn. In the final moment, my peripheral vision caught sight of a woman's silhouette. It is so hot. My chest felt as if it were being scorched by flames, and I jolted awake, drenched in sweat as if I had just emerged from water. How did I fall asleep? What a terrifying dream. I lowered my gaze to the area on my chest that had just radiated warmth, where the treasured talisman lay. Goodness, this object is truly extraordinary. Cautiously, I tucked it away and raised my eyes to the girl before me, who remained utterly still. Thankfully, she remained undisturbed. This girl was in a deep slumber. However, I must admit, it is rather inappropriate to continuously stare at someone's sleeping posture. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I propped my head on my arm and turned to the other side, only to find another girl, covered by a light blanket, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. Oh, this girl sleeps so deeply. Wait, just a moment. If the girl before me, wrapped in the thin coverlet, is Xiao Feng, then who is the woman behind me? Sound asleep? Chapter 12. The Thunder Talisman horror films generally fall into two categories. One relies on atmosphere and tension to keep the audience in a state of dread, while the other delivers a jarring shock, akin to being abruptly awakened from a millennia-long dream, infusing a jolt of terror that can make one's soul scream in agony. Clearly, my situation belonged to the latter. My heart raced, my limbs turned cold, and my body felt as if it had been cast into a frigid abyss. Rigid and immobile, I dared not turn around. My eyes fixated on the front, cold sweat trickling down my forehead, all cries for help lodged in my throat. Who is behind me? Who lurks behind me? The dreamlike scene was nearly replaying itself, yet I felt utterly powerless to resist. Is this what they call sleep paralysis? A chill swept through, penetrating my clothes, akin to a dagger poised at my waist. or perhaps an unseen hand pressing against my back, gliding slowly toward my neck. What is it? What is this entity? I was fully conscious. I was certain that I was not dreaming. Everything occurring now was in the real world, in the realm I had inhabited for a full 25 years. My eyes widened, pupils darting, and within my limited field of vision, a wisp of black hair began to materialize. It was filthy and disheveled, interspersed with grime and blood, hair that no ordinary person would possess. An inexplicable force tightened around my neck. As the sinister black strands crawled up my body, my head being twisted gradually backward. My gaze was forcibly redirected. My eyes, bloodshot, resembled those of a puppet on the brink of explosion. The pressure on my neck grew increasingly intense, and if this persisted, I would surely meet my demise. The talisman. Yes, the talisman. With a breath caught in my throat, I bit down on my tongue, the pain jolting my body into action. My fingers moved swiftly, retrieving the talisman from my chest. A warm current surged through my limbs, and I leaped from the bed as if wielding a blazing fire, striking down behind me. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a blurred visage reflected in my bloodshot eyes. Yet, as the talisman fell, there was nothing behind me, an empty void. This cannot be. The pain in my neck reminded me that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. Standing at the edge of the bed, my heart racing, I wondered, is there truly a ghost? I grabbed my camera and phone. If the equipment from the spectral showcase could capture apparitions, then everything that had just occurred should have been recorded. This implies that the viewers in the live stream must have witnessed the true ghost. Is anyone there? Can anyone recount what transpired after I fell asleep? The live stream was eerily silent. It was nearly 3 in the morning, and most had already retired for the night. The Thunder Talisman. After a prolonged silence, a solitary barrage of comments appeared in the live stream, authored by Lu Banxian from Jiangcheng Mountain. Upon seeing this ID, I felt as though I had grasped a lifeline. Banxian, save me. I am at a loss as to what merits in my past life have granted me this talisman of thunder. Without your esteemed assistance, it seems fate has decreed my demise. Banxian, at this juncture, could you perhaps utter something comprehensible? I am anxiously awaiting your guidance. Clutching the talisman paper, I stood at the edge of my bed, feeling unsafe in every direction. As a mere mortal, harboring worldly thoughts, one who enters a malevolent dwelling during the midnight hour is bound to encounter calamity. Yet, the celestial order is not without its threads of hope. This hope resides within that talisman. Is this talisman truly so formidable? After several uses, I have discovered its charm has significantly diminished, its brilliance dulled and obscured. Prior to my arrival in Jiangcheng, I expended years in pursuit of the ancient peach tree struck by lightning, pouring forth my life studies to craft a talisman coffin, all in hopes of nurturing a thunder talisman. Each word from Lu Banxian exuded an air of superiority that I could not fathom. Regrettably, upon entering Jiangcheng, that talisman coffin was left for future generations to utilize in suppressing our clan's fortune. Had I opened a hall now, I could have contested the talisman in your possession. Banxian, after your display of prowess, could you expedite your assistance regarding my predicament? Just moments ago, I believed I saw my shadow moving. Do not panic. The shadow in the darkness is not your own. In the realm of yin and yang, you possess the protection of the thunder talisman. If it harbors resentment, it will not spare you, and it certainly will seek to affect that young girl. What should I do then? Perhaps I should jump out the window and call for help? Even a decayed tree cannot be carved, yet saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Thus, I will exceptionally impart to you the incantation for the thunder talisman. I had already reached the window, one foot perched upon the ledge. Listen closely. This abode is a place of great misfortune, haunted by lingering souls. If you wish to survive this night, you must hold steadfast in righteous thoughts and charge forward with resolve. Do not allow selfishness or fear of death to cloud your mind, lest you be ensnared by the spirits of the dead. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. It struck me that I could not abandon Xiaofeng alone here. Despite the earlier commotion, she remained in a peculiar slumber. The spirits are drawing near. Quickly heed my words. Cast aside distractions and envision the deity of Ziwei at the center. Inhale deeply, absorbing the vital energy of the cosmos. Can you not speak in terms that a mere mortal can comprehend? Is Ziwei the character from My Fair Princess? How does one even visualize? On the bed, Xiaofeng began to tremble unnaturally, her eyelids twitching as her upper body slowly rose. With sincere intent, the divine shall respond. Do not jest or take this lightly, for grave calamity may be imminent. My goodness, she has sat up. Is there a more terrifying disaster looming? Xiao Feng, on the bed, resembled a marionette, suddenly rising with her eyes wide open, almost entirely white. Feng, we bear no grievances. Do not speak recklessly. Form the seal of the Thunder Talisman and follow my instructions. Align your index, middle, ring, and little fingers together, bending them toward your palm without touching it. Compress the nails of these fingers firmly with your thumb, ensuring they remain concealed. Lu Banxian's comments flooded in rapidly, indicating the urgency of the situation. The trembling of Xiao Feng's body ceased. She stood on the bed like a ghastly figure, coldly fixated on me. Cast aside distractions and recite the incantation with me. I scarcely had the time to observe the barrage of comments from Lu Banxian, for the possessed Xiao Feng was already charging towards me, a pair of scissors concealed in her hand. As I deftly evaded the sharp blades, I seized her arm, intending to employ a grappling technique to subdue her. However, I was taken aback by the immense strength she possessed at that moment. We were locked in a stalemate when, unexpectedly, she reached for the Thunder Talisman resting in my palm. This was an item vital for my survival. With a forceful shove, I propelled her away and leaped onto the bed, aiming to flee through the door. Alas, as soon as I set foot outside, I was tackled to the ground. Quick, recite the incantation with me. In the live stream, Lu Banxian had already unleashed a lengthy string of spells. With my life on the line, I desperately blocked the scissors aimed at my chest, reciting the incantation aloud as a last resort. Thunderous command, swift as shooting stars, divine beings of the 8 directions. I summoned the celestial talisman, proclaiming to the 9 heavens, Qianluo Dana, cut through the demon, bind the evil, slay the myriad ghosts. May foulness dissipate, and the Tao's essence endure. The resounding echoes reverberated like a clanging bell, causing the possessed Xiao Feng to become momentarily sluggish in her movements. This was my chance. With a flick of my wrist, I cast the talisman. Miraculously, that thin sheet of paper transformed into a radiant blade of righteousness, piercing directly into Xiao Feng's chest. The Thunder Talisman subdued the malevolent spirit, and the once ferocious Xiao Feng collapsed limply to the floor, while her shadow suddenly split apart, tearing off a piece that swiftly slithered into the bathroom. Today, I shall spare your life. Should you return, the talisman shall ensure your soul's scattering. Sitting on the floor, my heart raced with trepidation, though my words were fierce. In truth, my legs felt weak, devoid of strength even to rise. Now is not the time to rest. While she is weakened, you must pursue her. Is that wise? A great man once cautioned against pursuing a desperate foe. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Though you fortuitously wounded her with the talisman, you have now bound yourself to her fate. You shall likely find yourself haunted by her malevolence in the future. Haunted? To the bitter end? Are malevolent spirits truly so straightforward? Struggling to my feet, I removed the talisman and tossed the scantily clad Xiao Feng onto the bed. Today was indeed an eye-opener for me. A whole new world had encroached upon my existence, whether I believed in it or not, asserting itself with an undeniable force. With one hand holding the camera and the other clutching the talisman and my phone, I equipped myself fully and pushed open the bathroom door, believing that creature had fled into this very space. Chapter 13. Deep within the shallow well earlier, I had theorized that the bathroom had been intentionally renovated, suggesting that the landlord was concealing something. That which had been obscured by time, something unspeakable, was likely connected to other tragic incidents. I organized the threads of thought in my mind. The Jiangcheng Inn had never been a sanctuary of safety. The balding driver had mentioned that several years ago, someone had gone missing in this vicinity. The exact reasons eluded me, but all evidence pointed to this dilapidated hotel. Scrolling through my phone's inbox, I recalled the call from that unfamiliar woman at the onset of my task. She had claimed to be hidden within the walls, beneath the floorboards, and behind the bath. A chilling thought crossed my mind. Could that call have been from a malevolent spirit? Gazing at the bathtub, half embedded in the wall, I summoned my courage, returned to the room to fetch scissors, and began prying apart the tiles along the seams. This place, shrouded in darkness and dampness, accumulated filth, making it the site of the heaviest energy in the entire room. It was no wonder that wandering souls might seek refuge here. On the other side of the screen, Lu Banxian from Jiangcheng Mountain continues to remotely remind me not to be careless. The tiles were completely pried away, revealing a pitch-black void beneath the bathtub, supported only at the corners by bricks, leaving the center ominously empty. Would that fierce spirit summon assistance? Could I, an amateur, handle such a situation? There must be an issue beneath the bathtub. I cautiously supported its base with my hands, feeling a twinge of doubt. The color of the talisman had faded. It might not withstand many uses, and the thought of being besieged by vengeful spirits was too dreadful to contemplate. Nonetheless, the talisman, deriving its essence from the heavenly thunder, is a pure embodiment of yang energy, and as long as I carry it, my safety should not be compromised. Since the sage had advised me thus, I could not refuse any longer and gradually increased my strength to lift the bathtub. What is this? Beneath the bathtub lay not the corpse I had envisioned, but a dark, unfathomable hole, measuring 1.5 feet wide and 1 foot long. It was just large enough for an adult to pass through. Where could it lead? The architectural style of the Anshin Inn was quite peculiar, with door numbers lacking any discernible order. The first floor was unoccupied, while the second and third floors housed guest rooms. Although I was currently residing in room 203, I could not be certain that directly beneath me was room 103. The light from my phone illuminated the depths of the cave, revealing its profoundness. The walls bore remnants of long-dried fabric strips, nearly indistinguishable from the soil, artificial fibers, likely torn from someone's clothing. This was a concealed and abandoned pit, raising the question, who had excavated this hole, and for what purpose? The buried truth might lie within. Standing at the precipice, I resolved to delve deeper. The camera was too cumbersome. If I were to enter the hole, I could not take it along, so I set it aside. Dear viewers, I reiterate, this is neither a prank nor a prearranged show. I want to belabor the point. If I do not return within an hour, please remember this address and call the authorities immediately. I was uncertain whether there would be signal inside the hole or if I would encounter danger. The unknown loomed large, and I could only rely on the support of my viewers. Rest assured, host, I will call for help if needed. Did a ghost appear just after waking up? Speak up. Our host is quite dedicated. Have you considered joining our B-grade film crew? Is it acting when handsome men attract women? I'm not sure. But live streaming for cheap thrills is definitely inappropriate. Just wait for the police to arrive. I reported it half an hour ago. Stop making noise upstairs. This house is truly haunted, as we all just witnessed. Although we did not see its face, it was undoubtedly a female ghost. Handsome men and charming women are just special effects or extras. It's all a trivial ruse. I'm waiting for the host to pack up and leave. Seeing someone mention that the police had already been notified brought a mix of amusement and resignation. With someone having alerted the authorities, I felt a sense of relief. Gripping my belongings, I placed my hands against the walls of the hole and slowly slid inside. The host has vanished. Indeed, the host has fallen into the hole. After a tense few seconds, my feet finally touched solid ground. The nearly vertical pit was about 3 meters deep, with small, artificially carved footholds along the walls for climbing. I must have reached the first floor. The space at the bottom was cramped, but I could hear the sound of wind, so I did not fear suffocation. Bending low and placing the talisman close to my body, I cautiously groped my way forward. Without a camera, Lu Banzian could not ascertain my situation in real time. I was now reliant solely on myself. Lifting my arm, the soft glow of my phone screen became my solitary guide, revealing only a few dozen centimeters ahead. I was genuinely apprehensive about encountering a face or something equally unsettling in the darkness. After crawling for a short distance, I noticed the wall beside me had an inward recess. Turning my head, I beheld a dual-faced Buddha sculpture carved into the wall. One visage bore a benevolent expression, while the other was fierce and menacing. I had no idea which deity this belonged to, but I captured a photo with my phone and pressed on. After crawling for what felt like over 10 meters, I finally caught a glimpse of light. I turned off my phone and stealthily approached from the shadows. The old man was making quite a racket. That young man was likely in grave danger. He had it coming for courting that reckless fool. Alas, what a misfortune. The voices of conversation were faint as I drew nearer, and I soon discerned that the tunnel ahead diverged. One path led deeper into darkness while the other connected to the first floor of the inn. The elderly couple stood inside, working on cementing the walls, intent on completely sealing off the passage to the first floor. Once this route is closed off, we shall never engage in such activities again, the old man declared. But dear, I still wish to catch a glimpse of our son, she replied. That little rascal won't be returning, he lamented. Hiding in the tunnel, I dared not make a sound. Clearly, it was this elderly couple who had excavated the tunnel, but what motivated them to do so? After they departed, I rose to my feet, switched on my phone, and walked towards the other fork in the path. The ground was muddy and damp, and at the end of the passage lay a shallow well covered with wooden planks. I lifted the heavy boards, and a wave of putrid odor assaulted my nostrils. My heavens! The well was shrouded in darkness, an expanse that, to an ordinary person, would prompt an immediate closure of the cover and a hasty retreat. But not for me. This foul stench was reminiscent of what I had encountered at a crime scene. It bore the scent of decay. Adjusting my phone's brightness to the maximum, I finally discerned what lay within that dark mass. It was not merely water plants or moss, but a grotesque tangle of hair intertwined with remnants of highly corroded bones. My complexion turned ashen as I estimated the number of deceased based on the skulls barely visible amongst the hair. There were certainly no fewer than 4 bodies. My scalp prickled, and I struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. I replaced the wooden cover and retraced my steps to call for help. This was a serious crime. Stumbling back, I climbed desperately up the vertical opening, but before I could reach halfway, I heard the sound of a door opening above me. "Xiao Feng?" I questioned, looking up just in time to lock eyes with a face peering down from the opening, a face marred by a ghastly scar. It was the old man. In a panic, realizing my escape route was blocked, I released my grip and leaped back into the tunnel, sprinting towards the fork. The path leading to the first floor was not yet fully sealed. I could make my escape through there. I dashed forward, kicking aside the wooden boards that obscured the entrance, and entered the room connected to the tunnel. The room was cluttered with miscellaneous items, and in the corner, 2 sealed metal barrels stood. I had no time to examine them as I rushed towards the door, determined to flee. Grasping the doorknob, I pulled with all my might. But to my astonishment, the only passageway before me was obstructed by the squat, plump, old woman. So that was the source of the foul odor I had detected earlier. She was the one who had lifted the well cover. She concealed a cleaver behind her back, its blade already protruding menacingly. "I must wait here for my son, so I kindly ask you to be silent." The old woman brandished the knife, and with a resounding thud, I slammed the door shut, now trapped between 2 dire fates. Instead of succumbing to a malevolent spirit, I found myself ensnared by the hands of a human. Bang! Outside, the old woman was furiously hacking at the door, while the sound of another elder's footsteps echoed ominously from the tunnel behind me. Surrounded and utterly exhausted, I was in a state of disarray, unsure of how to proceed. As time slipped away, despair fermented within me. Just then, as the scarred-faced elder emerged from the tunnel, the blaring sirens of the police suddenly pierced the air outside the Anshin Inn. The voices from within clarified. "We have received a credible report that illegal activities are taking place here." Chapter 14. Points redemption. Crouched in a disheveled heap at the Anshin Inn, I appeared quite bedraggled. Yet a look of profound relief adorned my face, a sentiment so palpable that even the special police officers guarding me could hardly suppress their empathy. "Be serious. We're dealing with a homicide here." All right. In truth, my salvation was owed to a vigilant viewer who had reported the situation in advance. Just as I was cornered and facing despair, the 2 officers responding to the tip-off arrived like divine saviors. Upon hearing the commotion, I naturally shouted for help. And with the officers' assistance, we subdued both the elder and the squat, rotund old woman. I subsequently relayed the circumstances to the police. Given the gravity of 4 lives at stake, the city bureau acted swiftly to cordon off the Anshin Inn overnight. The police collected evidence, and forensic experts, along with detectives, busied themselves in the tunnel until dawn broke, finally lifting the quarantine and escorting the 2 elders into a police vehicle. Bathed in the morning sun, I had never felt such exhilaration. It had truly been a harrowing night. Ding! As the sun's rays warmed my skin, my phone buzzed with a new message from the Underworld show's inbox. Live broadcast task. Check into room 203 of the Anshin Inn at midnight and survive until dawn. Task completed. Scoring begins now. Points awarded for task completion. 1 point for completing the live broadcast. 1 point for achieving a peak viewership exceeding 100. 1 point for receiving gifts totaling over 100 ghost coins. 1 additional point for fulfilling the Underworld's commission. Total points earned, 4. The Underworld's commission? Could it be about seeking justice for the wronged and dispelling the grievances of vengeful spirits? Reflecting on the phone call from the woman at the start of this ordeal, was this live broadcast her commission? Even now, I remain uncertain whether ghosts exist in this world. I have been striving to comprehend everything I encountered last night through different lenses, yet my knowledge falls short of providing clarity. The total score of the host amounts to 4 points. Should I choose to redeem products? The items available for redemption include 100 grams of pure gold, genuinely authentic, requiring 1 point for redemption. 5 drops of premium cow tears, which, when placed in the corners of the eyes, may allow one to perceive spirits. Requiring 1 point for redemption. A wish-fulfilling Buddha amulet. Although genuine, remember to secure the Buddhist chain around your neck and hang the amulet on your chest. Do not place it at your waist or in your pocket, requiring 2 points for redemption. A talisman for auspicious relationships. Small-sized talisman paper, requiring 1 point for redemption. The comprehensive guide to Tianmu practice, which can be divided into several levels such as eye tracking, judgment, foresight, perspective, and remote viewing, requiring 3 points for redemption. A fragment of the plum blossom technique, 3 points. And materials for crafting a Kunlun child, 4 points. The array of products is astonishing. Yet my gaze was immediately drawn to the comprehensive guide to Tianmu practice. Do not inquire about my reasons. I shall not divulge that it is due to the word's perspective. If this item proves as effective as the Thunder Talisman, would I not be able to revel in its benefits? With a total of 4 points, I choose to redeem the comprehensive guide to Tianmu practice and 100 grams of pure gold. This marks my first communication with the Underworld showcase. And the response was swift. 622843. Remember this card number. We have established a personal account for you at the Central Bank of Jiangcheng, where all redeemed items have been placed in your personal vault. The password is your birth date. The next live broadcast task will be announced in 3 days. Please keep an eye on your inbox. Thus concludes the inaugural live broadcast of the Underworld showcase. Despite lingering questions and regrets, the essence of life surpasses all. Last night, I had already given my statement. Logically, I should be free to leave. Yet, the special police officers guarding me showed no inclination to release me. Officer, I am merely an ordinary citizen. If there were no issues, would I not be able to depart? The Iron Team has specifically instructed that no one is to be released without her permission. You are to remain here quietly. The Iron Team? ISNT, the team leader of the Criminal Investigation Department, Zhang? We used to share drinks. We are all on the same side. No need for such formality. Due to the nature of my profession, I am quite familiar with the personnel in the Criminal Investigation Division of the Sub-Bureau. Sharing drinks is a common occurrence. Zhang has been transferred, and now the Criminal Investigation Department is under the management of the Iron Team. You had better behave. The Iron Team is not as lenient as Zhang, so be cautious lest you find yourself detained again. The officer watching over me appeared to be in his 20s, and at the mention of the Iron Team, a look of profound respect crossed his face. Alas, I am not naive, having weathered many storms. How could I be easily intimidated? I shifted my legs to alleviate the numbness and teasingly remarked, every time you mention the Iron Team, your eyelids flutter faster, and your eyes seem to roll back. It must be that the image of the Iron Team is filling your mind. If my guess is correct, you might be harboring a secret admiration for her. Yes? Is the Iron Team perhaps a female? Your observations are astute. It is a pity that you are not in law enforcement. A woman's voice, efficient and crisp, akin to a clear mountain spring, echoed from behind. Iron Team, greetings. I turned around to find a pair of shiny women's police boots. Since she was squatting, my gaze swept upward, ultimately resting on her exquisite face, which bore a smile that was both enigmatic and alluring. Who are you? Do you remember the love letter from 5 years ago, Gao Jian? A name surfaced from the depths of my mind with great effort. Tian Ningxiang. This woman was my senior at the police academy, a year above me, and she was universally recognized as the campus beauty, outshining even Yi Bing in terms of allure. As for the love letter she mentioned, it was merely a misunderstanding. Upon entering the school, I had made a bet with someone to compose a love letter to the then reigning school beauty, Tai Ningxiang. However, just as I completed the letter, it was confiscated by the military training instructor, leaving me to recite it aloud in front of the entire class. To be honest, I never anticipated she would remember this incident. It was merely a jest in my eyes. Senior, good day? The call of senior was not in vain. During my time at the police academy, countless individuals queued up, yearning for a mere conversation with her. Were you the first to discover the body? Indeed, that was I. Oh, Tai Ningxiang feigned indifference, inquiring, what brought you to such a desolate place at this hour? Isn't live streaming all the rage lately? I thought to follow the trend and create a supernatural horror show. This wilderness provides the perfect ambience. Tai Ningxiang's beautiful eyes scrutinized me, and a captivating smile unexpectedly graced her lips. However, the report I received mentioned that someone called the police regarding an illegal sexual transaction. How do you explain this? I found myself at a loss for words, and before I could gather my thoughts, 2 police officers escorted the pale and weak Xiao Feng from room 203. The person I was with last night was him, Xiao Feng, wrapped in a bedsheet, cast me a pitiful glance. You've really messed things up. I can barely muster the strength to walk without assistance. What a misunderstanding. Under the piercing gazes surrounding me, I found myself utterly speechless. Do you have anything else to say? Tai Ningxiang gently lifted my chin with her handcuffs, softly uttering 2 words. Junior? The imposing aura of Tai Ningxiang was formidable, and under the unprecedented pressure, I awkwardly remarked, what if I said she was possessed by a ghost, and we fought all night? Would you believe me? Handcuff him. Take him back to the station. After recording 2 statements and undergoing examination by the relevant technical department, it was confirmed that I had not engaged in any improper conduct the previous night, leading to my release by Tai Ningxiang. As for the case of the corpse hidden in the Anshin Hotel, the investigation continued. Due to the lengthy time span, many clues had vanished, rendering the process of gathering evidence exceedingly challenging. However, preliminary examinations indicated that the elderly couple seemed merely to have dealt with a corpse, and the true perpetrator was likely their son, Lu, who had gone to work abroad a year prior. This deduction was initially proposed by me for a simple reason. I had answered a similar question during an interview for the Underworld show, where the murderer was the psychologically disturbed son. In the presence of Tai Ningxiang and the criminal investigation officers, I naturally refrained from revealing the existence of the Underworld show, instead weaving a convoluted yet coherent analysis. As for when Lu would face justice, that was beyond my concern. After all, I was merely a detective, not a police officer. Chapter 15. Wedding invitation. Upon exiting the police station, I made a beeline for the bank. According to the Underworld show, the items I exchanged for live stream points were supposed to be securely locked in my personal safe. Although I had no idea what a personal safe entailed, I trusted the Underworld show would not deceive me in this regard. Covered in mud, with my pant legs torn, I resembled a refugee as I approached one of the largest banks in Jiangcheng. Sir, what business do you wish to conduct? I wish to retrieve the contents of my personal safe, card number 622843. I apologize, sir, but our establishment does not offer such services. Are you perhaps mistaken? The front desk staff were reasonably courteous, yet the others in line were far less patient. It is perplexing how some individuals believe they can treat a bank as their personal domain. The Rural Credit Union is nearby. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? Please expedite this matter. I am pressed for time. I have grown accustomed to the murmurs of the crowd behind me. Might you verify my card number once more? It is 622,843. The front desk clerk appeared troubled, and the security guard approached. Let me consult the manager. If she is also unaware, I will truly be at a loss. This front desk attendant seems to be a recent university graduate, likely interning here. Had it been someone else, impatience would have surely set in by now. Our time is precious. Moments later, the front desk clerk hurried back, silent, simply placing a sign indicating that services had been suspended at the window. What does this mean? Negligence could lead to a complaint. Where is your lobby manager? I wish to file a complaint. After several tense seconds, it became clear that not only my window, but also 3 others had ceased operations, with staff hastily retreating to the back. What is happening? A security drill? As I pondered this, a sweet voice from the VIP lane called out, Mr. Gao, this way. Please. VIP lane? Transactions of over $1 million? Just for him? A crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes attempting to scrutinize me thoroughly as they whispered among themselves. The beautiful lobby manager called out again, Mr. Gao, please proceed to the VIP area for a moment of respite. Surrounded by astonished gazes, I, who typically possessed only a 3-digit balance, finally held my head high. Ah, very well, but after standing for so long, I am rather parched. My sincerest apologies. Would you prefer Longjing or pu'er tea? Let us skip the hassle. A chilled cola will suffice. Entering the VIP area for the first time, I had not anticipated such opulence within a bank. The surroundings were splendid. Surely, the sofas were crafted from genuine leather. I apologize for the extravagance, the lobby manager remarked, accompanying me. After some time, a young clerk approached, carrying a tray. Sir, here are the keys to your safe. At the center of the tray lay a pure black card, its material indiscernible and non-reflective, exuding an air of understated elegance. Your safe is located underground. Shall we proceed to open it? Of course. Accompanied by 4 staff members, I descended, swiped my card, entered my password, and unlocked the safe, retrieving the item wrapped in black cloth. The entire experience felt cinematic, and as I exited the bank with my package, I felt as though I were in a dream. Incredible. This surreal spectacle is truly remarkable. While I speculated about the nature of this enigmatic organization, I unwrapped the parcel. Clink! A gleaming gold bar fell to the ground, attracting countless onlookers. Its luster, its form, its dazzling presence. My goodness, a gold ingot. Grabbing the gold bar, I dared not look back, hastily jumping into a taxi. Driver, step on it. Seated in the front passenger seat, I discreetly tucked the gold ingot into my pocket and began to peruse the tome on heavenly eye cultivation. With a single credit, I exchanged it for an entire gold bar. This tome of celestial teachings cost me a remarkable 3 credits, truly extraordinary. My eyes sparkled as if I were unlocking Pandora's box, contemplating the enchanting possibilities that lay ahead. The book, bound in traditional style, appeared to be quite antiquated. Upon turning to the first page, bold characters leapt out at me, each stroke a testament to profound wisdom, proclaiming the clarity of perception that transcends the mundane, capable of traversing vast distances, akin to a vessel sailing through the cosmos. Such eloquent calligraphy conveyed deep and intricate meanings. The brilliance of this writing left me on the verge of applause. Yet, as I turned to the second page, I was met with a disheartening expanse of blankness, void of any text. Perhaps this was merely a printing error. After all, who among us is without fault? A sense of foreboding began to creep into my consciousness as I continued flipping through the pages, only to find them all devoid of content. Frustrated, I struck my fist upon the armrest, startling the bewildered driver. My frantic examination revealed that the entirety of the book, save for the first page, was nothing but empty space. I mused, surely, a pirated book couldn't be this egregious? A pirated book? 3 gold bars. Nearly 70,000 yuan. Could such a counterfeit command that price? I fought the urge to tear the book to shreds and carefully repackaged it, uncertain if the infernal marketplace would permit returns. After a restless night of fatigue, I finally returned to my humble shop, hopeful for a night of restful slumber. However, as I exited the taxi, I realized my naivety. Awaiting me at the threshold of my modest establishment were 3 individuals, either standing, sitting, or crouching, as if they had been anticipating my arrival for quite some time. What was this? A case of waiting for an unsuspecting prey? Was this a cruel twist of fate? One among them leaned against a BMW X1, adorned in gold-rimmed spectacles, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, clutching a scarlet folder. Another, appearing to be in his 40s yet possessing an imposing physique, was draped in a black cloth, exuding an air of menace as he squatted near the entrance of an adult store, brandishing a shoulder pole. The third, a much more endearing presence, was a shy high school girl, clutching her backpack and casting furtive glances at the 2 men. What brought these 3 together? I recognized them all. The suited man was the secretary of the esteemed real estate mogul Jiangcheng, a prominent figure in Jiang City. The intimidating figure with the shoulder pole was Liu, known for his fierce demeanor, likely here due to the revelations surrounding Lei Fu's affairs. As for the bashful girl, it was none other than Xia Qing, concerned for her brother's safety. The arrival of these 3 certainly lent an air of grandeur to my humble shop, yet due to my ill health, I regrettably announced that I would not be operating today. Just as I turned to leave, a gust of wind brushed against my cheek, followed by a resounding thud as the 7-foot pole struck the ground mere inches before my feet, fracturing the paving stones beneath it. My throat tightened as I comprehended the gravity of the situation. Disregarding the other 2, it was clear that Liu had come seeking confrontation. What is the meaning of this? Old Liu, we live in a society governed by law. There is no need for violence, I said, my face contorted with bitterness as I retrieved my keys. Please, everyone, let us not linger outside. It is unseemly. Let us discuss this indoors. I shan't impose, the suited man replied, adjusting his glasses with a professional smile. This is an invitation to the wedding of Mr. Jiang and Miss Yi Bing. We hope you can grace us with your presence amidst your busy schedule. Both Miss Yi and Mr. Jiang are eager to meet you. Me, born with a silver spoon, he, a wealthy heir, seeks to confront me, a mere pauper, at the wedding venue, ostensibly to trample upon my dignity and demonstrate to Yi Bing who the most suitable choice truly is. I can already foresee the unfolding of events at the ceremony. A throng of sycophants will undoubtedly mock me, vying for Jiang Shao's favor, while I am left to endure humiliation. He is indeed a petty man. However, it matters little, for I have promised Yi Bing that I will attend. I am not one to resign myself to despair. Rather, there are words that must be spoken in the presence of that woman. I shall await your grand arrival. The gilded invitation rests in my palm as the suited man departs in his BMW. One has left, yet two remain. I unlock the shop door and hang up the closed for business sign, ushering Lu Xiaoji and Xiaqing into the room. Chapter 16. Sincerity brings spirit. The atmosphere within the modest establishment is somewhat oppressive, as the three of us exchange glances, fixated on the thin talisman resting atop the desk. Old Lu, do not be too disheartened. I shall take responsibility for you, I say, observing Lu Xiaoji's ashen visage, which rivals that of a bronze statue. Without this talisman, I may not have survived last night. If you desire any form of recompense, do not hesitate to articulate it. I will not refuse what I can afford. Recompense? Lu Xiaoji scoffs, entangled in cause and effect. I seek your life in exchange for resolution. Are you willing? This is a lawful society. Should anything happen to me, you too would be implicated, would you not? I wipe the cold sweat from my brow. Lu Xiaoji, typically a peaceable creature who stirs no trouble, now demands my life in the wake of a mishap. Shall we consider this a civil dispute? I could offer you some compensation instead. Compensation? How dare you suggest such a thing? Lu Xiaoji retorts, producing a peachwood box from his pocket, reverently holding the talisman as if it were an ancestral tablet. This talisman was bequeathed by my forebear to safeguard our family lineage, ensuring prosperity and continuity for the Lu clan. Yet, as far as I know, you are in your 40s and still a bachelor. Has this talisman not expired? With a thud, the staff strikes the floor, startling both me and Xiaqing, rendering us silent. My family is one of the esteemed practitioners of feng shui. The wisdom of my ancestors is beyond your comprehension. I nod, acknowledging my prior missteps. Truth be told, your fate is rather fortunate. This talisman has survived wars and foreign invasions, only to end up in your hands. I am an ignorant fool, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, I reply. The talisman, nestled within the peach box, seems to pulsate with newfound energy. By disturbing our family's talisman, you have unwittingly entwined yourself with the Lu family's fate. Should calamity befall us, you will be called upon to assist, lest you incur grave retribution. Once Lu Xiaoji ascertains that the talisman remains largely intact, only slightly diminished in vitality, his countenance softens slightly. Fear not, from now on. A mere word from you will suffice, and I shall be at your service. The words flow smoothly, but who can truly gauge the sincerity of your heart? Retrieving the peachwood box, Lu Xiaoji exhales deeply. You have entangled yourself with the Lu family's destiny. Should misfortune strike you, our family shall also bear the consequences. Your fate appears grim. A great trouble has been stirred. Had someone once accosted me on the street, proclaiming that my fate was grim, my initial instinct would have undoubtedly been to remove my shoes and chase them down. However, recent experiences have defied any scientific explanation. I found myself unwittingly bound to a sinister establishment, a hotel where at least 4 souls have perished, and I seemingly encountered the rumored specter of possession. All of this has led me to believe that Lu, the blind seer, may not be speaking in vain. Perhaps my time truly is drawing to a close. Old Lu, are you aware of any means to break this curse? As you mentioned, we are but grasshoppers on the same boat now. Who can say what malevolent spirits you have roused? I, merely a fortune teller with no knowledge of divination or exorcism, remain utterly perplexed. Lu, while speaking, removed the black cloth from his eyes and produced a vial of eye drops, administering a few drops to his eyes. Are you not blind? Asked Xiaqing, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, finally mustering the courage to interject after observing our conversation for some time. I never claimed to be unable to see. The blindfold serves to refine my spiritual perception, Lu responded, reapplying the cloth after his eye treatment. Young girl, why do you abandon your studies to seek out this Gao? I perceive an aura of misfortune surrounding you. Your proximity to him is detrimental to both parties. I came here, I began, but interrupted myself. For the affairs of the underworld must remain confidential. This is the first stipulation of our agreement. To be candid, I have recently found myself entangled with some unknown entity, and due to particular circumstances, I must frequent desolate places heavy with negative energy every few days. What business do you have in such locales? Lu inquired, his brow furrowed. I placed the black-wrapped package on the table, unveiling a gold bar. Wealth often leads to one's demise, I remarked, wishing Lu could grasp the gravity of my situation. Wait a moment, where did you acquire this book? Lu ignored my plight, his attention riveted on the tome of celestial practices. You didn't steal it from Yaojin Temple, did you? This text is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to inner disciples after 5 years of cultivation and accumulation of virtue. Do I strike you as a petty thief? This book is yours. It matters not, for I neither stole nor robbed. Be wary of ill-gotten gains. The practitioners of today are not what they once were. Is Miaozhen's sect particularly formidable? I quipped, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. For who knows how this underworld establishment procured such a book? Ah, your youthful audacity is commendable. The Taoist tradition has evolved over millennia, now comprising numerous sections. Theoretically, they can be classified into 5 categories: the accumulation of virtue, classical studies, talismans, alchemical practices, and divination. Regionally, there are the Long Men, Laoshan, Suishan, Huashan, Yushan, Hashan, Huashan, and Wudong sects, among others. When considering lineage, the distinctions deepen with figures like Xiaoyang Wang Xuanfu, Xingyang Zhongli, Chunyang Lu Dongbin, Xiang Zhang Bodu, and Chongyang Wang Zhongfu. The Miaozhen sect belongs to the Suishan lineage, one of the more influential sects of our time. Is it true that so many still pursue the path of cultivation? Indeed. The universe is full of extraordinary individuals. Yet, many celestial beings prefer to remain hidden from the mundane world, eschewing earthly entanglements. With that said, I find solace in knowing that they remain detached from worldly affairs. Even if I were to cultivate my celestial vision to see through illusions, they would remain oblivious. Upon casually opening the comprehensive overview of Tianmu, I realized that aside from its appealing exterior, the book was filled with blank pages. Old Lu, do you think those who pursue the path of enlightenment might also indulge in petty tricks? Must this paper be soaked in realgar wine to reveal its secrets? If you genuinely wish to embark on this spiritual journey, I offer you 4 words. Sincerity begets efficacy. Lu, the blind man, closed the book, cautioning that such a tome should not be readily displayed, for one must not force matters. Destiny unfolds naturally when the time is ripe. Lu and I conversed until the afternoon, finally thawing our previous misunderstandings. I had once proposed to compensate him with a gold bar to serve as my supernatural consultant, but he declined. This man is quite intriguing, preferring to face the elements and evade the urban management rather than join me in a live broadcast. After bidding farewell to Lu, I turned my attention to Xia Qingji, who had begun her homework in my shop. This girl, having grown familiar with me, certainly did not regard herself as an outsider. Finish your homework quickly and head home. It's getting late, I urged. I was in dire need of sleep. My eyelids heavy even while standing. I have some clues to share. I found markings left by my brother at home. Shall we go take a look together? The somewhat introverted high school girl spoke only after I finished my discussion with Lu. Though I was reluctant to refuse her, I feared that an impromptu visit might lead to misunderstandings from outsiders. Generally, a detective's work should be conducted discreetly. Perhaps another day. I am truly exhausted right now. The anticipation on Xia's face dimmed, yet she remained undeterred. I have photos of those markings on my phone. Why don't you take a look first? Maybe tomorrow. When you are well rested, you can come to my house. Qingji, your brother's situation is quite complex and perilous. I cannot divulge too much. This is not something a high school girl like you should involve herself in. I understand the dangers of the underworld all too well. Please, return home. I will uncover the truth regarding your brother. However, the girl, clutching her phone, did not press the matter. With her backpack slung over one shoulder, she quietly departed. I apologize for disturbing you. Watching her solitary figure retreat, I was reminded of my own past. Misunderstandings and loneliness are experiences everyone faces, and during such times, no one can assist her. After she left, I turned on my computer, intending, as per my usual practice, to document the events of the previous night. Just as the computer booted up and I was about to brew a cup of tea, I noticed Xia Qingji's homework and textbooks still scattered across the table. How could she be so careless? She had just left. I should be able to catch up. Chapter 17. A noble gesture stepping out of the small shop. I glanced around the expansive roadway bustling with cars, yet I could not spot Xia Qingji. Where could she have gone? She had put in so much effort writing her homework. It would be a shame if she were reprimanded for forgetting it. Not far from my path. A sudden sound of shattering glass echoed from the back alley of the shop. Qingji, is that you? I called out, peering into the dimly lit alley where a girl in a school uniform with dyed, yellow hair wielded a broken bottle menacingly. How presumptuous, I thought. Does she really believe herself to be a saint? Today's youth seem all too quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. I shook my head. This matter would require the school's intervention, as it was not suitable for outsiders to meddle. Just as I contemplated leaving, I overheard that blonde-haired little hooligan shouting to strip her clothes off, preparing to record for the entire class to witness the true nature of this wretched girl. How malicious! I firmly believe that human nature is inherently flawed and requires nurturing through education to find its rightful path. This little delinquent evidently belongs to that unfortunate category deprived of proper upbringing. I genuinely wish to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to remind her that all are equal. Did you hear that? A wretched creature who frequents adult stores yet still pretends to be pure? The voice that spoke next was a man, his accent suggesting he was not a student. I had long been displeased with her, pretending to be aloof and superior at school, yet retreating to such sordid places after class. How disgusting. Why are you silent? Is it because you feel shame upon being unmasked as the filthy thing you are? The venomous words echoed in the alley, causing a flush of embarrassment even within me. Listen closely. Tonight, Brother Chen wishes to invite you for drinks and karaoke. Do not be ungrateful. Just because you possess a pretty face does not grant you license to behave as you please. Heed Brother Chen, or you will face dire consequences. The little hooligan gestured with broken glass bottles while making grandiose gestures. Enough. Do not harm her. This girl possesses an exquisite figure and face. The speaker appeared to be Brother Chen, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. I would never have imagined that this seemingly obedient model student would frequent such establishments, spending entire afternoons there. Brother Chen grinned with ill intent. You can provide enjoyment for others, and you can provide it for me too. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. Brother Chen, along with me, chimed in the little hooligan, coyly. Fair enough. Tonight I seek a double delight. The leader, Brother Chen, commanded as his underlings began to tug and pull at the bullied girl. Crack. Slap. How dare you strike me? Brothers, teach her a lesson. Several ruffians began to pummel the girl cornered against the wall, displaying no restraint whatsoever. This is too much. I could no longer bear to watch and stepped into the alley. Do you big men have no shame in bullying a young girl? Who do you think you are? I warn you not to bring trouble upon yourselves. A thug with an ear stud pointed at me and cursed. I had initially intended to ignore you, but you repeatedly referred to my hard-earned establishment as a filthy place, which I cannot tolerate. Rolling up my sleeves, I challenged them. Do not say I did not give you a chance. I may falter against ghosts and spirits, but if I cannot subdue a few street thugs, then I truly do not deserve the accolades I earned at the police academy. Spare me your nonsense. Two thugs charged at me from either side. Their movements were sluggish, lacking the agility of the elderly performing square dancing. As they approached, I bent low to evade one's punch, and with a forceful kick from my right leg, I sent the other sprawling. The impact left that man groaning on the ground, unable to rise. Perhaps his legs were quaking? With such feeble physicality, how dare he attempt a street brawl? Damn it. All of you, come at me together. The remaining thugs rushed at me. The alley was too narrow for me to maneuver effectively, compounded by a burn on my calf that restricted my agility. I endured a few punches, but thanks to years of rigorous training at the police academy, my resilience held firm. To bring me down, they would need to try much harder. In a chaotic melee, I finally unleashed my ultimate technique, the 8,000-volt electric shock wolf repellent, successfully subduing them. Observing several figures in the alley, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Moving forward, they best behave. Before bullying others, they should contemplate the sensation of today's electric shock. To incapacitate wrongdoers to the point where they cannot utter a plea for mercy, that is true retribution. Once I dealt with the ruffians, I ventured deeper into the alley, where I encountered a girl staring at the ground. Her school uniform's zipper was torn, and she clutched her arms against her chest, leaning against a filthy wall. Her backpack lay in the muddy earth, marked with several footprints. This was the first time I observed her closely. Her youthful face betrayed an inescapable pain and fear. Her features were soft, understated, yet all the more poignant. It's all right, Qingji. I gently stroked her head, my fingers weaving through her dark hair, a gesture of intimacy between us. The girl, who had kept her head bowed, slowly lifted her face, revealing her tightly clenched lips, fighting to hold back tears, yet the clear streaks on her face spoke volumes. It's okay. She grasped the hem of my shirt, and in that moment, I realized that due to the existence of the Underworld showcase, her brother's disappearance, and this unspoken secret, I might become the only man in the world capable of understanding Xiaqingji, while everyone else distanced themselves from her, deeming her an irredeemable lunatic, a fractured personality. Only I could stand by her side because I understood that she spoke the truth. Look at you, a person of your age, still careless with your books and assignments. I picked up her backpack, dusting off the dirt. Let us go get something to eat first, and then I'll accompany you home. We'll also take a look at the marks your brother left behind. Perhaps it will lead to a breakthrough. Upon returning to the store, I found a men's shirt for Xia Qingji to change into. Together, we hastily dined under the curious gaze of passers-by. Qingji, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention. In our line of work as private detectives, it's customary for the client to cover the dining expenses. I was wearing headphones, unable to hear her. Oh, could you please help me plug in the wire? 20 minutes later, dressed in her unique attire, Xia Qingji and I arrived at her residential community, ascending the stairs amidst the pointed fingers of elderly folks seeking shade. What should I say when your parents ask about my identity? Just tell them I'm a teacher from our school on a home visit. I fabricated a narrative, but upon entering, I discovered that Xia Qingji's parents were absent. Perfect. Take me to your brother's room. Let us work swiftly. Her home, a 3-bedroom apartment, appeared to belong to a middle-class family, not particularly wealthy, but comfortable enough. This is my brother's room, now converted into a storage space. It's a bit messy. Turning on the light, Xia Qingji and I stepped inside. Where are the marks you mentioned? Let me see. Under the bed. Clearing away the clutter, I crawled beneath the bed. In the farthest corner against the wall, there were some letters carved with a small knife. I took out my phone for illumination and indeed found several lines of slanted red letters at the spot Xia Qingji indicated. The color was dark, as if etched in blood, and the handwriting was shaky, suggesting a hand trembling in extreme fear. When will this nightmare come to an end? I dread the thought of live streaming. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. My points have plunged into the negatives, and I sense their impending arrival. Please do not take me away. I do not wish to perish. Could they be lurking just outside my window or by my bedside? The words etched upon the floorboards must be the last testament left by my brother, Xia Qingji, whose points have been reduced to a deficit, destined to be obliterated by the Underworld showcase. These lines merely attest to the malevolent power of the Underworld showcase to cause one's silent disappearance from the realm of the living, offering me no solace whatsoever. Did your brother leave behind any other messages? Xia Qingji pondered for a moment before retrieving a framed photograph from her backpack. This is the only photograph my brother left behind. I have safeguarded it since his disappearance. In my hands, it reveals a family portrait featuring Xia Qingji, her parents, and a tall, sunlit, handsome boy holding a basketball, though his face remains obscured. Chapter 18. Troubles abound. I scrutinized the frame, noting the boy's tall stature and fair complexion. Yet his visage remained indistinct. Apart from this photograph, all traces of my brother seem to have vanished from the other images. I cannot fathom why. As each glance at the album fills me with dread. Why is this one so distinct? The idea of images fading from photographs is utterly unfathomable. Had I not heard the name Xia Qi from the lips of the paper doll interviewer, I would scarcely believe Xia Qingji's words. This family portrait was personally entrusted to me by my brother on the day of his disappearance, accompanied by many strange utterances, yet upon awakening, I retain no memory of them, save for this photograph, which I clutched tightly. In other words, it is your brother's final memento. If we were to investigate Xia Qi's disappearance as a criminal case, this photograph would be one of the few clues I possess. Have you ever opened this frame? No. I fear damaging it. Simply examining the image reveals nothing. My intuition suggests that the frame conceals something significant. I instructed Xia Qingji to fetch a smaller screwdriver, and I sat on the floor, carefully disassembling the frame. Indeed, on the reverse of the family portrait were inscribed 6 characters: plum blossom branding, plum blossom goo. What could my brother's words signify? Xia Qingji leaned beside me, her face a mask of confusion. Plum blossom? Instinctively, I covered my right wrist, where a strange insect had bitten me during the Underworld showcase's signing ceremony, leaving a wound resembling a plum blossom. Could that centipede-like creature with a singular horn be the plum blossom goo? Is this the method by which the Underworld showcase controls its streamers? I am uncertain of the accuracy of Xia Qi's message, yet at least it provides me with a semblance of direction. All written words, information, and photographs must remain confidential. Do not speak of your brother to others, understand? Why? They are perilous, extremely dangerous. Xia Qingji listened intently, her weight pressing against me. All right, I will remain here to document. You should quickly take a shower and change into clean clothes. You appear quite unkempt. Urging her to leave, I photographed the inscriptions and the image. Though we had never met, I felt I could sketch a rough outline of Xiaqi's character in my mind. Is this your way of leading me down this path of no return, to take up your mantle? But why do I have no recollection of you? I do not hesitate to conjecture in the worst manner that I might have known this Xiaqi long before. After the investigation concluded, I exited the room, only to hear the sound of running water from the bathroom where Xia Qingji was still bathing. This girl possesses a woeful lack of vigilance. Fortunately, it was I who encountered her. Had it been someone with ill intentions, the situation could have been dire. Just as I approached the door, the security door suddenly swung open, and the sound of a key turning in the lock nearly caused my heart to leap into my throat. Could my luck be this unfortunate? As the door creaked open, a woman of around 40, possessing an alluring charm, appeared at the threshold. "Hello," she greeted. It is hardly acceptable for anyone to find a disheveled stranger, weary and in tattered clothes, standing at their door. Her mouth gradually fell open, and as she dropped her shopping bag, fresh, bright red apples tumbled onto the floor, rolling down the corridor. "Darling, thief!" From behind her, a man over 6 feet tall burst forth, accompanied by neighbors wielding rolling pins to assist. "Wait, I am not a thief. I am Xia Qingji's teacher, here for a home visit." The crowd hesitated momentarily, but before long, sharp-eyed Xia's mother spotted the school uniform carelessly discarded on the sofa. With a cry that was almost a sob, she picked up the torn uniform, her eyes swollen with tears, and retrieved Xia Qingji's muddy long skirt left at the bathroom door. You beast!" The collective fury of the crowd ignited in an instant, and I scarcely had time to utter a word. "Call the police. Beat him to death." At that moment, crouching on the ground with my hands on my head, I couldn't help but recall a saying from the esteemed Lu Sun. With a cold stare, I faced the multitude's scorn, willingly bowing like an ox for the children. Don't slap my face. By the time I found myself in the interrogation room at the municipal police station, nearly 10 minutes had passed. "Gao Jian, you are more punctual than I am to my job. Even the security guard, Lao Huang, knows you well." Tai Ningxiang held an ice pack to my swollen arms, which were bruised as though I had been struck by a heavy object. "Senior, I'm already in enough trouble. Please don't find amusement at my expense. Be gentle, it hurts." "Serves you right. Who told you to be alone, a man and a woman, in a room together? I would have punched you too." After saying this, Tai Ningxiang glanced at Xia Qingji, who appeared anxious and remorseful. "Rest assured, this fellow is thick-skinned and can endure a beating. Once your statement is recorded, you can return home. We have reviewed the surveillance footage and will not make things difficult for this peculiar uncle." Such words are unjust. I acted out of righteousness. How can I be labeled a peculiar uncle? What more do you desire? The adults have offered compensation, yet you refuse unless they hang 2 grand banners in your honor? Tai Ningxiang sat beside me, her demeanor reflecting the exhaustion of a long day in the field. "Once they leave, I have more to discuss with you." "Hey, don't suddenly act so familiar. It gives me an ominous feeling." After Xia Qingji and her parents departed, Tai Ningxiang resumed her authoritative demeanor, tossing a stack of case files onto the table. "The forensic report aligns closely with your previous account. 5 bodies were discovered in the well. The identities of the deceased being the landlord's son's sister, a childhood companion of the landlord's son, 2 former girlfriends of the landlord's son, and the landlord's son's former boss. These 5 individuals, with no social connections to one another, share a common link: the landlord's son, Lu Xing. We have largely eliminated the elderly couple as suspects in the case. However, we remain baffled as to why they continually indulge their son's reckless behavior and even assist in concealing the truth. Perhaps it is due to their excessive affection?" I shrugged nonchalantly. Gao Jian gazed into my eyes, and then Tai Ningxiang abruptly grew serious, gripping my shoulders, her face mere centimeters from mine. "I do not know your purpose in visiting the Anshin Inn alone at this late hour, nor how you deduced the truth of this case. However, I am aware that this matter is far more complex than it appears. Luxing is still on the run, and you are hiding something from me. With such proximity, I could discern the fragrance emanating from Tai Ningxiang. What could I possibly conceal from you? I am merely a humble proprietor of an adult store. You are lying. We are the top of our class. You cannot deceive me." Tai Ningxiang released her strong grip. "One day, I will uncover everything, and then you shall face the consequences." After exchanging glances with Tai Ningxiang, I forced a wry smile. "Are you so eager to uncover the truth? A life is at stake. Very well, I shall tell you. Speak quickly." Tai Ningxiang activated her recording device, crouching beside me. "In truth, you look quite attractive when you're angry." Bang! The interrogation room door slammed shut, leaving me alone on the cold chair. I admit, for a fleeting moment, I considered revealing the details of my recent experiences at the Underworld showcase to Jiangcheng. But it was merely an impulsive thought. If one day my livestream fails, perhaps vanishing quietly like Xia Qi would be a fitting conclusion. At least it would be peaceful and wouldn't harm anyone. Upon returning to the adult store, I collapsed into bed, only to awaken the following afternoon. After exercising, I visited the bank to exchange gold bars for cash and then purchased a suitable suit from a specialty store. Looking at my reflection in the fitting room mirror, I adjusted my tie, realizing that this was the first time I was dressing so formally, and it was for my ex's wedding. That day, I strolled along Tingtang Road until late, preparing to bid farewell to everything and start anew. The sun rose as usual in the morning, and after a good night's rest, I finally felt free from the fatigue of the previous days. After washing my face and donning my suit, polishing my shoes, I found myself genuinely looking forward to my ex's wedding. Chapter 19. The ex's wedding. The bustling city seemed to be wound up like a clock, with everyone hurrying about. It was barely past 7 in the morning, and the streets were already teeming with traffic. Amidst the crowd, I felt out of place, rather uncomfortable. Perhaps this is a kind of occupational hazard. I refrained from taking a taxi and instead walked the entire length of Tingtang Road. Arriving at the tallest multifunctional thematic building in Jiangcheng, the Century New Garden. The main building stood 26 stories tall, flanked by two 13-story annexes. The entire complex dominating the skyline of Jiangcheng. This was the headquarters of Jiangcheng Real Estate, one of the few 5-star hotels in the city, and the venue for the wedding ceremony of Jiangcheng, the second son of the Jiang family, and Yibing. The wedding, set in this opulent location, invited the elite of Jiangcheng, appearing to be a gathering of distinguished individuals. In truth, it was a ceremony orchestrated by the Jiang family to formally introduce Yibing into high society. A wild chicken transformed into a phoenix. From this moment onward, our lives would likely no longer intersect. With a self-deprecating smile, I cast a glance at the row of luxury vehicles at the entrance, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and even 2 Maseratis starting at 5 million. Sir, today at the Century New Garden, the second young master has reserved the venue for a wedding. Kindly present your invitation, said the burly security guard, his tone polite yet imbued with an undeniable authority, unafraid to offend anyone, bolstered by the backing of the Jiangcheng group. Caught by the security, I found myself at a loss for words. After all, while others arrived in lavish cars, I was merely strolling in leisurely fashion. Apologies, esteemed guest, you may enter. Wait, is that you, Gao Jian? Just as I managed to step inside, a well-dressed man darted over from the parking lot. It was unexpected to see him at Jiang Shao's wedding. What a pleasant surprise after such a long time. My expression remained indifferent. This overly familiar individual was Su Xiaoming, a classmate from the police academy, known for his eloquence and diplomatic finesse. Despite his current enthusiasm, he possessed the ability to feign excitement even in the presence of a stranger on the street. Hello, I replied, the 2 syllables comprising the longest sentence I had uttered to him. Look who we have here, our former brother-in-law, Gao Jian, exclaimed a woman named Zhang Yuan, another classmate from the police academy. Unlike Su Xiaoming, she was fond of gossip and rather unpleasant. I had heard that she married a man from another school shortly after graduation and was now a mother. Furrowing my brow, I hastily distanced myself, pondering Zhang Yuan's presence. She was nothing more than a shrew, hardly a successful individual, and having left Jiang City with her husband long ago, why had she come to attend Yi Bing's wedding? She had always been envious of Yi Bing's beauty. Such blessings seemed far removed from her character, unless someone had specifically invited her with an irresistible offer. A little thought made it clear that the petty groom, Jiang Chun, was behind this. It seemed today's wedding would be quite intriguing. In the banquet hall, the room was filled with guests, and I could easily spot several executives from various companies, business elites whose demeanor was unmistakably that of entrepreneurs. A wedding had morphed into a commercial affair, with most attendees there to expand their networks rather than genuinely wishing the couple well. Gao Jian, over here. Everyone is waiting for you. Following the voice, I noticed 2 tables set aside specifically for me, or rather, for my former classmates from the police academy. A round table was adorned with exquisite cold dishes, and about a dozen classmates exchanged pleasantries. I heard you bought another house. How old is your son now? That watch of yours must be quite valuable. I paid no heed to their chatter, lighting a cigarette and silently smoking. Compared to them, I possessed nothing. To me, They were merely fleeting figures in my life. Yet, as the conversation turned, some classmates, struggling in their own lives, gradually directed the topic toward me. In their eyes, attending my ex-girlfriend's wedding with nothing to my name, was the most pitiful person present. Is there anything more disheartening than seeing an ex-girlfriend marry a man you can only look up to? We haven't heard from you in years, Gao Jian. I wonder how you've been faring? Indeed, after that incident years ago, we have not been in touch again. I wonder if the true culprit has been apprehended. The matter they refer to is the shocking serial murder case that took place on a rainy night in Jiangcheng. And it was my involvement in this case that led to my expulsion from the police academy. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us speak of more cheerful matters. Gao Jian once excelled academically. A person of such distinction could easily surpass us in any endeavor. But I heard he has been living in financial straits due to his continuous purchases of such items. Is that truly the case? No wonder Yi Bing chose to leave. I would not wish to associate with such a man either. Just look at Jiang Xiao, so handsome and charming, resembling a leading man from a Korean drama. Indeed, it is crucial to note that he is also wealthy. Have you not heard? The Jiang family can uphold half of Jiangcheng. Yi Bing is truly fortunate. A group of people murmured among themselves, some envious of Yi Bing, while others took pleasure in my discomfort. Exhaling a puff of smoke, I, a private investigator, have encountered much filth. There is little to refute here. It seems you are far more adept at dealing with the deceased than the living. A light laugh erupted nearby, and a unique, enchanting fragrance wafted past my nose. Is it Ningxiang? I did not turn around, for I had long memorized the scent that seemed reminiscent of her body fragrance. What brings you here? Has the case at the Anshin concluded? Extinguishing my cigarette, I turned to see her. Though I had prepared myself mentally, I was still taken aback by her appearance in a formal gown. She was stunning, her shoulders resembling fine jade, and her flowing gown swayed gently like water. Having shed her police uniform, she truly exuded an ethereal quality, her brows unadorned, revealing a childlike innocence. The men at the table were left dumbfounded, while the women ceased their discussions, casting unfriendly glances at Tai Ningxiang. Could you make way? I have a few words to share with him. All right. Su Xiaoming, seated beside me, promptly rose and gallantly pulled out a chair. Tai Ningxiang nodded and took a seat beside me, instructing the others to continue their reunion without disturbance. What a jest! With a goddess-like figure such as you seated beside a down-and-out fellow, what more can we discuss? Just as I was remarking how wise it was for Yi Bing to leave, a woman even more beautiful than her arrives, clearly intending to stir up trouble. What luck has this fellow stumbled upon? The chatter among my old classmates shifted from discussion to hushed whispers as Tai Ningxiang playfully glanced at me. I apologize for taking up a bit of your time. No worries. I am quite bored here anyway. But what brings you to Yi Bing's wedding? My family is closely tied to the Jiang family. I had no choice but to comply with the insistence of my stubborn relatives. Tai Ningxiang glanced around before moving her chair closer, leaning in to whisper in my ear, the landlord's goddaughter at the Anshin Inn, Xiao Feng, wishes to see you. Her? Though I had suspected Tai Ningxiang sought me for a reason, I had not anticipated it would be regarding Xiao Feng. I am unaware of what transpired between the two of you, but she specifically requested to meet you, stating there are certain matters she can only discuss with you. Tai Ningxiang squinted her eyes playfully, resembling a fox transformed. Surely, you two are not involved in that manner? Her expression was subtle. I was indifferent. Yet my male classmates were stirred with intrigue. That expression of jealousy, those eyes filled with envy. The goddess was evidently displeased by his attendance at his ex's wedding. How on earth could that rascal Ma Dan possess qualities that rendered such a divine being utterly devoted to him? You are overthinking it. My acquaintance with Xiao Feng is but a fleeting encounter, and our time together likely pales in comparison to the duration you have spent with her. Nevertheless, would you accompany me back to the bureau this afternoon, as a favor to your senior? It is rare to see Tai Ningxiang in a position of supplication. I jest that should I find myself in trouble, I shall rely heavily on your assistance. Our whispered conversation was not born of intimacy, but rather due to the gravity of a homicide case that we wished to keep from prying ears. Yet, this scene was misinterpreted by our old classmates, sparking an endless stream of speculation. Chapter 20. I object. To the entirety of the wedding. Our table was merely a minor interlude. Everything proceeded according to a meticulously planned agenda, and it was evident that Jiangcheng held this ceremony in high regard. Every detail was of the utmost quality, as he would not permit a single mishap on his special day. After the introductions of the guests, The president of Jiangcheng Group delivered a heartfelt speech of blessing, followed by the host energizing the atmosphere with an introductory statement, leading us into the next phase. Dear friends, let us count down from 5 to welcome the bride and groom. As the music swelled, the scene unfolded like a picturesque spring day. Clad in a pristine white wedding gown, adorned with exquisite flowers, the bride made her entrance alongside the groom, who was resplendent in a tailored white suit. His gaze confident and commanding as he acknowledged the guests with a wave. As they traversed the grand hall, he deliberately glanced towards the far corner, seemingly in search of a despondent, aggrieved figure, only to be met with disappointment. Upon noticing Jiangcheng's gaze, our table erupted into applause, feigning an expression of heartfelt congratulations. However, two individuals stood apart, engrossed in hushed whispers, entirely dismissive of Jiangcheng. In that moment, his earlier pride diminished considerably. Jiangcheng's eyes lingered momentarily on me before they became fixed upon Tai Ningxiang, whose presence outshone that of Yi Bing beside him, not merely in beauty but in a certain captivating aura. It is worth noting that Tai Ningxiang has risen to the rank of captain in the Criminal Investigation Division, her ascent largely attributed to her own indefatigable efforts. A woman so fiercely independent and strikingly beautiful is bound to ignite the desire for conquest within men. After conferring with Tai Ningxiang, I finally noticed the fiery gaze Jiangcheng directed at me. However, I held little interest in this wealthy heir, lighting a cigarette and leisurely inhaling. Why does the groom keep staring at you? Tai Ningxiang nudged me with her elbow. His current state of mind resembles that of a child who, having acquired a new toy, eagerly parades it around, only to suddenly realize that others have long since grown weary of it and have already moved on to more splendid amusements. Your words sound rather peculiar to me, don't they? Come here, senior. Remain still. There's a bug on your shoulder. My hand naturally rests upon Teeting's shoulder. I apologize. It seems I misjudged the situation earlier. The wedding continues, a momentous occasion for the newlyweds. The entire process must have been rehearsed as they approach the officiant with unhurried grace. Anticipating lengthy, superfluous speeches, I readily retrieved my phone, disinterested in the proceedings. The oversized phone in my hand, a product of the otherworldly showcase, has been my constant companion since the day of the interview. Flipping through the mailbox, I noted that all messages and call records are automatically deleted each midnight. At times, I ponder whether a ghost resides within this device. 3 applications adorn my screen, 2 of which serve merely as decor, out of sheer boredom. I tap the icon for the otherworldly showcase. Congratulations to the broadcaster on completing the first live stream. New features have now been unlocked, including video. One would not expect the otherworldly showcase to keep pace with the times. During my last live stream, I had vanished from the broadcast due to the cumbersome camera. I had anticipated some form of punishment, yet instead, I fortuitously unlocked new capabilities. Exiting the otherworldly showcase, I noted a new application on my desktop, the camera. While typical smartphone sellers boast of clarity and dimensional effects, the unique feature of the otherworldly showcase phone is its ability to reveal what is unseen by ordinary eyes. Driven by curiosity, I opened the camera and aimed it at my classmates, recording for several seconds, yet nothing alarming materialized. I had half expected something unexpected to emerge within the frame. Scanning the crowd yielded no discoveries. After all, it was a bright sunny day, the zenith of yang energy. And with so many gathered for a joyous occasion, typical spirits and phantoms would not dare to show themselves. It seems this feature is best tested in the stillness of night. A vivid image flashed in my mind of myself lying in bed, recording, only to suddenly find a female ghost lying beside me. Perhaps it would be wise to limit my use of this feature, out of sight, out of mind. As I was about to stow away my phone, I noticed something peculiar. When the screen shifted to the stage, I observed what appeared to be something perched upon the groom, Jiangcheng's back, clad in a pure white suit. Any irregularities should have been evident to those present at the wedding. What could it be? I zoomed in on Jiangcheng's image, my eyes widening in disbelief. Dear friends, at this grand wedding ceremony, the bride and groom will face all present and pledge their vows, promising eternal commitment to their beloved partners. Bride and groom, please stand facing each other. As Jiangcheng turned, I distinctly saw a gaunt, full-term infant clinging to his back. How could this be? I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Lowering my phone to view Jiangcheng with the naked eye, he appeared radiant and poised like a prince from a fairy tale. His back was straight, devoid of any infant. No, this cannot be. I directed my phone towards the gaunt infant displayed on the screen in the Underworld showcase, confirming its unsettling existence. It was even moving. One frail hand clutched Jiangcheng's neck while the other, withered and trembling, reached out slowly towards Yibing. Friends, let us take a moment to truly feel the heartfelt confessions from the bride and groom. Groom, please place your right hand over your heart and gaze into the bride's eyes. Do you take this lady by your side as your lawful wife? I do. The hall, filled with hundreds of guests, held its breath to witness this solemn moment, yet my gaze remained fixated on the screen. The infant on Jiangcheng's back had crawled to his shoulder, its misshapen little hand inching closer to Yibing. Its pinky dug into its own flesh, while the remaining 4 fingers brushed against Yibing's hair. Regardless of whether your lives shall be smooth or tumultuous, affluent or impoverished, healthy or plagued by illness, can you promise to love each other until eternity? I can. As the ceremony continued, the infant had already entwined its hand within Yibing's flowing hair. The scene on the screen was eerily distorted, as the bond between the couple seemed to be overshadowed by this grotesque infant. Suddenly, it struck me. This creature was known as a gumintong. I had encountered something similar on the points exchange chart at the Underworld showcase. A Thai spirit required 5 points. And this one, capable of manifesting in public, must be even rarer and more valuable. Such spirits are typically crafted from the bodies of abandoned infants by practitioners in black robes, a process both horrifying and intricate. Yet, once successful, they can bestow fortune in wealth, gambling, and official matters. However, this does not guarantee rewards. Nurturing such a spirit can deplete one's life force, sometimes resulting in utter ruin. At that moment, I saw the spirit inching closer to Yibing, seemingly preparing to inhabit her, allowing it to claim the body of her unborn child once she became pregnant. Now, groom, please lower your right hand. The host turned to the bride, draped in her wedding gown, immersed in happiness. Bride, please place your right hand over your heart and gaze into the groom's eyes. The screen depicted the spirit grasping Yibing's hair, most of its body now detached from Jiangcheng. Do you vow to marry this gentleman by your side as your lawful husband? I do not agree. The chair toppled over, crashing to the ground, and the entire venue fell into a profound silence, hundreds of eyes converging upon that solitary yet defiant figure. Taking a final drag from my cigarette, I stored my large-screen phone away, quietly extinguishing the ember, apologizing. I do not agree. Chapter 21. The way is high, the measure higher. 90% of the attendees were rendered speechless, and my table of police academy classmates appeared to be in a collective stupor, as though petrified. He disagrees? Why should he disrupt a wedding? Even Tai Ningxiang, seated beside me, was taken aback by my outburst, grasping at the hem of my suit and whispering, Gao Jian, have you lost your mind? His name was Gao Jian? What manner of person was he to dare interfere with the Jiang family's heir's wedding? It seemed no one in Jiang City had heard of him. Could he be the scion of some provincial enterprise? His attire appeared unremarkable, not befitting that of a child from a prominent family. In the venue, an undercurrent of tension swirled as the elite gathered, their focus fixated upon me. Gao Jian, do not act foolishly. On the stage, Yibing appeared somewhat awkward, nervously clutching her wedding ring, fearful of an impending escalation. Meanwhile, the groom, Jiangcheng, wore a stern expression, his countenance betraying his discomfort. Born with a golden key, he had been accustomed to deference and flattery throughout his life. Yet, this individual before him had repeatedly disrupted the proceedings, leaving him in a precarious position. What was his true intention at this stage of the wedding? Was he really contemplating a bride snatching? Setting aside Yibing's willingness, how could 11 security teams stationed in the building possibly allow him to leave unscathed? Jiangcheng, heir to Jiangjin real estate, was no fool. The facade of a reckless playboy was largely a ruse. His gaze was fixed upon me, for he had never regarded me seriously before. After all, one was a privileged son of the elite, and the other merely a gray-suited worker scraping by in a morally ambiguous profession. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the meticulously planned wedding ceremony thrown into disarray. The host, in a moment of desperation, attempted to use his eloquence to alleviate the awkwardness, only to have the microphone abruptly snatched away by Jiangcheng. I remember you, Gao Jian. Correct? Jiangchen's voice resonated through the speakers, creating an almost ambush-like ambience. I stood by the table, ignoring him as I lit a cigarette in silence. This fellow was remarkably composed. He was the first person I had encountered bold enough to openly defy the Jiang family in such a public setting. Secretary Zhang, please compile this individual's information upon your return. The wedding was attended not only by Zhang's business partners, but also by rivals. The old foxes seemed to sense an unusual tension in the air. Noticing my lack of response, Jiangcheng's expression darkened further. Unlike me, he was the protagonist of the day, representing Jiangcheng real estate, and could not afford to lose face for the Jiang family here. Descending from the stage, the dashing and affluent groom approached me. Jiangcheng is not an unreasonable person. If you disagree, you must provide a reason, he proclaimed. If you are merely here to cause trouble, do not blame me for calling security. His words were measured and composed, a true reflection of his upbringing. I exhaled a puff of smoke, observing the slight twitch at the corner of his eye, aware of the simmering fury within him, struggling to maintain his composure. Do I really need to provide a reason for my disagreement? Very well then. I believe you cannot offer Yi Bing the happiness she deserves. What? Jiangcheng could hardly believe his ears. This scoundrel had the audacity to claim he could not grant Yi Bing happiness? If I could not provide her with joy, could a man who indulged in inferior cigarettes truly bring her happiness? Jiangcheng treated me with utmost kindness. There was no one in this world more concerned for my well-being than he. Yi Bing, dragging her wedding gown, approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the table of former classmates. She had never invited so many people and was unaware that, besides me, everyone else had been specifically brought in from other cities by Jiangcheng. The man who cares for you the most in the world? Are you aware that this very man, who claims to wish to support you for a lifetime, is prepared to transfer the burden of a child placed in his care onto your shoulders during the most solemn wedding ceremony? Is this truly what love entails? My voice is barely audible. Only Yebing, Jiangcheng, and the closely positioned Tai Ningxiang can hear me. What are you saying? The two women are perplexed. But in this moment, Jiangcheng's face suddenly shifts, betraying his anger and panic. He has never harbored any affection for you. You have merely been a convenient tool for him, akin to this newly purchased suit I wear, which I detest and will discard once I leave this place. Nonsense. Jiangcheng's clenched fists reveal a network of veins. Within him, tumultuous waves are surging. The secret of nurturing a clandestine existence within the elite is one that cannot be revealed, and once exposed, it is exceedingly difficult to contain. Gao Jian, whatever you say is futile. Cease your entanglements with me. I wish you the best in finding your own happiness, if you please. The onlooker is often confused. Yebing believes I am stepping forward for the sake of our past. Rest assured, since you embarked on your overseas studies, I have held no expectations for you. My decision to stand up today is merely to repay a favor, back when I was embroiled in the Rainy Night serial murder case and detained. You were the only one who steadfastly believed in my innocence. Why dwell on past matters? It feels as though we are revisiting those 5 years ago. And Yebing's voice gradually diminishes. We have matured. Indeed, it is precisely because we have grown that I shall only offer you a warning, rather than sacrificing myself to save you as I once did. Ashes fall despondently. I turn to the evasive gaze of Yebing. Remember what I previously stated. That should serve as our final conversation. There is no need for me to linger here. I glance past the astonished faces of my old classmates, observing the scheming guests in attendance. Although this wedding incurs considerable expense, it lacks any festive atmosphere. In truth, I yearn to seize the microphone from Jiangcheng and voice my innermost thoughts. To put it bluntly, all of you present are worthless. Sensing my intention to depart, Jiangcheng's expression fluctuates. Allowing me to leave would tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. However, attempting to impede my exit could lead to unforeseen complications, jeopardizing the wedding's proceedings. Caught in this dilemma, as I turn away, a glimmer of malice appears on Jiangcheng's face. Since you are here, do not rush to leave. Sit down and share a drink. As he rests his hand on my shoulder, I feel as though I am being targeted by a venomous serpent, an unsettling chill creeping over me. If I were to observe with a large-screen phone at this moment, I would notice the malevolent spirit clinging to Jiangcheng, crawling up his arm towards me, its deformed little hands poised to plunge into my eye sockets. A shiver runs through me. This sensation feels familiar, reminiscent of that night at the Anshin Inn when a vengeful spirit gripped my throat from behind. Evil spirits inflict harm. I, with unwavering resolve, invoke the celestial thunder talisman with my palm, bending my index, middle, ring, and little fingers together, while my thumb presses against their nails, miraculously forming a thunder seal in my palm. Gao Jian, there are certain individuals you must never provoke, destined to be looked up to for a lifetime. Today, I shall let you suffer a little, and in due course, I will enjoy your downfall. Withdrawing the microphone, Jiangcheng hisses in a tone only we can hear. Your true nature has finally surfaced, igniting my fury. My thoughts race. I quickly comprehend the chilling presence behind me as Jiangcheng's lips move, muttering a spell, while I silently recite the thunder seal technique imparted by Liu Banzian. The obstinate defiance today compels me to extract some interest. I shall gouge out his eyes. The chilling sensation feels akin to two daggers piercing my eyeballs. How can I remain passive at such a moment? With a thunderous command swift as a shooting star, the formidable spirits from all directions heed my call, and my natural talismanic powers resonate throughout the 9 heavens, summoning the celestial forces to vanquish demons, bind evil, and exterminate countless malevolent spirits. The foulness dissipates, and the righteous energy endures. As I strike towards Jiangcheng's arm, although I wield no talismans to summon the deities of the 8 directions, the residual might of the thunder talisman infuses my palm. To an outsider, it may appear as a mere gentle tap on Jiangcheng's arm, yet in truth, the lingering power of the thunder talisman compels the minor spirit to scream as it crawls back into Jiangcheng's body. Under normal circumstances, this strike would not possess such strength. However, the bright sun at its zenith, brimming with yang energy, renders malevolent entities inherently fragile, and the minor spirit is not devised for lethal harm. Rather than injuring me, this act terrifies it, causing it to shrink back into Jiangcheng's being, leaving both parties weakened in an unforeseen backlash. Jiangcheng recoils as if struck by lightning. His complexion turns pale, and he stumbles backward, toppling the dining table and collapsing onto the ground. Truth be told, I did not anticipate the repercussions of the spirit's backlash to be this severe. However, one reaps what one sows, and I harbor no sympathy for Jiangcheng. As the esteemed heir of Jiangcheng real estate, you wouldn't resort to petty tricks, would you? Everyone witnessed that I merely gave you a light tap. From my elevated position, I gazed down upon the once proud Jiangcheng, now half sitting on the ground, his pristine white suit drenched in food stains, resembling a scruffy free-range chicken. Chapter 22. I wish to marry you. The unexpected upheaval at the wedding caught everyone off guard. Various gazes fixated upon Jiangcheng, filled with sympathy, mockery, but mostly astonishment. What transpired moments ago? Jiangcheng, sprawled on the floor, struggles to rise. Yet his legs betray him. He looks up at me, calm and silently lighting a cigarette, his eyes ablaze with fury, mouth agape, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he expels a mouthful of foul-smelling blood and collapses, unconscious. Can I call the police? Is this extortion? I kicked the motionless Jiangcheng. Perhaps you should swiftly dial 120. There's a chance he can be revived. The venue erupts into chaos as the secretary of the Jiangcheng group and security personnel rush in, accompanied by a private doctor to escort Jiangcheng away. With the groom incapacitated, can this wedding still be called a wedding? Mr. Jiang, your choice of auspicious date leaves much to be desired. In the VIP section on the 2nd floor, several individuals clad in light gray suits rose, stating, "Given your family's pressing matters, we shall not linger." They departed without a shred of respect for the Jiang family. Who are they? Their arrogance rivals that of the earlier fool. Silence. That individual is the executive director of Qianding Pharmaceuticals, a leading figure in our city. My son has been remiss, Mr. Huang. Please take care. This voice emanated from the center of the 2nd floor, yet I discerned no one in particular. How did you manage that, Gao Jian? Tai Ningxiang grasped my arm, her expression filled with curiosity and astonishment, as though meeting me for the first time. I did nothing. He collapsed on his own. Who would believe that? Will you speak or not? What? Is the head of the criminal investigation team intending to abuse his power and extract a confession through coercion? I am truly frightened. The reasons behind it are certainly not to be divulged to outsiders. I refrained from continuing the topic and cast another glance at Yibing. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. Regardless of the outcome of this chaotic wedding, I am indifferent. My sole purpose for attending was to bid farewell to the past. Amidst Yibing's hesitations and the bewildered expressions of old classmates, I departed the wedding venue alongside Tai Ningxiang. In the early afternoon, urged by Tai Ningxiang's phone call, I returned to the municipal police station. Upon entering the interrogation room, I realized the gravity of the situation. 4 officers stood at the corners of the room, including Tai Ningxiang, who had donned her uniform, all bearing a demeanor of utmost vigilance, firearms at their waists. Such a formidable display. Their wary focus was solely directed at a disheveled woman, her hands and feet shackled to the interrogation chair, her long hair cascading behind her as she lay face down on the table. "You've arrived," Tai Ningxiang intercepted me as I attempted to advance. "The suspect is quite unstable. It would be prudent not to approach just yet." The woman bound to the chair was Xiao Feng. I had become acquainted with her physique that fateful night. How could her clothing be in such tatters? "Surely, you haven't resorted to violence against an innocent woman?" "Violence." This lady nearly demolished my interrogation room. One of the officers approached at Tai Ningxiang's beckoning. "Look, this is what she inflicted." How she refused to relent until we had to administer anesthetics to pry her mouth open. Otherwise, a significant piece of flesh would have been lost. The wound on Officer Wang's arm was ghastly, 2 rows of bite marks embedded an inch deep into the flesh, bleeding profusely even after rudimentary treatment. That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Feng appeared mentally stable. How was I to know she would suddenly go berserk? You should have seen her. Bloodied and resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the underworld. A vengeful spirit? I pondered, for Xiao Feng was a gentle soul, almost meek. Her abrupt change in demeanor could very well be attributed to the malevolent spirit of the Anshin in possessing her. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is not the Anshin Inn. The police station, in ancient times, functioned as a court of justice. A place where even spirits dare not intrude. Unless, of course, the malevolent entity has not been residing in the Anshin Inn, but has always been concealed within Xiao Feng. I merely speculated, as the existence of spirits and the supernatural is difficult to substantiate. Having spent a night with her, you should have forged a profound bond. Once the anesthesia wears off, you shall conduct the interrogation, Tai Ningxiang remarked, patting my shoulder with an encouraging demeanor. Isn't that inappropriate? I glanced at Officer Wang's injury. This is your responsibility as law enforcement. I am merely a what? Brother, do not disappoint me. Besides, she specifically requested to converse with you. Curiosity lingered within me, for I wondered what Xiao Feng wished to convey. Although the live broadcast from the Anshin Inn had concluded, the lingering questions remained unresolved. Before long, Xiao Feng slowly regained consciousness, gazing around in confusion. "Why are you all standing so far away from me? Why is my mouth so wet?" Her hands and feet, shackled, could not reach the bloodstains at the corners of her lips. "Your turn." Tai Ningxiang offered me an encouraging glance before leading everyone out of the room. "Rest assured, we will monitor your safety closely through surveillance." Bang! The heavy door shut, leaving only Xiao Feng and me in the room. In our solitude, Xiao Feng suddenly lowered her gaze, unable to meet my eyes. "Do you still stand by your promise from before?" At this moment, Xiao Feng appeared somewhat bashful, her voice sweet and delicate, invoking a sense of tenderness. However, this impression was overshadowed by the blood congealing at the corner of her mouth. Calm and collected, I recalled how this girl had almost bitten into someone else's flesh just moments ago. I took a deep breath, retrieved a tissue from my pocket, and squatted beside her. "Don't move. Let me help you wipe that off." Perhaps it was the sight of blood on the tissue that rendered Xiao Feng silent for an extended period. "Rinse your mouth," I suggested, picking up a teacup from the table, its origin unknown, and helped her clean the bloodstains before moving a chair closer to sit beside her. "Now, tell me what brings you here. When we were at the Anshin Inn, you mentioned that if I ever needed anything, I could come to you. And you would help me, right?" I had indeed said those words, but they were merely a test for Xiao Feng. I never anticipated she would take them to heart. "Very well," she replied, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination. "I have but one request. Speak, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. I wish to marry you." The interrogation room fell into an abrupt silence, save for the ticking of the clock. Her gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate through flesh and bone to reach my very soul. Upon hearing her words, I momentarily forgot all deductions and assumptions. Her proposal was entirely unexpected. "You wish to marry me?" Trembling, I pulled out a cigarette from my pocket and lit it silently. "This case had little to do with you. Even if you were to conceal evidence, the repercussions would not be severe. Given your circumstances, you could certainly find someone more suitable." According to the information provided by Tai Ningxiang, Xiao Feng was not an accomplice. Rather, she was a victim, with no need to compromise herself for a swift end to her confinement. "There is no one more fitting than you. Only by being with you can I survive." Her words struck a familiar chord. I recalled the paper-faced interviewer from the Underworld auditions uttering something similar. "What is your reasoning? Over the years, many have stayed at the Anshin Inn, yet you alone have cleared my sister's name and punished those demons. You are the only one who has achieved this. It was merely a stroke of luck. Besides, that family is now in custody, and the fugitive Lu Xing is currently on the run. What do you have to fear? You should live a normal life. No one will bully you anymore. That won't happen. Until Lu Xing has murdered 7 people, he will not be apprehended. Xiao Feng shook her head vigorously. My sister was the first, I am the last. The two-faced Buddha foretold that 7 would die, and the first 5 have all come to pass. The two-faced Buddha? I pulled out my phone. Recalling a photo I had taken in the tunnels of the Anshin Inn, a statue embedded in the wall, featuring a dual visage. One side gentle and benevolent, the other fierce and terrifying. He was the feng shui master who came when the Anshin Inn was newly constructed, neither monk nor priest, calling himself the two-faced Buddha. Xiao Feng seemed to drift into painful memories. I had once eavesdropped on a conversation between him and Lu Xing, which revealed the intent to kill 7 people. My sister was the first, and I am the last. Since you are already aware, why not escape? I have attempted to flee, but they always manage to bring me back. Furthermore, Xiao Feng gestured for me to lift her shirt, revealing several tiny black dots on her smooth, pale back. Each time they catch me, they drive a needle into my flesh. Chapter 23. The Haunting of the Abandoned School, How Cruel. I murmured, my fingers gently gliding across Xiao Feng's back. She still seemed tense, involuntarily flinching away. The female officer remarked that the duration had rendered the needle rusted within the flesh, making extraction exceedingly difficult. I cannot fathom the anguish endured by Xiao Feng. Yet sympathy alone does not suffice. Compelling me to wed her would be an unreasonable demand. How could I, with only a fleeting acquaintance of a woman shrouded in mystery, feel assured enough to bring her into my home? Furthermore, there lurks the possibility that within her resides a malevolent spirit, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. You have suffered greatly. Please assist her in arranging her attire. Regarding the matter of marrying me, I hope you will deliberate carefully. Marrying a chicken means following a chicken, and marrying a dog means following a dog. This is a weighty decision for any girl, deserving of thoughtful consideration. Xiao Feng possesses a captivating allure. The gentle grace typical of southern women is evident in her demeanor. For one unfamiliar with her past, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist such temptation. While I did not respond directly, my intent was unmistakably conveyed. The Anshin Hotel remains a haunting nightmare from my life, a place I cannot return to. My lack of education and social skills leaves me isolated. Aside from you, I have no friends at all. Her gaze dimmed considerably. At that moment, I felt an urge to utter a cruel truth. I have never regarded you as a friend. That night was merely a means to extract useful information. The silence lingered, and I ultimately refrained from uttering such words. She is already pitiable enough, and I could not bear to inflict further harm. Consider the notion of marriage to me carefully. As you are still young, and there lies a long path ahead. I shifted my chair and took a seat opposite her. Xiao Feng's visage appeared ashen, her eyelids twitching incessantly, her hands gripping the handcuffs while her bound ankles curled back, pressing against the ground as if striving to rise. Witnessing her in such a distressing state elicited a deep sigh from me. Without intervention, her fate would lead to enforced admission into a mental institution. My fingers tapped against the table, and her expression grew increasingly grotesque, terrifying even under the harsh glow of the lights. A sudden beep emanated from the intercom within the drawer. Upon connection, it was Tai Ningxiang, issuing an immediate evacuation order. I rose, extinguishing my cigarette, and glanced at Xiao Feng's pained visage, feeling a twinge of guilt. Gao Jian, vacate immediately. The suspect may lose her sanity. I stood frozen in place, casually shutting off the intercom, becoming an unwitting host in a haunting spectacle, stepping into a realm invisible to the ordinary. The dread and anxiety experienced in this world can only be comprehended through personal experience. Compelled by some unseen force, I approached Xiao Feng, cradling her head gently and drawing her into my embrace. I understand your solitude. I am acutely aware of your fears. Perhaps, if you truly have nowhere to go, my establishment is in need of a server. If you do not mind, you may come to me. The monthly salary is 1,000, inclusive of meals and lodging. What do you think? There was a prolonged silence until I felt a warm response from her hand, realizing that, for reasons unknown, Xiao Feng had begun to weep, her tears resembling delicate blossoms, evoking a profound sense of fragility. 5 minutes later, Tai Ningxiang and Xiao Wang entered the room, initiating the standard interrogation process. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? A seasoned hand in the field, and you've managed to subdue her effortlessly. Upon exiting the police station, Tai Ningxiang invited me to dine at their cafeteria, her chatter uninterrupted along the way. By the way, is your offer for her to work as a server genuine or a mere jest? Can your cramped little space accommodate 2 people? Even if it's tight, we'll make it work. I've already given my word. I cannot go back on it. To assist you has indeed been a challenge, and the developments have weighed heavily on the heart of the senior. As for Tai Ningxiang, I cannot ascertain her feelings, but I do know that the following morning, 2 police cars were stationed outside the adult store, with several officers knocking assertively on the door. Gao Jian swiftly opened it, exclaiming, "We are here to deliver someone." Deliver someone? I stumbled out of bed, hastily donning my clothes and rushing to the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by the sight of Tai Ningxiang, beaming in her neatly pressed police uniform. "Good morning, Gao Jian," she said. "What is this about? Did we not agree yesterday? I have safely brought her to you, and you must ensure she is not bullied." The officers, in impeccable formation, stood straight as a new figure approached, a young woman in a pristine black dress, little foam, gracefully stepping forward. "This is quite sudden. At least a phone call would have been appreciated." "I aim to surprise you," Tai Ningxiang replied, taking the shy little foam under her wing. "Consider this your home now. If anyone dares to mistreat you, you must inform me. The people's police will protect the innocent and ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice. All right, you two should converse privately. We must take our leave." "Wait, Officer Tai. Mission accomplished. Let's regroup." The 2 police cars sped away, their demeanor suggesting they were relieved to have shed a burdensome task. What happened to the principle of the people's police serving the people? I sighed as I ushered little Fong into the store. This innocent girl, curious and eager, touched this and that, making me feel somewhat embarrassed to explain the true purposes of the products. "Little Fong, you will be the sole attendant in our store from now on. I will arrange for you to have a key soon. You will eat and live here. By the way, the first floor is yours, while the second floor is my office. Do not enter unless necessary. My conscience is clear. My words are not intended to conceal fashion magazines or the 100 gigabytes of lifestyle documentaries on my computer, but to prevent her from inadvertently encountering records of the Underworld performances." "Understood. I will follow your guidance," little Fong replied obediently, seemingly embracing her new role as if she were a newlywed. "In the drawer, you will find a catalog and price list. Familiarize yourself with it. Additionally, this device is a stun gun for self-defense. Should anyone bully you, press this switch." "Is it this one?" "Ah." A scream pierced the tranquil morning, awakening the sleeping streets as a new day commenced. Today marked yet another day for the Underworld performance task. I charged my phone and instructed little Fong to venture to the overpass to borrow a talisman from Lu Xiezi. However, that old trickster seemed to have anticipated my arrival and had already closed shop, hiding who knows where. "How could you abandon a life in peril, Lu? Just wait." I stood at his doorstep, shouting for a quarter of an hour before I stormed off in frustration, realizing that today, I had no choice but to proceed alone. By 8 that evening, I sent little Fong away and positioned myself beside my phone. As the hour hand crossed, the screen emitted a faint, cold glow when an unfamiliar number called. Who could this be? I held the phone to my ear to answer. Drop the handkerchief, twist off the head, and secretly place it behind the child. Do not tell him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. A song that should have been joyful sent shivers down my spine. After a long wait, the song came to an end, and a series of eerie children's laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "Let us play a game. If you can find me before dawn, I shall let you go. Otherwise, you shall remain with me forever." As the call ended, a new message appeared in my inbox. The late-night campus transformed into a realm of the uncanny. I counted the 13 steps beneath my feet and listened to an infant's cries emanating from the infirmary. Concealed in the final stall of the restroom, a ghostly doll awaited my arrival, poised to inquire about the whereabouts of my missing left hand. "Now, answer me this final question. Do you prefer blue, white, or red?" My live streaming task required me to endure until sunrise at Xinhu High School. An optional task emerged, challenging me to engage in 7 games on campus, with each additional game rewarding me with a point. Puzzled by this unexpected task, I scratched my head. Are you certain this is a game and not a dire predicament? Without the protection of a talisman during this live stream, I needed to exercise utmost caution. Xinhu High School. My recollection of Jiangcheng did not include such an institution. A quick search revealed that 5 years prior, the school had ceased operations entirely. The authorities provided no explanation, while online speculation ran rampant. Some suggested a catastrophic fire had led to a disastrous stampede, resulting in numerous fatalities, thus necessitating its closure. Others claimed the school had frequently been the site of suicides, prompting the Ministry of Education to intervene and shut it down. There were even rumors that it was a haunted school, where the living attended classes by day while spirits roamed at night. I found old photographs of the school online, showcasing its bright and majestic facade. Upon examining the details, I discovered it was a prestigious private institution co-founded by Japan and China, attended by children from affluent families, many of whom had relocated from other cities. Logically, this school should have been quite renowned, yet in recent years, I had heard nary a whisper about it, as if it were deliberately silenced. The address indicated that Xinhu High School lay in a remote area between Jiangcheng and Bahushi. This posed a significant problem. At the Anxin Inn, I had narrowly escaped danger that night, thanks to the timely arrival of the police. However, given Xinhu School's location between the two cities, even the fastest response would take over an hour. Without a talisman and unable to call for help, I stroked my chin, feeling increasingly anxious. "What troubles you so?" Xiao Feng emerged from the back room, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. "I made this myself. Do give it a try?" "Xiao Feng, I must head out tonight. Please stay and watch the shop. I cannot eat now. Time is of the essence, and I must leave immediately." After checking my live streaming equipment, I lifted the black leather suitcase, preparing to depart. "Are you going to stream again? Can I come along?" She gazed at me longingly, clutching the fragrant noodles. I shook my head resolutely. "No, you must stay here and mind the shop. At least take a bite of the noodles I made for you." The delicious bowl of noodles was placed before me, and it had been many years since anyone had cooked for me after that incident. Very well. I took a few hasty bites, surprisingly pleased by the taste. "Well then, I must be off. Do not worry. I shall see you tomorrow." Grasping the suitcase, I hurried out, oblivious to the smile playing on Xiao Feng's lips. Chapter 24. The Test of Courage. I hailed a taxi to Xinhu High School. Initially, even the driver was unaware of its existence, and we spent over 2 hours navigating to the destination. I alighted from the vehicle, my pockets lighter, and surveyed my surroundings. In the depths of this desolate expanse, overgrown with wild grass and riddled with foul ditches, I caught sight of a campus long forgotten by the bustling city. This bore little resemblance to the prestigious private institution depicted in the photographs. The images showcased a place of elegance and grandeur, while the reality before me resembled a forsaken school, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere like a corpse half buried in the earth. It was already 11 o'clock. I needed to hasten my pace. To fulfill my mission, I plunged into the wilderness, traversing the unkempt terrain. Yet, I had barely ventured far when I was halted by a row of rusted iron railings. "No entry." The warning sign, carelessly discarded in the mud, bore remnants of indistinct bloodstains. I picked it up and rehung it, pondering the situation. Normally, even an abandoned factory wouldn't warrant such a barrier unless it concealed hazardous materials. A school, one would think, should not be subject to such seclusion. I climbed over the railing and pressed onward. Had I turned back at that moment, I would have witnessed the warning sign I had just reattached sway slightly before tumbling back into the mire. Approaching the main entrance of the school, I found the imposing black door secured with 2 crimson locks. Peering inside, I could discern the outlines of several buildings. As I focused intently on my observations, a sudden chill coursed through my calves, prompting me to leap back, only to discover a black cat crouched at my feet. Startled, I noted its emerald eyes glowing with an almost sentient curiosity before it darted into the abandoned school. Such shocks would surely drive me to the brink of neurosis if they continued. I maneuvered my suitcase beneath the door and climbed over the iron gate. Successfully entering Xinhu High School, I had reached my destination. My second live broadcast was about to commence. I retrieved my camera and mobile device, connecting the portable encoding stick. Image acquisition in progress. Barrage connection established. Is the live broadcast to commence? Yes. Welcome to the live stream, where Teletubbies meet their demise. Welcome Officer Huang from Class 2. Year 3. As soon as the broadcast began, a flurry of familiar names populated the chat. Wow, the host is alive. What a relief. We thought you had passed on. We even ordered a wreath. Were you planning to court danger tonight? The first alert system is ready to notify authorities at any moment. The enthusiasm of my viewers exceeded my expectations. Though their banter was laced with jest, it alleviated my unease and tension. Welcome back to the super thrilling live stream. Tonight's destination is indeed spine-chilling. I directed the camera towards the school's name, Xinhu High School, a private aristocratic institution co-founded by China and Japan, attended by the children of affluent families. I had heard of similar elite schools adopting Japanese educational models, with tuition fees that were exorbitantly high. Bah! With 5 millennia of illustrious history, does our great nation need to import Japanese education? Japanese invaders, begone from this stream. Everyone, please remain calm. Xinhu High School has been closed for 5 years. There is no need for such disputes. I quickly intervened, aware that losing focus could lead to chaos in the chat, where seasoned veterans were ready to engage in spirited exchanges. Logically, this school should be quite renowned locally. Yet my investigations revealed that information about it had been deliberately suppressed 5 years prior. What were they concealing? What transpired 5 years ago that led to the entire school being shut down? The audience's attention gradually shifted towards my words as they traversed through layers of fog in search of the elusive truth. Tonight, I shall lead you to unravel all the enigmas. We must act swiftly. The security guard will awaken shortly. My intuition suggests that the girls' changing room harbors secrets, and countless voices implore the host to investigate further. The upstairs dwellers possess profound insights, as I, a humble monk, have gazed upon the stars and arrived at the same conclusion. My fellow seekers, in my opinion, the girls' restroom exudes a heavier aura of negativity. Scoundrels, begone. Armed with my phone and camera, I placed my suitcase at the entrance and ventured into the campus. Whether to explore the girls' changing room or the restroom was not a matter for my consideration. Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, the first step is to ascertain direction and familiarize oneself with the layout. The school, Nuhu High, boasts a sprawling campus comprising a teaching building, experimental building, girls' dormitory, administrative block, and playground. Given its vastness, it would take considerable time to explore thoroughly. Thus, I resolved to search one building at a time for any potential discoveries. If the host truly wishes to avoid the girls' changing room, we are equally amenable to a visit to the girls' dormitory, came the suggestion. Come now, those in favor of the dormitory, press 6. You've got to be kidding. We are on a ghost hunting expedition. There must be spirits lurking in the girls' restroom. I assure you, after much deliberation, I ultimately chose to enter the teaching building closest to the entrance. This building is not particularly tall, comprising only 4 stories. Due to its emphasis on elite education, the student body is not extensive. All 3 grades attend classes within a single structure. Each floor of the teaching building houses 4 classrooms, with signs indicating the respective grades and classes affixed to the doors. There are 2 exits on either side, and the stairwell walls bear the scars of fire, with most of the handrails stripped bare. One must tread carefully to avoid a fall. Judging by the state of affairs, the speculations circulating online are not without merit. Fires and stampede incidents are indeed plausible. As I strolled along the first-floor corridor, I wondered if anyone else had experienced the unnerving sensation of gazing into an empty classroom late at night, with rows of desks silently standing in place, evoking an inexplicable dread. The classrooms were eerily vacant, and the blackboards seemed to bear inscriptions, yet even pressing my face against the window yielded no clarity. Unsurprisingly, all classrooms on the first floor were devoid of occupants. With my back against the scorched wall, I ascended to the second floor. Class 5 of the first year and classes 1 and 2 of the second year yielded no discoveries, and I began to doubt my own anxieties as I ascended to the third floor. Empty, empty, still empty. My heart, which had been suspended in suspense, finally settled. But as I glanced towards the last classroom on the third floor, something caught my eye. Through the window, I discerned 4 dark silhouettes standing beside the podium. Thud! My grip faltered, and the camera slipped from my hands, crashing to the ground. I stumbled back, and had there not been a railing behind me, I might have plummeted from the third floor. What in the world? Are there still students in this campus? No. Calm down. Perhaps they are merely mannequins. I retrieved my camera and leaned closer to the window. Gone? The 4 shadows had vanished. They were not mere models. Cold sweat cascaded down my brow as I hastily moved toward the staircase. Creak. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, sending a jolt of terror through me. It's not a ghost, it's a person. Judging by their voices, they seemed quite young. I stood in stunned silence as 2 boys and 2 girls emerged from the classroom, backpacks slung over their shoulders. You are students from a nearby school, and you have come here, having heard tales of hauntings, to test your courage. The eldest boy among you appears to be around 17 or 18. The oldest among your group of 4. What courage are you testing? You ought to return home swiftly. This place is perilous. My tone, unusually grave. Reflects the seriousness of the situation. Setting a live broadcast location here suggests that there may indeed be spirits present. You're rather timid, aren't you? One of the girls with short hair chuckled, seemingly enamored with the boy. Hurry back home. Should anything truly happen, you won't be able to escape. You adults always make such a fuss. We arrived before you and found nothing strange. Another interjected. Indeed, if you're leaving, then go ahead. Our game of courage is only just beginning. The audacity of today's youth is astounding. They seem to believe that if they do not engage in reckless behavior, they will remain unscathed. If I were to force them to leave, it might only provoke their rebellious spirit, compelling them to follow me in secret. Very well. Since you refuse to depart, might I join you in your little game of courage? I am a host of supernatural exploration content and have a genuine interest in this realm. My intent was solely to protect them. Yet I had no inkling that a true nightmare would commence from this very moment. Chapter 25. The Four Corners Game. Are you truly willing to join us? The oldest boy tilted his head, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. This movement inexplicably reminded me of the black cat I encountered at the entrance. Since you all are playing, adding me to your number won't hinder anything. If it proves unfeasible, I shall merely record your game. With Shuefei included, we would have just enough for the game I had long wished to partake in. The younger boy squeezed in front of me, introducing himself. Hello, I am Xiaomu. This is my brother Shuefei, and that short-haired girl is my classmate Xinming. The quietest among us, who rarely speaks, is Sakura. Xiaomu appeared quite frail, as though a mere gust could topple him, yet he was the most spirited and daring of the group. In truth, we have already played several games, such as the pencil spirit and the plate spirit, but they proved fruitless. To dare play the pencil spirit in such a place? You truly seek thrills. Isn't it only after playing that one realizes it is all a ruse? Xiaomu spoke nonchalantly. Yet I noticed the frigid glances from the other three directed at me. Feeling uneasy, I questioned why they hadn't returned home, knowing it was all a deception. No. There is still one game we have yet to play. It requires 4 participants, and we are one short. Short of participants? Are you not 4 in total? Xiaomu's words brimmed with an unsettling air, causing an uneasy shiver within me. Sakura, timid and reserved, had never been inclined to join in their games. I glanced past the 3 in front of me, observing her with her head bowed, reluctant to engage. Very well, I shall accompany you for this one game. But remember to return home promptly after. It is late, and your families must be worried sick. All right, we finally have enough players. I could not share in Xiaomu's excitement. My sole desire was for these children to depart safely, allowing me to conduct a thorough search of the campus. The game was called The Four Corners, and its rules were as follows. At the stroke of midnight, in a rectangular, barren room, all lights are extinguished. Each of the 4 corners is occupied by an individual, all facing the wall, resolutely avoiding any backward glances. As the game commences, one person from a corner approaches another, gently tapping the shoulder of the individual in front, and then remaining in that corner. Subsequently, the tapped individual follows suit, moving to the next corner to tap the shoulder of the third person. All participants proceed in a clockwise manner. However, if one arrives at a corner devoid of company, they must first clear their throat before continuing past that corner until they encounter the next individual. Upon hearing the rules, I did not perceive this as a terrifying game. Is it truly that simple? Yet, as you mentioned, there exists a corner that remains perpetually vacant, rendering the game incapable of conclusion. Xiaomu, pressing his face against the window, peered into the classroom, suggesting otherwise. According to friends who had previously played, when silence reigns within the room, it signifies that each corner is occupied. However, one person continues to walk, as the sound of footsteps reverberates through the space. This game involves 4 players, yet as it progresses, a 5th presence emerges. His explanation instilled a sense of regret within me. It seemed more daunting than summoning spirits. What is there to fear? Perhaps it is merely the fanciful tales of friends. Xiaomu tapped his head, suggesting that if fear overwhelms us, all 4 could simultaneously close their eyes and declare the game over to exit. But it must be a unanimous decision. Should one dissent, the game must persist. I glanced at my phone, observing the viewers in the live stream joining in the commotion, some even declaring intentions to offer rewards. Very well, shall we proceed with the game in this classroom? No, this classroom is too cramped. The speaker was Shuefei, who mentioned that there exists a special classroom in this building. Let us venture there. Special? I squinted at the door sign outside. 1 grade, 5 classes, 3 grades, totaling 15 classes. With 4 classrooms on each of the 4 floors, it indeed seemed that one classroom had been vacated. We ascended to the top floor and halted before the last classroom on the left. Peering through the window, I observed that the desks and chairs had been removed, leaving only a blackboard, a podium, and a rusted ceiling fan. It is said that this classroom was abandoned due to a girl whose family was impoverished, forcing her parents to work multiple jobs to afford her tuition. Consequently, she was exceedingly diligent, studying and reading earnestly. During the day, she listened attentively, and at night, when others departed, she remained, illuminating the room with a flashlight to continue her studies. Weeks passed, and on one fateful night, the girl who lingered in the classroom caught the attention of several wealthy young men. After enduring their torment and humiliation, she leapt from the 4th floor, succumbing to her demise. Although her physical form perished, it is said that her spirit returns each night to the classroom, continuing her studies. Enough, Xiaomu. Shin Ming interjected with a scream, halting Xiaomu's increasingly animated narration. Are you afraid? She asked, pouting defiantly. No, I am merely concerned about frightening Yingzi. Yingzi, who had always maintained her distance, remained silent, her head bowed throughout. Let us cease the chatter and commence the game. Xue Fei, being the eldest among us, commanded an immediate silence from the others. In this game room, we must maintain absolute darkness. Not a single ray of light must penetrate. The camera shall be stationed outside, and let Sakura assist in monitoring it. I nodded in agreement, placing the camera on the windowsill while fiddling with my phone. Although it appeared to be locked, I had merely activated the camera function to ensure the live feed would remain uninterrupted. Now, let us assign our positions. Xiaomu called us together. I will be the first to enter, standing in the lower left corner. You, the broadcaster, will be second, positioned in the upper left corner. Xue Fei will follow as the third, taking his place in the upper right corner, and finally, Xin Ming will occupy the lower right corner. Once we are all in position, Xin Ming will clear her throat, and I shall commence the proceedings. Everyone will proceed in a clockwise direction, and upon my touch on the broadcaster's shoulder, the role shall shift. In the absence of others, a simple cough will signal the continuation of our journey without pause. Do we all remember the rules? Very well, let us begin. The classroom was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, resembling a vast pool of ink. After Xiaomu had entered for a brief moment, I inhaled deeply, outstretching my arms as I stepped into the room. The darkness was so profound that visibility barely exceeded half a meter. I stood upright, unable to discern my own shoes. Slowly, I advanced, my arm finally brushing against the wall. In this enveloping gloom, this small corner offered an oddly comforting psychological solace. Turning my head to survey the vastness of the classroom, I discerned nothing but the faintest glimmer emanating from the window, the camera's signal light flickering nearby, illuminating Sakura, who had her head bowed. Before long, Xin Ming's cough echoed through the room. I knew the game had commenced. The sound of footsteps behind me grew increasingly distinct. Facing the wall, I was acutely aware that Xiaomu approached, yet an uncontainable tension gripped me. A gentle tap on my shoulder signaled me to proceed in the clockwise direction towards the next corner. To my surprise, time in the darkness seemed to stretch infinitely, as though I had embarked on a path leading to an unknown destination. Eventually, I perceived a shadowy figure against the inky backdrop. It was too dim to ascertain, even at close proximity, whether it was indeed Xue Fei. Finally, I reached him. I lightly tapped the shadow on the shoulder and paused at the corner, watching as the figure gradually moved and vanished into the darkness. The wait was interminable. In this classroom, the concept of time became somewhat nebulous. I silently counted the seconds, attuning myself to the rhythm of my heartbeat. Approximately 1 minute later, the first cough emerged from Xin Ming. Shortly thereafter, another presence approached in the darkness. Tapping my shoulder gently, I stepped forward once more, caught in an endless cycle. The second cough resonated softly, making it difficult to discern its source. However, I surmised it was Xue Fei. Chapter 26, One Missing? As the third round of the game began, I felt a nudge on my shoulder and began to navigate forward. If all proceeded as expected, I should soon pass through that vacant corner. Each step in the darkness was laborious, for none could anticipate what awaited ahead. A twinge of regret washed over me. I had known the dangers lurking in the campus, yet had consented to partake in this perilous game. 1 step. 2 steps. I finally reached out, my hand brushing against a solid wall. This corner was devoid of any presence. For reasons unknown, a sense of relief washed over me. The game had, until now, proceeded without incident. Cough. According to the rules of the game, I cleared my throat and proceeded to the next corner. As I groped my way forward, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps, a dark figure awaited me ahead. I gently tapped his shoulder and stood still in the corner. The game continued normally until the 7th round, when, having lost my patience and grown somewhat numb, the sound of coughing abruptly ceased. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed without another cough, yet the sound of footsteps remained distinctly audible. Had another person entered the room? I stifled my curiosity, refraining from turning around, instead stealing glances at the flickering signal light of the window camera. Sakura stood there like a motionless corpse. If Sakura had not joined the game, then who was this additional person in the classroom? My heart raced. It felt as though vengeful spirits lurked in the shadows, no matter the direction from which I gazed. Everyone, listen. It seems another person has joined our game, I announced, my voice trembling. Below, the rules of the game shifted. Shimoku's voice echoed uncertainly in the classroom. The fundamental rules remained unchanged, but an additional stipulation was added. When tapping the shoulder of the person in front, one must state their name. All right, let us begin with whoever is next. The footsteps never ceased. As I pondered whether to halt them and forcibly end the game, a sudden tap on my back startled me. It was Shimoku. His low voice emerged slowly, possessing a subtle difference from what I had heard before, akin to someone speaking while eating. Without turning around, I made my way to the next corner. I am the host. Upon hearing this, the figure in front of me swayed and departed, while I stood nervously in the corner. The game had progressed through 7 rounds, and I had memorized the positional changes in each round. According to logical inference and known clues, both Shimoku and I were situated normally, suggesting that the additional person must be positioned between Shui Fei and Xin Ming, or between Xun Ming and Shimoku. Time passed, leaving only the sound of footsteps echoing in the classroom. I counted seconds while deducing each person's location. A soft tap on my back startled me. I am Xin Ming. Xin Ming. Her voice sent chills down my spine. How had she managed to position herself behind me? In the darkness, I refrained from turning around and took a stiff step forward. Some games should not be played lightly, especially in such a place. Xin Ming seemed to utter a few more words behind me, but I could not discern them clearly. Tentatively, I felt my way along the wall as I departed. This shouldn't be happening. In the classroom, only one person's footsteps could be heard at a time. Where had Shimoku and Shui Fei gone? Unbeknownst to me, I reached the next corner, empty. The desolate corner was engulfed in thick darkness. I touched the wall before me, cleared my throat, and moved toward the next corner. Could it be that the 5th person had already departed, leaving an empty space? Lost in thought, I was suddenly startled by the sight before me, again. The 2nd corner was vacant. I quickened my pace toward the 3rd and 4th corners, still no one. As I felt the wall, my lips felt parched. Could it be that they had been following closely behind me all along? Suddenly, I turned around, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. The footsteps had ceased. I was the only one moving. Surely not. Did that mean that I was the only one left? I glanced at the flickering signal light of the window camera and realized that the girl named Sakura had vanished. Standing before the corner of the wall, an unprecedented terror assailed me from all directions, as if countless malevolent eyes were watching me from the shadows. I could no longer maintain my composure and hastily rushed towards the window, the only source of light within my field of vision. I flung open the window and leapt into the corridor, escaping that grim, oppressive black room, collapsing onto the ground as though parched of all vitality. It turns out that adults can be just as timid. Hearing the laughter, I turned to see Shiomu, Shui Fei, and Ingzi hiding behind the classroom door, with Shiomu clutching his stomach, laughing heartily. When did you two come out? I asked, regarding them with caution. We've been out for a while. Then why did it seem like there was an extra person playing with us? In reality, there were only the 4 of us in the classroom. The sound of footsteps was merely my movement. After tapping your shoulder, I returned to my original position, creating the illusion of an additional person, Shiomu stated proudly, showing no fear or trepidation towards the darkness that would typically plague children of our age. Boring, Shui Fei shrugged. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all fabricated by people to frighten themselves. So it was merely a prank. I sighed in relief, stowing away the camera and rising from the ground. All is well. The game is over. You should all hurry home. It's already past midnight, and I suspect your parents are quite anxious by now. As I glanced at the 3 children before me, I noticed one was missing. Where is that short-haired girl, Xin Ming? She hasn't come out yet? She's probably in the classroom, scared to the point of wetting her pants. Shiomu chuckled. But the laughter faded as I felt my face pale. She hasn't come out? What is going on? Didn't you also see through Xiaomu's prank and come out early? Xu observed my expression and probed further. No, I didn't see through his prank. I searched every corner of the classroom and, finding no one, hurriedly escaped. I struggled to simplify my speech. I looked for Shenming. She isn't in the classroom. Impossible. The children began to realize the gravity of the situation and rushed back into the classroom. I pulled out my phone for light, but the classroom was vast and silent, devoid of any presence. Shenming is missing? Right under our noses. Shenming. The echoes of Xu and the others resonated through the desolate building, but no reply came. Damn it. This is all your fault for insisting on playing that corner game. Xu seized Xiaomu by the collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. How can you blame me? It was a collective decision to come here and test our courage. And you agreed. Xiaomu, intimidated by the towering Xu, flailed his arms in protest. Don't be hasty. Shenming is quite brave. She might have already left and is hiding somewhere, laughing at us. Do you really think she is as careless as you? Xu's anger escalated as he raised his fist, ready to strike Xiaomu. Calm down. This is not the time to discuss who is right or wrong. I sighed, grasping Xu's arm. Our priority is to find Shenming. This school becomes exceedingly eerie at night, and we cannot afford to waste time arguing. Separating Xu and Xiaomu, I knelt before Yingzi, who had refrained from participating in the game and stood outside the classroom. She should have seen something. Yingzi, do you know where that sister went? I spoke softly, trying my best to communicate gently, as I had never interacted with children before. Dressed like a porcelain doll, Sakura averted her gaze from my vacant stare, fixating instead on the ground before her, then shook her head in resignation. Is this child excessively introverted? Regardless of the questions posed, her responses seemed limited to either a head shake or an utter stillness, as though she were impervious to the world around her. What should we do now, host? What else can we do? Rising to my feet, I surveyed the eerie campus shrouded in twilight, determined to scour every building until I found her. When a fragile life is at stake, I cannot remain a passive observer, even though I am acutely aware that my actions may plunge me deeper into turmoil. Let's recheck the teaching building, and then we shall proceed to the laboratory. You three, stay close to me and do not wander off again. With the camera hoisted on my shoulder, I led the way, discreetly retrieving my phone to review the earlier footage while the trio remained oblivious. The visuals were exceedingly blurry, illuminated only briefly by a flash of light as I passed a window, capturing a chilling moment. Someone had been trailing me in that classroom. Indeed, you were lying. Chapter 27, Dolls, Stairs, Voices emerging from the teaching building. I hurriedly guided the three children towards the laboratory. It was impossible not to worry about a living person vanishing right beneath our noses, although it was plausible that they had orchestrated this disappearance themselves as an adult. My foremost concern must be her safety, for I alone knew that this school was potentially haunted. Neglecting to monitor the viewers' comments, I approached the entrance of the laboratory, which was engulfed in overgrown weeds. The building loomed larger than the teaching block, a 6-story edifice that epitomized the Japanese elite education system, where students were confined to learning only a limited theoretical curriculum in class, with the majority of their education occurring within the laboratory, emphasizing practical skills. Goodness, the Japanese military has not yet vacated. Step aside. My grandfather once used this grenade to sink a Japanese submarine. The upper floors were already in disarray. The laboratory's main door was locked and sealed, and as I drew closer to examine the seal, I noted that although it appeared aged, it had not been torn. This indicated that the door had remained shut since it was last closed. Thus, there was no need to investigate this building further. If entry was impossible, there was no concern for Shenming being taken inside. Host, look at this. It seems as if some unseen force is toying with me. Xiaomu pointed at a window on the left side of the first floor. We can enter from here. Approaching the window, I found all but one sealed and locked. With this particular window ajar, as if it were intentionally inviting me to discover that someone had recently slipped through. The half-open window creaked ominously in the wind. Wait outside. I shall enter first. That is out of the question. Shenming is my girlfriend, and I must go in. We should all search together. The more, the merrier. Xiaomu, who had narrowly avoided being struck by Xu earlier, seemed a bit more compliant now. Since the two insisted on accompanying me, I couldn't leave the youngest, Sakura, outside alone. Very well. We shall enter together. Remain calm in the face of danger. With that, I raised the camera with one hand and stepped into the room first. This appeared to be an art classroom, cluttered in the corner with aged easels. As I casually flipped through a few, I discerned the grotesque hues that adorned them. The artistic sensibility of those in this field was indeed unique. As I closed the drawing board and waved my phone to illuminate the surroundings, a motionless face suddenly emerged, startling me. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was merely a plastic model. For someone with a fragile disposition, encountering such a sight in the dead of night might very well induce tears of fright. The plastic figure obstructed the doorway. I attempted to move it aside, only to realize that it was surprisingly heavy, giving the impression of cradling a living being. I laid it flat on the ground and scrutinized its face, which had been whimsically adorned with vibrant colors by some mischievous student. To my astonishment, I noticed a name inscribed on its bald head, Guojunjia. Was this the work of Guojunjia? It soon became evident that I was mistaken, for as I followed the line of the head, I saw that the entire back of the model was covered in various derogatory phrases. Poor child. Every class has one such individual, silent, introverted, inexplicably becoming the target of the entire class's ire, isolated and bullied. The words on the model's back bore signs of having been wiped. Yet above those smudges lay an even denser collection of insults, jumbled together. My mind conjured an image of a sorrowful child desperately attempting to clean the model with his school uniform while laughter erupted around him. As others scrawled malicious remarks on the model's surface, even on the child's own clothing and skin. It is said that children are forever innocent. At times, they remain oblivious to the heinousness of their actions. I stroked the model's head, recalling a time in my own childhood when I too was often tormented. And then what happened? Xiao Mu and Xue Fei burst into the art room. I smiled at the memory. I had once stashed a fruit knife in my backpack. Did I too have such a fiery past? And then what? Later, I was expelled from school and suspended for an extended period, ultimately finding myself at a police academy. A hint of weariness crossed my face. Had I been more tolerant back then, perhaps I might have become a lawyer or a doctor by now. My hand brushed against the door lock, which had been violently forced open, the lock tumbling into the middle of the drawing board. There were no signs of tools. It appeared as though it had been wrenched off entirely. I cracked the door open slightly, revealing a pitch-black corridor outside, devoid of visibility. Let us go, hiding here. You'll never find Shinming, Xiaomu urged, his eyes sparkling with excitement rather than concern for Shinming's safety. You three should hold hands and walk along the wall. If you encounter anything beyond comprehension, return the way you came. Understood? I reiterated my warnings, fearing for the children's safety. You should worry about yourself instead. You're so tedious, Shinming retorted, her impatience escalating. I fell silent, illuminating the path with my phone, inching along the wall. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed. Something had been knocked over, its sound clear in the stillness of the experimental building. That wasn't TS. The four of us stood frozen, confirming there was nothing beneath our feet. Moments later, that strange sound reverberated again. Xiaomu tugged at my sleeve, suggesting it seemed to be coming from the innermost part of the first floor. Let us go see. My original intent was to inspect each classroom one by one. However, given his insistence, I felt an unsettling urge to take a glance. Passing by two laboratories of uncertain purpose, I reached the staircase leading to the second floor, illuminated by a single light that revealed precisely 12 steps. Have you ever heard the tale of the 13th step? It is said that naughty children who arrive at school at midnight will find an additional step added to the 12 they usually traverse, and by stepping upon it, they can enter another realm, Xiaomu whispered mysteriously. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Xuefei pressed Xiaomu against the wall. Stop telling such stories. Ghosts do not exist. Observing the quarrel between the two, I felt an inexplicable annoyance. I had heard that stepping onto that 13th step would reveal one's appearance after death, as the 13th step represents one's own corpse. I was well acquainted with the tale of the 13th step, having researched various versions online due to its mention in the task prompt regarding the Underworld showcase prior to my arrival here. Is what you said true? The two asked in unison, their expressions obscured by the darkness. It must be false. It's just a fabricated story. If you wish to hear it, I can recount it for you for 3 days and nights once we find Shinming. We navigated past the staircase, feeling our way toward the source of the noise. Bang, bang. Finally, the four of us arrived at the innermost depths of the experimental building, and at that moment, the peculiar sound abruptly ceased. It must have originated from here, I thought. The three men exchanged glances, only to discover that the deepest room in the building was, surprisingly, a restroom. I lifted my camera and directed my gaze toward the screen of my phone, hoping to capture any unclean entities within. I'll go in first, you all stay outside. Upon pushing open the restroom door, I was met with no foul odor, considering that 5 years had elapsed since its last use. Upon entering, the first thing I noticed was a washstand, with 3 sinks beneath a large mirror, which was covered in cracks and dust, adorned with the ominous crimson words, "Kill you. Annihilate you all. Die, die, die." What immense resentment must have brewed here. As I wiped the mirror, my reflection appeared so blurred that I could hardly convince myself it was truly me. Twisting the taps, the first 2 were broken. When I turned the third, the pipes emitted a gurgling sound, and soon a viscous liquid began to flow forth. No, it can't be blood, can it? I reached out to catch a bit and brought it to my eyes. Chapter 28. Who was playing the piano? The reddish-brown sludge was mingled with fine grit, and the sensation on my fingertips felt nothing like blood. A false alarm. I turned off the tap, and the gurgling ceased. This place exuded an eerie atmosphere. Yet there were no signs of malevolent spirits, as if some foul entity were deliberately playing hide-and-seek with me. I was under tremendous pressure. This live-streaming task was even more tormenting than waiting to perish in the Anshin Inn. In the intangible darkness, it felt as though a great hand was manipulating my fate, a sensation that was utterly dreadful. Pushing open the door to the inner compartment, I encountered individual stalls. "Shenmeng, are you there?" There was no response, so I attempted to push open the small door of the stall. "Wait." Xiaomu entered without my noticing, seizing my hand as I pushed open the door. "You should be aware of the taboos surrounding the restroom, right? At midnight, opening a slightly ajar door may lead to being seized by the ghostly doll within." "A ghost doll?" I inquired, intrigued. There was once a beggar girl at this school, merely 16, who was said to have become pregnant by someone who then transferred without a trace. The unfortunate girl ultimately took her own life in this very restroom. If the boy was of age, the law could impose the death penalty upon him. My expression remained impassive as I shook off Xiaomu's grip and pushed open the first stall door. Amidst the shattered porcelain lay a patch of moss, and the walls were smeared with an unknown substance. "Don't dismiss this lightly," Xiaomu cautioned. "Such tales that circulate through the campus surely have some basis in reality." He dashed to the entrance of the second stall, and before opening it, he insisted, "You should knock first." He raised his hand to tap on the freshly painted door. "Is anyone there?" "Miss Huazi, I've come to play with you." His bizarre actions, coupled with his somber voice and the peculiar atmosphere, instilled an inexplicable fear within me. I inhaled deeply, raised the camera, and swiftly opened the doors in sequence. Bang, 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 boom. I proceeded to the final door, where the familiar sound of banging echoed once more. Oddly, this door was locked. It is well known that restroom doors can only be locked from the inside. I gestured for the 3 children to step back, tapping my right foot lightly. "What are you planning to do?" Boom. The loud noise reverberated through the building as I kicked the door open. Aiming the camera at the stall, I was startled, despite the absence of any spirits. On the toilet sat a decapitated plush toy. As I brushed off the dust, I pulled it closer for a better look. It appeared to be quite old. The toy's head had been severed with scissors, revealing a tattered stuffing. Upon closer inspection, I noticed 2 faint Chinese characters stitched onto the belly of the plush. Shuefei? Time had blurred the text, making it difficult for me to decipher. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? "What did you see?" Xiaomu and Shuefei leaned in closer. "It's merely a tattered toy," I replied, nonchalantly tossing it aside. "Let us continue our search for Shenmeng. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to linger." Having exited the first-floor restroom, we ascended to the second floor. As we climbed, Xiaomu counted the steps, only to find there were a mere 12, to his disappointment. Most classrooms on the second floor were locked, with only the music room and the health room accessible. The 2 rooms were quite distant from one another. I held the camera and first pushed open the door to the health room. Rows of beds were separated by curtains, tightly arranged, revealing nothing of the clinical nature within. Iodine, alcohol, and various reagents cluttered the cabinet at the entrance, while used yellow-brown bandages lay discarded on the floor. Further in, I spotted scattered medical records. Bending down to pick one up, I noticed most were dated 5 years prior, the paper gnawed by rodents, rendering the handwriting nearly illegible. However, I could faintly discern the name Guijunjia in the designated column. It seemed this child was a frequent visitor, suffering not only mental torment but also physical abuse. Surprisingly, all photographs attached to the medical records had been torn away, suggesting that the child's appearance was a secret this school could not disclose. The The left ear bears a slight injury, the little finger is fractured, and the thigh is marred by multiple bruises. Each medical record indicates no severe condition. Yet the concentration of such injuries on a single individual speaks volumes about the underlying issues. The weak, when bullied and unresisting, will only invite further cruelty. As I draw back the tattered curtain by the bedside, the sight of bloodstains pooled on the decrepit hospital bed is indeed harrowing. Although much time has passed, and the blood has congealed with the sheets, its color faded, a shiver still courses through me. What transpired? How could there have been so much blood? In my search through the cabinet, I finally unearthed the most recent medical record: a fall from a height, pelvic shattering, internal organ rupture, and extensive hemorrhaging. Along with a fractured skull, these symptoms conjure up whispers of a rumor surrounding Xinhu High School, where, prior to its complete shutdown, several students allegedly jumped to their deaths. The medical records, stored within the cabinet, indirectly confirm that these suicides were not mere fabrications. Gazing at the blood-stained bedding, I find myself perplexed. In any ordinary institution, the protocol for handling student suicides would involve isolating the scene and contacting emergency services, never moving the body without proper procedures, let alone relocating it to the infirmary. As I perused several more medical records, my countenance grew grave. Death was not an isolated incident. Before the school suspension, 5 recorded cases of students jumping had emerged, and I suspect many more were concealed from public view. Was it academic pressure? Romantic entanglements? I shook my head. Collective demise follows a peculiar pattern, as if orchestrated. What transpired among these students? 5 years is ample time to erase the truth, and the medical records are incomplete, with most names rendered illegible, leaving only black and white photographs behind. The cause of death is one of the keys to unraveling this mystery. It seems I may need to linger in this infirmary a while longer. I lifted the curtain beside the second bed, revealing a blood-stained sheet, crumpled and gathered. As I grasped the highly decomposed fabric, I discovered it concealed a school uniform. Despite the stench of decay, I laid the uniform flat on the bed. Wang Xiao. The school badge affixed to the uniform bore a name consisting of 3 characters, though the final character was too blurred to discern. After pulling back the curtains of several more beds, the circumstances remained eerily similar. Upon reaching the last bed, just as I grasped the curtain, I felt a sudden touch from within. Shenmeng? I stepped back, the sensation indicating that something was indeed concealed inside. Adjusting my phone's flashlight to its brightest setting, I noticed the curtain's edge quivering, as if something lively were contained within, akin to a fish freshly caught. Is it you? Speak. No reply came. I inched closer, clutching the curtain's edge. Suddenly, a rapid piano melody erupted from the far end of the corridor, causing me to flinch and abandon my attempt to pull back the curtain. Seizing my camera, I hurried toward the classroom from whence the sound originated. As I departed, the infirmary fell into an eerie silence, save for a plastic model's arm slowly extending from the last bed. What on earth? Gasping for breath, I reached the corridor's end, where 3 children were gathered around the piano. Were you the ones playing just now? You should ask him. It was all his doing. Shuefei shoved Xiaomu toward me. Xiaomu felt a sense of injustice. You have truly wronged me this time. I never even touched the piano. Sakura and I were in the corridor. You were the only one in this room. Was it not you who played? Could it have played itself? Shuefei tugged at Xiaomu's collar. Xiaomu's feet were lifted off the ground, yet his voice was defiant. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. There is definitely something else in this room. Nonsense. Let me tell you, if we can't find Shenmeng today, you can forget about going home. Enough. It's possible that Xiaomu really didn't play just now. I clutched the camera tightly, my palms sweating. The 4 of us are still in the room. But you should hold your breath and listen carefully. The footsteps from the corridor grew gradually clearer. It's Shenmeng. Shuefei released his grip on Xiaomu's collar and dashed toward the door. I reached out to stop him, but I couldn't catch him. Shenmeng. You're back? The footsteps halted at the doorway. Shuefei looked up with hope, only to see a lifeless plastic face awkwardly stretching into the room. Chapter 29. Who to believe? Shuefei, move aside. Upon seeing that vacant model face, every hair on my body stood on end. I disregarded the recording and hurled the camera at the figure. Perhaps the disparity between imagination and reality was too jarring. Shuefei's face turned pale, his legs weakened, rendering him immobile. Run! I shouted. The camera struck the doll's head, splattering droplets of either paint or blood everywhere. I turned to find several children frozen in fear. With another kick, I sent the doll flying. Run! To the first floor. Back the way we came. I swiftly picked up Sakura, disregarding everyone else, and hurried down the stairs. That kick felt as if I had struck flesh. How could this model doll move on its own? Upon reaching the first floor, I was about to head to the art room when the slightly ajar door unexpectedly swung open, revealing yet another vacant face peering out from within. Oh no! I completely forgot there was another one in the art room. Remembering that I had previously held this doll made me shiver. Trapped between retreat and advance, I turned to see the doll from the second floor had followed us. Though it moved slowly, the feeling of dread was palpable. In a panic, the three children and I scrambled into the depths of the first-floor restroom, shut the door, and remained silent. I pressed myself into the last stall with Sakura and Xiaomu, while the larger Shui Fei concealed himself in the second-to-last stall. Silence. In the cramped, dark space. Fear enveloped us as I struggled to control my heartbeat. With a soft breath, I pressed my ear against the door. The doll's footsteps echoed in the corridor, and one voice drew increasingly near to the restroom. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming. My brows furrowed tightly, lips pressed together as I focused on the sounds outside. The footsteps passed the restroom door, but did not enter. They merely went by. That was close. My heart raced, and the tension in my brows slowly began to ease. Tap, tap, tap. Before I could catch my breath, that tormenting sound inexplicably circled back. Silently, it halted at the restroom door. Please don't come in. Please don't come in. Xiaomu's lips trembled as he seemed to finally grasp the fear of the situation. After what felt like an eternity, just as we thought the doll had left, the door outside the restroom creaked open. Bang! The first stall's wooden door was forced open. Bang! The second cubicle door creaked open. I clenched my teeth, beads of sweat dotting my forehead, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting the fall of the guillotine. This final moment was excruciatingly unbearable. The restroom housed a mere 6 cubicles, and soon the third and fourth were flung open. When it came to the 5th cubicle, where Shui Fei was concealed, I felt a hand grasp the doorknob. And then, bang! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! As Shui Fei screamed, I forcefully shoved the wooden door aside, scooped up Ingzi, and bolted outside, scarcely able to consider my own safety. In that fleeting moment, as I dashed past the mannequin figures, I caught a glimpse of Shui Fei's face, contorted in terror, but I could not save him. I ran for my life. Keep up. Keep up. Shimoku was right behind me as we sprinted to the art classroom and leaped through the window. Upon finally touching the desolate campus path with my feet, I exhaled in relief. You all saw that, right? This place is perilous. Shui Fei and Xinming. I will devise a plan to rescue you too, so do not add to my troubles here. I gently set Ingzi down and entrusted her to Shimoku. Take her home quickly and inform the adults to call the police. Understood? Shimoku, however, showed no inclination to watch over Ingzi. He seemed utterly terrified and shook off my hand. I want to stay with her. You should take care of her. His words were resolute, implying something deeper. I discreetly noted the details, but uttered nothing more. In any case, let's head home. This school is rife with oddities. Home. My parents are only concerned with making money. They wouldn't even know if I perished outside. Can that place truly be called home? Shimoku's words left me momentarily speechless as I glanced at the pitch-black laboratory building. Faint echoes of Shui Fei's desperate wails still ringing in my ears. Death is far more terrifying than one might imagine. He was reluctant to leave, and I couldn't force him away. I checked the equipment. The cameras were still functioning, and the live stream room was flooded with comments. The viewer count, unbeknownst to me, had already surpassed 500, yet not a single donation was made. As I pocketed my phone, pondering my next destination, Shimoku suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Host, I need to use the restroom. I had expected him to announce something earth-shattering. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Ingzi, stay here and don't wander. I led Shimoku to a thicket a few meters away, and as we walked, he suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Host, have you noticed something peculiar about Ingzi? My eyes narrowed slightly, numerous hypotheses flitting through my mind, yet I merely responded nonchalantly. What is strange about her? Besides, you are friends. How would I know? I'm not well acquainted with her. She was rescued by Xinming. Rescued? Shimoku's words piqued my curiosity immensely. He nodded. Xinming, Shui Fei, and I all live nearby. Ever since childhood, we have heard adults speak of a haunted school in a quarantined area that one should not enter casually. Although our curiosity led us to venture inside during the day, we had never been here at night. What does this have to do with Ingzi? As we grew older, we nearly forgot about this place until Ingzi appeared. She would always sit along the route home for the three of us. Mind you, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock after evening classes, How could this little girl be wandering the streets alone? Did she not have any family? Upon meticulous reflection, it becomes evident that there exist numerous contradictions within Xiaomu's discourse. However, I refrained from pointing them out, urging him to continue. Just a few days prior, Shinming commenced a conversation with Yingzi, feeling pity for her homelessness and thus resolved to enlist our assistance in escorting Yingzi back to her residence. Surely, Yingzi's abode cannot be situated within the confines of this school? Not exactly, but it is relatively close. The address she provided is just behind the institution. While Xiaomu and the others might be oblivious to what lies behind the school, my prior research has illuminated the fact that it is a cremation pit, utilized for the incineration of refuse as well as for the obliteration of corpses. So, this is where you found yourselves? Xiaomu's voice dwindled to a whisper. Indeed, upon reflection, the similarity between Yingzi and the urban legend of the haunted doll, Hanako, is striking. Could they possibly be one and the same entity? Or perhaps share a common ghostly lineage? The ominous tone of his words sent a shiver down my spine, recollecting Yingzi's peculiar demeanor. It was indeed uncharacteristic for a child of her age to remain composed in the face of such terrifying circumstances. One would expect at the very least to scream. Yet she exhibited an unsettling calmness. Why have you only now divulged such crucial information? Had you not encountered those animated puppets, would you have believed my words? From the outset, I have been regaling you with the myriad legends surrounding this school, yet you have never taken them to heart. Now, with Shunming and Shui Fei having fallen victim, it is likely that I shall be next, and you may not escape this fate either. Xiaomu, with his head bowed, trudged along in silence before abruptly halting. What troubles you? We cannot remain passive. I have conceived an effective strategy that might bring this nightmare to an end. A hint of a pallor graced his youthful visage, his eyes shimmering like those of a black cat. Suddenly, under his intense gaze, I felt a flicker of unease. Pray, enlighten me. We shall join forces to eliminate Yingzi. It is difficult to fathom such bloodthirsty words emanating from a child's lips. After the initial shock, I managed to muster a forced smile. Regardless of whether Yingzi is human or specter, all of this remains mere conjecture, without a solid chain of evidence. Your proposed actions would constitute murder. I patted Xiaomu on the shoulder and turned to depart. Within this eerily foreboding campus, Yingzi sat solitary by the flower bed, resembling an abandoned doll. Do not be afraid. I shall escort you out of this school. Gently lifting the girl, I acknowledged the significance of the task at hand. Yet I could not bear to witness a young life extinguished here. As I approached the school gates, just a few steps away, Yingzi, who had remained silent thus far, leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Hurry and leave. The three of them are ghosts." Chapter 30. The girl's dormitory. Whom should one trust? In my arms, Yingzi felt weightless, as if she possessed no mass at all. After uttering that phrase, she buried her head against my shoulder, uttering not a word. Were it not for the lingering warmth of the girl beside me, I might have doubted whether those words had truly escaped her lips. Before reaching the school gate, Xiaomu had caught up, brandishing a vine and casting me a knowing glance. The meaning was clear: do not hesitate, act. Both were persuading me in their own ways, and my steps gradually faltered as I feigned an internal struggle. Whom should I believe? As I set Sakura down, I glanced at my phone, captivated by the chilling live broadcast where a multitude of opinions surfaced. Have you lost your mind, streamer? Xiaomu is undoubtedly a specter. From the very beginning, he has been luring you. That four-cornered game is merely you accompanying three ghosts. Nonsense. This child is likely just mentally unstable. How could he possibly be a ghost? However, that Sakura exhibits such peculiar behavior. Something is decidedly amiss. I concur. The camera was uncomfortably close to Sakura's face for a full 3 minutes, and her expression remained utterly unchanged. She is undoubtedly a cadaver with a wandering soul. Which normal high school student casually speaks of murder? The ghost is Xiaomu. If I'm wrong, I'll chop my own tongue on live stream. Is there a professional who can clarify? Is Lu Banzian from Jiangcheng present? Calling Banzian, over. What kind of Banzian are you calling? I wager 100 ghost coins that Xiaomu is the ghost. Would you even dare to put forth 100 ghost coins? Teelings Biao Yi generously donated 999 ghost coins to this chilling live broadcast. I bet 999 ghost coins that they are all specters. Biao Yi exudes sheer dominance. A slight smile graced my lips. Regardless of the perilous circumstances, reading the viewer's comments always calms one's nerves swiftly. Compared to the initial broadcast, the viewership had quintupled, and the skepticism had significantly diminished. In truth, I already discerned who among them was human and who was a ghost. However, now was not the time to disclose that insight. To avoid inciting the restless spirits into a frenzy that could lead to our demise, this performance must continue. I shall not depart until I locate Shenming. Shuefei's fate hangs in the balance. Yet an examination of the experimental building revealed no trace of Shenming. She must be elsewhere. I crouched before the two, urging them not to doubt one another or relinquish hope. If we allow ourselves to falter, it is likely that none of us shall emerge alive. Encouraging my companions, I readied the camera to advance to the next building. Xiaomu, what business do your parents run? Are they perpetually absent due to their busyness? I'm not sure. I hardly see them throughout the year. That must indicate a large enterprise. What is your father's name? Perhaps I have heard of him? Wang Hai. Oh, Mr. Wang. Xiaomu seemed disinterested in further conversation, and I had no desire to impose. Having already asked what I wished to know, aside from the experimental building, the nearest structure was the women's dormitory. After circling around, I discovered that the dormitory lacked a front entrance, with 2 side doors on either side. It was my first time encountering a dormitory built in such a shadowy manner. How could anyone reside here? The women's dormitory already exuded an aura of negativity, and being sandwiched between the men's dormitory and the academic building meant sunlight scarcely reached it. Are you certain you wish to enter? Having witnessed Shuefei's demise, Xiaomu had transformed, now exceedingly cautious and vigilant. I shook the chain on the side door, only to find it a mere decoration. The wooden door opened with ease. If you're going in, you may, I will not. Xiaomu stepped back slightly, leaving only Sakura beside me. In the pitch-black corridor, strange sounds occasionally echoed, sending chills down my spine. Don't blame me for not warning you. Once you enter, you may not enjoy such fortune as before. Xiaomu was clearly averse to this place. I hesitated, lifting the camera and stepping a few paces inside. The entrance was where the dormitory manager resided. The room was unlocked, and upon entering, I found not only a bed and wardrobe, but also a massive bulletin board leaning against the wall. Several notices are affixed above. Perhaps owing to their preservation within the confines of the room, the text upon these sheets remains remarkably legible. Concerning the tragic demise of Shun Mengting in room 4118. The police have conducted a thorough investigation, determining the incident as a suicide. The institution has initiated psychological intervention measures to accommodate the female students on the same floor who are hesitant to return to their dormitories at night. Arrangements have been made for temporary residence in the first dormitory building. The announcement was issued on a certain day in April 5 years ago. As I stroked my chin, I recalled that the police had intervened in the student death case at Xinhua High School, though I had not heard the police academy instructors mention it 5 years prior. It is worth noting that the instructors responsible for the police academy's internship program are predominantly active detectives, who often assume the role of mentors, elucidating real-life cases to students through practical analysis. For a select few promising students, these educators engage in deeper discussions, employing divergent thinking for multifaceted reasoning. 5 years ago, I encountered numerous homicide cases, yet I had never heard the name Xinhua High School spoken by my instructors. Could it truly be a suicide? Another scenario crossed my mind. Perhaps the case was of such gravity that even the active detectives dared not disclose a whisper of information. I tore off the announcement and tucked it into my pocket, discovering a large bunch of keys labeled with dormitory numbers in the administrator's drawer. The notice provided 2 pieces of information. The deceased's name was Shun Mengting, and her dormitory was 4118. The similarity between Shun Mengting and Shun Meng, differing by a mere character. What could this signify? I shook the keys in my hand as I exited the room. Xiaomu and Ingzi stood outside. I waved at them, informing them of my ascent to the upper floors. If they were reluctant to accompany me, they should remain outside and refrain from wandering. Wait, I'm coming with you, Xiaomu declared, avoiding Ingzi as he entered the apartment building. All right, Ingzi, take care of yourself. The young girl stood alone outside, and as I ascended the stairs, I cast one more apprehensive glance back at her. Her wide eyes were fixed intently upon my retreating figure, her gaze reminiscent of someone gazing upon a corpse. Inside the apartment building, the tiled floors gleamed with cleanliness, and the stairwell was devoid of any clutter. Compared to the dilapidated staircases of the teaching buildings, this place was vastly superior. I climbed to the 4th floor. Counting the door numbers, 4111, 4122, 4118, this was the one. With my phone illuminating the way, I struggled to sift through the multitude of keys. In the enveloping darkness, standing before the deceased's door, An eerie atmosphere pervaded the campus, fear beginning to take root within me. Xiaomu, like a startled monkey, glanced about nervously, gripping my garment tightly. "Hey, do you sense something following us?" he asked, staring blankly down the staircase. I felt an unsettling sensation, as though something was ascending behind us. "For heaven's sake, don't be so jumpy," I retorted, my focus on the keys momentarily broken by his exclamation. My fingers grew damp with sweat, and a sense of unease began to creep into my mind. "I'm not lying to you," he insisted, shrinking back. At that moment, all illumination converged on the keyring in my palm, while darkness loomed all around us, impenetrable. It seemed as though that entity was drawing nearer. I sensed it had reached the third floor. With Xiaomu's words echoing in my mind, I too began to feel the weight of an approaching presence. Though there were no footsteps or discernible sounds, an inexplicable awareness of something encroaching upon us permeated the air. It ascended from downstairs at a leisurely pace, resembling a vast, lifeless shadow. The darkness in the corridor thickened, suffocatingly oppressive. "Haven't you found it yet? Hurry. If not, we should make a run for it." "Stop fussing. I'm searching." My hands moved more swiftly, yet the more frantic I became, the more elusive the damned object seemed amidst this multitude of rooms. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, and I sensed something lurking just behind me in the unseen darkness at the stairway, drawing ever closer. "Hurry, hurry." Xiaomu's voice quivered with urgency as pale hands appeared to stretch toward us from the shadows. At last, I located the key. I had no time to grab my camera, and, clutching Xiaomu, we entered dormitory 4118. Bang! The door slammed shut, and we leaned against it, listening intently to the sounds outside. Silence enveloped us, as if the previous chill were merely a figment of our imagination. Impossible. The camera outside was functioning normally, and I retrieved my phone from the Underworld show, where a spine-chilling live broadcast displayed the corridor's scene. In the profound darkness, I discerned the faint outline of a blood-red dress fluttering just outside the door. Chapter 31. The bloodstained love letter. What is that? Confusion etched across my face as I glanced down at Xiaomu, who had curled into a trembling ball, muttering indistinctly. My phone revealed the red dress lingering outside, showing no signs of departure. I inhaled deeply, recalling all the legends surrounding the campus, yet none spoke of a red dress. Calmness washed over me. At least we were safe for the moment. The door was blocked, and since escape was futile, I began to rummage through the room. The deceased, Shin Mingting, had occupied bed number 1. For boarders, dormitories were repositories of secrets, and I hoped to uncover something here. It wasn't that I was fearless, but while watching the Underworld show on my phone, I noticed the viewer's barrage of comments alongside the terrifying visuals outside. The cowardly host is as timid as a mouse. He abandoned the live stream to flee. The host has vanished again. Where did he go? Please cherish your live stream. What on earth is floating around? It's making me twitch. Oh, heavenly deities, grant me protection. What is this barrage protection meme? The comments flowed rapidly, and with each quip, the ominous red dress outside seemed less terrifying. Dormitory 4118 housed 4 girls, with all the beds on the second floor and desks and wardrobes on the first. Shin Mingting occupied bed number 1. I opened the corresponding wardrobe, finding most items removed, leaving only a couple of tattered garments. I searched through the pockets of the clothes, but found nothing. My gaze shifted to the desk drawer, which I opened to reveal a book titled Disguised as Monologues of Love, resting beneath a pile of discarded papers and tests. Love is too unbearable to behold. Solitude is the only truth. You are dangerous, cunning, leaving me with despair and desolation. I smirked. This book hardly seemed like something a high school student would relish. Flipping to the first page, a delicate bookmark caught my eye, inscribed with the words, "Your Knight, Guojunjia." Intriguingly, the reverse of the bookmark bore another line, elegantly penned, "My beloved slave." The book appeared new, the bookmark nestled within the first page, untouched. Its owner evidently had little fondness for it. As I idly leafed through, several letters tumbled out. I picked up a letter adorned with dates and names, presumably a collection of love letters penned by Guojunjia to Shin Mingting. The packaging remained intact, and Shin Mingting had never opened any of these letters. It was pitiful to see Guojunjia, who had silently persevered, reduced to nothing more than a mere pawn in Shin Mingting's eyes, merely a slave at her beck and call. I arranged the dusty letters in chronological order. The first dated 6 years prior. Upon opening the envelope, I found, as expected, a confession written with the utmost courage by a youthful boy. The language struck me as naive and laughable, yet for Guo Junjie at that time, every word was imbued with profound affection. The second and third letters continued in the same vein of confession, but by the fourth letter, I discerned something unsettling. Why did you give my gift to him? Why must I run errands for him? Why do I have to hide in the closet and watch you two being intimate? You deliberately flaunted your body in front of him. Do you not realize the torment this inflicts upon me? At this juncture, I stroked my chin, pondering the depths of despair. Guo Junjie's sanity was gradually being eroded by Shin Mingting. Opening the fifth letter, I noted it had been sent 5 years ago. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Please do not ignore me. I would sacrifice everything for you. I would even be your dog. This school is filled with monsters. But you are different. I cannot live without you. I will be obedient. I will heed your every command. In the letter, Guo Junjie poured out his heart in desperate pleas. Perhaps by then, Shin Mingting had already committed herself to another and had begun to tire of this obedient shadow trailing behind her. His sincerity was evident, yet it was clear that the recipient had never bothered to open the letters. Shin Mingting had never regarded Guo Junjie as anything significant upon receiving the letters. She merely tucked them away between the pages of a book, buried beneath discarded papers. What a stubborn, foolish child he was. The fruit of a forced affection is never sweet, and I sensed the impending tragedy that lay ahead. The sixth letter bore a chilling proclamation. Enough. I have had enough. Shin Mingting, if you continue with him, do not blame me for actions that you will forever regret. I swear, I will ruin you. A madman on the brink of destruction, what would Guo Junjie do next? Unable to fathom the answer, I opened the seventh letter. You see, fresh blood stains the entire table, and the police have arrived. But who would suspect me? The weakest and most insignificant among you. I, the target of your bullying, am the murderer. Huh. Shin Mingting, you will regret this. I will eliminate every scoundrel who dares to seduce you. I am your knight. You are my most noble princess. The pages were filled with frantic ramblings, and I envisioned a frail boy, knife in hand, standing before me in a state of hysteria. Upon opening the eighth letter, I found a question. What can I do for you? My curiosity. My answer was clear. I would give my very life for you, refraining from turning around. Inside the envelope lay a small gift, a testament to my resolve. Shaking the envelope, I discovered something within. I poured its contents onto the table, illuminating them with my phone. Wrapped in layers of cling film was a severed fingertip. This child must have been possessed. Although the pinky was decayed and deformed, I recognized it instantly. The eighth letter was succinct, yet I deduced that Shin Mingting's attitude towards Guo Junjie remained lukewarm, even bordering on disgust, as evidenced by the unopened envelope. I set the book aside and unfolded the last love letter. Shin Mingting, I am aware that you never harbored any affection for me. I have come to terms with this realization and no longer harbor any extravagant hopes. You are just like the others. No, you are even more despicable. Guo Junjie has finally awakened to reality. He has inflicted harm upon himself, yet received no sympathy or kindness in return. This world has shown him nothing but malice. Accept my final gift, not solely for you, but also for all those who have tormented me. I have consumed the antidote bestowed by the Buddha. I shall plunge into the cleansing waters and drown myself, ensuring that you all suffer under the curse of demons. I await you in hell. I will watch each of you languish in agony. Having read all 9 letters, I felt a chilling terror mingled with a tinge of regret. If there had been but one person at school who showed Guo Junjie compassion, he might not have reached this tragic juncture. If Shin Mingting had opened the envelope sooner, the unfolding tragedy could have been averted. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. I held the final letter and read it several times. Noting a particularly striking detail, he drank the antidote given by the Buddha. The Buddha? I have never heard of any enlightened being who would cruelly slay innocents to fulfill a single person's wish, only to remain in limbo, wandering the very campus they once inhabited. This does not align with the actions of the Buddha. Could it be? Is this Buddha referring to the dual-faced Buddha? If we consider the actions of the dual-faced Buddha in the Anshin Inn, it could indeed make sense. Yet what connection could there be between the Anshin Inn and Xinhua High School? The letters revealed myriad insights, yet they also raised countless questions. Is there truly a man so foolish as to willingly become a woman's dog? As I read the subsequent letters, Xiaomu sat beside me, his words dripping with mockery for Guo Junjie, as though it were an instinct embedded within him. In truth, he is rather pitiable. I refrained from passing judgment on Guo Junjie's actions, It is my personal principle never to define the character of a criminal. For behind most acts of madness lies a deeply distorted life experience. How could he alone exact revenge upon an entire school? Xiaomu curiously tapped the severed finger on the table. My heavens, how grotesque. Isn't it clearly written in the letter? He must have ingested some poison and then leapt into the cleansing waters. Consequently, on that fateful day, anyone who had consumed the school's tap water fell into a state of madness. I suspect the few individuals in the infirmary jumped to their deaths due to having inadvertently drunk the tap water. With a barely perceptible smile at the corner of my mouth, I tucked away the 9th letter. Do you think I am correct? Xiaomu nodded earnestly. How did I not think of that? You certainly did not consider it. I chuckled lightly, continuing nonchalantly. If you had guessed that day, you would not have drunk the school's tap water. That is indeed true. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly thickened. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 32, The Woman in Red. When did you discover it? After a few seconds, Xiaomu awkwardly replied. From the moment I laid eyes on the 4 of you, I began to suspect. Retreating to the doorway, I created distance between myself and Xiaomu. The area surrounding Xinhua School was barren. No matter the direction from which one approached, one's feet would inevitably be sullied with mud. Yet in the corridor of the classroom where we encountered each other, there was only my solitary footprint, pristine and unblemished. Thus, it can be inferred that you did not enter from the outside, but rather have always existed within the confines of this campus. Therefore, I remain skeptical of both you 3 and Sakura. Zuki, with a countenance shrouded in gloom, gradually lowered his head. The already dim light rendered his demeanor even more menacing. You knew all along that we were not human, so why did you choose to engage in our game? What compelled you to assist us in searching for Xinming? Life resembles a performance, reliant on skillful acting. As an ordinary individual without any remarkable talents, my only means of survival here is to engage my wits. With a smile gracing my lips, I refrained from exposing your true identities. Playing alongside you is merely a strategy to gain the upper hand, allowing you to grow complacent and perceive the game as enjoyable, thus sparing my life from your hands. As long as I can endure. What does it matter if I partake in a few games with ghosts? Zuki's expression darkened further, and on his pale skin, varying sizes of corpse-like stains began to emerge. Are you suggesting that you have been deceiving us all along? What? Are you enraged by shame? I waved my hand dismissively, stating that it cannot be deemed deception. It is merely a game I play with you little spirits. The audacity of my current demeanor is almost insufferable, as if I were made of indomitable flesh. Upon hearing my words, Zuki approached me step by step, his clothing tattered and blood seemingly seeping from beneath his feet. Zuki, in my estimation, you possess the keenest intellect among all the spirits. Do not act foolishly. Now that I have laid everything bare, naturally, I must leave myself a path of retreat. Do you recall when I inquired about your father's name? Your surname is Wang. Your full name is Wang Zuki. The school uniform on the 2nd bed of the infirmary belongs to you. Additionally, traces of Shui Fei and Xinming can be found within this institution. You are the souls of victims from 5 years past, cursed to death by Guojunjia, forever unable to reincarnate. Poor souls, eternally wandering this eerie ghost school, trapped in the relentless grip of Guojunjia's terror. In truth, I feel a measure of sympathy for you. Your transgressions have long been atoned for. Yet your spirits remain unrest. Compared to the sins you committed, this punishment seems excessively cruel. Perhaps my words struck a chord, for Zuki halted his advance. We do not require your sympathy. Soon, you will become just like us. His voice was hoarse, as if he were chewing on something within his throat. In alliance, both parties benefit. In conflict, both suffer. You may slay me and confine my soul here, but before you do, I have a proposal. Speak. Allow me to assist you in liberation, guiding you toward enlightenment. Just based on your word? How can we know without attempting? Observing Zuki deep in contemplation as the corpse-like stains receded from his form, I began to relax my anxieties. This life-and-death negotiation appears to have tilted in my favor. From the moment I received the notification regarding the tasks available in the Underworld showcase, I found it curious that the assignment required playing games on campus. What games? With whom? How shall we play? In this ominous place, it is impossible for other living beings to exist. Thus, the answer is straightforward. I must engage in games with ghosts. And the more, the better. Initially, I complied with the requirements, but as the mysterious veil of the campus began to lift, I discovered that the spirits within were not merely one or two, but rather there existed profound and irreconcilable conflicts among them. One faction comprised the perpetrators of the heinous massacre, while the other consisted solely of the victims imprisoned here. If my intuition serves me right, the puppeteer orchestrating everything from behind the scenes is Guojunjia, with Xiaomu and Xinming merely playing the role of clowns. Their existence solely to enact a performance of relentless fear and despair for Guojunjia, thereby purging their own sins. This disproportionate relationship has sparked a sense of opportunity within me, compelling me to take initiative and confront the specter. The transgressions you have committed, coupled with the torment endured over these 5 years, have been more than sufficient for atonement. If you do not resist now, are you prepared to remain enslaved for all eternity, mere puppets in his hands? I have participated in civil litigation and served as a mediation lawyer, initially merely to earn a living. Yet those experiences have endowed me with the ability to persuade others. You need not hesitate, should you wish to end my life. The opportunity is yours, but should you miss this chance, you will forever be unable to alter your imprisoned fate. Xiaomu, eventually swayed by my words, reverted to her normal self, giving me hope. But if the curse is not broken before dawn, you shall remain with us eternally. A promise is a promise. My intention to assist Xiaomu was merely a whimsical utterance, lacking any real conviction, driven by the notion that any delay is worthwhile. After all, it is a gamble worth taking, given the inevitability of death. To demonstrate your sincerity, might you allow the female specter in the red dress at the entrance to depart? Such trivial tricks do not intimidate me. As I picked up my phone to monitor the movements outside, the camera no longer captured the red hem. Yet I could not dismiss the possibility of her lurking in a place unseen by the lens, ready to strike the moment the door opened. The red dress? Xiaomu's expression turned peculiar. It was my first encounter with such an apparition at school. Could it be Xinming? The situation diverged from my expectations. Xinming was dead, or rather, the version of her tonight had perished. What do you mean by that? With a sigh, Xiaomu wore a grim expression, explaining that we were but faint remnants of consciousness, released each night by Guojunjia to endure the harrowing fears, akin to a recurring nightmare. The torment of our thoughts signifies death. You articulated it perfectly. We are mere clowns dancing in the palm of Guojunjia, devoid of freedom, forever unable to flee. If Xinming and Xue Fei do not return tonight, could the specter in the red dress be one of your other classmates? I was uncertain whether Xiaomu was being deceitful, so I probed further for information. Shaking her head, Xiaomu revealed a crucial detail. All cursed students don the school uniform. While outsiders differ, like Sakura, whose origins remain a mystery to me. The reticent Sakura, seemingly lost in a dream, is also an outsider? When did she arrive? Approximately a year ago. She claimed to be waiting for someone. However, do not be deceived by her appearance. She seems innocent but harbors a heavy aura of resentment, causing even us to steer clear of her. As adults, Xiaomu and I possess differing modes of thought. Our actions are driven by purpose. What are the motives of the vengeful spirits that haunt Xinhu High School? This institution undoubtedly conceals treasures of significance to these specters, which invite calamity. I have never heard of any treasures within our school. I only recall an incident when a madman, upon the school's opening, accused us of desecrating his ancestral grave, cursing us for 3 days and nights before being escorted away by security. Xiaomu shrugged, observing your insatiable curiosity. She inquired, perhaps you should abandon your aspirations of becoming a broadcaster and instead lend your voice. That requires 100,000 further investigation and questions. Need time. I cleared my throat, attempting to mask my embarrassment at being lectured by a mere child. Returning to the matter at hand, since you all are cursed by Guojunjia, locating him could potentially unravel many of our pressing dilemmas. However, our 5 years of wandering this school have yielded no trace of him. We only know he lurks in the shadows, watching us, yet his exact hiding place remains a mystery. I can empathize with Xiaomu's despair. Fear not, for I am an expert in the art of searching for the missing and the deceased. The collective death incident at Xinhu High School was never disclosed to the outside world. Managing so many corpses necessitated a discreet approach. An incineration on site was the most prudent method. Let us first examine the water tank where Guojunjia drowned, followed by a visit to the incineration pit where the school disposes of its waste. After reaching an agreement with Xiaomu, I slipped the dormitory key into my pocket and urged her to hurry as we darted out. Grasping the handle and twisting the lock, I flung open the door. seized the camera, and sprinted toward the staircase. Run. She seems to be following us. Without glancing back, I knew well whom Xiaomu referred to. I dashed, taking 3 or 4 steps at a time, narrowly escaping the confines of the girls' dormitory. Let us go. We must reach the water treatment center without being caught. I instinctively scooped up the dazed Sakura sitting by the roadside and fled into the distance. No need to panic. It appears she has not pursued us. Glancing back, I caught sight of a crimson figure standing at the second-floor window of the girls' dormitory, seemingly beckoning to me. A shiver coursed through me as I clearly discerned that the woman was not clad in a long gown, but rather in a wedding dress, vibrant as fresh blood. Why does her silhouette seem somewhat familiar? Setting aside this unsettling thought, I followed Xiaomu's lead to the water treatment center. Pushing open the door, I entered a modest room lined with water pipes, with a boiler for heating water at the far end, connected to several large water tanks. It was within one of these that he had drowned. Climbing atop the tank, I opened a narrow inlet, releasing a foul stench. Illuminating with my phone, I found the enormous tank devoid of water, a dark void where nothing was visible. You two wait outside. I need to investigate further. The 1-foot-wide opening barely allowed me passage as I painstakingly crawled into the dim, confined space, a sense of oppression and fear enveloping me, perhaps due to its prolonged inactivity. The tank's air was thin, and I struggled against the suffocating pain, desperately searching for anything useful. The floor was slick, and as I crouched, I soon spotted a tattered school uniform in the corner of the tank. Just as I reached for it, a boy's voice suddenly echoed in my ear. Why did you kill me? Who is there? I turned, yet found nothing around me. At that moment, the only exit above me, the 1-foot-wide inlet, was abruptly slammed shut from the outside. Chapter 33. Carrying the corpse Sakura? Xiaomu. I pounded frantically on the metal of the tank, pleading, open the lid. Please, open it. No response came, driving me to the brink of madness. The air within was stagnant. After shouting several times, I felt dizzy and struggled to breathe. My arms grew weak, and the phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. The jar is not large, yet I find myself utterly lost, desperately groping inch by inch until my complexion turns a ghastly shade of purple and my veins threaten to burst. I have never encountered such a harrowing experience. Within this sealed water tank, I truly grasped the essence of fear. It is not the specters that haunt me, but a primal dread of death itself. Severely deprived of oxygen, I rub my face with my hands, my nails carving crimson trails into my flesh. The agony is unbearable, rendering me voiceless as I curl at the bottom of the tank like a fish drained of its life-giving water. Why do you wish to kill me? In a haze of confusion, that voice echoes once more. I strain to open my eyes, seemingly witnessing a small boy with a bleeding pinky finger leap into the tank, sealing the lid with his own hands as he slowly sinks into the frigid, inky depths. Loneliness and terror envelop him in the face of death. Instinctively, his body begins to thrash, calling for help, yet none answer until all his organs cease their function, and his body grows cold and rigid. I am unwilling to embrace death. Yet why do you seek to end my life? The lifeless form, which should have perished, floats beside me, its bulging eyes staring at me like those of a dead fish. Why do you wish to kill me? In a state of semi-consciousness, I muster my last ounce of strength to push him away, but it is futile. A pair of icy hands grips my throat. Why do you wish to kill me? Smack. A resounding slap jolts my face, shattering the darkness before me like a mirror. A delicate, refined visage meets my gaze. Sayuri? It dawns on me that I am lying within the iron tank, my body damp with moisture. The boy I had seen and the voice I had heard are now mere figments of my imagination. Are you all right? Shumu stands above the tank, relieved that Sayuri sensed something amiss. Otherwise, I might never have awakened. I stagger to my feet and lean over the inlet, gasping for the air outside. The scene I witnessed seemed to echo Guijunja's demise. He was screaming and struggling, claiming that you were the ones who killed him. At Xinhu High School, everyone lives in fear. Who would concern themselves with him? Furthermore, had we acted preemptively to eliminate him, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. Shumu's words hold some merit. Guijunja has always been watching us from the shadows. He would not allow you to conduct your investigation smoothly. After Shumu's revelation, I comprehend the perilous nature of my current predicament, as I could easily fall victim to the vengeful specter. To be honest, I was truly frightened moments ago, unknowingly. I had succumbed to fear, and remnants of that dread linger within me. For some time to come, I doubt I will dare enter confined spaces alone. Sayuri, please stay with me for a while. I am feeling quite anxious. Regardless of whether Sayuri is human or spirit, she saved me moments ago, and I ought to place my trust in her. Finding my fallen phone, I shine its light into the corner of the tank, illuminating the tattered school uniform still discarded in its place. This must be Jiangcheng's belongings. I pick up the uniform and lay it out across the iron tank. The back shows no abnormalities, but where it presses against the chest, there is a dark stain of blood. This is peculiar. The blood stain on the uniform is soaked with the life fluid that flowed from the wound on the deceased's chest. Strangely, the blood is evenly distributed. Unlike a penetrating wound inflicted by a sharp weapon, I hold the uniform against myself, pressing my hand onto the area where the blood is most concentrated. This spot aligns with the heart. What sort of wound could cause such uniform bleeding and prove difficult to heal? In my mind, the two words peeling skin emerged. This brought to mind the act of Jiangcheng, severing his pinky finger to present it as a gift to Xin Mingting, extinguishing the last remnants of my pity for him. He has completely lost his mind. Though he retains a human facade, his actions are akin to those of a devil, twisted and devoid of consequence. While rummaging through the pockets of my school uniform, I stumbled upon a class photograph, regrettably rendered indistinct due to prolonged exposure to water. He must have clutched this photograph in his final moments, not out of nostalgia, but more likely as a conduit for a curse, wishing death upon all depicted within. I tucked the photograph alongside Jiangcheng's final love letter, yet found no further clues despite my extensive search. It is time to venture to the incineration pit. This nightmare deserves a conclusion. Emerging from the water tank, I had gathered a reasonable harvest. Now, I simply needed to trace the trail to Jiangcheng's remains. The refuse disposal site lay deep within the campus, the ground overrun with weeds, and with each step, the desolation intensified. A cold wind seeped through my clothing, and the thought of numerous corpses possibly buried beneath my feet spurred me onward. I arrived. 2 bungalows stood adjacent to the school's perimeter, the gate locked and strange seals affixed to the windows. We cannot accompany you any further on this path. Dear host, we cannot enter this house. As I approached the incineration pit, Shiomu's countenance darkened. Her once smooth skin now showed signs of cracking. Do not worry, leave it to me. I surmised that her reaction was likely related to the seals on the windows. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the seals bore peculiar runes. Having learned from past experiences at the Anshin Inn, I refrained from recklessly tearing them down. At this juncture, it was prudent to consult an expert. I sought assistance in the live stream, only to encounter a plethora of charlatans boasting and posturing, with few reliable individuals present. Is Lu Banzian available? Is Lu Banzian at the foot of Jiangcheng Mountain? Regrettably, he was not online today, making me long for his wisdom. The Yuanshan soul-calling talisman? A mere low-grade talisman. If it is torn, so be it. Among the barrage of comments, one caught my attention from an individual named Taoist Wani. My interest was not piqued by the validity of his statements, but rather by his grandiose demeanor as he spoke with an air of invincibility. Life and death hang in the balance. Esteemed viewers, what sage advice do you have? Call the police. Our live stream's motto is to call the authorities at the slightest provocation. Call what police? Listen to me. First kick the door 3 times. Then use your inner strength to disperse the evil. As the saying goes, a night kick at the widow's door makes one superior among men. Allow me to enlighten you with some references. A motley crew of nonsense-spouting individuals surrounded me. Yet I remained cautious at the door, particularly attentive to Taoist Wani. Yuanshin is one of the 8 characters of calamity, also known as the Great Consumption, a most ominous sign. To witness this calamity only amplifies the misfortune. In life, it brings misfortune to men, transforming their voices into vile echoes, filled with gluttony and shame. For women, it results in numerous tribulations, with their voices harsh and their conduct licentious. The corpses within, having carried Yuanshin during their lives, become bound by this vengeful spirit after death, their resentment so profound that ordinary talismans are utterly ineffective. This Yuanshin soul-calling talisman serves merely as a temporary measure, capable only of restraining them for the time being. I gazed at the barrage of comments, though I could not discern their intricacies. Yet they felt far more reliable than those of others. How might one destroy the Yuanshin divine evil? Taoist Wandao, do you possess any ingenious methods? I lowered my stance, feigning aloofness, lest I inadvertently drive him away, which would truly bring me to tears. You, a mere mortal, dare to oppose the Yuanshin? How laughable. Once, Liu Banxian expressed a similar sentiment, albeit with far more subtlety. If you truly possess celestial knowledge, Taoist, I would be immensely grateful for your guidance. It cannot be said that my prowess rivals the heavens. However, in the past 50 years, few cultivators can match my strength. Today, I shall impart to you a perilous yet life-saving technique. Many viewers in the live stream expressed disdain for the arrogant voice, and I too found myself pondering whether this individual was merely a delusional youth or a genuine practitioner of the celestial arts. You, lacking in knowledge and skill, must possess the audacity to confront adversity head-on to uncover a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Taoist, spare me your judgments and simply tell me what to do. The divine evil strikes fiercely. Without a spirit, creation cannot manifest, and without slaughter, authority cannot be established. You must rid your mind of distractions and fears, and from the mountains of corpses and ghosts, locate the body that carries the Jiangcheng's fate, then carry it forth. Carry it? Must I truly bear the corpse? Seek a place illuminated by pure light, and cast it down from a height. If it shatters into pieces, you shall have no worries tonight. Should its resentment linger, then your demise is certain. Chapter 34. The 13th level of steps. I have witnessed numerous corpses and observed forensic examinations, but those were conducted under strict safeguards, such as sterile gloves and isolation suits. To bear a corpse unarmed and run about, surely, even professionals in the mortuary field would struggle to do so. Must I carry it? If it makes you uncomfortable, you may cradle it, but be sure to avoid letting the body touch the ground. For this land has long been tainted by the Jiangcheng divine evil, and other transformations may arise. Taoist Wan Dao's mention of other transformations sent a chill down my spine. I blinked my dry eyes. Perhaps carrying it would be the more prudent choice. Having someone to guide me was far better than floundering about aimlessly. I resolved to follow Taoist Wan Dao's instructions. Sakura and Shiomu hid at a distance, reluctant to approach, revealing that the talismans affixed to the window were not as ineffective as Taoist Wan Dao had claimed. Taking a deep breath to steady my mind, I vowed to face whatever lay ahead without fear, determined to pursue my goal relentlessly. I tore down the talisman sealing the window and leapt into the modest dwelling. The outer room, where workers rested, was ordinary and devoid of abnormalities. However, just a door away, the inner chamber was plastered with talismans and bore a sign declaring no entry for the uninvited. With the talisman now removed, there was no turning back. As I entered the inner room, a heavy stench assaulted my nostrils. 5 years had not diminished this odor, but rather, the enclosed environment had fermented it into something even more repugnant. Frowning, I held my breath and steeled my resolve. Recalling Taoist Wan Dao's words, only by acting with singular purpose and confronting adversity can one find a sliver of hope amidst the abyss. Here goes nothing. With a swift motion, I tore down the talisman from the door and pushed open the wooden barrier that had sealed off this hellish scene for 5 years, bringing it back to life before my eyes. The inferno consumed the gasoline, which was splashed upon the corpses, and the accumulated resentment loomed overhead like ominous clouds, shrouding the roof. My body trembled, my teeth chattered. Everything before me was overwhelmingly real and brutally harsh. Having witnessed numerous crime scenes, I still felt an unsettling discomfort. My fingers twitched involuntarily, leaving me unsure of how to proceed. Upon touching the first charred remnant resembling a human form, I felt as though I had entered a filthy alternate reality. The deductions I made were accurate, yet the execution proved exceedingly challenging. I could not relent, nor could I succumb to fear. I must find him. I must find him. My human emotions were subjected to torment and interrogation, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of reason to maintain clarity, moving mechanically through the room in search. I was oblivious to Guijunjia's appearance, and the school held no remnants of his likeness. Yet I possessed a crucial clue. A palm-sized patch of skin had been excised from the area where his heart lay. I needed to locate a corpse with its left rib cage devoid of skin, all while suppressing any signs of dread and wavering resolve. The passage of time stretched infinitely, and my thoughts spiraled into chaos. I could no longer discern whether I was alive or dead, merely repeating the motions of my hands. An obsession seeming to take root within my heart. Find him. My hands grew grimy as I did not know how many corpses I had turned over or how much time had elapsed. As I reached a corner, a small, well-preserved skeletal body came into view, as if guided by fate. I dragged the corpse out, its features unrecognizable due to the burns. However, My gaze fell upon its chest. One side bore charred flesh adhered to the bones, while the other was vacant, even the heart missing. I had found him. The moment I hefted him onto my back, the entire room trembled, the resentment swirling as if something was about to awaken. The talisman papers on the walls fluttered without wind, and several glimmered with a faint red light. The windows rattled. I paid no heed, ensuring the corpse would not touch the ground before striding forth. As I stepped out of the burning trench, every pane of glass in the nearby building shattered, the talismans reduced to ash, rendered ineffective. The only visible area bathed in light was illuminated by the moon. Hastened to the rooftop of the teaching building. I sprinted forth, racing against time. For life and death hung in the balance. Guojunjia, transformed into the Yuanshan divine spirit, would soon sense my presence at that moment. Neither I nor Sakura would stand a chance. The black smoke surged within the burning trench, resentment coalescing into myriad shapes. The cries of Shiomu echoed in my ears. Yet I dared not turn back or utter a word, propelling myself toward the teaching building. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted behind me as black smoke billowed from the building. Guojunjia's Yuanshan divine spirit broke free. It was over. Shiomu's face turned pale. Despair threatened to consume him. Yet there remained a chance. The corpse was his sole vulnerability. Gritting my teeth, I finally dashed into the teaching building, ascending the crumbling, fractured staircase. The chilling wind howled behind me, akin to a pack of hunting hounds, and the weight of the corpse upon my back grew heavier. My legs trembled, dizziness enveloped me. The sensation of being trapped in a water tank threatened to resurface. Hold on. I bit my tongue, blood filling my mouth. The pain kept me alert in those final moments. First floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Before me lies a solitary staircase ascending to the top floor. A mere 12 steps that will determine the outcome of a life or death race against vengeful spirits. Each step feels as if my legs are encumbered by lead. And as I turn my head, I see the relentless manifestation of resentment coalesce into a grotesque specter, swiftly closing in on me. 10 steps remain, and blood trickles from my lips to my chin as I struggle to lift my leg. A dissonant voice echoes in my ears. The figure of Shiomu torn to shreds by the malevolent entity, his remnants scattering like snowflakes. Step by step, the specter howls, and a diminutive figure stands defiantly before it, Sakura, letting out a piercing scream, her face as pale as a sheet, save for her wide, dark eyes. An astonishing aura of wrath emanates from her fragile form, akin to a bloodied butterfly emerging from a shattered cocoon. The specter's advance is halted, engulfed in a stalemate. I am oblivious to the turmoil behind me, feeling as though I am burdened by an enormous weight. My steps grow heavy and laborious. 4 steps, 5 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. Only 1 step remains on the 12th stair, while Sakura and the specter continue their confrontation. I can do this. As my foot lands on the 12th step, I summon every ounce of strength to move forward, only to discover, with a glance down, the existence of a 13th step. Impossible. I had counted clearly. I have traversed 12 steps. How could there be another? Frozen in place, it feels as though countless arms grasp at me. Sweat beads on my forehead as I stare at the unexpected stair, uncertain if I should take that final step. The sounds of conflict below gradually fade, and Sakura, like a rag doll, is hurled away, leaving nothing to impede the specter. Resentment morphs and dissipates into black smoke, revealing a frail boy in place of the grotesque specter. His features are indistinct. Much like his experiences in this school, no one has ever truly regarded him, nor remembered his visage. Just 1 step away. The ones who sought my demise are you. The ones who drove me to death are you. You must pay the price. The boy incessantly repeats phrases of similar sentiment, the weight of resentment intensifying, as the corpse on my back seems to constrict my throat with a living ferocity. Yes, they wronged you. That is true, but it is you alone who has committed murder. I am curious, what depth of resentment fuels your relentless pursuit, leading to the slaughter of so many? Aware of my impending demise, I cease my struggle. You all deserve to die? You deserve it. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. The boy advances, enveloping me in darkness that obscures my vision entirely. He strides past me, yet does not strike me down immediately. Instead, he steps onto the 13th stair. In that instant, the path to the rooftop becomes sealed, revealing a gaping chasm, dark as night, seemingly suspended in midair. Peering into its depths, I see pale-faced souls clad in uniforms, weeping, eternally imprisoned here. So, It is true that stepping onto the 13th stair unveils another world. This thought flickers through my mind as my breathing becomes labored, and I feel myself leaning toward that abyss. As half my body nears the threshold, a familiar, melodious voice pierces the darkness. Gao Jian. Who calls for me? Awakening in a daze, I can only glimpse a figure at the end of the night. A red dress blooming like a raging fire. Chapter 35. The auspicious red lawn in a haze of consciousness. The charred corpse on my back dragged me toward the 13th step, where the soul imprisoned within beat against an invisible barrier. It seemed as though an unseen door existed between two worlds. My heart slowed, my eyelids grew heavy, and an unprecedented weariness washed over me. I was exhausted, longing to succumb to slumber, never to awaken again. Gao Jian. At this critical moment, that voice echoed once more. Yet, half of my body had already been pulled into the realm of the dead, the icy chill seeping into my throat as if I were submerged in a dark lake. Unable to utter a single word. Gao Jian. Someone persistently called my name. It was not a mere hallucination, but a sound I distinctly heard. Like a drowning man. I flailed my arms, yet my body continued to sink, resembling a scene from a nightmare, plunging into an endless abyss. Grab my hand. Gao Jian. The dark lake stirred with ripples as a ball of fierce fire descended from the heavens, illuminating my lifeless eyes and claiming my entire vision. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes. But my palm touched the flames before me. There was no searing pain, only warmth, akin to grasping a piece of exquisite jade, smooth and firm. It was the hand of a woman. Hold on. A long-lost warmth spread throughout my body, revitalizing my heart. I clutched the flame tightly. And all the darkness before me was consumed by the inferno. Gasping for air, I felt as if I had awakened from a dream, suddenly opening my eyes. The corpse on my back remained, but the 13th step leading to another world had vanished, replaced by a piece of human skin, intricately carved, torn from the chest. The missing skin from Guojunjia was affixed to the pathway leading to the rooftop. He had used this cursed skin to imprison the souls of wrongfully perished students, who had saved me moments ago. Looking up, I saw two figures, one clad in black and the other in crimson, fiercely engaged in combat. The grotesque black demon was the Yuan-Shen god, while the woman in the vibrant red wedding gown, equally burdened by resentment, was none other than Xiaofeng. Auspicious red lawn. The tone in the livestream became increasingly agitated. With the 8 characters God and the red lawn, what fate does this broadcaster possess? It is rare for a common person to encounter even one of the gods in a lifetime. Yet this individual has encountered 2 within mere hours. Moreover, their fates conflict, transforming misfortune into fortune. The red lawn, though less ferocious than Yuan Shen, also commanded the power of bloodshed, ensuring that in their struggle, they would not easily fall behind. I had no time to ponder how Xiaofeng had followed me. I simply rose again, the corpse of Guojunjia still on my back, and I kicked open the wooden door leading to the rooftop. Soft moonlight graced my face, a rare sight only visible from the pinnacle of the building. Under the moon's gentle glow, I vowed to obliterate you, vile demon, to shatter your very essence and scatter your soul. I stepped toward the edge of the teaching building, standing atop the railing. Die! With all my strength, I hurled the corpse from the 4th floor. A roar erupted through the corridor, a thunderous cry, as dark smoke billowed forth, and countless grotesque faces emerged, howling in despair. Bang! The sound of the corpse colliding with the ground echoed moments later, and simultaneously, the gathered spirits on the rooftop dissipated into thin air. At that moment, the Yuan Shen god finally broke free from Xiaofeng, reaching the rooftop, but alas, the fate had already been sealed. The malevolent spirit dissipated into wisps of blue smoke, ultimately leaving behind a frail boy standing before me. Clad in a thin school uniform, his indistinct visage gradually sharpened into clarity. Is it you? I blurted out. Yet no matter how hard I racked my brain, I could not recall where I had encountered him. We shall meet again, the boy declared as he turned to ash beneath the moonlight, but his final words lingered firmly within my heart. Is this the end? A faint light began to break in the sky as I limped back down the staircase. The human skin that had been affixed to the ground vanished, and the figures of Sakurako and Hidemoku were nowhere to be found. Only the bride clad in white, Xiaofeng, remained, sitting in silence on the frigid steps. Thank you, girl. I reached out to pat her shoulder, but when she turned, I was taken aback by the expression that was far from human. Hatred and anguish consumed her entire face. After a moment's reflection, I realized that the spirit occupying Xiaofeng's body was that of the vengeful ghost from the Anshin Inn. It was no wonder her resentment ran so deep. I did not withdraw my outstretched hand, but gently embraced her shoulders. "It's all right now, Xiaofeng." The murderous glint in her eyes gradually cleared, her expression softened, and her head tilted before she fainted to the ground. "I apologize for involving you in this." I lifted Xiaofeng and returned to the rooftop. Dawn had yet to break, and the spectral tasks of the afterlife remained unceasing, leaving me no means of escape. Setting my phone and camera aside, I perched on the railing at the edge of the building, gazing at the silent, desolate campus. Was this truly the world? Throughout the night, I had struggled on the precipice of death. A single miscalculation or a stroke of bad luck could have rendered me a cold corpse. My soul eternally imprisoned here. I finally comprehended why Xia Qi shunned live broadcasts. This was certainly not a task suited for the living. I retrieved a cigarette, silently igniting it, and watched the world beneath me as I awaited the first rays of dawn to grace my being. Surviving such peril surely brings fortuitous blessings. It is the first time I have encountered a life imbued with dual calamities. The live stream still garnered over 400 viewers. The night had been thrilling, far surpassing any horror film. Are you not resting, Taoist? Do you not practitioners of the way prioritize self-cultivation? I exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling a sense of gratitude towards this audacious Taoist. "You ungrateful wretch. I just saved your life, and now you wish to send me away? Am I truly such a thankless soul? How about you provide me with an address, and I shall send you a couple of boxes of farm-fresh eggs? I have had my fill of exquisite delicacies, so they do not astonish me. Yet, your destiny is rare. Might I have the chance to meet you? I would be overjoyed, but I fear you may find me laughable as I am currently in a precarious situation. And I hope you can offer me guidance when the time comes." My words were sincere. If the fates have not aligned, we shall meet when the time is right. Your cryptic words grow increasingly unreliable. Do you believe I can survive until that fateful day? One fears not the myriad possibilities, but rather the singular misfortune. If I were to be the one chosen by the Taoist, my life would be remarkably resilient. Before I leave, allow me to gift you a poem. Listen carefully. What poem? The red phoenix heralds joy. Entering the palace of destiny, seeking wealth, all affairs are auspicious. Observe the peach blossoms blooming vividly. Encounters with benefactors abound. What does this poem mean? Just as I was about to inquire further, Xiaofeng stirred in my arms, awakening to find herself in bridal attire leaning against me. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Last night was truly perilous. She buried her face against my chest, visibly anxious and at a loss for words. Witnessing her demeanor, I felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. Words unspoken lingered in the air, and I refrained from probing into her secrets. Instead, I gently pushed a strand of her hair aside and remarked, "I never anticipated you would look so stunning in a wedding dress. Whoever marries you will surely be fortunate." As the sun ascended above the horizon, its golden rays dispelled the lingering shadows, marking the conclusion of the live broadcast from Xinhu High School. Ding! As the sunlight bathed us, a new message appeared in the mobile inbox of the Underworld showcase. The live task had been completed, arriving at Xinhu High School at dawn and surviving until sunrise. Scoring would commence now. Points were awarded as follows: 1 point for completing the live broadcast, 2 points for achieving a peak viewership exceeding 500, 2 points for receiving over 1,000 EN coins in gifts during the broadcast, and an additional point for completing the Underworld's commission. Optional tasks included playing 7 games on campus, with progress at 3, having participated in the fear testing game, the Four Corners game, and hide and seek, yielding an extra 3 points. In total, 9 points were amassed from this broadcast. Indeed, high risks often yield high rewards, and this score was double that of my previous experience at the Anshin Inn. Although I could not recollect completing 3 games, I was inclined to accept the Underworld Showcase's favorable assessment. Perhaps by not revealing Xiaomu's identity, I could continue to masquerade and partake in more games. What a pity. The thought of each point representing a gold bar stirred a slight ache in my heart. The broadcaster's total points amounted to 9. Would I choose to redeem any goods? The catalog of available items had been updated. Tai Kumintong, 5 points. Randomly acquiring 6 minor talismans, 5 points. Tongxian wine, nourishing yin, supplementing yang, harmonizing the 5 organs, 5 points. A headless ghost tomb altar, capable of summoning low-level ghost servants, 6 points. An introductory text on destiny, 6 points. An enlightenment pill, randomly activating an acupoint, 6 points. and a flying dragon goo larva, blood oath for ownership. Capable of saving one and harming another, with immense growth potential, 9 points. Chapter 36, Purchasing Goods. The updated catalog featured a plethora of new items. Yet I did not scrutinize them. My sole desire was to depart from Xinhu High School as swiftly as possible. As for what to redeem, that would require thorough contemplation before making a decision. Helping each other, Xiaofeng and I left the school and walked a considerable distance before hailing a taxi. The unpleasant odor emanating from us, combined with Xiaofeng's blood-red wedding dress, startled the driver. I later managed to deflect his concern by claiming we were filming a movie. Xiaofeng, how did you find your way here last night? I inquired. As soon as you left, I hailed a taxi and followed you. The driver seemed to know you, a middle-aged, balding man, who was particularly intrigued by the concept of supernatural live broadcasts. Balding man, what a coincidence. I replied. He mentioned that people like you in the entertainment industry must be cautious, or else they might end up sneaking around for clandestine meetings. Looking at Xiaofeng, who tightly clutched her arms, I found myself at a loss for words. She undoubtedly harbored a significant secret, yet I did not know how to approach the subject. Perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, elation quickly turned to shock as we disembarked. Who dares to vandalize my store? Xiaofeng exclaimed. When she left last night, she had forgotten to lock the roller shutter, and now the glass door lay shattered, with merchandise scattered across the floor. Utterly trampled, what was meant to be a refreshing shower and a restful sleep had transformed into a disaster. Our home had been wrecked. As I rolled up my sleeves and burst into the shop, I chanced upon Lu, the blind man, leaning on his shoulder pole, intently examining a peculiar device in his hands, intermittently pressing a switch to feel the varying vibrations it emitted. What on earth is this contraption for? There isn't even an instruction manual? You blind fool. I considered you a brother, yet you vandalized my store. This is my entire fortune amassed over the years. Grasping Lu by the collar, I intended to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he deftly maneuvered his shoulder pole, flipping it with his hands, and before I knew it, I found myself pinned to the ground. Why would I damage your store? You, a frail wretch on the brink of death. Would I truly seek to provoke such ill fortune? Who else could it possibly be? I called out in your alley for half an hour yesterday, yet you were nowhere to be found. Today, you waltz in like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a hen, clearly with ill intentions. Alone, I am but a mere mortal, thus I sought my senior brother in a distant land yesterday. Did you find him? No, you scoundrel. And you dare remain so composed while spinning tales? Release me. I demand a duel. Just as Lu was about to respond, a young woman in bridal attire, Xiaofeng, entered the room, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He swiftly positioned his shoulder pole across his chest, shielding me behind him. What malevolent spirit dares to manifest in broad daylight? She is merely the waitress I hired. Let me go? Finally breaking free from his grasp, I explained Xiaofeng's background to Lu. After listening, he furrowed his brow in silence for a while. Brother, if you did not smash this store, then who could it be? Lu began to calculate with his fingers, and just as I thought he was about to cast a divination, the old trickster pointed towards the surveillance camera outside. Upon reviewing the footage, we saw a group of individuals arriving in a van around 2 or 3 in the morning. Wielding clubs, and without a word, they commenced their destruction. Although their license plate was obscured, their faces were not. And one thug with a scorpion tattoo on his chest even flashed a middle finger at the camera after the vandalism. Such arrogance. I certainly have ruffled a few feathers lately, but I could not ascertain their identities in that moment. Xiaofeng, busy tidying up inside, expressed her concerns after viewing the footage. Should we call the police? Call the police? Even if they are apprehended. They will be out in a week or 2. Such a trivial punishment cannot quell my burning rage. I shall investigate this matter myself. Whoever is backing them must pay dearly for daring to lay waste to my establishment. Those who act brazenly fear the recklessness of the desperate. And I am currently in a state of utter disregard for my own safety. By the time we finished tidying up the shop, it was noon. After Xiaofeng and I freshened up and donned ordinary clothes, we invited Lu to join us for a meal. As the drinks flowed, Lu remained silent until he noticed Xiaofeng had succumbed to intoxication. He dipped his finger in water and inscribed on the table, "Is there anything amorous between you two?" Amused, I replied, "Old Lu, do I seem like someone who cannot withstand a test? She is homeless, and I have temporarily provided her shelter. Our relationship is purely platonic. She is fated with the red phoenix, yet is haunted by a malevolent spirit, 2 lives entwined in one, a living enigma. It is best to avoid her and send her far away. Lu continued to scribble characters on the table. Upon seeing this, I thought little of it. Dismissing him with a laugh, "You've had too much to drink. If it weren't for Xiao Feng yesterday, I would have perished, even if it cost my life. I cannot neglect her. The entanglement of karmic debts and causes is perpetual. You may find yourself ensnared deeper and deeper, until ultimately, you are left with but two paths to tread." Lu the Blind rose to his feet, inscribing his final words in wine. "Either marry her or kill her. You are truly intoxicated. I shall neither wed her nor take her life." I spoke with utmost certainty as I took a bite of food. Lu the Blind, intending to write more, sighed deeply upon hearing my resolute tone. "It is all predestined, and human effort is futile." He gazed at me through the blindfold for several seconds, remarking, "Your condition has deteriorated gravely, and resentment has seeped into your very bones. I am unaware of where you ventured last night, but the malevolence surrounding you has multiplied significantly. If this continues, you need not worry about her cursing you. Your days will be numbered." I understood this. Yet there were places I simply had to visit. Last night, I had been playing games with spirits and searching alone in the room, sealing the celestial calamity for corpses. It was no surprise that the aura of death was heavy. "Old Lu, do you know how to dispel the negative energy surrounding me? Only the rarest treasures can eliminate such malevolence. Wealth does not guarantee acquisition, and you should be more concerned about another matter." He glanced at Xiao Feng, stating, "The dense negative energy will attract more foul entities, making your situation increasingly precarious. Having numerous debts is not burdensome. Encountering malevolent beings often is not alarming. You truly have an open mind." Lu the Blind was left speechless by my perspective. One cannot stroll by the river without getting their shoes wet. It is wise to exercise caution. It would be best for you to keep a few roosters or black dogs in your store for early warning when danger truly arrives. They might help buy you some time. Keeping roosters in the store seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? I am looking out for your well-being. What is left of your life that you would still care about such things?" After speaking, Lu the Blind downed his last drink, picked up his yoke, and left. I settled the bill and carried the drunken Xiao Feng back to the store, gazing at her innocent demeanor, her rosy lips slightly parted, and found myself devoid of any sleepiness. I covered her with a blanket, locked the store door, and made my way to the largest pet market in Jiangcheng. Lu the Blind was right. Some animals indeed possess the ability to communicate and ward off evil. Purchasing one to keep an eye on the store when it is empty would be quite beneficial. Upon my first visit to the pet market, I was taken aback by the bustling business. Green iguanas and chameleons were being sold, with a promotion of buy two, get one free for only $19.99. Are you still troubled by a lack of companionship? Do you feel lonely with no one to understand or converse with? Hurry and acquire a monk parakeet. It is not merely a pet, but a therapist for your soul. The queen of the spider realm, the intelligence rose. Does it not stir your heart? As I observed the shops on either side and the cages outside, I hesitated to enter and request, "Boss, I would like 2 roosters, the kind with white feathers and red crowns." After wandering most of the street, I finally found a store specializing in pet dogs. Upon entering, I discovered an array of adorable dogs, sure to charm any girl. I shook my head and was about to leave when the enthusiastic owner called out, "Brother, you seem unsatisfied with my dogs. They are too effeminate. I desire something more imposing." I dared not reveal that my purpose for purchasing a dog was to ward off evil. Understanding the customer is key. "Please, follow me. Those dogs are fierce, but outside, they might frighten passers-by." The owner pulled aside a heavy curtain, leading me into the backyard. The dogs here, though appearing fierce, inexplicably shrank back into their cages, trembling as I approached, leaving the owner quite embarrassed. "This is unusual. These little ones are normally quite fierce, yet today they dare not even bark." The owner pondered in confusion. I too felt perplexed. It was likely due to the overwhelming negative energy surrounding me, tainted by the celestial calamity. I discerned my intention to leave when the proprietor, with a steely resolve, beckoned me to remain. "I have some exceptionally fine dogs in my establishment," he asserted. "But regardless of your decision to purchase, please refrain from disclosing this. I fear complications may arise." "Are there dogs even more formidable than these?" I inquired. "Certainly," he replied, producing a key to unlock the innermost chamber. As the door swung open, a pungent aroma of raw meat assailed my senses. "Exercise caution. Do not approach the cages too closely. These are all large fighting breeds, along with some mastiffs in temporary care, fed exclusively on raw meat and quite wild." The proprietor gestured for me to enter and inspect the dogs myself. Nodding, I took a step inside, and the clanking of chains erupted from every iron cage, reminiscent of cold water splashed into sizzling oil. Chapter 37. Ferocious Hounds. Are these cages sturdy? I questioned, a sense of trepidation creeping over me. The fighting dogs, bared teeth glinting, fixated upon me as if I were a feared predator, poised for attack. Had they not been restrained by chains, I surmised they would have lunged at me with deadly intent. The proprietor, standing at the threshold, expressed his bewilderment, noting that such a reaction was unprecedented. Could it be, sir, that you were once a professional dog butcher? I wouldn't dare slaughter a chicken, let alone a dog, I retorted. Though these formidable canines were robust and fierce, they did not align with my requirements. Their inexplicable hostility suggested they were far from tameable. Do you have any other dogs? I pressed, unwilling to relent. This was the largest pet dog shop in the market. If I could not find a satisfactory dog here, I would likely find none elsewhere. Upon hearing my words, the proprietor inhaled sharply and cryptically remarked, "Today does indeed hold an air of the uncanny. Since you are already here, let me show you my prize collection." We traversed 2 rows of cages to a separate breeding enclosure at the rear of the building. Even from 10 meters away, the hounds within sensed our presence and erupted into a cacophony of furious growls, their sounds nearly threatening to rend the roof as the iron bars rattled and their bodies collided with the cages in a thunderous symphony. Stay back. These dogs have a history of aggression. Logically, they should have been euthanized, but I could not bear to do so. Very well, I replied, now infused with a sense of anticipation. Given their heightened sensitivity to the ominous, I deemed it worthwhile to acquire one for myself. Upon entering the enclosure, I observed that all the iron cages were reinforced and larger than those outside. The proprietor unveiled the black cloth draped over the first cage, indicating, "This is the Neapolitan Mastiff, one of the world's most perilous breeds. Once it attacks, it pursues with relentless fervor, often consuming its prey, including humans. In the realm of fierce dogs, it is hailed as a most ruthless killer, once favored by the mafia to symbolize terror and authority." The dog within barked wildly, its size reminiscent of a young horse. I would advise against purchasing this dog. It is now an adult, and since its previous owner's demise, no one has been able to tame it, the proprietor cautioned. He then lifted the cover of the second cage, revealing the cane corso, historically utilized to drive cattle to slaughter, gripping them to facilitate the butchering process. It is also employed in hunting large game, such as wild boar. Possessing remarkable agility and reflexes, known for its fierce temperament and extraordinary bravery, it fights valiantly until either victory or death. It is said that the 3-headed hound Cerberus, featured in many films, was inspired by this breed. With a modicum of effort, this breed of dog can be trained to become your most loyal guardian. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing one, the price is a flat $30,000. The owner spoke extravagantly about it. Yet I found myself with a mere $200 in my pocket, which I had initially thought would suffice. Not perceiving my predicament, the owner unveiled the third iron cage draped in black cloth, revealing a robust American pit bull, weighing 30 kilograms, capable of overpowering a 75-kilogram Caucasian shepherd, and capable of dispatching 2 sheepdogs within 3 minutes. Among all ferocious breeds, it is deemed the most ruthless and combative. This purebred pit bull, due to its history of aggression, was offered to me at a discounted price of $15,000. Noting my poker face remained unmoved, the owner revealed the fourth cage. This housed a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, consigned here by a wealthy merchant from Jiangcheng who had fallen into bankruptcy. There exists video evidence of this dog having fought valiantly against 3 starving wolves without succumbing. According to the consignor, the price for this magnificent creature is set at $100,000. I licked my parched lips and exclaimed, $10,000 for a dog? Are you out of your mind? I inquired about the contents of the last cage, driven by curiosity. To my surprise, the owner appeared somewhat troubled. "This dog is not for sale. If you do not find anything you like, please take your leave." His refusal only intensified my intrigue. "Surely, you do not harbor a protected species in that cage? That would be illegal." "Impossible," he replied. "Well, if you wish to see it, go ahead, though it is hardly an impressive specimen." With that, he pulled aside the black cloth to reveal a rather ordinary-looking wolf dog lounging lazily. Given the meticulous concealment, I had almost anticipated a lion. Compared to the other proud and imposing canines in the room, this wolf dog appeared exceedingly mundane. The owner, with a wry smile, explained, This dog is known as the Chinese rural dog, commonly referred to as a native dog. One must not judge by appearances. Its placement in the innermost cage suggests it possesses remarkable qualities. Though the owner appeared somewhat embarrassed, he continued, "This dog was consigned here by a disheveled Taoist who, in a desperate state, sought to trade the dog for wine." Trading a dog for wine? How audacious! I mused, scrutinizing the native dog within the cage. Curiously, while the other dogs barked incessantly, clearly intimidated by my aura, this native dog remained calm and indifferent. According to the disheveled Taoist, this dog is a guardian of Changbai Mountain, having chased Siberian tigers, battled bears, and slain snakes measuring 6 to 7 zhang in length. Nourished by the waters of Tianqi and herbs like lingji. Just this? I retorted, noting that 1 zhang is approximately 3 meters, disregarding the existence of snakes of such length. This native dog had a tail that was barely over 1 meter long. You are exaggerating, my friend. A modicum of common sense should render such tales implausible. That's what the Taoist claimed. Initially, I too was skeptical, but I later discovered this dog is indeed extraordinary. The owner gestured towards several other dogs, stating, "These fighting breeds possess violent temperaments and cannot be housed with others, but this native dog is different." On one occasion, a staff member inadvertently left the door ajar, allowing a pit bull to escape. Despite our collective efforts, we were at a loss until this native dog miraculously appeared and, with a single bark, compelled the pit bull to return to its cage. Furthermore, several months prior, my wife had rushed in, cradling our feverish child, urging me to drive them to the hospital without delay. As I just drove the car over, my wife suddenly mentioned that our child's fever had subsided. Upon entering the house, I found my son lying on the floor, playing with a local dog. You cannot imagine the scene. This dog sat majestically at the entrance, while all the other pets in the room remained silent, not daring to bark. Strangely, as the child was about to leave, the dog firmly clamped its teeth onto the child's clothing and wouldn't let go. Eventually, we had no choice but to cut the garment off. Ever since that piece of clothing was discarded, the child has not fallen ill again. When we returned to our hometown for the new year, I learned that the child's clothes had all been made by my sister-in-law for her own child. Tragically, her child, in a moment of mischief, fell into a reservoir and drowned, resulting in those newly made garments being given to my child by my brother. "Boss, I came here to buy a dog. Yet you started telling stories," I remarked. After all I had experienced, I sensed that the owner was not lying. However, as a host of a ghostly show, I must always conceal my identity and strive to blend in as an ordinary person. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by my words, the owner confessed, "I sometimes find it peculiar as well, but this dog indeed possesses a certain spirit. It has been sold multiple times, yet always manages to sneak back home. So, I decided to keep it indoors and treat it well, for it has shown loyalty to my family." You have both affection and loyalty. I was moved by the owner's words. Is not such a spirited dog precisely what I need? How much is this dog? I sincerely wish to purchase it. Please, name your price. It's not that I do not want to sell. Even if you take it today, it may sneak back tomorrow, and I would have to refund you, wasting both our time. That is my concern alone. Just name your price. I feigned impatience, ready to pull out my money. The price is set by the scruffy Taoist. You must pay this amount. The owner extended 5 fingers. 500? That's too steep. I think 200 is just right. 500,000. How much? I turned sharply, my foot inadvertently stepping on something, and I collided into a nearby iron cage. The Tibetan Mastiff that had long held a grudge against me lunged forward, drawn by the scent of flesh. Chapter 38. The boss's commission caught off guard. I had no time to react. When I turned to look, the sharp teeth of the dog were aimed directly at my eye. Bang! I didn't even have time to scream as my body was propelled away with great force. When my vision cleared, I found a yellow-haired local dog affectionately licking my wrist. "You saved me?" The owner was drenched in sweat, realizing the severe consequences had I been blinded by his dog. "Are you all right, brother?" He quickly crouched beside me. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Just as I was about to rise, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation in my wrist. Turning my head, I noticed that the dog seemed particularly interested in my wrist, continuously licking a specific spot. This dog and I share a unique bond. Wait. A sudden realization struck me. The spot it was licking was the wound left by the ghostly show's plum blossom poison. I quickly withdrew my arm, disregarding the apologetic owner, and crouched down to meet the dog's gaze. "Do you know what this is?" The owner was bewildered by my reaction. "Why are you crouching?" Surely, he thought I was trying to swindle him. Boss, I want this dog. Huh? What is going on? I said I want this dog. Brother, this dog is not for sale. That 500,000 is likely just drunken talk from the old Taoist. What is its name? Brother, why are you so straightforward? The dog has been patiently awaiting its owner's return. Even if you were to purchase it, it would stealthily return home. Pray, tell me its name. Bai Qi. Bai Qi. Is it the same Bai Qi, the formidable general of the Qin dynasty who executed 400,000 men? The name bears a striking resemblance, yet it carries an air of dominance and an aura of lethality. No wonder it remains unperturbed by fame or disgrace. Untouched by the supernatural. This dog is mine. Rising to my feet, I produced the black card from the Underworld showcase. The owner, taken aback, exclaimed, 50,000 won't shortchange you a single cent. Calm yourself, brother. The owner was utterly flabbergasted. What madness is this? There is no need for further hesitation. This is precisely what I desire. I reached into my pocket, retrieving 200 yuan and placing it in the owner's hand. We shall pay in installments. Keep this 200 for now, Bai Qi. Let us depart. We hurried along, with Bai Qi captivated by the plum blossom branding, trailing closely behind me. It was not until we had dashed through 2 streets that I heard the owner's frantic shouts, brandishing the 200 yuan, chasing after us in his slippers. Hey, the dog is not for sale. You still owe 49,980. No need to return it. Once outside the pet market, I hailed a taxi, urging the driver to drive swiftly, take a round of the city, then return quickly. All right. Upon my return to the pet market, I was relieved to discover that the owner had not reported me, and business continued as usual. He likely assumed I would sneak back the following day. I gently stroked Bai Qi's fur around its neck as it comfortably lay across my lap, its nose continuously sniffing the wound on my wrist. Are you familiar with the Underworld showcase? That is where the nightmare began, a place I can never forget. I harbor an uncontrollable fear of it. And although I am reluctant to admit it, my avoidance of the dimly lit paths for investigation is a testament to this. Upon returning to the peak of happiness, I found Xiao Feng had prepared a meal, diligently reciting various product names and prices at the table. Seeing her recite such amusing names with an unflinching demeanor brought a smile to my face. Today's meal is delightful. I could smell the fragrance even before entering. You're back. Xiao Feng joyfully greeted me, but her gaze fell upon Bai Qi, and with a sharp gasp, she retreated back into the store. Gao Jian, what is that? Its name is Bai Qi. It will now be a part of my establishment. As I entered the room, Bai Qi waggled its tail, leisurely circling around Xiao Feng. Poor Xiao Feng, fated by destiny, trembled in fear, unable to move. Bai Qi seemed satisfied with her reaction, barking 3 times at her before retreating to the house to play by biting its tail. From now on, Xiao Feng's meal should consist of 3 portions, each containing meat. This dog deserves no less. I sense that you treat it with greater kindness than me. Xiao Feng, visibly shaken, felt a tinge of grievance. I quickly settled beside her, saying, You've worked hard. I shall raise your salary, and tomorrow we will purchase some suitable attire. After uttering these words, I silently scorned myself for resembling a heartless deceiver. Observing Xiao Feng, who appeared much happier and continued to serve me food, there were words I could only keep to myself, unutterable. After a hearty meal, weariness enveloped me. I let Xiao Feng sleep on the 2nd floor bed while I sprawled out on the floor below. Early the next morning, a hurried knocking at the door jolted me from my dreams. Who is it? Upon opening the door, I was greeted by an enigmatic figure clad in a trench coat, enveloping himself in a shroud of secrecy. I remarked to him that there was no disgrace in visiting an adult store. Why then, dressed like a secret agent? His voice, cold as ice, declared that he had business to discuss with me. Business? I invited him into the inner room, sending Xiao Feng out to tend to the shop, while I prepared a cup of tea for the man in the trench coat, pondering the nature of his business. The stranger remained silent, placing a leather bag on the table and revealing a sum of 100,000 yuan, an impressive figure indeed. Compared to the trifles of Jiangcheng, this was genuine enterprise. 3 years of inactivity, and then a windfall, I mused. The man rose, ensuring no one outside was eavesdropping, then removed his hat and resumed his seat. Mr. Gao, I am Zhang, the personal secretary to Director Huang of Qianding Pharmaceuticals. Is it now fashionable for your circle to employ male secretaries? A pleasure to meet you, I replied, my gaze transfixed on the vibrant stack of cash before me. Mr. Gao, this sum is merely a deposit. Should your investigation yield results satisfactory to Director Huang, we shall provide you with an additional 100,000. 20,000 in total. What is it you wish for me to do? I inquired. Are you asking me to procure confidential information from a rival company? Indeed, it is so. Director Huang has 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. His eldest daughter works in another province, while his second daughter lies gravely ill. The youngest son, Huang Guanhong, is barely 20 and indulges in a life of debauchery. You cannot expect me to investigate your superior, Director Huang, can you? That is out of the question. The client for this assignment is Director Huang himself. He encountered you at the Jiang family wedding and believes you possess the requisite skills, which is why he sent me to engage you. My apologies for my presumption. Please. Continue. Zhang continued. Although Director Huang's son is wayward, he remains the sole heir to the Huang lineage. Thus, despite the headaches he causes, the director has always ensured his son is discreetly protected, fearful of any untoward incidents. Yet, amidst all this protection, Huang Guanhong has met his demise. Dead. Yes. The police concluded it was an accidental car crash and that Huang Guanhong was solely responsible due to drunk driving. Drunk driving is a risk one must bear, I said, lighting a cigarette. I hope you do not mind. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Though the director's son was notorious for his indulgences, he had one significant flaw. He was allergic to alcohol, making the likelihood of him driving under its influence implausible. Furthermore, the presence of alcohol was only detected post-mortem, leading Director Huang to suspect foul play, orchestrated to resemble an accident. Zhang straightened in his seat. Our company, Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals, has numerous adversaries, making it difficult to pinpoint the culprit. As the public face of the firm, Director Huang cannot be directly involved, hence his request for your discreet investigation. I pondered for a moment. Private detectives typically do not accept cases involving homicides. Yet, the alluring red bills on the table were hard to resist. Very well. I shall accept your commission. Extinguishing my cigarette, I steeled myself. I will require certain materials from you, including all communication devices and social media accounts belonging to Huang Guanhong during his lifetime. I intend to scrutinize every individual he interacted with. Certainly, I understand your requirements. Zhang retrieved a document bag from his trench coat. Inside were Huang Guanhong's 2 mobile phones, along with a record of his social media accounts and passwords. This is my business card. Should you require anything further, feel free to contact me. I will cooperate wholeheartedly. After sending Secretary Zhang away, I locked the door to the second floor and opened the document bag. A transaction of 200,000 awaits, and it seems I must dedicate myself entirely to this endeavor. Upon retrieving the mobile phone previously used by Huang Guanhong, I logged into the WeChat account and was greeted by a somewhat familiar username. Handsome man, skillful, girls love. This name had appeared in my live stream. I recall distinctly how, during that broadcast at the Anshin Inn, one individual expressed skepticism throughout. Coincidentally, he was the one who alerted the authorities in advance, ultimately saving me. Many usernames are repetitive. Surely, it cannot be the same person. During my live stream at Xinhu High School, handsome man, skillful, girls love did not make an appearance, and considering the time of his demise, he had already encountered misfortune. Is this merely a coincidence? I took out paper and pen, utilizing the information provided on the social media account to begin mapping his interpersonal relationships. Huang Guanhong, the quintessential playboy, had a WeChat contact list filled with stunning models and third-tier celebrities, each possessing sweet voices and enticing attire. As I listened to their voice exchanges, I found myself entranced. They were all vivid specters, a melange of beauty and decay. Within 3 days, Huang Guanhong had interacted with 22 individuals, of which 21 were women. The only man was his father, Director Huang. By analyzing the chat content, I refined my investigation down to 4 individuals. Jiang Shihan, an intern nurse at Jiangcheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital, stands at a height of 1.66 meters, with a commendable 36D bust, publicly acknowledged as Huang Guanhong's girlfriend. On the night of the accident, she had remained with him until the early hours. According to the information provided by Secretary Zhang, it appears she may have experienced some form of trauma that evening, resulting in her current unstable mental state. Miao Yuan, a young woman from the countryside, possesses a fresh and alluring appearance, making her one of Huang Guanhong's targets of desire. However, due to various inexplicable circumstances, he has yet to succeed in his pursuits. Notably, Miao Yuan hails from Xingmiao, a region among the Miao people that preserves ancient customs untouched by Han influence. Wang Yuchen, the only prominent star among Huang Guanhong's WeChat contacts, had previously dated him before she rose to fame with the film I Am Pan-Jianlian, after which she abruptly severed ties with Huang Guanhong. Swept away by a mysterious benefactor, Guo Shu Lingxiang, the sole Japanese woman, is the owner of the Blue Jazz Bar. There is no record of her in the data provided by Secretary Zhang. Each of these 4 individuals possesses both motive and capability, and in order to exonerate them from suspicion, a thorough field investigation is necessary. After organizing the information, I casually perused Huang Guanhong's mobile phone. When I opened the call log, one entry captured my attention. 4 nights ago, this young gentleman had actually dialed 110. Why did he call the police? 4 nights ago also marked the evening of my live stream at the Anshin Inn, cross-referencing the time of his call with my own experiences. The improbability of such coincidences is striking. Huang Guanhong must indeed be handsome man, skillful, girls love. He surely must have witnessed my live stream. In my search through his phone, I could find no traces of the spectral showcase. I remain uncertain as to how he discovered my broadcast. Yet I harbor an unsettling premonition that his demise is intrinsically linked to that very performance. Having thoroughly memorized the materials, my next step is to visit the police station in hopes of gleaning some clues through indirect inquiries. Upon unlocking the door and descending to the first floor, a sudden headache overtook me. Xiao Feng, impeccably dressed and evidently having put in considerable effort into her appearance, shyly approached and clung to my arm, suggesting we go shopping for clothes. It was quite improper to be so playful in broad daylight. Leaning against the entrance with a shoulder pole was Lu the Blind, who seemed to have arrived without my notice. Gao Jian, your vitality is already waning. You must exercise self-control, he advised. Woof. Bai Qi, lying in the corner, barked at me twice in evident displeasure, clearly indicating his hunger. Gentlemen, it is merely 8:30 in the morning. Could you grant me a modicum of personal time? I discreetly withdrew my hand from Xiao Feng's grasp. Lu, aren't you worried about your fortune-telling stall under the overpass being confiscated by the urban management? Nothing good comes without a visit to the Three Treasures Hall. I have a valuable matter to discuss with you. Lu reached into his pocket and retrieved a piece of white jade strung with red thread. During my last expedition in search of my senior brother, although he was not home, he left this Qingxin jade behind. Qingxin jade? What does it signify? Lu wore a countenance that seemed as unyielding as aged wood, explaining. Wearing this jade while maintaining a clear mind will allow you to discern the words within that tome of celestial cultivation. That book is a closely guarded secret, promising boundless benefits. Without effort, one cannot reap rewards. If you gift me this treasure, let us study that book together. Should I encounter any confusion, I could consult you. Don't count on it. You lack the fortune to share such a privilege. Lu firmly declined, adding, once you learn the Tao of Miaozhen, you must refer to yourself as a practitioner of Miaozhen, or else you will attract significant trouble. I understand. It is akin to the principles of intellectual property and intangible cultural heritage. Lu, at a loss for words, pondered for a moment before muttering, well, as long as you're happy. After bidding Lu farewell, I eagerly donned the jade pendant and immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over my mind. I located the book in the cabinet, took a deep breath, and opened it. A single drop illuminates the 5 eyes and 6 senses, discerning the divine and demonic, perceiving sound and vision across thousands of miles. Is this not akin to a vessel traversing the cosmos? With great anticipation, I turned to the second page, only to be met with a blank space. Old blind man, you deceived me, I exclaimed, slamming my palm on the table and preparing to chase after that scoundrel. Suddenly, Bai Qi, lying nearby, barked at me. Woof. The sound jolted me, and I realized my mind was utterly vacant, as if all distracting thoughts had been expelled. When I looked down again, lines of text began to faintly materialize on the blank page, breaking through the gates of myriad demons, ascending the golden stairs to the Jade Emperor. One may accompany celestial beings and use the Earth's axis as a threshold. All ailments dissipate like smoke, and one's essence radiates like the sun. Attaining this grants longevity and vitality. The verses were impressive, yet utterly incomprehensible, with my mind devoid of any distractions. Even the act of turning the page felt as though it were a natural extension of my being. The heavenly eye and heavenly gate are divided into 5 realms: the pursuing eye, judging eye, foreseeing eye, X-ray vision, and remote viewing. As ripe fruit falls from the vine, one ascends step by step, as is the way of nature. The Tianmu point resides at the midpoint between the 2 eyebrows, envisioned at the center of the forehead. particularly during the moments when the first rays of dawn emerge or as the setting sun descends. Facing the golden wheel, one should sit with the body relaxed, the tongue gently touching the palate, lips slightly closed, and eyes shut, fixating the gaze without movement. Upon inhalation, visualize the red, golden light and warmth from the Tianmu point flowing into the brain. During exhalation, meditate on the golden light and warmth residing within the brain while slowly and evenly expelling stagnant air from the Tianmu point. Concurrently, a surge of inner energy descends through the central channel to the perineum and Yongquan points until the Tianmu becomes warm and swollen. Every day at midnight, one should refine this practice under red light once more. In the absence of sunlight, one may also utilize artificial light for this refinement. This practice should reach a point where one can perceive birds soaring 100 meters above, their feathers sharp and distinct. The key to this cultivation lies in emptiness and relaxation. The entire body should be at ease, and the mind devoid of distractions. Should any sensations of pressure in the forehead, swelling at the center of the eyebrows, or tears from the eyes occur, such responses are normal and should not be of concern. The focus should remain steadfast on the Tianmu point. Upon completing my review of the eye-tracking method, just as I intended to turn back, a sudden twitch of my eyelid caused a flurry of chaotic thoughts to invade my mind. Glancing again at the summary of Tianmu practice, I found the page transformed into a blank slate. Truly remarkable. I have already committed the methods of the first realm's cultivation to memory. Given time, even in the absence of the underworld's surveillance capabilities, I could discern the demonic from the divine at a glance. What are you laughing about? Xiao Feng extended her delicate hand to touch my forehead, perhaps under some enchantment. Haha, Xiao Feng, you can no longer hide any secrets from me. In a buoyant mood, I jested with her, teasing that even in clothing, she could not escape my discerning gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? She blushed, clutching the collar of her garment. I'll accompany you shopping this afternoon. I must first make a trip to the police station. Without giving Xiao Feng an opportunity to respond, I slipped away. Walking to the precinct, I observed armed officers and traffic police at the entrance, and my expression gradually turned solemn. Why are there so many people gathered at the police station? Don't crowd around. There's been a fatality inside. Chapter 40. Is the live broadcast room full of the dying? How could there be a death at the police station? I navigated through the throngs of onlookers to the front, discovering that a truck had lost control due to overloading, crashing directly into the police station's entrance. The scene was harrowing, with debris from the truck scattered everywhere. Hey, what are you doing? Step back behind the barrier. It was Captain Tai Ningxiang who summoned me regarding the case at the Anxin Inn. There has been new progress. The officer, initially skeptical, glanced at me and made a call, after which his demeanor shifted dramatically. Captain Tai wants you to go in immediately. I nodded. Indeed, utilizing Tai Ningxiang's name proved effective. The head of the criminal investigation team was remarkably influential. Upon arriving at the criminal investigation department, I entered Tai Ningxiang's office under the watchful eyes of several hostile officers. At that moment, she was diligently reviewing case files, her high nose adorned with a pair of glasses, exuding the aura of a sophisticated mentor. What brings you here, impersonating my orders? Tai Ningxiang inquired, her gaze fixed on the documents. If I were to say I came specifically to see you, you surely would not believe me, would you? Save your flattery. Tai Ningxiang removed her glasses and pulled out handcuffs from her drawer, placing them on the table. This is obstructing official duties. If you do this again, I will have no choice but to detain you for several days. Understanding her character, I quickly moved beside her, jesting. Isn't it just to offer assistance to my busy senior, alleviating some of your burdens? Speak plainly if you have something to say. I possess a crucial lead regarding the incident at the Anxin Inn. With a smile playing at the corners of my mouth, I have cast my bait, and I refuse to believe that Tai Ningxiang, who is so intent on solving this case, will not take the bait. What is the lead? A double-faced Buddha statue, which I trust you have encountered at the Anxin Inn. This double-faced Buddha serves as a bridge connecting the Anxin Inn and Xinhu High School, implying that the third live broadcast task of the Underworld showcase is likely related to it. Investigating the double-faced Buddha with the police's assistance would be immensely beneficial for me. Tai Ningxiang nodded, retrieving 5 or 6 photographs from the files. Indeed, we discovered several similar sculptures within the building. However, when we questioned the landlord couple, they claimed not to believe in Buddhism. The murders committed by Luxing were orchestrated by the double-faced Buddha. Although I am uncertain whether the double-faced Buddha refers to an individual or an organization, wherever it manifests, a murder is bound to occur. Have you uncovered any other crime scenes recently? A woman's intuition is formidable, particularly when it belongs to an exceptional female officer. The mass death incident at Xinhu High School involves far too many ramifications. For now, I must keep it a secret within my heart. I silently shook my head, warning her that the double-faced Buddha is perilous, and you must exercise caution during your investigation. If you encounter anything bullets cannot handle, call me immediately. What is it that bullets cannot handle? It is difficult to articulate, yet it undeniably exists. Having mingled with those half-immortal Taoists in the live broadcast room for quite some time, I have learned to speak in a rather ambiguous manner. Tai Ningxiang remained silent for a moment, and after a minute, she stood up, drew the curtains, and approached me. Senior, is it really appropriate for you to stand so close to me? At Zhang's wedding, we sat side by side, and your demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. After you revealed that large-screen phone, your behavior transformed completely. Confess, what did you record on that phone that compelled you, an utterly powerless individual, to confront the Jiang family? Do they possess that invisible yet undeniably existent entity you mentioned? I inwardly cursed my misfortune. I had not anticipated Tai Ningxiang's keen observation. Provide me with an explanation, including Jiangcheng's subsequent strange reaction. He merely patted you lightly and has been in the hospital ever since. I am genuinely curious about how you managed that. Senior. Do not call me senior. Our roles are now that of police officer and suspect. Do you suspect me? I harbor no doubts about you. Yet you have concealed far too much from me. Tai Ningxiang's assertiveness belied her femininity. I bitterly chuckled as I seated myself on the bench. To harm you is to possess knowledge of certain matters. Some truths, once known, are impossible to forget. The police represent societal fairness and justice. If I were to cease my pursuit of the truth out of fear of potential harm, this city would be forever shrouded in darkness. Hence, I am not suited to be a police officer. Lighting a cigarette, I still did not respond to Tai Ningxiang's inquiries, but instead broached another subject. A few days ago, the scion of Qianding Pharmaceuticals was involved in a car accident, and I suspect it was a meticulously orchestrated murder. I wish to examine the autopsy report. As I indulged in my cigarette, Tai Ningxiang regarded me with an expression of exasperation, as if I were a rogue unfazed by the heat of boiling water. She slammed her fist on the chair, genuinely defeated by my shamelessness. Senior, I have diligently provided you with numerous clues and have been tirelessly assisting you in your deductions. The autopsy report might very well be in the cabinet behind. You only have 3 minutes to peruse it, so swiftly vanish from my sight. Very well. I hastily skimmed through the autopsy report, confirming that indeed, he had succumbed to an accident caused by drunk driving, having crashed through the guardrail and collided with a residential building. How could an individual with an alcohol allergy become intoxicated? With this question lingering in my mind, I exited the Criminal Investigation Department, only to find a throng of police academy students in uniform blocking the entrance, their eyes red-rimmed, with several girls in tears. What on earth is happening? The deceased was a substitute teacher at the academy? The officer who had previously stopped me, aware that I was called by Tai Ningxiang, spoke with a notable politeness. The victim was Old Man Huang, the gatekeeper, who, despite his age, was in robust health. Who could have anticipated such a calamity? Why are the police academy students here, mourning so profoundly? This is something you may not know. With a tone of lament, the officer explained that although Old Man Huang had surpassed 60, he had a profound interest in solving cases and mysteries, often lingering at the police academy's entrance to listen, which eventually became untenable. Consequently, the academy arranged a special position for him, allowing him to attend classes alongside the students. So, do they consider him a classmate? Indeed, Old Man Huang was warm-hearted and beloved by the students. Upon hearing of the old man's misfortune, the entire class 3-2 of students abandoned their lessons to come and bid him farewell. Are they all students from class 3-2? Yes. They have been together for 3 years and are soon to graduate. Recently, the old man humorously remarked that they should no longer call him Old Huang, but rather Officer Huang. Officer Huang, I truly do not understand the allure of being a police officer, rising before the rooster and retiring after it, living in constant trepidation. Regardless, in the hearts of the students, the old man will forever remain Officer Huang of class 3-2. Indeed, that sentiment holds merit. As I prepared to leave, my footstep faltered, and I grasped the officer's shoulder. What did you just say? I said nothing. The last sentence, at least in the students' hearts. The old man will always be Officer Huang of class 3-2. My expression contorted in alarm, my pupils violently dilating. Officer Huang of Class 3-2. Precisely him. Do you know the old man? I forcefully shoved the officer aside and leaped over the barrier, racing frantically inside. What madness is this? Someone has charged in. Quickly. Stop him. My eyes burned red, a dreadful suspicion taking shape within me. Please, let it not be true. As traffic and patrol officers rushed to restrain me, I pressed on. Regardless of the ensuing chaos, I had to witness the truth with my own eyes. To hell with it. Get away. I sprinted desperately within the cordoned area and finally saw the old man. His skull was bleeding, and there was a gaping wound in his abdomen. Yet his chest still exhibited faint rises and falls. He is not dead. I threw myself beside the old man. You are Officer Huang from the Jiangcheng Inn. Aren't you? You've watched my live stream. Haven to you. Restrain this madman. Several officers pinned me to the ground as I helplessly watched old man Huang's slowly stiffening body being carried away by the doctors. First, it was handsome men. Then the charming ladies, followed by Officer Huang from Class 3-2. Could it be that everyone who has watched my live stream is destined to perish? Is this the very purpose of the Underworld showcase? The weight of the fists that struck me was immense, yet I felt no pain. As I watched the ambulance drive away, an indescribable sense of guilt welled up within me. Chapter 41. No witnesses accused of assaulting a police officer. I was detained until the afternoon before being released. Instead of returning to Jiangcheng Road, I hurried to a store to purchase a fruit basket and rushed to the home of Mr. Huang. I felt an urgent need to glimpse the belongings of the old gentleman. Unlike Huang Guanhong, who was merely a wealthy heir thinking solely with his lower half, Mr. Huang was a diligent police academy student with a basic understanding of criminal investigation and a knack for unearthing the truth. I hoped I was not too late. I lightly tapped on the door, and it was opened by a woman in her 60s. I am a police officer from the Municipal Bureau. We are all deeply saddened by the old gentleman's passing, and I was sent as a representative to pay my respects. The room was steeped in sorrow as the woman invited me to sit on the sofa and prepared a cup of tea for me. My condolences, madam, I said, refraining from touching the teacup on the table. May I see the room where Mr. Huang lived? Of course. In his room, I discovered a modest 2-square-meter partition filled with various detective novels and police academy study materials. It was evident that he had a genuine interest in solving cases. I refrained from meddling with the items, my eyes scanning the books, following the typical arrangement and the dog-eared pages. I selected a few volumes that appeared to have been recently perused. There was nothing concealed within the pages. I opened a drawer to find a notebook with several torn pages, an old pair of reading glasses, and a fountain pen, all neatly arranged and easily discernible. Sitting in the chair where Mr. Huang once sat, I pondered where I would record an intriguing secret if I were in his shoes. Are you searching for something? Mr. Huang's widow stood in the doorway. I froze momentarily before regaining my composure. No, I was merely wondering if there were any unusual occurrences recently regarding Mr. Huang. Everything else was fine, but he kept muttering about a murder livestream. Every night, he locked himself in his room, facing the computer as if awaiting a particular program. She hesitated, contemplating her next words. It seems he had an eerie premonition about his fate. This morning, before leaving for work, he penned a letter, specifically instructing that it be given to the police should anything happen to him. A letter? I struggled to maintain my calm demeanor. What kind of letter must be delivered to us? Could it be his deductions regarding the case? He wouldn't let me see it, but since you're here, I'll give it to you directly. She reached into her apron pocket and retrieved a tightly sealed brown paper envelope. Very well. I shall take it back to the station for the captain to review. My heart raced fiercely as I maintained a composed facade, accepting the envelope. I won't take up more of your time. Please take care of yourself. As I left Mr. Huang's home, I could hardly contain my eagerness and tore open the envelope before I had even exited the hallway. Murder livestream. The first broadcast occurred at Anshin Hotel, claiming 5 lives. The second took place at Xinhua High School, with a conservative estimate of over 10 fatalities. This was not a mere puzzle-solving show. The bodies depicted were real, rendering the scenes shockingly gruesome and disturbing. Furthermore, the perpetrators always managed to arrive at the crime scenes before the police, capturing the events on camera, suggesting that they were indeed the culprits. The 2 live broadcasts featured the same individual, a person frequently entering and exiting the police station, maintaining a close relationship with the chief of the detective department. Their identity remains enigmatic, characterized by resolute actions and sharp intellect, endowed with a remarkable awareness of investigation and counter-investigation. Upon finishing the letter, my countenance darkened considerably. Fortunately, I had arrived in advance. Had this letter fallen into the hands of Tai Ningxiang, the consequences would have been dire. I extracted my lighter and incinerated the letter and envelope into ashes, ensuring everything was meticulously disposed of before daring to leave. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I absent-mindedly assisted Xiao Feng in selling clothes before locking myself away in solitude. Was the Underworld showcase truly a means of collecting souls? Or were their deaths mere coincidences? Perhaps only those on the brink of death could witness the broadcasts from the Underworld? The causal relationship eludes certainty. Yet it remains an undeniable fact that each live broadcast results in a fatality. What course of action should I take? Unable to fathom a solution, I resolved not to descend to the first floor, intercepting Xiao Feng as she prepared to cook, suggesting instead that we go out for a drink. Could this be considered a formal date? Donning a newly purchased body-hugging skirt paired with a fitted t-shirt, Xiao Feng appeared even more alluring after shedding her long dress. Gazing at her long, fair legs, I momentarily forgot many of my troubles. What are you always daydreaming about, girl? If you don't go, I might just take Bai Chi with me. Upon hearing her name, Bai Chi, sprawled on the ground, perked up its ears and darted its eyes around, as if sensing the aroma of meat, rushing over to latch onto my pant leg and refusing to let go. Can I go then? Xiao Feng pouted, casting a reluctant glance at Bai Chi. This dog is so clingy to you, but bares its teeth at me. I provide for you both, yet you still bully me. Shaking my head with a smile, I led Xiao Feng and Bai Chi outside. At the Jiangcheng night market, I gazed at the tranquil, flowing river, consuming several bottles of beer to dispel the gloom that enveloped my heart. In 2 days, it would be time for the Underworld showcase to release its tasks. Life was already arduous. Why add to one's discomfort? With a slight intoxication, I turned to the flushed Xiao Feng, the river breeze tousling her hair. And amidst the fluttering strands, I could discern the profound pain and loneliness etched on her face. Compared to her, my happiness seemed boundless. At least I had lived a carefree life. Resting my hand on her somewhat slender shoulder, she startled like a frightened rabbit, but, upon realizing it was me, did not resist. Her gaze revealed confusion and tenderness as she leaned her head against my chest. 2 solitary souls stared at the river under the night sky, one side vibrant with revelry, the other as distant as the horizon. My sister and I were deemed unfortunate women. Our adoptive parents often scolded us for our worthless lives. Surrounding neighbors could recite our adoptive parents' license plate numbers, but could not articulate our names, often referring to us as worthless, burdensome, or monsters. Everyone pointed fingers at us. And initially, I could not comprehend why. It was only after my sister was murdered by Lu Xing that I realized we were merely livestock in the eyes of our adoptive parents, raised like pigs only to be slaughtered when the time came. This marked the first occasion Xiao Feng voluntarily recounted her childhood experiences, devoid of color and filled with deep gray despair. The day I met you, 7 iron needles had already been driven into my back. That night, I had intended to commemorate my sister and then take my own life. Yet, you appeared, your eyes clear and rational, as if you could see through everything. In truth, it was you who saved me. Exiting the police station, the time that has elapsed until now has been the happiest period of my life. I am aware that you may not choose to marry me, but could you allow me to remain by your side in the future? I would not require any formal recognition. Xiao Feng spoke with utmost sincerity, akin to the river beside her, silently enduring much without expecting anything in return. Who said I would not marry you? Raising my head, I drained the bottle of wine. At that moment, I must have been intoxicated and was about to utter the next phrase when a thug with a hedgehog-like hairstyle approached, cigarette in mouth. Hey, buddy, could you spare a light? His lewd gaze fixated on Xiao Feng. Your friend dresses rather boldly. How about joining us for a drink? It was evident he intended to take advantage of Xiao Feng while I was inebriated. Don't make me repeat myself. Get lost. Oh, you've got quite the tone. It seems I need to teach you how to speak to others. The thug clenched a bottle opener, swinging it towards my face. I kicked the table aside, leaning back to evade his punch, and seized the empty wine bottle to smash it against his head. Blood gushed forth without restraint. Next time you get into a fight, perhaps you should get a haircut. Looking like a hedgehog, how would a doctor even stitch you up? My irritation was palpable, and this fool had unwittingly crossed my path. What is the matter? Xiao Wei, how dare you touch my brother? Bring that girl over to apologize to Wei Gu. Suddenly, 4 or 5 burly men at the adjacent table stood up, their bare torsos brimming with muscle. Gao Jian, we should leave. Xiao Feng tugged at my sleeve, her tone urgent and laced with concern. You've insisted on following me, So from now on, you are mine. How could I stand by and watch you be bullied by others? The wine bottle shattered against the bridge support, revealing sharp glass shards. 1 against 5. I swear I won retreat today. Get him. The largest of the 5, towering nearly 6 feet 3, charged at me with a bench in hand, his imposing figure bellowing as he ran. My eyes narrowed. Though I had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and felt dizzy, it would not deter my resolve. Is that move called a wild boar charge? I flipped the table to obstruct his view, crouched low, and delivered a kick to his most vulnerable area. As he clutched his groin and howled in agony, I seized his hair and pressed his face to the ground. Do the 4 of you wish to join him? My gaze swept across the remaining adversaries, finally resting on a man adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his chest. I recognized that face from the surveillance footage. A memory surfacing. Wasn't he the one who vandalized my shop and flipped me the bird? Excellent. Fate has conspired against us. Old grievances and new ones shall be settled today. That tattooed man appeared to be their leader. In a moment, I'll block him with a ming. You two devise a way to bring that girl over. She looks rather naive. You have no shame at all. I pressed the jagged edge of the broken bottle against the neck of the hefty thug. It appeared today would turn bloody. Kid, don't get too cocky. There are 4 of us, and just 1 of you. No, you are mistaken. I have a dog. The thugs gazed at Bai Chi, lazily lounging by the riverbank. With disdain. Are you joking? This mutt. I erupted in laughter. Bai Chi, did you hear that? These ruffians just called you a mongrel. I have never witnessed Bai Chi lose his temper. He always presents an air of indifference, resembling an ordinary stray dog, merely surviving from day to day. However, today, as he lay by the riverside, Bai Chi revealed a different facet of himself. His canine teeth bared, emanating an aura distinct from that of a domesticated mutt, instilling an unsettling chill and a sense of impending doom. This was the essence of murderous intent. Chapter 42. The girl living in a nightmare. Boss, this dog isn't right, exclaimed one of the thugs. My brother-in-law, a police officer, had trained dogs capable of severing a man's throat, fiercer than any wolf. What are you scared of? The 2 of you can take him on together. The thugs exchanged anxious glances, none daring to make a move. Akin to wary tourists who had stumbled into a lion's den. Their newfound caution did not imply I would show them mercy. So now you know fear? How audacious you were when you vandalized my shop. Without further ado, I seized a bottle and charged forward. No matter how ferocious a dog may appear, it remains merely a beast. The tattooed man, accustomed to street brawls, turned to grab a stool and charged at me, shouting a string of expletives. But just a few steps away, his fierce demeanor transformed into sheer terror. In mere moments, a flash of yellow darted past, and before I could comprehend, the tattooed man was pinned to the ground. Sharp teeth hovered perilously close to his eyes, warm saliva dripping onto his nose while a pair of dark, vacant eyes fixated on his most vulnerable throat. The tattooed man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared at the slightly larger mixed-breed wolf dog, unable to utter a single word as his lips trembled. How swift, I thought, squatting beside the tattooed man. With a resounding crack, the bottle shattered against the concrete beside his ear. I have a few questions for you. Answer well, and I'll let you go. Deliberately withholding information while leaving you with but 1 ear seems fair enough. Wouldn't you agree? Today I concede, but my brother seems not to have wronged you before. Is it true that you vandalized the shop called Happy Peak at 263, Tingtang Road? Indeed, it was I who led the charge, he replied without hesitation. Who is your boss? I inquired, my intoxication fading as the cold river breeze sobered me. The tattooed man hesitated briefly. You cannot afford to offend them. They control a significant portion of Jiang City. Is it Jiangcheng real estate? Did Jiangcheng order you to do this? We're not worthy of speaking to the young master of the Jiang family. The one who instigated us is the security captain of Century New Garden, Shi Youfu. The tattooed man lay compliant on the ground, asserting that grievances should be addressed to those responsible. If you're truly upset, seek them out. I've heard Shi Youfu is celebrating his birthday today, hosting several girls at the Blue Jazz Bar. The Blue Jazz Bar was not a place I wished to squander my time on with these small fry. Recalling details about the establishment, I turned to Bai Chi and Xiao Feng. Let us depart. Hastily leaving the night market, I failed to notice the tattooed man's resentful glare as Xiao Feng returned to the store alone, while Bai Chi and I headed towards the Blue Jazz Bar. The sleepless street in the heart of Jiang City teemed with restaurants, KTV lounges, and bars, all operating through the night, their lights ablaze. The Blue Jazz Bar, which I sought, was nestled among these lively establishments, characterized by an industrial aesthetic featuring metallic components and simple striped wood decor. The interior decor exudes a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, yet it attracts a multitude of young patrons. I am inclined to believe that, beyond the dull embellishments, a significant number of visitors are drawn here by the enigmatic proprietress. Sipping on a chilled beer, I nestled into a dimly lit corner of the bar, enduring the relentless assault of heavy metal music upon my eardrums, occasionally illuminated by a bright spotlight casting its glow upon me. Furrowing my brow, I found it perplexing why so many people revel in such indulgence. My gaze swept across the room, landing on the head of security, Shi Yufu, whose visage I had memorized from a wedding at the Jiang family. Had he not arrived? Or was he ensconced in one of the private booths? Scanning the scene, I observed a frenzied dance of restless young souls igniting sparks of passion. My attention was captured by a small girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, who was perched at the bar, diligently working on her homework. Clad like a doll, she appeared quite demure, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony of music and the revelry surrounding her, her head bowed as she quietly scribbled. In such a raucous environment, could she truly concentrate? She didn't even acknowledge my presence as I attempted to engage her. "What is your name? Have we met somewhere before?" Upon uttering these words, the bar staff exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of concern and caution, as if they had encountered a deviant. "Your approach to charming the ladies is rather antiquated," remarked a drunken patron, who, with his arm around his girlfriend, passed by while casting several lingering glances at the young girl. "So innocent. And you're daring enough to take a chance, my friend. I earnestly advise you against risking your future for a fleeting moment of pleasure." A wry smile crept across my face. I genuinely felt as if I had met the girl previously. Due to the peculiarities of my profession, I tend to be acutely aware of my surroundings, and this was no mere illusion. "Sir, this establishment prohibits pets. Please keep an eye on your dog." The staff member interjected curtly. "I shall depart after this drink," I replied, intending to remain inconspicuous until I could ascertain Shi Yufu's whereabouts. Despite my curiosity regarding the girl's identity, I resolved to leave discreetly. Just as I prepared to rise, however, a chilly grip seized my hand, akin to a smooth, cold jade. Turning in astonishment, I found the girl silently clutching my fingers with one hand while holding her pen in the other. I was utterly bewildered, rooted in place. "Brilliant strategy, my friend. You have masterfully employed the art of seduction. By leveraging her youthful innocence and curiosity, you have ensnared her in your web. Clearly, you are a seasoned player in this realm." The drunken fellow continued to ramble incessantly. "It's not me. You need not say more. I understand your inquiry. According to our nation's laws, the minimum sentencing for a girl under the age of 12 starts at 3 years. Do not falter, my friend. The opportunity lies before you. Life is but a fleeting dream, and the pursuit of fame and fortune is ultimately hollow. It is better to liberate oneself and savor the present." I was taken aback. Seated in a chair, the girl still held my hand, yet she remained silent, her gaze directed downward, seemingly lost in thought. The server, witnessing this unusual scene, hastily departed, presumably to fetch assistance. "Tell me, classmate, have we crossed paths before?" The girl continued to hold my hand, refusing to speak, leaving me feeling somewhat awkward, as if I had once done something to her. "You two have met. As her mother, how could I be unaware?" As I turned my gaze in the direction of the alluring sound, I was unexpectedly captivated by a woman who seemed to possess an innate charm that effortlessly attracted the attention of men. Her beauty was a beguiling blend of maturity and an enchanting allure that I had never encountered before. Between her delicate fingers, she held a lady's cigarette, her crimson lips playfully biting down, igniting a flurry of tantalizing thoughts that made my mouth water. Following the graceful curve of her alabaster neck downwards, I discovered a mysterious deep blue hue that pulsated rhythmically, revealing an exquisitely crafted fox tattoo that extended from her chest to her thigh. While I had encountered many beautiful women, few could rival her captivating presence. "Why are you in a daze?" "I'm speaking to you," she said, sitting beside me and beckoning to the waiter, who promptly retrieved a bottle of Royal Salute from behind the counter to mix a drink on the spot. "This particular spirit is seldom served by the glass, but today, I shall treat you," she declared. The drink presented itself in 3 layers, flames dancing atop the surface, creating a visually stunning spectacle. I had never tasted such a concoction, and the blazing fire mirrored the intensity of the woman before me, leaving me at a loss for words. "Who are you? You sit in my establishment, holding my daughter's hand. And now you inquire about my identity? She queried. She placed 2 ice cubes into the drink, blending the extremes of cold and heat, producing a rich aroma. Retracting my gaze, I mimicked her actions, adding ice to my glass. Kirishima Ayaka? Her command of the language was so fluent that I found myself questioning my own assumptions. Try my drink. This is a new recipe, one you won't find in other bars. In her establishment, with her daughter at her side. How could I indulge in a drink with an easy conscience? I mistook you for someone else. Your daughter just seemed familiar, as if I had seen her somewhere before. Simply having seen her would prompt her to take your hand? She retorted, my precious daughter does not allow even me, her mother, to touch her. From Kirishima Ayaka's words, I sensed an underlying meaning. My apologies, I must have mistaken her for someone else. I rarely encounter children of her age in my work and life. Instead of displaying anger, Kirishima Ayaka responded with a knowing smile. Just because you don't encounter them in reality doesn't mean you haven't envision them in your dreams. She raised her glass and swayed her hips. Sakura, come to my room. Sakura? The mention of the name nearly caused me to drop my glass. During a live broadcast at Shinhu High School, a young girl had bravely intervened to shield me from Yuanshin Shinsha, a girl consumed by resentment, named Sakura. Isn't Sakura a ghost? Yet, the girl before me was undeniably alive. Summoning my courage, I cupped the girl's face, but as I gazed into her expressionless features, my hands trembled involuntarily. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the ghost. Closing my textbook, Sakura took my hand and followed Kirishima Ayaka as we made our way to the staff lounge behind the bar, distancing ourselves from the cacophony of noise. Under the scrutiny of envious glances, Kirishima Ayaka closed the door behind us. Removing her high heels, she elegantly sat on the bed, her every movement a test of endurance for any ordinary man. Don't be so stiff. Relax, she urged. Yet, under the circumstances, how could I possibly relax? At that moment, I could only think how fortunate I was not to have worn sweatpants that morning. Why have you summoned me? We seem to be strangers. Do not speak so distantly. Since Sakura holds affection for you, I too shall extend my fondness. Once I take a liking to someone, they may do as they please. She gracefully arched her back, revealing her astonishing curves. Do you require me to offer you a hint? Chapter 43. Sure, Yofu, I simply wish to inquire about Sakura's whereabouts the night before last. I interjected, interrupting the conversation of this Japanese woman. You are indeed a gentleman solely concerned for Sakura, she remarked, biting her lip as if to tease me. I have remained within my shop. I have not ventured anywhere. Impossible. I saw her the night before last. Oh, where might that have been? It was at Zenhu High School, I struggled to articulate, for the implications were far too complex to express. Unable to clarify, I see. Ayaka Gazuka delicately tiptoed to my side, reaching out to touch Sakura's face, only to be evaded. You too have witnessed how this child never approaches others, myself included, her biological mother. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Sakura exhibited extreme reticence and a reluctance to engage with others. When I first encountered her at Zenhu High School, she was similarly withdrawn, until Shumoku suggested harming her, and in my pretense to protect her, I took her away, at which point she uttered her first words to me. My husband passed away quite early. Since his departure, my daughter has transformed into this state. I have sought the counsel of numerous psychologists, yet none have proven effective. Some have suggested my daughter is autistic, others claim she lacks emotional functionality, and one so-called dream interpreter attempted to hypnotize Sakura into her dreams. However, upon her awakening, that expert himself descended into madness. A bittersweet smile graced Ayaka Gazuka's face. I longed to provide her with a healthy and joyful childhood, yet I am unable. Lighting a lady's cigarette, Ayaka stood barefoot on the anniversary of her husband's death. A family elder once proclaimed this a curse of our lineage. Every 50 years, a descendant would possess the ability to perceive what ordinary people cannot in their dreams. In that moment, I pleaded for his assistance for Sakura, yet he merely advised us to leave Japan and seek our fortune in Huaxia, a journey that has now lasted 3 years. Sakura's condition has only worsened. Initially, we shared basic communication, but for several months now, I have not heard a single word from her lips. Beneath Ayaka Gazuka's alluring beauty lies a mother's deep concern. Sakura refuses to engage with anyone. You are the only individual I have encountered who has elicited her to reach for your hand willingly. Her tone grew serious. You claim to have met. Hence, I surmise you must have encountered her in a dream. Given Sakura's demeanor towards you, I imagine you were quite attentive to her in that realm. In a dream, I dared not exhibit any excessive emotion. Yet I understood all too well that Xinhu High School was no mere figment of imagination, and Sakura's plight was far more intricate than her mother portrayed. You may find it hard to believe, but upon falling asleep, Sakura is tormented by horrific visions. She exists perpetually in a nightmare, leading her to a state of numbness. As a mother, I am powerless to enter Sakura's world, forced to watch her suffer, which inflicts a dual torment upon my body and spirit. Placing her hand upon my chest, Ayaka Gizuka slowly glided it downward. My desires are not lofty. I merely wish for Sakura to experience the joy of a normal child each day, for which I am willing to sacrifice much. I felt beads of sweat forming on my brow, as the blue foxtail tattoo on her voluptuous figure seemed to come alive, revealing a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Speak up, how may I assist you? Dealing with this woman poses a challenge akin to confronting the formidable Yuan Chun divine spirits. From the moment I entered the room, she has maintained complete control. Sakurako is a pitiable girl. Apart from you, she shuns all social interaction. Therefore, I sincerely hope that if you find the time, you might visit Sakurako more often. Is it truly that simple? What else could it be? Ayaka Onisuka resumed her seat by the bed, donning her high heels. After all, whatever transpired between you in dreams remains a secret to all. Even if you were to disregard Sakurako, I implore you to tread lightly. She is but a child. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I found myself momentarily speechless by the casual remarks of this woman, unable to muster a rebuttal. I can agree to your request, but I have a matter to inquire of you. Setting aside Sakurako for the moment, let us return to the main topic. Huang Guanhong from Qianding Pharmaceutical tragically perished in a car accident a few days ago due to drunk driving. As far as I know, he left the Blue Note bar that very night, and you had a brief exchange with him on WeChat that same day. Do you truly believe that a solitary woman, burdened with a child, could be the murderer? Until the true culprit is apprehended, anyone could potentially be a killer. Therefore, while I acquiesce to your request, I beseech you to honestly answer my question. Did Huang Guanhong exhibit any unusual behavior that night? After a moment's contemplation, Ayaka Onisuka replied, that evening, Huang Guanhong and his young girlfriend arrived at my place quite late. For reasons unknown, they quarreled multiple times. I distinctly recall that Huang Guanhong seemed to have slapped the girl. Had he been drinking? No, Huang Guanhong was quite sober. He only ordered a glass of juice while at my place. When did he depart? Approximately at midnight. He took his girlfriend to a home inn. The accident occurred around 5 in the morning, effectively ruling out any suspicion of Ayaka Onisuka's involvement, if there's nothing else. I must be on my way. After all, as a single mother, I cannot afford to linger too long. Employees are bound to gossip if we spend excessive time together. Ayaka Onisuka appeared quite concerned about her reputation, rendering me momentarily speechless. I couldn't help but recall who had just moments ago been languidly stretching on the bed. As I pushed open the tightly locked door, I had scarcely reached the foyer when a drunken, rotund man stumbled towards me. Where's your boss? I've heard she is more beautiful than a siren. Today is my birthday. Let her come sing a song for me. Apologies, but the boss is currently engaged in business discussions with a client. Uninvited guests are not permitted. Stop your nonsense. Does conducting business require sneaking into a room? Get lost. I saw you earlier. With that, the hefty man barged into the backstage area. Captain Sure. Might I inquire whom you are so hastily seeking? Ayaka Onisuka swayed her curvaceous form against the doorframe, a half-burnt cigarette held delicately in her hand. Upon seeing Ayaka, the man was rendered speechless, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. You are breathtaking. Today is my birthday. I am in high spirits. Here is a chance for you to earn some extra cash. Come sing a song with me in the private room. Money is no object to me. You certainly put me in a difficult position. I have already been booked by this client for the evening. Perhaps you could negotiate with him for a minute or two. Ayaka Onisuka feigned innocence, playfully taking my other hand, reminiscent of Sakurako's nonchalance. You promise me an entire night? For this pretty boy, Sure Yufu, reeking of alcohol, cast a menacing glare in my direction. I hold a certain standing at Jiangcheng real estate. This woman is leaving with me, and you wouldn't dare object, would you? You certainly know how to stir trouble, I retorted, wriggling my fingers to relieve the numbness. Sure Yufu, you are merely a doorman for Jiangcheng real estate. How dare you claim any importance? Kid, don't push your luck. It's my birthday today, and I have no desire for bloodshed. You people from Jiangcheng real estate all wear the same mask. The rotund man before me was none other than Shi Yufu, the instigator behind the tattooed man's attack on my establishment. This matter will not end well for you. Beautiful lady, you ought to come with me, he leered, approaching as I shrugged off Gui Shu Lingxiang's hand. Is this your daughter? She has been a stunner since childhood. Why not invite her over to have some fun? Overwhelmed by lust, I brushed past the hefty man and seized the half-full bottle of Royal Salute from the bar. I had heard that the imported Royal Salute bottles were remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding a fall onto concrete without shattering. Tell me, is your liquor authentic or counterfeit? Shi Yufu reached for Gui Shu Lingxiang, the alluring woman who remained unfazed, even taking a moment to smoke. Of course it's genuine. If you doubt it, feel free to test it yourself. Very well, I shall do just that. A smirk crept onto my lips as I grasped Shi Yufu by his collar. His attention was solely on Gui Shu Lingxiang, his large hands almost reaching her when suddenly, someone yanked him back. Are you seeking death? I admonished, maintaining a smile, albeit one that was tinged with amusement. Aren't you the security captain for Jiangcheng Real Estate, Shi Yufu? That's me, he said coolly, attempting to regain composure as he started counting. However, I refused to grant him the luxury of time. No need for 3 counts. 1 will suffice. With that, I raised the bottle high and smashed it onto his balding head. The glass shattered, sending shards flying as the amber liquid mingled with his crimson blood. Shi Yufu's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed. I discarded the broken bottle, reflecting on the truth of the woman's words. This was indeed counterfeit liquor. The bar erupted in chaos as several young men from the VIP room rushed out. I offered Gui Shu Lingxiang an apologetic smile and pulled out my phone. Hey, Guzi, we have some action tonight. Chapter 44. Mr. Gu. The young men emerging from the private room were part of the Century New Gardens security team. These inept individuals, always trailing behind Shi Yufu, relied on the Jiang family's influence to act tough. Now, witnessing their leader downed, they charged at me, resembling street thugs. Get him. Beat him to a pulp. Shi Yufu, groaning on the floor, clutched his bleeding head, devoid of any drunkenness, his face twisted in fury. Is it because you outnumber me? I shouted defiantly, but I was met with the absence of that imposing yellow figure I had hoped for. As they closed in, I glanced back to see the mud, having consumed the remainder of the spilled Royal Salute, swaying unsteadily while clutching the shattered bottle behind a flower pot. What in the world is happening? The tumultuous events left me in a precarious situation as 7 or 8 robust young men, armed with various implements, menacingly approached our leader. Today, you shall enter on foot and exit on a stretcher. As a few of them shouted and charged towards me, I seized the inebriated dog, turned, and fled. Was there a back door? Before my departure, I couldn't resist stomping on Shi Yufu's belly, witnessing him spew a mouthful of blood, diffusing much of my fury from the destruction of the shop. The kitchen had a small door leading directly outside. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again another day. Without a moment to bid farewell, I darted towards the kitchen, for a wise man does not suffer needless losses. We would settle the score when Ergo arrived. In my frantic escape from the Blue Jazz Bar, I stumbled through the dark alley, pursued by several men. Halt! Listen up. Today, whoever captures him first shall receive 1,000 yuan red envelope. Motivated by the lure of money, the pursuers charged after me with fervor, unfamiliar with the terrain and burdened by the weight of Bai Qi, who, despite appearing only slightly larger than an ordinary dog, weighed several times more than a typical household mutt. My shoulders ached under the strain. His inability to hold his liquor made this a veritable betrayal of camaraderie. Having run 100 meters, I was breathless, and in a moment of desperation, I cast aside the tenacious Bai Qi, seizing a brick and positioning myself in the center of the alley. Keep running? Today, if I don't see you hospitalized, I shall have no face left in Jiangcheng. Beat him. Just as I was about to be overwhelmed, 2 second-hand Wuling vans descended like divine reinforcements at the alley's mouth. Jiangge, are you all right? Brother. I arrived late. A dozen men emerged from the vans, armed with clubs, donning masks and caps. The leader, with his right hand bandaged in gauze and strikingly blonde hair, stood out in the darkness. Dare to lay a hand on my brother Chinergu? Attack. The tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically, and I chuckled, tossing the brick. Ergo, your timing is impeccable. The security team found themselves cornered in the alley, and the stout Shi Yufu, surprisingly composed, used a towel to cover his head. You all should recognize us as the Jiang family security. Do you still wish to remain in Jiangcheng? Jiang family. Bah. Even the mightiest cannot intervene today. The men ergo brought were his own brothers, young yet fierce in their assaults. Refusing a toast and opting for a punishment drink? Stay calm. Let me summon reinforcements. Sure Yofu hastily dialed. Mr. Gu, we are in the back alley of the Blue Jazz Bar. Please hurry. They are numerous, and we are outmatched. Once the call ended, Sure Yofu's confidence surged. Thankfully, the birthday gathering had summoned Mr. Gu, and soon they would learn the meaning of being trapped between life and death. Your numbers are double ours. What are you so proud of? Should I let my brothers draw your blood one by one? I intercepted ergo, urging him not to act rashly. Mr. Gu was likely formidable. It was too late to feel fear. Mr. Gu was a distinguished guest invited by young Master Jiang from Miaojiang, specifically to deal with Gao Jian. Today, you are simply out of luck. Remember to check the lunar calendar before venturing out next time. Sure Yofu's face, stained with either blood or wine, or a frightening smile. Was Jiangcheng summoned to deal with me? At the wedding banquet, I had humiliated Jiangcheng's pet ghost, and he likely assumed I was a practitioner of the Tao, thus enlisting a Miaojiang sorcerer for retribution. I had anticipated his revenge after the disgrace I brought upon him at the banquet, yet I never imagined the depths of his malice. Based on my understanding of the poisonous goo in the Miao region, once the goo worm enters the body, the consequences can range from severe illness and madness to a torturous death. Beneath a seemingly gentle exterior, Jiangcheng is truly malevolent. As the back door of the Blue Note bar creaked open, a figure clad in a black robe stepped into the alley. Gu Master, we are here, Sure Yofu exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. The figure paid no heed, leisurely advancing into the alley, the robe concealing his face, exuding an air of inscrutability. Stop. The venue is closed. Two of Ergo's underlings reached out to block his path. The black robe lingered for 5 or 6 seconds without any movement, and suddenly, the two underlings' faces darkened as they clutched their wrists and collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing in agony. Huh. Gu Master, what a skill. How does it feel to be afraid? Zhongsheng Lu Gu. Ergo attempted to investigate, but I restrained him. Don't go. Let me handle this. Jian Gu, be careful. This guy exudes an aura of malevolence. I gestured for him to remain calm, though I myself was not entirely confident. However, this was a situation I had instigated, and I had to confront it myself. In the dilapidated alley, the black robe moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly dismissing our presence entirely, even too apathetic to engage in conversation. I gripped a brick, surmising the reason behind the collapse of Ergo's two subordinates. They must have inadvertently been bitten by the venomous insects. I remained vigilant, aware that a single bite could spell doom. Contemplating how to guard against the venomous creatures in the pitch-black alley proved daunting. Just as I pondered my next move, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my leg. Looking down, I discovered a palm-sized flower snake had latched onto my calf without my notice. Upon pulling off the serpent, it thrashed a few times before becoming motionless, its body stiff. I examined my leg, noting only 2 tiny puncture wounds, with no other unusual sensations. You are quite the man. You are the first I have seen to remain unfazed after being bitten by a 7-step snake, a voice from within the black robe remarked, tinged with surprise. So, you are not mute after all. It was not that I was particularly tough, but my calf felt surprisingly numb, as though the bite had enhanced my blood circulation. You still have the strength to speak? I wonder how long you can endure, the black robe sneered, spreading his palm from which several tiny creatures, resembling but smaller than bedbugs, sprang forth. Using goo on an ordinary person is simply a waste. He shook his head, reveling in his own prowess, appearing as a solitary master of his craft. This display left me paralyzed with fear, but after several minutes, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a few small flying insects struggling on the surface of my shoe, mirroring the appearance of the so-called 3-paths worm. Could these creatures self-destruct upon death? Admittedly, I was astonished by the black robe's capabilities. He had incapacitated 2 grown men with a mere wave of his hand, leading me to initially perceive him as exceptionally powerful. Yet, after all this time, aside from posturing and speaking, he had inflicted no harm upon me. Was it possible that he employed a slow-acting poison? One that would take effect at midnight? Oh, the 3-paths worm cannot approach your body. It seems I must compel you to resort to goo techniques. Kid, I intended to grant you a painless death, yet you do not cherish this opportunity, the black robe scoffed, as if everything was within his control. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he produced a sealed clay jar from his palm. Today, I shall unveil the true essence of sorcery. He positioned his index finger atop a ceramic jar, allowing a single drop of blood to fall within. The enticing scent of blood summoned forth a grotesque, colossal insect that emerged from the jar, resembling a centipede with 33 pairs of legs, the secret art of the Meow people's thousand-legged curse. With a deft motion of his fingers, the creature slithered from his arm to the ground, its speed increasing to such a degree that it became imperceptible to the naked eye. A cold sweat gripped my palms as I held a brick, glancing around in bewilderment. How could a mere mortal like me dare to contend with millennia-old sorcery? It was a foolhardy endeavor to stand against such power. No sooner had he spoken than I felt a chill on my arm, realizing the creature had somehow climbed onto me. Alarmed, I attempted to shake it off, but it was too late. The insect had latched onto my arm, injecting venom into my body, causing my forearm's skin to darken to a sickly hue. Chapter 45. Are you here to amuse me? The thousand-legged curse struck with the swiftness of lightning, its venom as fierce as a tempest. Should the bite not be severed immediately, it would spread throughout my body, leaving me with a mere quarter of an hour to live. The figure in black robes cackled with wicked delight, gesturing nonchalantly as the insect completed its grim task and fell from my arm, retreating with an uncanny intelligence. Jiangcheng, ergo, concerned for my safety, hurried over, only to discover that the dark discoloration on my arm had begun to fade, ultimately coalescing into a single drop of black blood that trickled from the plum blossom wound on my wrist. I felt an inexplicable sense of clarity and patted ergo on the shoulder, urging him not to panic. The bite was not only painless but invigorating. Turning my gaze to the figure in black, he had transformed in my eyes from a sinister sorcerer to a benevolent healer, one who bore the weight of the world's suffering. What a preposterous display! Let us see how you fare when the venom takes hold, I thought. The figure in black, noticing my vitality and composure, appeared increasingly irked. With a swift motion, he produced another ceramic jar, this one in hues of red and black. A Meow sorcerer is permitted to nurture only 9 cursed insects in a lifetime, with the first, nourished by their blood, being the life-bound curse. To perish beneath this curse would bring you a tranquil end. As he unveiled the black and red jar, an ominous aura enveloped him, a palpable sense of malice surrounding his presence. The poison within the jar was no ordinary pest. His demeanor left me apprehensive, rendering me hesitant to act recklessly. With several pairs of eyes fixated on the palm of the figure in black, he did not disappoint. After murmuring incantations, the surface of the jar darkened with blood, and a massive moth burst forth, soaring into the sky. This was no ordinary moth. It was the size of a palm, its 6 wings beating vigorously, revealing a grotesque human face upon its back. The life-bound poison moth. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but the alleyway, already shrouded in shadows, grew even more sinister. The neon lights outside warped, as a flurry of what resembled willow catkins wafted through the air. Hold your breath. The air is toxic. I hastily covered my mouth and nose, but it was too late. It felt as though something had been inhaled, and my throat began to itch. Glancing back, I saw ergo and further away, Shiyufu, both pallid and clutching their throats, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as if suffocating. The human-faced moth is one of the 3 calamities. Its phosphorescent powder is laced with deadly poison. Without my antidote, you shall perish from asphyxiation within the hour. The figure in black concluded with a triumphant laugh, as those in the alleyway fell in disarray, all but me rendered immobile. Ergo, with a fierce grip around his own neck, Ergo's fingers clutched the soil beneath him, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Yet, as I inhaled the phosphorus powder, I merely felt a slight itch in my throat. Indeed, that was all. Am I invulnerable to toxins? Or is it that excessive consumption of gutter oil has granted me immunity against the vile bugs of the Xinjiang region? There was no logic in this. I seized a brick and advanced toward the figure in the black robe. Whatever sinister tricks he possessed, I would first subdue him. Remarkably, he could still move. His tenacity evoked a measure of admiration within me. The black-robed figure, with hands clasped behind his back and a rare glint of appreciation in his eyes, stated, "If you can walk 5 steps unharmed, I might consider granting you a merciful death." To my astonishment, he began to count my steps. To be ensnared by the poisonous bug and forced movement would only hasten my demise. The toxins and larvae would root themselves within every corner of my body. The faster I moved, the greater the agony I would endure upon collapsing. 5 steps passed. The black robe shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. With myriad insects gnawing at your heart and blood flowing from your orifices, I can already foresee your gruesome end. His words sent a shiver down my spine. Yet I felt no ill effects. Boldly, I took 5 steps forward, feeling utterly unscathed. Even my throat felt better. Were it not for the circumstances, I might have even burst into song. But wait a moment. Ergo and the others were indeed suffering. Why did the poisonous bugs have no effect on me? I stared blankly at the plum blossom wound on my wrist. Could it be due to the plum blossom bug from the Underworld showcase? From its appearance alone, the plum blossom bug resembled a dragon with peculiar horns, suggesting it was far superior to the bugs of the black-robed figure. Could it be that the plum blossom bug was so dominant that my body could not accommodate any other bugs? Lost in thought, I unknowingly traversed a distance of several steps, closing the gap to the black-robed figure to merely a meter or two. Hearing my footsteps, he opened his eyes. What? How are you still alive? His voice, tinged with gloom, nevertheless carried a hint of rustic simplicity. Brother, I too am intrigued as to why, after you cursed me. My waist does not ache and my legs are not sore. I have walked this far, wielding a brick with such vigor. You are no ordinary person. Are you also a bugmaster? The black-robed figure, startled, took a step back, surprised to encounter a kindred spirit. Very well, according to the customs of bugmasters, I shall challenge you to a duel. He waved his hands, and 3 ceramic jars tumbled from his robe, arranged in a formation before him. Unleash the bugs. Huh. Truth be told, had Ergo and the others not been on the brink of collapse, I would surely think this individual was a severe case of delusions of grandeur, lost in a cosplay of his own design. The incantation of bug was dissected, the insect below, the dish above, the transformation of shadows into insects, the descent into the dish to become a bug. 3 evils and 5 calamities, the black-robed figure chanted, but by the time he finished, I had already closed in on him. Brother, perhaps next time you might condense your incantation? Look, I am already before you, and you have yet to finish. Isn't that rather awkward? Maintaining his composure, the black-robed figure's countenance changed abruptly as he prepared to raise his index finger to let blood drip into the jar. In an instant, I swung the brick. With a thud, he clutched his bleeding head, the obstinate bug master collapsing to the ground, still murmuring his incantation. He trembled, his emaciated arms reaching for his ceramic jars. Your final act of defiance is utterly incomprehensible to me. With a swift maneuver, I pinned him to the ground, revealing a frail, middle-aged man beneath the black robe, looking rather disheveled. Impossible. How could you remain entirely unharmed despite being afflicted by the bug poison? This cannot be. Stop pretending to be a big bad wolf. Hasten to relieve my brother of the poison within him. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. I hurled the brick, astonished at the ease with which I had subdued the poison master who had ensnared over a dozen individuals. Your days are numbered. The venom has infiltrated your vital organs. You will surely perish within a quarter of an hour, and yet you remain blissfully unaware of your impending doom, a master of the meow poison arts. The black-clad figure directed a torrent of curses at me, but I paid him no heed. Raising the brick, I struck him twice upon the forehead. Master of the meow arts, you say? I shall incinerate your insects with a lighter if you refuse to antidote the poison. The effect of my blows was immediate. The black-clad one complied and began administering the antidote to Ergo and the others. Brother Jian, you are truly miraculous. I nearly believed I would meet my end just moments ago. The black-clad figure indeed possessed considerable skills. Had he encountered anyone else but me, this peculiar creature afflicted by the plum blossom poison, none would have been able to cure him. Once the poison was dispelled from everyone, the security guards huddled in the corner, too terrified to utter a sound. Their leader, Shiryofu, wore a forced smile. His previous ferocity vanished as if he were a different person altogether. Misunderstandings, brother, all mere misunderstandings. He stuffed his pockets full of money into Ergo's hands. As I pulled out a cigarette, he hurried over to light it, his obsequious demeanor reminiscent of the historical figure Hushin. Brother, the destruction of your establishment was merely a directive from above. I am but a messenger without power or influence, compelled to obey. We are all in this profession together. My apologies for any losses incurred. Please, inform me, and I shall reimburse you immediately. Shiryofu, in his 40s, addressed me with exaggerated humility, calling me little brother and big brother, his attitude excessively accommodating. After he relinquished a significant portion of his savings, Ergo and I chose not to press him further. I ordered the group to vacate the premises, leaving behind the black-clad poison master, now disheveled and cornered. They may leave, but you shall remain. I instructed Ergo to strip him of his possessions, leaving him clad only in black undergarments. My word. My subordinates gawked in astonishment as they uncovered numerous pouches and 7 assorted ceramic jars from his person, marveling at how he had concealed them all. Moments ago, the imposing poison master now sat bare, clutching a newspaper to cover his chest, resembling a bullied young girl. Since you have me at your mercy, do as you will, he said. But please, do not regard me with such lifeless eyes. We mean you no harm, merely a few questions to pose. We unceremoniously tossed the poison master into a van and drove back to Jiangcheng Road. Chapter 46. The most dominant poison upon disembarking from the van. I entrusted all the money I had acquired from Fu to Ergo, while I gathered the multitude of bottles and jars belonging to the poison master. Carrying him back to the shop, Xiaofeng lent a hand. Though surprised by my acquisition of a living person, she obeyed my commands implicitly, never prying into matters that did not concern her. Supporting the poison master into the room, I wrapped him in a bedsheet and secured the shop door, leading him upstairs. Do not touch the ceramic jars in his black robe, I cautioned before locking the door, leaving only the poison master, draped in the sheet, and myself in the room. Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do with me? The poison master clutched the bedsheet tightly, appearing somewhat anxious without his accompanying poisons. In the past, at the Anshin Inn, Xiaofeng exhibited a similar demeanor, yet her gracefulness rendered her captivating, while Mr. Gu appeared rather unseemly in comparison. Surely, you are curious as to why the Gu worms hold no sway over me. Drawing the curtains, I must convey that the ensuing discussion may delve into the realm of the underworld, thus I prefer to shield it from prying ears. Today I find myself in your grasp, and I can only blame my lack of skill. Do with me as you will. After all, those who practice the art of Gu have endured countless sufferings. No matter how you torment me, my brow shall remain unwrinkled. Mr. Gu's words were tragically noble, yet his imposing aura was completely undermined by the garish red flower-patterned bedsheet, lending an unexpected humor to the scene. Are practitioners of Gu always so haughty? With a sigh, I fetched paper and pen and inscribed the characters for Plum Blossom Gu. I have brought you here today to pose a singular question. Should you answer satisfactorily, I shall release you. Is this a true promise? A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses, yet you must respond honestly and without guile. The inquiry I wish to make pertains to the Plum Blossom Gu, as it is the sole clue left in the wake of Xia Qi's disappearance. And it bears immense significance for me. Mr. Gu furrowed his brow, gnawing on his fingertip, and smeared a drop of blood on his forehead, vowing upon his life Gu worm that if he uttered a falsehood, the parasitic insect would consume him. A Gu master who disrespects the divine is indeed bound by his life Gu. The ineffectiveness of your Gu poison upon me is not due to my mastery of Gu arts, but may be linked to a particular Gu toxin I encountered previously. Impossible. If you had already been afflicted by Gu poison, multiple toxins would merely hasten the incubation of the larvae within your body, transforming your flesh into a living Gu vat. Mr. Gu implied that the poisons would stimulate one another, unleashing their ferocity and giving rise to even more formidable Gu worms. Are you certain? Could it be that one specific Gu toxin is so dominant that once it enters the body, no other toxins can coexist? Mr. Gu seemed to ponder for a moment, but then shook his head, acknowledging that while such toxins do exist, they have long been extinct. Hearing this, I felt a glimmer of hope and inquired, might you have heard of the term Plum Blossom Gu? Plum Blossom Gu. Mr. Gu's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded me. Even among Gu seedlings, it is considered a taboo. How could an outsider such as yourself be privy to such knowledge? Indeed, if one could unravel the mysteries of Plum Blossom Gu, might I not escape the clutches of the underworld stage? Suppressing my excitement, I lowered my voice and confessed. To be candid, the poison that afflicts me is indeed Plum Blossom Gu. With a sudden flourish, Mr. Gu, wrapped in the bedsheet, sprang to his feet. Plumbrand. The innate Gu worm truly exists in this world. He stared at me in shock for a prolonged moment before sitting down again, his expression fluctuating. To be honest, I am not well versed in Plum Blossom Gu. I have merely encountered it in ancient texts. Although this Gu is named Plum Blossom Gu, its appearance bears no resemblance to the flower. It is so named because the afflicted bear the scars of the plum blossom for life. These wounds never heal. Indeed, not until death. What a tyrannical Gu worm. Not merely tyrannical, it is utterly intolerable by the heavens. Mr. Gu recalled the ancient texts. which proclaimed that the plum blossoms herald the arrival of spring alone, unrivaled in the world. This plum blossom goo reigns supreme among the myriad goo. Its methods of cultivation have long been lost to time. He cast another glance at my wrist, explaining that the art of dispelling poison involves treating the ailment with its own venom. I understood the question he was about to pose. Alas, this particular toxin is beyond remedy. I did not anticipate his response to be so unequivocal. Is there truly no solution? To put it plainly, the most dominant of all poisons is the bloodworm of the goo Jiangcheng pu, which is derived from selecting the most robust 99 out of 1,000 blood leeches. These are nourished with fresh fish blood for 9 days, after which they are allowed to fight amongst themselves until only 9 remain. Subsequently, they are fed with the blood of 5 livestock for another 9 days, ultimately leaving just 1. This singular creature, nourished with human blood and various toxins for 49 days, becomes a bloodthirsty monster capable of opening the goo. However, in ancient times, this blood poison was merely sustenance for another type of golden silkworm goo. What I wish to convey is that ancient texts record the Mei Hua goo's favorite food is none other than the golden silkworm. After such a convoluted explanation, I finally grasped the true ferocity of the Mei Hua goo. Is there truly no recourse? Should there be any concealment, may the heavens strike me down. Even the goo master has declared it so, leaving me powerless. As per our agreement, I opened the door. You may leave now, but be wary of mingling with the people of Jiangcheng real estate, lest they sell you and you unwittingly assist them in counting their profits. Despite the goo master's profound skills, his intellect seems rather simplistic. To put it kindly, he is somewhat naive. As I opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted in. Xiaofeng was downstairs, calling out that she had prepared noodles for us. After finishing our drinks, we could eat and then depart. Fate is indeed peculiar. The two individuals who were once adversaries now found themselves sharing a table, consuming noodles, their eyes meeting in an awkward stare. I could hardly believe you still had the audacity to stay for noodles. Humph. The goo master's tone was frosty, yet he devoured the food with unrestrained fervor. By the time we had satisfied our hunger, it was already past 1 or 2 in the morning, and not a single taxi could be found outside. I looked at the goo master, draped in a bedsheet, and instinctively covered my forehead. If I were to leave him outside, anyone who saw him would certainly call the authorities. Better to let him stay here for the night. The two of us made a makeshift bed, tossing all the jars and bottles outside before locking the shop door, which finally allowed me to breathe easy. Do not entertain any ill intentions, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The goo master snorted in disdain and promptly fell asleep. Noticing he remained still, I too found solace in sleep. The room was enveloped in silence until approximately 3 in the morning, when the goo master, confined beneath the thin blanket, suddenly opened his eyes and remarked, "You are still quite inexperienced." A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he silently chanted incantations. The clay pot left outside began to tremble, and before long, a moth with a human face emerged, flying through the ventilation into the room. In light of that bowl of noodles, I shall spare your life. However, for daring to insult a goo master, you shall pay a price. He instructed the moth to disperse phosphorus powder throughout the room, declaring, "Once the human-faced moth has spread its influence, this place shall grow even more desolate, severing your sources of income." The goo master chuckled to himself, reveling in the joy of revenge, but his delight was short-lived. Bai Qi, having consumed half a bottle of Royal Salute, suddenly awoke. This dog is perceptive, but a mere animal, unawakened in intellect, cannot pose a threat to its master. Surely, I can handle you. He envisioned the dog collapsing from the toxic powder. Yet Bai Qi merely shook his head, undeterred. What is happening? Could this dog also be affected by the Mei Hua goo? As he pondered this, Bai Qi noticed the human-faced moth fluttering about the room. Having just sobered up, he was quite invigorated and leaped up, swatting the moth to the ground with a resounding clap. Mr. Goo spat out a mouthful of blood, a vivid testament to the grievous wound inflicted by his own life-giving goo. The situation was dire. After a harrowing escape, the wings on his back had been torn away by Bai Qi, and several of his legs lay broken. Having traversed the Miao region for over a decade, he had never endured such humiliation. This matter would not conclude today. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once more recited the incantation. This time, the 1,000-leg goo crawled in, and to evade Bai Qi, he commanded it to ascend the roof and enter the inner room. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. The 1,000-leg goo halted before the door where Xiaofeng slept, frozen in place. seemingly beyond his control. What could this possibly mean? Mr. Gu's complexion paled as he realized that the thousand-leg Gu favored entities of extreme Yin and cold. It would only cease its movement upon encountering a woman born under the Yin hour, enveloped in Yin energy. Could it be that the occupant of that room was the heavenly joy saintess I had sought for years? Chapter 47. You are the seventh typically. It is women who learn the art of Gu, not men. It is not that men are forbidden from learning. Rather, Gu is an exceedingly sinister and cold entity. Men who pursue its study generally face a short lifespan, which is why the Miao clan strictly prohibits the importation of Gu techniques to males. Mr. Gu's mastery of Gu was acquired through stealth and self-study. He possessed remarkable talent, yet, being born a male, his lifespan dwindled as his skills flourished. To prolong his existence, he had to seek out entities of extreme Yin to nourish his body. His agreement to assist Jiangcheng in dealing with Gao Jian was born out of necessity, as acquiring such Yin entities on the market required substantial wealth, a sum difficult to amass in the remote Miao region. Everything was for the sake of survival, yet today, the thousand-leg Gu he had nurtured had discovered a woman born during the Yin hour. Such girls are inherently suited for the study of Gu and would undoubtedly be chosen as the clan saintess. Not only was she born under the Yin hour, but her body was also suffused with an overwhelming aura of Yin energy. Was she a living ghost or a person who had traversed the underworld? If he could remain close to this girl, perhaps the malevolent energy of the Gu could be offset or transferred. After considerable effort, he managed to return the thousand-leg Gu to its earthen jar, and that night, Mr. Gu slept soundly. The next morning, I was roused from slumber by Xiao Feng. A fire has broken out, I exclaimed, throwing off the covers and springing to my feet, only to find Xiao Feng kneeling beside the bed, a peculiar expression on her face. How should I describe it? It resembled the look of someone who had encountered a cockroach but felt unable to crush it underfoot. Following her gaze, I saw Mr. Gu, already awake and wrapped in sheets, his face contorted into a rigid smile. His hawkish eyes were fixated on Xiao Feng, as though he wished to devour her whole. Goodness, this old scoundrel couldn't he possibly have developed feelings for Xiao Feng? Could he? The age difference is absurd. I dressed quickly and approached Mr. Gu. It's already bright outside. Why haven't you left yet? Not in a rush, he replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. I find I have quite the affinity with this girl and wish to bestow upon her a great fortune. What fortune? I wish to take her as my disciple and impart the art of Miao Gu to her. He had crafted a clever scheme, intending to linger near Xiao Feng under the guise of mentorship, all the while aiming to transfer the malevolent energy of the Gu onto her. Have you lost your mind? I retorted, bewildered by the abruptness of his thoughts as I sought Xiao Feng's opinion. The girl promptly shook her head in refusal. You've seen for yourself. Xiao Feng has no intention of learning the art of Gu. The day is already advancing. You should depart at once. This is not a shelter for the disabled. You should return whence you came. Mr. Gu's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Young lady, you must understand that my mastery of Gu techniques allows me to easily incapacitate several robust men with just a slight touch of my art. If you are disinterested in learning or engaging in combat, it seems my words have not been sufficiently clear. The profound knowledge of Miao Gu is not limited to combat and killing. It can also preserve youth and stave off aging. There is no necessity to learn if you choose not to. In truth, the art of Gu is enigmatic, and some exquisite poisons possess unexpected abilities, such as controlling the hearts and minds of others, ensuring that your beloved remains utterly devoted to you. I trust in your wisdom, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu fell silent, his lips turning purple from contemplation. I neatly folded the quilt and nudged Mr. Gu, suggesting that he should take his leave as I was preparing to open for business, urging him not to linger stubbornly. Perhaps we could make a pact. I vow, using my life-bound Gu insect, that if that young lady lends me a certain item, I shall refrain from taking action against you and will also assist you in one matter unconditionally. Mr. Gu spoke earnestly, and out of curiosity, I inquired about the item he wished to borrow from Xiao Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Gu, with a rather embarrassed expression, replied that he sought the tian kuei, a precious medicinal herb revered since ancient times, particularly as it is associated with the sacred and feminine essence of the tian kuei of the heavenly joy. Xiao Feng, still somewhat perplexed, shook my arm and asked what the tian kuei was. If you do not understand, you may look it up online later. I am going to the kitchen to fetch something. I genuinely wish to request this. If you agree to lend it to me, I promise to assist you with 3 matters. I remained silent and, without a word, emerged from the kitchen brandishing a kitchen knife. You old rogue. If you refuse to leave today, do you believe I will not cleave you in two? Do not be rash. How about 5 matters? We can still negotiate. With that, I pushed Mr. Gu out of the small shop. This stubborn individual continued to pound on the roller shutter door outside, urging me to reconsider. As noon approached, Xiaofeng prepared to venture out for groceries, only to run into Mr. Gu, who was lurking nearby, dressed in tattered black robes and holding a jianbing, Chinese breakfast crepe. He bore no semblance of a learned master. Young lady, our meeting amidst the vast sea of humanity is surely a fateful connection, Mr. Gu insisted, doggedly following her to the market. Even Xiaofeng, with her typically good temperament, found his persistence increasingly intolerable. Please stop following me. I simply cannot bear to see you miss this opportunity. If you continue to follow me, I will call the police. To evade Mr. Gu, Xiaofeng took to the narrow alleyways. The sparse shadows in the alley felt eerily silent, with the occasional clatter of a fallen bottle startling her. As she walked ahead, Xiaofeng suddenly felt a hand clap on her shoulder. Why are you here again? She exclaimed. I told you, I dislike insects and have no desire to learn Gu. Drumming? My brother will not teach you to drum. He has far more delightful things to impart. The voice seemed off, and upon turning hastily, she was met by the sight of a scorpion tattoo, a recognition of the ruffians she had encountered at the night market. Who are you calling a ruffian? We are merely here for you. The tattooed man smirked wickedly, reaching to grab Xiaofeng. At that moment, Mr. Gu, cloaked in black, strode into the alley. You dare to lay a hand on someone I have taken an interest in? Someone you are interested in? What can you, an old relic, do other than observe? Mr. Gu, with a cold smile, uttered, your words total 21 characters. I shall torment you for 21 days before allowing you to perish, thousand-legged Gu. As the clay pot fell to the ground, Mr. Gu was about to recite his incantation when a tremendous force struck the back of his head. He struggled to discern the figure behind him, but his mind grew heavy, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Take that woman away and leave this place at once. The assailant, donning a baseball cap, possessed a handsome and fair visage on one half of his face, while the other bore the marks of a fire's wrath. Disfigured and ghastly. Let me go? Release me. Xiaofeng protested, struggling. The man, smiling, approached her and said, Sister, long time no see. I heard you have been living well, haven't you? Sister? Xiaofeng's expression shifted abruptly, as though she had recalled something horrifying. She slowly raised her gaze toward the peculiar face beneath the cap and screamed, Lu Xing, silence her mouth and take her away. In a forsaken warehouse on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Xiaofeng, bound tightly, was tossed onto a dilapidated sofa, while her brother, Lu Xing, sat beside her. The bodies hidden in the Anshin Hotel have been discovered. Our parents have been taken by the police, and I have become a wanted criminal. He toyed with a short knife, occasionally gesturing it toward Xiaofeng's face. Yet you, on the other hand, seem to be enjoying life with your little lover. Have you forgotten your lowly fate? After speaking, Lu Xing seized Xiaofeng's hair, disregarding her anguished screams, and pressed the blade against her neck. You cannot escape. None of the 8 characters can evade their destiny. But fret not, for I shall not kill you just yet. You are the 7th. Before you, there is another I must eliminate. Lu Xing picked up a newspaper from the ground, the headline announcing the police's success in breaking the Anshin Hotel corpse case. Accompanied by 2 images, one of the hotel and the other depicting the head of the city's criminal investigation unit, Tai Ningxiang, the general star. I have sought for 10 years, and I never expected it to be right here in Jiangcheng. He laughed heartily, as his subordinates bowed their heads, appearing more like puppets under his control. Han Wan, Yuan Shun, Jie Sha, Wang Shun, Tian Yi, Gui Run, Jiang Xing, and 10 evils, all have gathered. Now, we need merely to await the arrival of the morning crier and the death gate to exchange fates and reconstruct our destinies. Chapter 48. The third live broadcast. Xiaofeng lay on the sofa, observing Lu Xing's maniacal laughter as childhood memories akin to nightmares flooded her mind. She painfully closed her eyes, realizing her fate was inescapable. In the warehouse, each individual harbored their own thoughts, oblivious to the thousand-legged Gu that crawled from Xiaofeng's pocket and into the crevices of the sofa. By the time I learned of Xiaofeng's disappearance, it was already afternoon. Mr. Gu rushed into the shop in a frenzy, declaring that Xiaofeng had been taken by a group of thugs. Initially, I was skeptical. However, upon visiting the market myself, I discovered the situation was far more grave than Mr. Gu had described. There were no signs of struggle at the abduction site, indicating that the assailants were not of simple origin. Why would they kidnap Xiaofeng? For wealth? For lust? Shaking my head, I dismissed those possibilities. I picked up the vegetable basket that had fallen to the ground. The vegetables remained pristine and undisturbed, suggesting that the basket had not been flung during a scuffle, but rather, Xiaofeng had released it herself. Why would she let go? Had she encountered something terrifying? In broad daylight, was a ghost wreaking havoc? Unthinkable. Xiaofeng was already haunted by spirits. Even if confronted by a ghost, she would not be easily frightened. A perplexing question arose in my mind. Who is the person that Xiaofeng fears the most? The landlord couple has been detained. Yet there exists only one individual capable of instilling such panic in Xiaofeng, her brother, Lu Xing, who is currently on the run. My eyes gradually brightened as I summoned Mr. Gu, inquiring if he had seen a peculiar young man. Mr. Gu, somewhat evasive, could only recall that as he fell. A youth wearing a duck-billed cap stood behind him. It was highly probable that this individual was a fugitive. I promptly contacted the authorities. Half an hour later, upon encountering Tai Ningxiang, my first words were that Xiaofeng had been kidnapped, likely orchestrated by Lu Xing. An extensive search operation commenced discreetly throughout the city. Although my concern for Xiaofeng's safety weighed heavily on my heart, I understood that I was powerless to assist at that moment. Returning to Tingtang Road, the previously silent Mr. Gu finally spoke. The disappearance of that girl bears half my responsibility. I shall exert my efforts to locate her. What is destined cannot be avoided. I prepared 2 buckets of instant noodles and lit a cigarette, contemplating the situation. By the way, I must inform you that I lost one of my goo worms, Mr. Gu added. You lost one. The 1,000-legged goo, the half-foot-long centipede, thrives in extreme cold and darkness. It escaped from the goo jar while I was unconscious. After a moment of hesitation, Mr. Gu recounted his actions from the previous night. So, the lost goo worm is likely now in the company of Xiaofeng? I queried. Indeed, I nourish the goo with my blood. As long as it is within 100 meters of me, I can sense its presence. Given the vastness of Jiangcheng, can you possibly cover each step? Rest assured, I will find her and provide you with an explanation, Mr. Gu assured me before he shook his black robe and departed the shop. What had been a lively little store just hours ago now felt desolate, as if time had reverted to a long-gone era. If only I could have relayed that message by the riverside yesterday. A full day passed without any news of Xiaofeng. In my desperation, I had enlisted Air Guzi to search for her and even sought Lu Xiezi's divination, but to no avail. As Lu Xiezi stated, this was a calamity destined to befall Xiaofeng, one from which she could not escape. I was at a loss for any other pursuits until the following night at 8 o'clock, when a sudden cold light illuminated the unlit shop. Someone had dialed into the grand screen of the Underworld show. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. I took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Ding dong. You have arrived at the Misty Cloud Mansion. Please ensure you have your personal belongings and disembark from the rear door. Please exit carefully. Vehicles entering the station. Please pay attention to safety. The unmanned 14 route bus requests that you board from the front and deposit 1 yuan. No change will be given on the bus. The vehicle is commencing. Please secure yourself. Welcome aboard the unmanned 14 route bus. Please prepare your coins and deposit 1 yuan. Passengers boarding should move towards the rear door. Next stop, the crematorium at Sanhao Bridge. Following the conclusion of what appeared to be a bus announcement, a woman's voice echoed. Promise me you won't let my daughter board. Promise me. The call abruptly ended, and the busy signal resonated within the shop. Shortly thereafter, a text message arrived in my inbox. On this silent, deserted midnight, please refrain from boarding the delayed last bus, for it may very well be a hearse laden with the deceased. At the stroke of midnight, I arrived at the Miyun mansion, taking the number 14 bus and managing to reach the final destination unscathed. It is imperative to note that this task must be undertaken without the company of any living creature. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. A supplementary objective is to safeguard the passengers aboard the vehicle. For each additional soul preserved, 1 point shall be awarded. Staring blankly at the messages in my inbox, each live-streaming task fills me with an unexpected trepidation. Prohibited from undertaking the mission in the company of any living being? It is evident that this is a direct reference to Bai Qi. How could they possibly know about him? Have they been lurking in my vicinity all along? With merely 4 hours remaining before the live broadcast commences, my only ace, Bai Qi, is unable to accompany me. The tasks in the Underworld show grow increasingly perilous. My survival last time was solely due to Xiaofeng's timely intervention. I cannot afford to hope for miraculous rescues each time. Relying on last-minute efforts is fraught with difficulty. After much contemplation, I resolved to exchange points from the Underworld show for life-preserving talismans. Leaving by Chi to guard, I called Lu Xie to come over and then took a taxi to the largest bank in Jiangcheng. Retrieving my large-screen phone, I sent a message via my inbox regarding the point redemption, specifically requesting 6 random minor talismans. The points were deducted, leaving me with 4. And I was informed that my items had been securely deposited in a personal safe, ready for collection. The Underworld show responded rather promptly. Upon my arrival at the bank, which should have been closed, I was greeted by a brightly lit interior, with a statuesque lobby manager standing at the entrance. "Mr. Gao, we have received your notification. Please, follow me. Are the items here? Did you ascertain who delivered them? Regrettably, we only received a call stating that you would be collecting the items." I felt a sense of incredulity. The Underworld show indeed wielded remarkable influence. Upon reflection, it made sense. If they could communicate with spirits and procure items as rare as the plum blossom goo, who would suspect them of discreetly depositing items into the bank's vault? Descending to the basement, I swiped my black card, retrieving a black package from my personal safe. Without hastily unwrapping it, I returned to Tingtang Road, where Lu Xie had been waiting. Carefully locking the shop door, I invited Lu Xie inside. "Gao Jian, the ominous clouds are gathering. A great calamity is imminent." As soon as he sat down, Lu Xie began counting on his fingers. "You must not venture out tonight. It would be prudent to remain indoors, preferably alongside this dog." I offered a wry smile. "Your calculations are quite astute, but I must go out tonight." "Go out for what? To seek death?" Lu Xie's beard trembled with irritation, his concern palpable. There was no choice. Remaining would lead to certain demise. I opened the package, a faint scent of incense wafting through the room. "The reason I asked you over is to examine these talismans and discern their purposes." Having exchanged 5 points for 6 random minor talismans, I, a novice in such matters, was utterly oblivious to their potential efficacy and thus sought Lu Xie's expertise. Peering down at the 6 talismans, laid flat within the package, they bore no creases, while they may not rival the exquisite craftsmanship of Lei Fu. Each stroke was imbued with an ethereal charm. "Where did you acquire these talismans?" Lu Xie, captivated by the talismans, expressed astonishment, revealing that some of these techniques had been long lost. Glancing at the clock, now 9 o'clock, I urged him, "Quickly, tell me their capabilities." The first talisman, characterized by a yellow background and black characters, is the common Maoshan guiding talisman among the 6, capable of dispelling illusions and overcoming obstacles. The second talisman, with a yellow background and red characters, is crafted from a mixture of vermilion and blood. If I am not mistaken, it is the Maoshan Qigong talisman. The third talisman is even more extraordinary, featuring a yellow background and white characters, written with glutinous rice mixed with ink. It should originate from the hands of a rural recluse, serving the purpose of silencing a child's night cries, as its name suggests. As for the fourth and fifth talismans, I cannot discern their significance, though they appear to be a pair representing mother and child, a mystery beyond my comprehension. The sixth talisman, crafted on red paper, is a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 49, Midnight Bus. This talisman, lacking proper knowledge of its methods, must not be recklessly employed, lest calamity ensue. I had not anticipated that among the 6 randomly exchanged talismans, one would evoke such ill fate. Not all red paper talismans are malevolent. Rather, this particular one exudes a sinister aura. The paper may be ordinary, and the ink may be unremarkable, yet the artist's malevolence seeps through every stroke. In any case, heed my advice. Do not reveal this talisman easily, nor employ it carelessly. After neatly stacking the 6 talismans and placing them in my pocket, I bowed to Lu Xie, expressing my gratitude for his guidance. I have been remiss in the past, and if I survive this night, I shall certainly pay my respects and apologize. Why does your tone suddenly resemble that of someone settling affairs? Lu Xie remarked, his fingers moving as if he could see through the black cloth covering his eyes. I cannot divulge my destination, but it is imperative that I go alone. Packing all the live-streaming equipment into a black leather case, I lit a cigarette. With 2 hours remaining until midnight. It seems you have made up your mind. I shall not hinder you. However, I have just cast your fortune and received a hazy omen of great misfortune. Oh, what does the omen say? This was my first experience with fortune-telling, as I had never believed in such things before. Lu Xie shook his head, saying, If the horse refuses to move, do not take the car. If the car is unyielding, it is best for you to walk wherever you go tonight. Moreover, born in winter, you thrive in warmth. Thus, do not venture northward this night. Remember, take the winding paths that lead to tranquility. Avoid the straight roads, for they may lead you astray from your desired destination. Having spoken, he did not linger, instead coughing twice and departing with his burden. The peculiar stipulations of not taking a car, avoiding the north, and steering clear of direct routes lingered in my mind. I diligently opened my computer to urgently investigate the 14th bus route in Jiangcheng. To my shock, I discovered that there had been 11 reported accidents involving the 14th bus, resulting in several fatalities on this route. Furthermore, all incidents shared a commonality. They invariably involved the last bus of the night. Regardless of the driver, even those with extensive experience, the last bus inexplicably fell prey to trivial errors, culminating in irrevocable tragedies. Consequently, netizens began to speculate, some attributing the accidents to the bus's remote route and poor road conditions, urging relevant authorities to take action. Others pointed out that the 14th bus continued to utilize outdated Minsheng vehicles, long overdue for retirement, yet the bus company stubbornly resisted external pressure to replace them. Among the two prevailing opinions, 20% assert that the last bus of Route 14 is occupied not by the living, but by lost souls and restless spirits. This perspective is not without merit, considering that the terminus of the 14 bus line is the Jiangcheng No. 3 Bridge Crematorium. Moreover, each year during the Mid-Yuan and Upper Yuan festivals, the bus company inexplicably dispatches an empty vehicle to traverse the entire route, devoid of passengers. This peculiar regulation has left many citizens baffled, yet the bus company has consistently refrained from providing a definitive explanation, thus fueling the rumors that the last bus of Route 14 is exclusively reserved for the deceased. As a local of Jiangcheng, I have heard whispers of this tale, yet I never paid it much heed, much like the majority who regarded it merely as a topic for casual conversation. Had I known the circumstances would unfold as they did, I would have sought clarification from the bus company long ago. The task of the Underworld showcase was announced merely 4 hours in advance, leaving little time for preparation. After gleaning a general understanding online, I shouldered my suitcase and set out. Heeding Lu's advice, I opted to walk rather than hail a taxi to the remote Miyun Pavilion on the outskirts of the city. What hidden significance lay in my boarding from Miyun Pavilion? I meticulously studied the Route 14 bus map, memorizing the names of each stop. Notably, Miyun Pavilion is neither the starting point nor the terminus. It is merely an inconspicuous station on the route. After an hour and a half of walking, I finally arrived at Miyun Pavilion just before midnight, finding it far more desolate than I had anticipated. Overgrown with weeds, the half-constructed resort resembled a patient laid bare, languishing in the wasteland. The building remained unfinished, with heaps of unused sand and hardened concrete strewn about. The entrance lay in ruins, with the words Miyun Pavilion partially buried in the earth. Years ago, this site was heralded as the premier resort in South China, even making it to television. Yet after all this time, it remains incomplete. For hundreds of meters in every direction, not a soul was in sight, although distant farmhouses flickered with sporadic lights. After wandering a considerable distance, I finally spotted the bus stop, a solitary iron sign displaying only the Route 14 map. There was only one bus scheduled, truly dismal. Glancing at the time, I noted that only 5 minutes remained until midnight. I set down my black suitcase and sat on the curb, pulling out a cigarette to smoke in silence. Would the bus even arrive? Logically, public transport should have ceased operations by midnight. Moments later, the lights in the distant farmhouse extinguished, leaving me alone in the vast darkness, with only the glow of my cigarette illuminating the night. Regardless, the live broadcast was set to begin at midnight. I opened my suitcase, considering that I might be streaming from the bus, so I refrained from using my camera. Instead, opting for my large-screen smartphone, I activated the camera feature, plugged in the mobile encoding stick, and clicked on the Underworld showcase. Acquiring image. Connecting to bullet screen. Data stable. Start live broadcast. Yes. Welcome, Teletubby, who met a tragic end, to the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biaoyi, to the live stream. As soon as I began broadcasting, the viewership surged to 50, with familiar usernames flashing across the screen. Yet I found it impossible to feel any joy. In Class 2, Officer Huang and the charming young lady share a love that is inextricably linked to the realm of the macabre. To put it differently, The viewers in my live broadcast may very well be spending their remaining days in this eerie spectacle. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all who have entered the super thrilling live broadcast. Before we commence today's session, it is imperative that I inform you that not everyone is destined to witness this broadcast. Based on my personal conjectures, all who have tuned in may be susceptible to dire consequences. I implore my viewers to exercise utmost caution. My warning stems from genuine concern for their safety, and I have refrained from detailing the demise of Mr. Huang and Mr. Huang Guanhong, as I too wish to preserve my own life. For the broadcast to function normally, an audience is essential. Death is an eternal companion. The host has once again commenced his routine of bravado. Who are you trying to intimidate? A little less pretense and a tad more sincerity, please. Such an abrupt display of arrogance, lacking any groundwork, warrants a poor review. Teletubbies met their end through foul play. Donate to the super thrilling live broadcast with 99 ghost coins. Do not speak of the host in such a manner. I have watched his live streams twice and found his performance to be remarkably fervent, rivaling that of leading ladies in adult films from distant lands. Why does today's visual quality seem somewhat unclear? Is my excessive indulgence causing my vision to falter? Nonsense. My biology teacher informed me that there is no correlation between one's eyesight and such activities. Excessive indulgence merely results in one's hands becoming pregnant. Goodness, I have gained knowledge. Next time, I shall certainly wear gloves. 66,666. Comments flood the chat room, and it appears no one takes my words to heart. Shaking their heads with a wry smile, I direct my phone towards the bus sign. Today, the experienced driver will take you on a ride aboard the number 14 bus. Lo and behold, the host intends to speed. Buckle your seatbelts. New drivers boarding, please insert your fare. Beep. Student card. Beep. Senior card. Beep. Due to your exceptionally handsome face, this device is temporarily unable to recognize you. Everyone, please quiet down. The vehicle we are about to board is no ordinary one. I hastily intervene, as the veteran drivers begin a meme war, explaining the situation regarding the last bus of Route 14 to my viewers. Just as I am elaborating, an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s or 70s, appears across the street, carrying an iron basin and a bag of paper money. She is directly facing where I am seated, positioned precisely at the return sign of the number 14 bus. Where did she come from? Initially, I paid her little mind, but moments later, she began to burn the paper money in the middle of the road, weeping sorrowfully, her cries piercing the air. Chapter 50. The eerie passenger. I was inclined to inquire about her situation, yet as I watched the flames rise and listened to her heart-wrenching sobs, I found myself entranced, unable to move. Could it be that she was burning paper money for a loved one who perished on this road? Or perhaps a worker from the Miyun mansion who met with an accident here? Her grief seemed to suggest that she mourned someone dearly departed. My mind became a tumult of thoughts as the flames waned, and the bag of paper money quickly burned away. Excuse me, may I ask if this is the bus stop for Route 14? A sudden voice interrupted from behind. I was startled and turned to see a girl, perhaps 12 or 13, with a backpack. She appeared to be yet uninitiated into the realm of middle school. Indeed, this is the bus stop for Route 14. Oh, thank you, she replied, beaming as she stood beside me. Perplexed, I glanced across the street only to find that the elderly man had vanished, leaving behind only the smoldering remnants of paper offerings on the asphalt. He left? When did he depart? I was utterly unaware, as it felt like only a brief moment had passed. What do you mean he left? The girl beside me, a student with a swaying ponytail, cast a fleeting glance in my direction. It's nothing, just an unfamiliar old woman. I brushed the dust off myself and stood, stealing a sidelong glance at the girl beside me. She stood at a modest height of 150 centimeters, her youthful appearance adorned with an endearing outfit, reminiscent of a flower eager to bloom, desperate to reveal her most beautiful self to the world. What is your name? I inquired. Louis, she replied. What brings you to the bus station at this late hour? I asked, puzzled. The girl, possessing a natural beauty and a light touch of makeup that enhanced her purity, was a sight to behold. Encountering a nefarious character would yield dire consequences. She did not answer directly, instead kicking at the pebbles on the roadside, countering with, "And why aren't you heading home?" Her sharp wit momentarily caught me off guard. "You should return home. Look around. There isn't a single light for hundreds of meters." "I'm not going back. I'm waiting for the bus." "What bus?" "Haven't you seen the sign that clearly states the last bus departs at 9:30? It's long gone. Where are you headed?" If need be, I can lend you fare for a taxi. My mother says not to accept things from strangers. The girl, principled, with her two ponytails bobbing playfully, appeared quite amusing. Your mother must have also advised you not to wander about after dark. You should hurry home. Don't keep her worrying. Lowering her head, she replied after a moment, my mother I sent home. I'm going to find her. She was a stubborn girl, and I could not sway her resolve, so I resigned myself to wait alongside her. Do you think the 14 bus will come? After a brief silence, the girl looked up at me with wide, pleading eyes. It will come. In truth, I wished for the 14 bus to be delayed. I would prefer to stand by the roadside for the entire night rather than board that notorious last bus known for its tardiness. Around 1 o'clock, as I perched on the curb, nearly succumbing to sleep, two yellow-green headlights pierced the darkness along the uneven road. The 14 is here. The bus approached slowly, taking 5 minutes from the moment I spotted its lights to when it finally arrived and came to a halt. Ding dong. My mansion. Please ensure you have all your belongings as you disembark from the rear exit. Please proceed with caution as vehicles enter the station. The 14 is an unmanned ticket bus. Please board through the front and deposit 1 yuan. No change given. The familiar announcement jolted me awake, banishing my drowsiness in an instant. Could it be? At 1 in the morning, the 14 bus was still in operation? It seemed there were still quite a few passengers aboard. Could the rumors be true? The Mai mansion was shrouded in dense darkness, with the only illumination emanating from the bus's headlights. Both the front and rear doors of the bus swung open, and I signaled for Lu Yi, who was ready to board with a 1 yuan bill in hand, to wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman emerged from the rear door. Though autumn had yet to arrive, he was clad in a thick cotton coat, a scarf wrapped around his neck. He appeared to be gravely ill, yet he moved swiftly, crossing the street in an instant to stand beside the pile of burnt paper offerings. As I was about to scrutinize the surroundings, to my surprise, he wriggled free from my grasp and boarded the vehicle ahead of me. With no alternative, I extracted a 1 yuan coin and entered through the front door. The bus was a dilapidated relic of a bygone era, its manual lever for the windshield wipers broken, and an odd odor hung in the air. Though the floor was devoid of visible litter, the paint was severely chipped, and the wooden seats felt akin to sitting on a coffin lid, exceedingly uncomfortable. As the vehicle lurched into motion, a voice welcomed us aboard the 14th route, an unmanned fare collection bus, advising passengers to prepare exact change for a 1 yuan fare and to move towards the rear upon entering. Instead of immediately taking a seat, I seized the opportunity to observe each passenger within the bus. The driver, a youth who appeared even younger than I, donned the uniform of the transportation company, his gaze fixed intently on the steering wheel, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Was it truly that hot, or was it merely a cold sweat from anxiety? His identification badge was worn backward, rendering the information obscured. I moved slowly, and he exhibited remarkable patience, devoid of the typical impatience characteristic of our peers. Right behind the driver sat Lu Yi, who, after removing her backpack, turned to me and made a face. A few seats away was a middle-aged woman, dressed in plain attire, reminiscent of someone who had just finished a dance at the square and was heading home. At 1 a.m., one would expect someone of her age to be asleep. Where could she be headed on the 14th route? Diagonally behind her was a seemingly mismatched couple in their early 20s. The woman nestled in the man's embrace, reluctant to part, while he wore a frown, appearing somewhat disdainful. Across the aisle from the couple sat a peculiar figure, a patient clad in a hospital gown with a bandaged head. This individual, around 40, had a notably pale complexion. Muttering to himself, and his leg, pressed against the seat, trembled involuntarily. He hardly resembled a typical person, yet strangely, he felt the most normal among the bus's occupants. In the second-to-last row sat a girl, approximately the same age as Lu Yi, her eyes red and swollen as if she had recently wept, cradling a backpack. Two girls. I recalled a conversation from a phone call during a task in the Underworld show, where a woman had implored, "Please, for heaven's sake, do not let my daughter board the bus. Promise me." Which of them was her daughter? The Underworld show's tasks were indeed intricate, not easily discerned. With scant clues at hand, I resolved to let fate unfold naturally. In the last row, near the window, sat a heavily made-up woman, her hair styled in large waves, dressed as if she were a hostess in a nightclub. Beside her, a woman draped in a crimson garment obscured her face with her hair, leaning against the former. Curiously, the heavily adorned woman seemed oblivious to the presence of the red-clad lady, engrossed in her phone. What an odd pairing. Retrieving my gaze, I settled into the vacant seat behind Lu Yi. "Uncle, where do you plan to disembark?" In the hushed atmosphere of the bus, her voice rang clear. "Do not speak or fidget. Once we arrive, disembark promptly, understood?" I lowered my head and softly replied, yet my heart was filled with confusion. Could this foolish girl not notice that the entire vehicle was filled with unusual individuals? Just as the driver was about to depart after I had taken my seat, someone suddenly grasped the half-closed door, managing to catch up. "Hurry up." 3 workers donning hard hats boarded the bus, their clothes splattered with paint and their shoes caked with mud. After paying their fare, they casually draped their arms around one another and settled into the empty seats. Something felt amiss. How could there still be workers boarding at such a late hour when the Miyun mansion had been under construction halt for years? They emitted a strong scent of alcohol, their faces flushed, clearly having indulged in drink. Would even ghosts partake in alcohol? I shook my head, reasoning that they were likely just local farmers hired to repair homes nearby. Once the 3 settled in and the doors closed, the 14 bus gradually commenced its journey, marking the official start of my 3rd harrowing live broadcast. The bus engine roared to life, smoothly heading north. I had not heeded a single one of the 3 pieces of advice given to me by Lou the Blind, and I wore a bitter smile as I gazed out the window. On the roadside, the ashes of paper money were scattered by the wind, and the elderly figure wrapped in a scarf was nowhere to be seen. All I could faintly discern was a black and white photograph in a metal basin, where the old man seemed to smile at me. Chapter 51. Get off with me. The elderly man in the photograph wore a smile that was laden with meaning, sending a shiver down my spine. Was there even a photo frame in the basin at the beginning? The 14 bus continued its slow journey, the windows not tightly sealed, allowing the chilly breeze to sweep into the vehicle, brushing against a bus full of unknown passengers, whether they be human or ghostly. "Jianbang, shift over a bit. I'm going to lie down. Wake me when we arrive." A construction worker reeking of alcohol propped his feet on the seat and winked at his young companion. The 2 younger men, understanding the cue, removed their hard hats and settled in front of the permed woman, obstructing the view of the others. The older foreman chuckled and curled up in the last row of seats, appearing to doze off. However, his dangling hand was far from innocent, occasionally brushing against the permed woman's side with the bus's swaying motion. Could this man not see the woman clad in red? Using my phone's camera, I captured the unsettling reality in the last row. The foreman lay nestled in the embrace of the woman in red, much of his face obscured by her cascading hair, creating a rather eerie sight. Noticing that the permed woman showed no resistance and was engrossed in her phone, the foreman grew bolder, while the young man in front swallowed hard and involuntarily reached back. "Brother, why don't you let me take a nap too?" Jianbang, the young man, expressed his envy. "You haven't even grown any hair yet. What are you talking about sleeping?" Through their conversation, I gathered that the 3 were fellow villagers. The oldest was the foreman named Wang Chuanfu, and the 2 young men, Niu Jianbang and Niu Jianya, were brought along by Wang from their hometown. All 3 had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, and at that moment, emboldened by the absence of opposition, their actions grew increasingly audacious. Perhaps unable to endure the harassment any longer, the permed woman shrieked, slapping away Wang Chuanfu's persistent hand that had been reaching toward her. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, clutching her small bag and rising to her full height, her long legs causing Wang Chuanfu's eyes to blaze as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Beautiful lady, I was just a bit tipsy. I hope I didn't touch you," Wang, inebriated, asked knowingly. The permed woman let out a cold snort, realizing she had encountered a rogue, and moved to the front, taking a seat opposite Louis. Strangely, the woman in the red dress trailed closely behind her, akin to a shadow, seated directly opposite me. Only a narrow aisle separated us, allowing me a moment to scrutinize her. The long skirt cascaded to the floor, concealing her ankles, while her hair obscured her face entirely, rendering her features invisible from any angle. Could it be that this woman lacked a face? My imagination conjured several chilling images as I glanced at the woman with permed hair, whose expression was still marred by anger. She was sending messages on her phone, seemingly to no avail, her frustration palpable. Within the confines of the bus, she dialed a number. "Rong, what on earth do you want? Did I not tell you not to call my home?" A man's voice on the other end spoke in a deliberately hushed tone. "I've sent you so many messages, yet you haven't replied to a single one. You call your office and no one answers. Do you intend to wait until I'm dead to be satisfied?" Rong, the divorce proceedings are underway, and the division of assets is quite complicated. You must grant me some time. You always say that. This has dragged on for weeks. I swear, if you do not provide me with an answer soon, I will come to your house, pregnant or not. Stop this nonsense. Don't do anything foolish. You must trust me. Who are you talking to at this hour? Don't disturb the child. A strange woman's voice interrupted from the other end. Wife, why are you awake? It's nothing, just work. Those fools at the company can't do anything without me. As he spoke, the man abruptly hung up. Hello? Hello? Li Zijian, you bastard. The woman with permed hair angrily tossed her phone aside, striking her slightly protruding belly with force. No one on the bus intervened. The driver remained indifferent. His gaze fixed ahead while he occasionally wiped the sweat from his brow. Such a predator in attire can hardly be deserving of you. He has no intention of divorcing. He merely seeks to evade responsibility. All his words are but excuses. Wang Chuanfu staggered from the back of the bus, retrieving the phone that had fallen to the ground. Oh, is this an Apple phone? Did that scoundrel gift it to you? Return my phone. Ah, listen to that voice, like a little female leopard. If he doesn't want you, perhaps one of us might suffice, he sneered, reaching out to clutch the woman's shoulder. Stop. At last, someone in the silent bus stood up, the voice emanating from my direction, though not mine, but from Lu Yi, who stood barely 5 feet tall, clutching her backpack timidly. What are you meddling in? I sighed. Out at this hour, 1 or 2 in the morning. You must not come from a respectable family, yet you seem rather well behaved. Wang Chuanfu's gaze lingered on Yi's face, growing increasingly restless. Come here, let uncle teach you a lesson. With events escalating, I felt compelled to step forward. What do you intend to do? I am her guardian. If there's an issue, address it with me. Feeling quite bold, aren't we? Wang Chuanfu, along with Jianbang and Jianya, approached menacingly, and I clenched my fists, preparing for a confrontation. Ding dong. We have arrived at Inn Village. Please take care of your belongings as you exit through the rear door. Please disembark carefully. The announcement from the bus echoed, revealing that we had reached our destination. As the front and rear doors opened, a line of mourners in somber attire stood at the entrance. I could see the driver's face, a mask of terror. Beads of cold sweat cascading down as his hands trembled upon the steering wheel. What a stroke of misfortune. Upon discovering that individuals involved in funeral arrangements were boarding the vehicle, Wang Chuanfu hurled a curse and tossed his phone to a woman with permed hair before settling beside a patient clad in a hospital gown. No sooner had he taken his seat than the patient curled up, pressing against the window and muttering incessantly, I did nothing. I saw nothing. Don't kill me. I know nothing. Wang Chuanfu spat in front of him, scowling. Are you insane? You startled me. I did not catch the entirety of their exchange, as my attention was wholly fixated on the peculiar individuals attending the funeral. It was utterly bizarre. Why were they running about at such a late hour, dressed in mourning attire? At this station in Inn Village, 5 passengers boarded, both men and women, their complexions ghastly. Remarkably, they did not shed their funeral garb upon entering, as if they were long accustomed to such attire, and all 5 settled in the rear row. Were they human? Were they ghosts? As they passed by, a chill breeze followed in their wake, and the interior of the bus fell into a profound silence once more. The vehicle began its journey. Please take your seats and hold on tight. Welcome aboard the number 14 non-ticketing bus. Kindly prepare your change for a 1 yuan fare. Passengers boarding should move to the rear door. Next stop, Shanjiyuan. The scenery outside gradually receded, darkness consuming all. The No. 14 bus floated like a solitary vessel in the vastness of the night. The atmosphere inside was suffocating. I cast furtive glances at the 5 individuals in the back. Their white garments unhemmed, tied with hemp rope, their facial muscles rigid as if they had been weeping for far too long, temporarily numb to their surroundings. There was an art to mourning attire, yet their appearance seemed incongruous. I sensed something amiss with these 5, though I could not pinpoint the exact nature of my unease. Thank you earlier, Uncle, Lu Yi whispered, stealing a glance at me, her voice tinged with trepidation. Do not speak or move. Once we arrive, leave swiftly. I reiterated sternly. My brows knitted as I glared at the girl. Among all the passengers, she alone felt like a semblance of normalcy, prompting an instinctive desire to protect her. Lu Yi lowered her head, pouting slightly, acknowledging my warning. Silence enveloped the bus, save for the roar of the antiquated engine. Its sound reminiscent of an elderly man gasping for breath, each moment excruciatingly drawn out. Time seemed to stretch infinitely under the strain of heightened tension. Ding dong. We have arrived at Shanjiyuan. Please collect your personal belongings and disembark from the rear door. Exit carefully. Both the front and rear doors of the No. 14 bus swung open, yet no passengers entered through the front. My gaze shifted to the rear, where a couple, seemingly mismatched in spirit, stood. The man urged the woman to hurry, and with reluctance, she grasped her handbag, and they both exited. As the vehicle set off once more, I was suddenly jolted by the elderly woman sitting behind me, who sprang up exclaiming, "Wait." In a frenzy, she seized my neck, shouting, "You are a thief. Come with me to the police station to clarify this. You must have stolen my belongings. Come on, get off the bus with me." Chapter 52. Haunted Dreams. I was utterly bewildered as the woman, with surprising strength, dragged me toward the rear door. What madness is this? I was seated in front of you. How could I have stolen anything from you? Did you see me leave my seat at any point? I attempted to reason with her, but she refused to listen. It's you. I clearly see it as you. Such a large individual, yet you choose the path of theft. She pulled me to the car door, insisting we go to the police station immediately. I was inexplicably dragged off the bus by this elderly woman, who mistook me for a thief. As I watched the bus slowly depart into the distance, I felt a mix of amusement and despair. I assure you, madam, I am not a thief. Search me. I have nothing on me. The old woman insisted that she knew I was a good person. As the 14 bus vanished into the night, she finally gasped, explaining that it was precisely because I was a good person that she felt compelled to save my life. What does that mean? Moments ago, the wind had blown open the mourning garments of those attending a funeral outside. What do you suppose the old woman saw? She spoke in hushed, mysterious tones. Instinctively, I asked, "What did you see?" "Those people are not human," the old woman whispered, her wrinkles gathering as she spoke. "They have no legs beneath their mourning garments." No, it cannot be. I had not anticipated that this seemingly worldly old woman would possess such keen observation. I had been watching those individuals closely as they boarded the bus, yet my training in criminal investigation had failed to reveal any anomalies. Was it merely a matter of perspective? The old woman was in close proximity to them, while I could only observe through my phone. Regardless of the reasons, she saved my life without seeking repayment, only hoping I could escort her home. Once we alighted, she transformed, becoming almost mystical, a stark contrast to her former self on the bus. Since we had already disembarked, it was too late for me to pursue them, so I reluctantly nodded. "Where do you live?" "It's rather desolate out here. Easy to find. Just follow me and don't stray too far. Keep your eyes on the ground," she instructed. We walked north along the road, and soon I heard a woman's cries for help. Just as I was about to approach, she urged, "Ignore it. Hurry, keep moving." Her tone was grave and commanding. I hesitated. It sounded like the couple who had just disembarked. "Go. Don't get involved. Mind your own business, or you'll get dragged into trouble," the old woman insisted, firmly gripping my arm and pulling me forward with a strength rivaling that of a grown man. "No, I must take a look," I protested, for the woman's cries grew increasingly desperate, as if someone were pursuing her with a knife. I broke free from her grasp and, disregarding her protests, ran toward the source of the cries. The ground was uneven, and the branches of wild daisies scratched my shins painfully. "Hey, are you all right?" I called out, and as I crossed into the thicket of daisies, I discerned a woman lying in a pool of blood. Without hesitation, I rushed to her side. I checked for a pulse, but she had already ceased to breathe. Is she dead? Perhaps due to my profession, I instinctively turned her body, but strangely, there were no visible wounds, only dark marks around her neck, as if she had been strangled. Where did all this blood come from? Trembling, I looked ahead and saw a man lying nearby, stabbed multiple times and collapsed beside a mound of dirt. The deceased was a man. "Be careful," the old woman shouted, shoving me aside just as I realized the spot where I had been crouching was now impaled by a bright fruit knife. Still shaken, I turned back to see the woman, who moments ago had been lifeless, now stirring and rising to her feet. "You're not dead?" I gasped, incredulous. She seemed as though she had been dead for years, her corpse likely already rotting. The old woman positioned herself protectively between me and the woman, gripping my arm tightly. Not merely to shield me, but perhaps out of fear that I might flee. The woman, undeterred by her failed attempt, chuckled ominously. "How dare you speak to me? Your own grave has been abandoned by your own son. Now you are homeless." Silence. The grip of the old woman tightened painfully around my arm. "Fear not. I shall take you to my home. Once we arrive, you shall no longer see these wandering spirits." Their conversation sent a chill down my spine, and I hesitated to follow her. "I'm afraid I cannot escort you home, madam. You two continue your chat. I have matters to attend to," I stammered, struggling to break free. I found her grasp inescapable, as if her hand were fused to my flesh. Do not leave. We are nearly at my place. Come, sit with me. The more fervently she invited me, the greater my dread became. Clutching my phone tightly, I summoned all my strength to push her away. I staggered back, my expression shifting from fear to disbelief. Madam, where exactly is your home? The old woman, still facing away from me, shook her head as if it might detach, before suddenly turning to face me. Once we pass this grave, you shall see. Grave? It dawned on me that the man had not been leaning against a mound of earth, but rather a nameless grave. My body reacted instinctively, retreating as I sought to distance myself from the two eerie women. Do not go. Come to my house, and you will be free from these restless spirits. Her voice, slightly off-key, resonated with a haunting despair in the night breeze. Terrified, I dared not look back. I fled into the enveloping darkness. My trousers tore, my shoes slipped off, and blood soaked my feet. I lost track of time, my breath heavy and labored, until exhaustion overcame me, and I collapsed to the ground. Not running anymore. I looked up to an alarming sight, a figure perched atop a grave mere meters away. I could now definitively recognize it as a ghost. The middle-aged woman who had pulled me from the vehicle approached, brandishing a stone. A life for a life, slaying the wicked. With a thud, the stone fell, and the world spun violently. My chest felt ablaze, my heart raced uncontrollably. As I opened my eyes, the grave, the mountain daisies, the malevolent spirits vanished, replaced by a singular, blazing flame. Watching the inferno rise and hearing the anguished cries pierced my heart, and clarity surged within me as I withdrew my raised foot. What was happening? Before me lay a broad road, and across it stood an elderly woman, continuously placing paper money into an iron basin, burning it in the middle of the street. Was this scene merely a dream? The cigarette in my hand had not yet extinguished, and as I glanced around, I realized I was still standing at the entrance of the Union Mansion at the stop for bus number 14. Lowering my gaze to my watch, I noted it was still not yet midnight. This was impossible. The events of earlier were vivid in my memory. I turned to my livestream audience. Dear viewers, I have a serious question. Did I board a bus just now? Did any of you see drunken workers or mourners? The host resumed his theatrics. Such a performance. It was so lifelike, it seemed real. Applause erupted. Oscar owes you a Best Actor award. How have you been, Lu Banzian, beneath Jiangcheng Mountain? I just witnessed you lost in thought by the roadside for what seemed like the duration of a half-incense stick. The moment Lu Banzian's comments appeared, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Since he had also expressed such sentiments, it seemed I had indeed been entranced. Looking down, I noticed my shoes and trousers were intact, and my body bore no wounds. Was it truly a dream? Yet, it felt too vivid to be mere fantasy. When I reached into the inner pocket of my jacket, I sensed something amiss. This snug pocket was designated for storing talisman papers, and upon feeling, I discovered only 4 out of 6 remained. 2 had turned to ashes. I stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. How could talismans spontaneously combust? Coincidentally, Lu Banzian was live streaming, so I recounted the events that had just transpired. At the foot of Jiangcheng Mountain, Lu Banzian listened to my account and mused that it felt like a dream, yet was more akin to a fortuitous omen. Could there be a sage subtly guiding me? I chuckled. The only sage I knew was a blind man perpetually pursued by the city management. I poured the ashes of the talisman papers from my pocket, trying to recall their shapes and divine patterns. Then queried Lu Banzian, do you think the dream I just had is connected to these 2 talismans? After some time, Lu Banzian finally replied with a comment. Strange. Strange. Based on your account, I am 80% certain that the burned talismans were a secret technique of the Xiaozhuang Temple. The child talisman, Soul Tether, can induce dreams, while the mother talisman, Dream Weaving, allows one to experience calamities within dreams. Soul Tether and Dream Weaving? Chapter 53, Ghosts in the Car. I too suspected that the dream I had just experienced was linked to these 2 talismans. Yet I was perplexed as to why they activated without any specific incantation or seal. Lu Banzian explained that the mother and child talismans did not require special incantations. As long as one deeply cares for or yearns for something, or if one's soul is already entwined with it, the talisman would naturally come into effect. Ever since I acquired the talisman papers, my thoughts had been preoccupied with the number 14 bus. As the saying goes, what one contemplates by day, one dreams by night. Unintentionally, I triggered the child talisman's Soul Tether, and subsequently, under the influence of the mother talisman's Dream Weaving, I experienced the dream. Host, you truly possess deep karmic blessings. Had it not been for this mother-child talisman guiding you into a dream, everything you encountered might have manifested into reality. Indeed, reflecting back, I now feel a tinge of trepidation. No wonder I sense time slipping away erratically. Even counting heartbeats felt uncertain. How could it have been merely a nightmare? The elderly woman across the street was still wailing loudly as I recalled the dream's scenes and approached her. Madam, please accept my condolences. Death cannot be reversed. The grieving woman glanced at me and retorted, Go away. Don't block the light. My husband's sight is poor and he wants to know where to get off. Get off? I inquired. Could you elaborate a bit more? Leave me be, she exclaimed, tossing paper money in abundance, her cries echoing far into the night. I quietly stepped aside, recognizing from her lamentations that she was burning paper for her late husband. A couple who had weathered over 50 years together, a bond one could scarcely fathom. Even the fiercest flames must eventually extinguish, as a bag of paper money turned to ashes. The woman wiped her tears and, with a stooped back, ambled towards the distant village. Once she had departed, I crouched beside the iron pan and sifted through the thick ashes. Indeed, just as in my dreams. Beneath the ashes of paper offerings lies a glass frame containing a black and white photograph of a stern, elderly man. The image was likely captured in winter, as he is clad in a cotton coat and wrapped in a scarf. After placing the photograph carefully, I bowed thrice in respect. This was a couple who had traversed the journey from youthful exuberance to the wisdom of old age, deserving of reverence. Upon returning to the bus stop for Route 14, I glanced at my watch. It was precisely midnight. Excuse me, may I ask if this is the bus stop for Route 14? A voice suddenly emerged from behind me. I hesitated before turning around, the familiar tone having already graced my ears once. Indeed, this was the bus stop for Route 14. Oh, thank you, she replied, a sweet smile gracing her face as she stood beside me, her curious large eyes involuntarily drawn to my presence. Everything mirrored my dream, yet in my vision, my fate was sealed in the desolate depths of the mountain chrysanthemum garden, surrounded by spirits of the deceased, a woman among the elderly, and a young couple. Why are you at the bus stop so late at night? I posed the question again, and her reaction was identical to that in my dream. She refrained from answering directly, her toes nudging the gravel at the roadside as she retorted, Then why are you here waiting for the bus at this hour? I lit a cigarette, my gaze shifting. A mother had sent me to fetch her daughter, yet I had never seen her daughter's face, leaving me to wait aimlessly. Is it your mother? Seemed to inadvertently reveal too much as she rummaged through her backpack, extracting a photograph and handing it to me. Is this her? In the image, a mother donned a pale yellow dress, seated on a park bench. Beside her, a young wept, clutching a melting ice cream. Indeed, that's her. I returned the photograph, feigning astonishment. You must be the girl your mother asked me to fetch. That's right. I am The girl appeared genuinely delighted. I was uncertain why was so exuberant. A twinge of guilt nagged at me for the deception, yet I understood this was necessary for her protection. All right. Since you are come with me. The night road can be perilous. If you wish to see your mother, you must heed my words. She nodded earnestly, her demeanor utterly charming. The Route 14 bus arrived at 1 a.m., aboard which sat a permed woman engrossed in her phone, a girl in a red dress. A middle-aged lady, a girl of similar age to a young couple, and a man clad in a hospital gown. Remember, once we board, do not fidget or speak out of turn, leave everything to me. I will listen to you. Mistakenly believed I was a friend of her mother's. And compared to my dream, she had indeed become compliant. Very well, the night's thrill is about to commence. Who among us is human and who is a specter? I shall discern the truth. Time flew, and soon it was 1 a.m. The distant yellow-green headlights pierced the darkness as the dilapidated Route 14 bus slowly approached the station. Ding dong, the Miyun mansion has arrived. As the doors opened, an elderly man, wrapped in a scarf and clad in thick winter attire, descended from the rear. Upon noticing me, he offered a kind smile. That face, I had seen it twice before, albeit only in black and white photographs. I bowed slightly, and with in tow, boarded the bus through the front door. The driver, younger than I, gripped the steering wheel with a tense intensity, his gaze fixed ahead, not uttering a word. I seated in the back behind the driver and directed my attention to the interior of the vehicle. A middle-aged woman, a young couple, a person in hospital garb, a little girl, and a permed woman were present. Wait. My eyelids fluttered as I scanned the surroundings and realized that one person was conspicuously absent. The woman in red, who had been leaning against the permed lady, was nowhere to be found. Reflecting on the scenes from my dream, it was clear that everyone had overlooked the woman in red. Only I could see her at that moment. Sitting in my seat, I felt an unsettling anxiety. Although the bus appeared to be occupied by 9 individuals, in truth, there were 10. The woman in red must be seated in the last row, resting against the permed woman, if the dream was indeed authentic. As the vehicle lurched into motion, the announcement blared, "Please take your seats and hold on tight." Suddenly, the door swung open, and 3 inebriated workers boarded the bus. Their demeanor and speech mirrored precisely those from my dream, every pause and inflection identical. "Welcome aboard the 14 route, non-ticketed bus. Please prepare your exact change, 1 yuan. Passengers boarding, please move to the rear. Next stop, and village." As the bus jolted forward, I turned to see a foreman named Wang Chuanfu sprawled across the last row of seats. Indeed, only he and the permed woman were there. But I alone knew that Wang Chuanfu's head was resting upon the legs of the woman in red, her long hair obscuring his entire face. Why did my dream manifest an extra person? Surely the woman in red was not human, yet why could not even a ghost perceive her? Questions flooded my mind as the events from the dream unfolded in succession. The permed woman was harassed and moved to the front to make a phone call, while Wang Chuanfu persisted until Lu Yi intervened. "Ding dong. An village has arrived. Please take your belongings and exit through the rear door. Please mind your step." I kept my head down, silent. This was the second stop. As 5 mourners boarded, the temperature inside plummeted to freezing, leaving only the figure in hospital garb mumbling incoherently. The 14 route bus resumed its journey, and my palms began to sweat. The next stop was Shanjigarden. I absolutely could not exit with the woman. I had come to understand that the night concealed countless dangers. Remaining on the bus was my safest option. I cast a glance at the young couple by the rear door. The woman was playfully tracing circles on the man's chest, while his eyes bore a sinister glint, as if plotting something nefarious. For every life saved, a point would be awarded. Should I intervene? The man appeared anything but virtuous, yet in the dream, he was indeed slain by the woman. Perhaps I should spare him for the sake of points. Ding dong. Shanjigarden has arrived. Please take your belongings and exit through the rear door. Please mind your step. Time slipped away, and as the bus announcement echoed again, I rose and approached the back door. The young couple also stood to leave, preparing to disembark. Everything mirrored the dream so closely. At least the beginning of the story was familiar. Chapter 54. Jiangcheng. The bus doors creaked open, and the couple walked hand in hand toward the exit. "Wait," I exclaimed, grasping the railing and positioning myself in front of them. "Is there something you need?" The man replied, his tone dark and his eyes glinting with malice. At this moment, I had neither the time nor the inclination to reason with him, especially in front of the crowd, by declaring that his girlfriend was a malevolent specter. He would undoubtedly dismiss my words. Thus, I resorted to an approach that was somewhat extreme, placing my hands on my hips and vocally chastising them. "Do you 2 shameless lovers truly believe I am invisible? Are you seeking trouble? Get away from me. Who is this lunatic?" The man tightened his embrace around the woman, clearly asserting, "This is my girl." How audacious. I commanded him to halt. I pushed the man aside, seizing the woman's right hand and straightened her middle finger, proclaiming, "Look closely. The imprints of a ring still linger on this finger. This wretched woman was already betrothed to me and dares to entice another man." In truth, I had been quietly observing various details about the woman. Her palm bore calluses, and her middle finger displayed traces of a thimble and ring. The corner of her sleeve peeked out of her bag, and considering that the previous stop was near a textile factory, it was highly plausible that she was a married factory worker in her former life. Coupled with my experiences in dreams, the woman's seduction of the man and the subsequent brutal murder indicated that they were not married. They were likely engaged in a mere carnal relationship. The woman, flustered, turned to the man, pleading, "I don't know him. A phone. You must believe me." Caught in the act yet still denying it, I barked at her. "Come home with me. Your little ones are waiting for you." She feigned distress, clutching Afeng's arm, urging, "Let us leave quickly. Don't pay attention to this madman." Madman. I feigned exasperation, kicking the woman off the bus, yelling, "Go home and tend to your children." How bold. You really dare to lay a hand on me. The man, identified as Afeng, suddenly grew agitated and produced a spring knife from his pocket. Clearly, he was no good person. I remained unfazed. carefully avoiding the blade as we engaged in a scuffle. The atmosphere was quite lively. This city was indeed different. Even a bus ride resembled a theatrical performance. In the back, 3 dazed workers chatted and laughed, showing no inclination to assist. The young driver, preoccupied with wiping his sweat, anxiously drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the time. A well-meaning elderly woman approached, suggesting we take our quarrel outside to avoid disturbing others. After her words, she grasped both A Feng S and my arms, attempting to drag us off the bus, while the woman pretended to mediate, joining the fray. Want me to disembark? Not a chance. Having experienced the despair of my dreams, I would not yield to their wishes. I shook off the elderly woman's grip and sprinted to the front of the bus, continuing to berate the wretched woman. You wish to harm me? Return home and cradle your child. Today, I shall teach this pretty boy a lesson. A Feng, fueled by anger, charged at me with the knife, and another bout ensued at the front of the bus. Strangely, the woman and the elderly lady who had exited the bus appeared unable to reboard, resorting to banging on the doors. The driver, indifferent to our altercation, focused solely on the electronic display at the front. Approximately 2 or 3 minutes later, he pulled a lever, causing the front and rear doors of the bus to close and the vehicle to start. Stop! Let me off! A Feng shouted. Yet the driver showed no intention of halting. With a pale face, he furtively glanced at A Feng and stammered. Each stop cannot exceed 5 minutes, or other passengers will board. Other passengers? I noted the driver's peculiar wording and inquired further. The passengers, unlike you, remained silent and focused on driving. I gazed out the window, and the figures of the woman and the elderly lady had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Ah Feng also sensed the strange atmosphere within the bus. His face stern, he sheathed his fruit knife and returned to his seat. The inadequately closed window allowed a chill to permeate the air. After the chaotic scene, which I had orchestrated, the interior of the bus fell into an even deeper silence. We had narrowly escaped a calamity. The hints from my dream had reached their conclusion, and the remainder of our journey remained shrouded in uncertainty. I picked up my phone and glanced at the live stream, where a comment caught my attention. Anchor, you shouldn't have saved that man. He seems to be a fugitive serial killer. The commenter went by the name of Police Dog Loves Rice. A serial killer? I remained silent, retrieving my phone to search the internet. The National Police database was interconnected, allowing me to access information on all fugitives. Comparing the man's appearance and his alias, I swiftly found his details. Yuan Feng, aged 25, standing at 173 centimeters, previously known as Ah Feng, the madman. On May 12th, a knife murder occurred in the Shanjihuan area of Jiangcheng, with the victim, Wang Ame, being a female worker at the Huaxing textile factory. Investigations revealed that Yuan Feng was a prime suspect and was now on the run. Yuan Feng had a Beijing accent, stood approximately 173 centimeters tall, with an average build, wearing a white checkered shirt, blue jeans, and black sneakers at the time of his escape. A reward of 50,000 RMB would be offered to individuals or organizations that provided valuable leads to assist in his capture. After silently absorbing the information on my phone, a tumult of emotions surged within me. Had I rescued a murderer? The female ghost clearly intended for Yuan Feng to pay with his life, yet I had inadvertently intervened. If I were to survive this night, I would ensure he faced justice. Matters concerning the living should be resolved by the living. Glancing at the oppressive darkness outside, I tucked my phone away and clenched my fists. The next 2 stops, Martyr Street and Hongji Brick Factory, saw no new passengers entering or exiting. However, the driver dutifully opened the front and rear doors at each station, waiting a minimum of 3 minutes, but never exceeding 5. The vehicle is starting. Please hold on tight. Welcome aboard the 14 route non-ticket bus. Please prepare your change to deposit 1 yuan. Passengers boarding, please move towards the rear door. The next stop is Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. As the bus began to move, the woman with permed hair received a phone call, the ring echoing jarringly in the quiet cabin. As soon as she answered, a man's furious voice erupted from the other end. Zhang Rong, why did you send our photos to my wife? Damn it, don't you know she is pregnant? She's pregnant? Is the child in my womb not your flesh and blood? The woman, now nearly hysterical, could no longer contain her long-suppressed rage. Li Zijian, since you want to tell her, I will. I have plenty of photos I took while you were asleep. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll ask your wife what she likes and have them framed to deliver to your home. Shut up. Stop talking. Why shouldn't I speak? Why must I always be the one to suffer? The woman with permed hair screamed in anguish. "We are all carrying your child. Yet she lay asleep in your villa on a luxurious mattress while I sat on this dilapidated bus, being bullied by a group of ruffians. Jiangcheng, I must be frank with you. I cannot divorce you. If you truly value our bond, you must terminate that pregnancy immediately. I will offer you compensation, you scoundrel." "What did you say?" The woman with permed hair had anticipated a comforting word from the man on the other end of the line, but alas, her hopes were dashed. He regarded her merely as a disposable plaything. "Our union is a grievous mistake, and I do not wish to perpetuate this error. If you continue to act willfully, it will only inflict harm upon us both." With that, Zhang Rong's words hung heavily in the air. The call was abruptly disconnected, and the cruel sound of the busy signal resonated painfully, even for me, an outsider. Clutching her phone tightly, the woman's face contorted in a grotesque expression as she seethed. "I will do as you say. Li Zijian, you better not regret this." Her pale hand pressed against her abdomen, her long nails leaving trails of crimson. Gasping heavily, her blood-stained lips and smeared makeup rendered her a haunting sight. The number 14 bus continued its journey, a collection of unrelated lives forcibly brought together, each hailing from different walks of life, yet they were bound for a singular destination. Time flowed quietly in the darkness, and soon the bus intercom crackled to life once more. Ding! Arrival at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Please take your belongings and exit through the rear door. Step carefully as you disembark. Chapter 55. The Dead Halt the Bus, Part 1. The intercom announced the arrival of the number 14 bus. The ghostly figure of the woman with permed hair staggered to her feet. Biting her lip as her nails dug into her abdomen, she made her way toward the door. "Please exit through the rear," the driver murmured, but she showed no inclination to respond. She was close to the front door and took just a few steps before reaching it. The door swung open, and the laughter of children playing wafted in. I peered outside to see several small shadows tossing a vegetable basket at the entrance before scampering into the hospital. Whose mischievous child is still awake at this hour? The woman, in her high heels, clacked down the steps, heartbroken, and seeing the obstructing basket, she made no effort to avoid it, preparing to step right in. Wait! Just as her sharp heel was about to land in the basket, an unexpected sound of a baby's cry emanated from within. The woman hesitated, her foot hovering above the infant's fragile skin, mere centimeters away, as the baby even raised a hand to grasp her calf. Almost extinguishing a young life sent a shiver of dread through her. Her mind, clouded with resentment, momentarily regained some clarity. "Mama," the baby's voice, mingled with sobs, desperately sounded as though it was calling for its mother. Squatting before the bus door, the woman lingered for over a minute, suddenly altering her intentions. Instead of exiting, she picked up the basket and returned to her seat. What madness is this woman concocting? Regardless of whether she is human or ghostly, she poses no threat once she disembarks, yet unexpectedly, she not only stayed but also took another infant into her arms. It is not that I lack compassion, but the timing and location of this abandoned child are far too peculiar. In this remote wilderness, who would choose to abandon a baby at a bus stop in the dead of night? This is evidently an intention to see the infant perish. In other words, it is not abandonment, but rather premeditated murder. The woman with permed hair clutches a basket filled with groceries, while the infant inside wails incessantly. Instead of taking any action, she opens her handbag and begins to meticulously apply her makeup. Has she lost her mind? I directed my phone towards her, and the live stream erupted with chaos. What in the world is this? It has been proven that when humanity exerts effort, it can indeed be more terrifying than any specter. You mundane individuals merely skim the surface. Have you not noticed the most peculiar aspect about this woman with permed hair? What discoveries have been made upstairs? It is undeniably the season for black stockings, yet this woman dares to don tights. For heaven's sake! With a hasty touch-up, her previously tear-streaked face was now thickly coated with foundation. Amidst the cries of the infant, she finished applying her lipstick. If my first child had not been terminated, he would likely be of a similar age now. That face, which would crumble at a smile, certainly impacts one's appetite. I even find myself sympathizing with the infant in the basket. The woman with permed hair retrieved her phone and lifted the infant, gently rubbing its swollen face, which bore a striking resemblance to her and that heartless man. Curiously, as the infant was cradled in her arms, its cries noticeably diminished. Its chubby face seemed to conceal deeper emotions. "Since no one wants you, I shall be your mother. Let us greet your father." She dialed the man's number, only to have it promptly disconnected. She tried several other numbers, but none were answered. This is all you're doing, Li Zijian. The woman, one arm cradling the infant, squeezed tightly with her bony arm, causing the baby discomfort, yet she remained indifferent. After searching WeChat for quite some time, she finally located her target, initiating a video call. Holding the phone up so both she and the infant would appear on the screen. The video call was answered shortly. The recipient, a quiet and introverted woman clad in pajamas with a prominent belly, had red, swollen eyes, as if she had just been crying. Who are you? How do you have my WeChat? Her voice exuded a gentleness that far surpassed that of the woman with permed hair on the bus. Who am I? Have you forgotten the photos in your email? I am the one who enticed your husband. Enticed? Let me tell you the truth. Your husband's so-called overtime is spent with me. We know each other intimately. Shut up. How shameless. And you dare to speak to me? You are the one who snatched him away from me. I am his wife. Look, I am holding his child. The woman with permed hair wore a sinister smile. Just look how much he resembles your husband. As she spoke, she shoved the infant's face towards the screen, playing with its little hands. You. The woman on the other side of the screen, her pregnant belly prominent, suddenly bent over, crying out in pain. Hearing the commotion, the man sleeping in the living room rushed in. Ruru. Young Ruru. Blood soaked through her white pajamas as she tumbled from the bed. The man hurriedly dialed for emergency assistance. The mobile video broadcasted the tragedy in its entirety. On this side of the screen, the infant wailed. Yet the woman with permed hair smiled with unrestrained glee. Serves you right. With a beaming smile, she placed the infant back in the basket and, as if discarding a tool, carelessly tossed the basket aside, allowing the child to cry unheeded. Sitting quietly to one side, EE, whose nature is inherently kind-hearted, instinctively felt compelled to comfort the crying child. Just as she prepared to rise, I pressed my hand firmly on her shoulder, advising her to refrain from intervening in matters that did not concern her. The vehicle's intercom crackled to life, announcing the commencement of our journey. For nearly 40 minutes, we traversed 3 stations without incident. As we neared our final destination, I found myself tapping my foot restlessly, a growing sense of unease settling within me. Although this journey had been peculiar, it lacked any real threat, contrasting sharply with the unsettling atmosphere of Xinhu High School. Ding dong. We have arrived at Qingde Temple. Please gather your personal belongings and exit the vehicle through the rear door. After a minute or two, the front and rear doors swung open, and a rhythmic sound of brass bells resonated from outside, reminiscent of the cowbells from my childhood home. I wondered what would emerge next. The ringing grew clearer as the infant in the basket ceased crying, leaving several passengers puzzled. At that moment, 5 individuals seated in the last row, clad in mourning attire, rose simultaneously, their faces ashen and their movements unnaturally stiff. They formed a line and began to disembark through the rear door. As they turned, I noticed that each of these mourners had a piece of yellow paper with red characters affixed to the back of their heads. A talisman affixed to their heads? I stood up to capture the image of the talisman with my phone, only to inadvertently glimpse an elderly Taoist priest dressed in a blue robe standing beneath the vehicle. He shook a brass bell in one hand while waving a willow branch with the other, muttering incantations. Could this be the legendary corpse driver? I approached the rear door, and as the priest continued his chanting, he suddenly halted, his body trembling as he turned to face me, astonished. I was about to speak when the old priest silenced me with a gesture, signaling for quiet. He tucked the willow branch into his waist and produced a piece of yellow paper, swiftly inscribing several characters before folding it and placing it in his palm. With the bell still ringing, he closed his eyes, boarded the vehicle, pressed the yellow paper into my hand, and then descended with his eyes still shut. Not a word was exchanged, nor did he cast a glance at the occupants of the bus. I refrained from immediately unfolding the yellow paper, instead watching as the Taoist priest and the mourners walked farther away. The vehicle resumed its journey, prompting passengers to secure themselves as we welcomed you aboard the no-fare Route 14. Please prepare exact change of 1 yuan as you board and proceed towards the rear door for the next stop at Huayuan Community. Accompanying the announcement was the ringing of a phone belonging to a woman with permed hair. She glanced at the caller ID and forced a grim smile. Hello? Li Zijian. How is your precious wife? Rongrong, what are you talking about? You are my darling. That yellow-faced woman can no longer interfere with us. The voice on the line was clear, the tone and inflection identical to that of a previous call, yet the content and manner of speech were entirely different. Who are you? I am Zijian. I called you at this late hour to share some wonderful news. We can finally be together openly. You've divorced? More decisive than divorce. That woman took her illegitimate child and died in a car accident. I don't have to divide any assets and can claim a substantial sum from the insurance company. It is fate. Heaven has brought us together. The voice on the other end exuded excitement, reminiscent of a child eager for praise after doing a good deed. Stop the charade. Do you think I would still believe you? The woman with permed hair chuckled coldly. You call me in the dead of night and demand that I terminate the pregnancy? You heartless scoundrel. Terminate the pregnancy? Rong, have you been having nightmares? I never called you. The man on the other end of the line expressed his confusion. Moreover, that child is my flesh and blood. How could I bear to let you harm him? Check the news if you don't believe me. I had been closely monitoring the situation and realized that the plot twist exceeded my expectations. I quickly returned to my seat and took out my phone to search online. Earlier this afternoon, around 5 o'clock, a severe traffic accident occurred at the entrance of Jiangcheng Garden Community, where a private car collided with bus number 14. The incident resulted in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. One of the deceased was a high-risk pregnant woman, confirmed to be named Yang Ro. The news article included several images, one of which featured a woman in a red maternity dress, her face obscured by a mosaic. The woman with permed hair must have seen the news as well, her hand trembling as she held her phone. Hello, Rong. You see now, I am not deceiving you. Zijian seemed to be grasping for breath. I'm sorry. I actually lied to you. Your wife has not been unfaithful. The child in her womb is indeed yours. With her head forcibly turned, the woman with permed hair glanced at the baby that had crawled out from the basket. She stared at the infant's face. Look how much he resembles you. Chapter 56. The Dead Block the Car, Part 2. The woman's demeanor shifted a full 180 degrees, not out of conscience, but rather a deep-seated fear. Utilizing the mobile phone's camera function, only I and the viewers in the live stream could perceive the unfolding events. A woman with long hair, dressed in a garment red as blood, rose from the seat behind the woman with permed hair, her hands caressing the woman's face. The bloodstained black hair slowly wrapping around her neck. This woman in red, who had appeared in dreams, had never left. She had been following the woman with permed hair all along. I finally unraveled the sequence of events. The woman with permed hair had falsely accused the original wife, Yang Ro, of infidelity, paving the way for the mistress to take her place and conspire with Li Zijian. Yang Ro, feeling wronged and heavily pregnant, had gone to the hospital alone for a checkup. As she exited the community, she collided with bus number 14. The pent-up grievances transformed into a vengeful spirit, her hatred lingering even after death, attaching itself to the already ill-fated bus. In the dead of night, she had called the woman with permed hair, urging her to terminate the pregnancy, and everything that occurred in the video was the malevolent work of Yang Ro's ghost. No wonder the woman in red clung to Zhang Rong wherever she went. It was due to her unresolved resentment. Upon reflection, the ghost's attire was exceedingly loose. In my dream, I had initially thought she was draped in a red coat. In truth, it was a blood-stained maternity dress, the child within her having perished, thus rendering it loose. The baby in the basket clung to the woman with permed hair's leg, climbing up her body. Her eyes bulged with terror as her neck elongated, her head resembling a radish being forcefully uprooted from the earth. Help me. Please save me. The woman with permed hair was on the brink of despair, the vengeful spirit seemingly relishing in her torment, deliberately prolonging the agony of death. I sat in my seat, observing everything clearly through my phone. Her cries for help echoed in my ears, yet I had no intention of intervening. She had brought this upon herself. Regardless of whether it is Yuan Feng or the perm-haired woman, both individuals have become targets of the vengeful spirit, and they are deserving of their fates. Saving Yuan Feng inadvertently allows me the opportunity to await dawn and seek legal retribution against him. However, the situation for Zhang Rong is markedly different. Her actions have not transgressed any laws, and she is likely to face only public condemnation, which will not adversely affect her life. She can continue to frivolously enjoy the insurance payouts from the original partner, Yang Ro. There are some injustices in this world that cannot be rectified and remain unknown to many. If the demise of the perm-haired woman can quell the rage of the vengeful spirit, then, in my view, that would be a form of justice. Auntie, please. I interrupted as she began to speak. As someone who has navigated the complexities of society, I am acutely aware that at this moment, I should prioritize my own safety and avoid provoking the wrath of the spirit. Yet, the reality deviated from my expectations as the 3 inebriated workers and Yuan Feng approached. The peculiar appearance of the perm-haired woman made it nearly impossible for her to evade attention. "Help me." The four robust men gathered together, their vitality overwhelming, causing the movements of the vengeful spirit in the red dress to slow. What is wrong with this girl? Is she having an episode? Struggling to breathe? Could it be asthma? The smog in the city has afflicted many with this ailment. "You two greenhorns don't understand anything. Step aside." Wang Chuanfu, also slightly intoxicated, glanced at Zhang Rong's fearful eyes and chuckled. At this time, it's crucial to perform chest compressions and artificial respiration. Stay calm and ensure a steady flow of air. His infatuation was evident, and I found it difficult to witness this farce unfold without intervening, particularly as I had yet to ascertain the identities of these three individuals. Everyone, take note. This is essential first aid knowledge. Wang Chuanfu lectured with an air of authority, yet his expression was lewd and unseemly. He tore open the collar of Zhang Rong's blouse, pressing down while feigning a breath, then leaned down to exhale into her mouth. "Do you feel any better, sister?" As the warmth of life entered Zhang Rong's body, she sensed a flicker of relief, and the darkness that enshrouded her neck began to loosen. She nodded vigorously, pleading, "Help me." "All right. I am a compassionate person and cannot stand by idly," Wang Chuanfu continued, taking several breaths, yet he failed to notice the pallor creeping into his own flushed face. "Bro, let us lend a hand as well." Sure. When you assist, make sure to apply pressure." The three exchanged knowing smiles, and without further ado, they took turns administering aid. Jianbang and Jianya, two robust young men, exuded more vitality than Wang Chuanfu. From the perspective of the underworld, the vengeful spirit's hair was entangled around all four. Yet the shared burden of resentment prevented any immediate threat to their lives. As the bus glided along its route, the unfolding events seemed disconnected from the driver, who remained focused solely on the road. After passing through a vast expanse of desolate and dilapidated rose gardens, a massive investment promotion billboard emerged, followed by an announcement over the bus intercom. "Ding dong. We have arrived at Huayuan Community. Please gather your belongings and exit through the rear door. Walk carefully as you disembark." The site of Yang Ro's accident was indeed within Huayuan Community. According to the accounts of the elderly lady and the textile factory worker, it was imperative that the vengeful spirit disembark at the location of its demise, indicating that the spirit in the red dress was to exit at this stop. Zhang Rong was fortunate to have narrowly escaped with her life. As the bus doors opened, I closely monitored the movements of the vengeful spirit, aware that she could not immediately eliminate all four men. Her blood-soaked garments billowed, and her dark hair rose like tumultuous waves. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and the baby that had been lying on Zhang Rong's body, its skin darkening, fell back into the vegetable basket. Shortly thereafter, as if by magic, a white cat with hollowed eyes leaped from the basket and dashed away from the vehicle. The front door was unoccupied as the driver pulled the lever, preparing to set off. The vehicle began to move. "Please secure yourselves. The next stop is Duanwang Tower." The internal announcement indicated that the front door had been closed, yet the rear door remained ajar, seemingly obstructed by an unseen object. "The rear door is malfunctioning." Yuan Feng rapped on the back door, prompting the driver to glance back, though he appeared hesitant to leave his seat, murmuring something about a possible mechanical failure and suggesting, "Why not try pulling it a couple of times?" "What a piece of junk." Yuan Feng rose, delivering several kicks to the door before using sheer force to slam it shut. "All right, let us go." Witnessing his actions, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I alone comprehended the true reason the back door refused to close. It was not a mechanical failure, but rather the malevolent spirit in red that had become ensnared in the door, its thirst for vengeance unquenched as it sought the life of its intended victim. I had observed clearly in the live stream that the vengeful spirit had been forcibly ejected from the vehicle by Yuan Feng, yet she lingered nearby, her dark hair obscuring her face, pressing her forehead against the glass of the door, repeatedly banging her head against it. As the car restarted, I had hoped we could pass this stop without incident, but I was unaware that the true horror was only just beginning. Before we could exit the station, the No. 14 bus came to a halt once more. The passengers, puzzled, queried why we had stopped. "Let's move." The driver, trembling, rose from his seat, his face pale as he gazed outside. "What's wrong?" I felt a surge of anxiety. We were so close to our destination. I hurried to the front door, only to be startled by the sight before me. Just a few centimeters from the front lay a pregnant woman. To be precise, it was the corpse of a pregnant woman, her beige dress stained crimson with blood, her eyes wide open, staring blankly into the bus. Oh heavens, you've hit someone. 3 inebriated workers, noticing the body on the ground, were jolted awake from their stupor. The woman with the permed hair, upon glimpsing the scene, screamed and rushed to the back of the bus, exclaiming, "Young Ro, it wasn't me who caused your death. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I didn't hit her." The driver, flustered and sweating, stammered, "I only saw a blur from a distance. I thought it was a piece of wood, only realizing it was a person when I got closer." Yuan Feng, the driver, and the 3 workers stood at the front of the bus, exchanging bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The woman's face was swollen and bruised, indicating she had died several hours prior. Holding my phone, I urged the driver, "Stay calm. Can we maneuver around her and drive out? We're too close. This old vehicle will slide forward as soon as it starts. If we move, we'll certainly run over the body." The driver continued to rub his hands nervously, and I noticed his palms were slick with sweat. Moreover, there was something I needed to share with you. The seasoned driver had warned me never to remain at a stop for more than 5 minutes, lest something dreadful occur. What kind of dreadful thing? Yuan Feng and I asked in unison. I'm not sure. The old man called me just before he died last night. The driver's complexion grew even graver as he spoke. This is not good. I furrowed my brow, gazing out of the vehicle. Each stop was limited to a mere 5 minutes, yet the presence of a corpse blocking the road rendered departure impossible. You must devise a solution swiftly, for minutes have already elapsed. Chapter 57. To live or die. Time slipped away, and hesitation was not an option. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, "Let us men disembark together to remove the body." Remove the body? The group collectively gasped in horror. Are you out of your mind? Wang Chuanfu was the first to protest. If you're going, go ahead. I refuse to be tainted by this misfortune. Indeed, I say we simply run over it. After all, it's already dead. Yuan Feng's words were even more extreme, devoid of humanity. I turned my gaze to the driver. What do you think? I cannot leave this position. The master said that if the driver wanders, the vehicle will drive itself. The driver's face exhibited a spectrum of colors, unsure of which words were genuine and which were mere pretense. I glanced at my phone. 50 seconds remained. Enough of this. I flung open the door and leapt out to move the body. If you wish to survive, come help me. Reluctantly, the driver opened the rear door. As exiting through the back was the protocol. I tucked my phone away and beckoned the others, but only EE, a young girl, responded. She placed her backpack on the seat and rushed to my side. What are you doing here? Go back and sit down. I admonished loudly. It was perilous to be outside, and moving the corpse could easily provoke vengeful spirits. Let me assist you. You cannot manage this alone. Time ticked away, and I sighed, casting a glance at all the passengers. Hurry. EE and I dashed from the back door, our bodies chilled, as if malevolent spirits lingered nearby. Racing against time, we grasped the legs of the pregnant corpse with all our strength. Logically, moving a body should not pose much difficulty. I had carried Guijunjia in a 100-meter sprint back at Xinhu High School, yet the corpse before us felt as though it were imbued with lead, despite our exertions. We had only managed to shift it a few centimeters. How can it be this heavy? Quicken it up. The others in the car shouted, urgency lacing their voices. EE and I, drenched in sweat, felt the body grow heavier, our hands seemingly devoid of strength. Blast it. Just drive straight over it. Yuan Feng pressed against the windshield, the driver's foot firmly on the accelerator, his eyes fixated on the electronic timer. Someone come help. I called desperately to the vehicle, my face flushed with strain, yet the pregnant body remained immovable. Anyone. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. A voice murmured, the words tumbling from the lips of a figure clad in a hospital gown. He grasped the waist of the corpse, and with the combined efforts of 3, we finally managed to drag it. Almost there. With a final heave, the body felt lighter, as if something had released its grip. All right, quickly, get in the car. I grasped EE's hand and rushed towards the vehicle, which only had its rear door open, necessitating a circuitous route to enter. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. The voice from behind echoed again, and I turned to see the strange figure kneeling before the corpse, bowing in reverence. Good grief. I shoved EE into the car and dashed back to pull the figure along, as the vehicle had already started, mere seconds remaining before the 5-minute mark expired. Let us go. Drive quickly. Yuan Feng incessantly urged the driver by patting his shoulder. The woman with permed hair, who had originally been hiding at the back of the car, seemed to have spotted something. She pointed out the window, her voice off-key. Don't come over. Don't come over. Raising her small bag, her high heels clacked against the floor of the car as she dashed towards a group of men. She is coming. She wants to get in the car. Drive. Drive immediately. Wait, there are still people not on board. We can't wait. Hurry up. The madwoman, in a frenzied state, rushed forward, attempting to seize the steering wheel from the driver. Do you want to kill us all? Yuan Feng quickly restrained Zhang Rong. But she was already in a state of hysteria, terrorized by the ghost in red, wildly flailing her hands and scratching Yuan Feng's face, drawing blood. These are all lunatics. Yuan Feng grimaced, pushing Zhang Rong aside. Jian Bang hurriedly cradled Zhang Rong in his arms, carefully helping her to sit at the rear door. Rest for a moment. Don't be afraid. The three of us will protect you from any harm. As the vehicle slowly began to move, I dragged my hospital gown, relieved that I had boarded without incident. Close the door. Let us go. I pressed the gown against the seat and sat down, gasping for breath. The car accelerated. Yet the back door remained ajar. Driver, close the back door. It's already closed. What? I quickly took out my phone, aiming it at the rear door screen. A blood-soaked woman in red was desperately pressing against the door. Though she couldn't enter, her hair hung down like serpents from the depths of a lake. Slithering into the vehicle. This is bad. It was too late to warn anyone. Zhang Rong and Jian Bang were already moving toward the open door, oblivious to the danger. Be careful. I stood to grab them, but Zhang Rong, held tightly in Jian Bang's embrace, proved to be treacherous. Wearing high heels, she stomped down hard on Jian Bang's cloth shoes, causing him to stumble backward. In a swift motion, she pushed Jian Bang out of the car. Bang! The door finally slammed shut, yet the young man vanished into the night. Only then did the men at the front notice someone had fallen from the vehicle. Jian Bang. Brother. Wang Chuanfu and Jian Yi gazed into the vast darkness outside, but Jian Bang had long since disappeared. Stop the car. I need to find my brother. No, we can't stop until we reach the station. That's what the driver instructed. Jian Yi turned and seized the driver by the collar. His eyes reddened with fury as he shouted, Stop the car. Calm down. Yuan Feng intervened. His death is not your concern. You shouldn't feel sorrow for someone who cannot be revived. If you get out now, you'll only endanger yourself. You bastard. What have you done? Wang Chuanfu grabbed Zhang Rong and slapped her across the face. We three tried to help you, and you repay us with ingratitude, causing Jian Bang's death. I'll throw you out of this car to join him. With that, he grabbed her hair and yanked her toward the window. Please, no? No. The woman's screams pierced the air within the car. Yet, most of us, myself included, fell into a heavy silence, the ugliness of humanity laid bare before us. Stop it. The weakest among us, a girl named Yi, clutched Wang Chuanfu's shirt. You can't do this. Get out of the way. Wang Chuanfu snarled. I don't need a little brat like you telling me what to do. He shoved Yi aside, but this stubborn, kind-hearted child rose once more, clinging desperately to his arm. Let us all stop. I rubbed my temples and pulled the three individuals apart. This is neither the time for quarrels nor chaos. The fact that we are all gathered in this vehicle at such a late hour, for various reasons, is a kind of fate in itself. Who has fate with you? Wang Chuanfu gritted his teeth, and had it not been for my imposing stature, he would have likely lunged at me by now. It's your insistence on getting out to move the corpse that has led to this predicament. If we had just driven over that dead body, we wouldn't be in this mess. Those who failed to assist with the body now offered only cold remarks when trouble arose. I smiled wryly, choosing silence. After all, one cannot reason with a mad dog. I took EE's hand and returned to my seat, gently patting her head. Be good. Leave everything to me. Just stay quiet. At the rear of the vehicle, Zhang Rong was being beaten by Wang Chuanfu. Once he had vented his frustrations, all that remained in the vehicle was the sound of Zhang Rong's sobs. Yi looked at Zhang Rong, now lying on the floor, and felt a pang of sympathy. Look, her arms are bleeding. Yet, compared to the mistakes she had made, these minor injuries seemed trivial. I endeavored to smile reassuringly, urging calmness as we neared our destination. The dimly lit, eerie compartment returned to silence as I lowered my head, awaiting the next announcement over the intercom. This night felt interminably long. After approximately half an hour, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Why have we stopped? We haven't reached the station yet. Yuan Feng hurried to the front to inquire, only to find the driver trembling, pointing out the window. What is it? I turned to look as well. And at the end of an expanse of desolate rose gardens, a massive investment advertisement loomed by the roadside. Uncle, haven't we seen this scene before? E asked, her small hand icy and tinged with panic. I tightened my grip on her hand and nodded with difficulty. Indeed, we had returned to the garden community. From a distance, the corpse lying in the middle of the road remained unchanged, its eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Chapter 58. The guiding symbol. What do we do? What do we do? The few people in the vehicle were like ants on a hot stove, completely at a loss, each one pacing in anxious circles. Could this be a case of a ghost hitting a wall? Jian, who had just lost a loved one, leaned against the window. The body of the pregnant woman was still there, yet his brother had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Yuan Feng's face darkened, suddenly. He pulled out a spring knife and pressed it against the driver's neck. I don't believe in superstitions. Are you the one behind this? What does this have to do with me? It's my first time driving the 14th route, the driver replied, trembling and drenched in sweat. In other routes, I only make over 3,000 a month. This last bus on the 14th route runs just 4 times a month, and I can earn an extra 4,000 in bonuses. I only took over for my mentor because I urgently needed money for my wedding. Had I known this would happen, not even being threatened with my life would have made me calm. His tone was tinged with desperation, sounding sincere. If you dare pull any tricks, don't blame me for my blade. Yuan Feng growled before sheathing the knife and moving closer to me. Do you have any ideas? You seem calm. Do you know something? I'm no oracle. What can I do? I grasped Yi's hand tightly. Stopping the bus midway was not an option. Let the driver start again and maneuver around the body. Perhaps if we circle back, we might be able to leave this place. At this point, we had no choice but to try. However, half an hour later, the faces of the others were ashen, as if covered in a layer of cold ash. We're back again. A colossal billboard looms over the desolate rose garden by the roadside, resembling an excavated grave awaiting the burial of the 14 bus. What shall we do? Beyond uttering such inquiries, do you possess the capacity to express anything else? Reflect for a moment. This vehicle is not solely occupied by me. As we approach the terminus, I find myself ensnared in a perplexing predicament, a simmering fury festering within. Jianya buries his head, seemingly lost in thoughts of his brother. Wang Chuanfu, clutching the guanyin pendant around his neck, muttering incomprehensible verses, while only Yuan Feng stands at the front, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Indeed, there are others aboard, yet your conduct seems the most erratic. Yuan Feng extends his hand into his left pocket. I distinctly recall his spring knife resides there. My behavior is abnormal? Yuan Feng's suspicion towards me elicits a bizarre mixture of laughter and tears. Indeed, since you boarded, you have exhibited an unsettling calmness. Each action imbued with intent, arousing my doubts about your innocence. Yuan Feng maintains a distance of over 2 meters. His ability to evade capture is closely tied to his inherently cautious nature. At his remark, the remaining few passengers cast me peculiar glances, save for Yi, who steadfastly stands by my side. Have my actions caused you harm? As I gaze at the few flawed beings within the vehicle, it is evident that you have led yourselves down a path of demise. Perhaps you have not directly harmed them, yet I sense you may pose a threat to me. Leaning against the car door, Yuan Feng states, you are a police officer. Although you held back during our earlier encounter, some habitual movements are inescapable. They are the hallmark of systematic, unarmed apprehension training. I had not anticipated Yuan Feng's astuteness. What relevance does my profession hold here? Today, my sole mission is to assist a friend in delivering this little girl to her mother. For now, feigning ignorance is my best recourse. As long as Yuan Feng wishes to preserve his life, he shall not turn against me at this juncture. Uncle, you are a police officer. Yi is the most excited among us. It appears that the figure of a police officer holds significant esteem in her eyes. Officer, what should we do now? The power of the police identity proves advantageous, as Wang Chuanfu's demeanor improves considerably. I touch the talisman paper concealed against my chest. There are indeed solutions, but I shall not deploy them until the final moment. Let us circle once more. Pay close attention, and perhaps we shall uncover an unexpected revelation. Circling 10 times would yield no results. Yuan Feng strides to the rear of the bus, seizing Zhang Rong, who sits on the ground. I have a method by which we can escape. What method? I too am intrigued. Yuan Feng's smile is cruel. It is quite simple. The pregnant woman outside was indirectly killed by this woman. All we need to do is halt beside that corpse and toss her out. No, please don't throw me out. Zhang Rong, disregarding the pain from her hair being tugged, clutches Yuan Feng's leg. There's a female ghost outside. She has been there all along. If I go out, I will die? You wretched woman deserve to perish. Yuan Feng kicks her aside. Doesn't Buddhism often speak of cause and effect? In my view, if Zhang Rong perishes, we shall all attain salvation. He has always been a person who disregards life. To him, the deaths of countless others are inconsequential as long as he survives. Those who agree with my course of action, please raise your hands. Let us adhere to the will of the majority, including the driver and the eerily silent little girl seated in the back. There are a total of 9 individuals in the vehicle. Let the voting commence. After speaking, Yuan Feng raised his hand first, followed by Wang Chuanfu and Jianya, who also raised their hands in succession. Have you all considered this carefully? This is not the time for sympathy towards the weak. This vote will determine our fate. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, the driver raised his hand as well, stating, I'm sorry, but my fiancé is waiting for me at home. I am the pillar of my family and cannot die. The tally stood at 4-5. Yuan Feng turned his gaze towards me, asking, Do you wish to sacrifice everyone to save just her? I furrowed my brow, about to speak, when the little girl at the rear of the car slowly raised her hand. With the count now at 5-4, Yuan Feng ordered, You too. Come help open the door. We will work together to throw her out. Zhang Rong struggled desperately, but the 3 men showed no mercy as they pinned her hands down and lifted her horizontally. Prepare to open the door. On the count of 3, we let go together. The 3 men, possessed by desperation to survive, were truly about to hurl Zhang Rong from the vehicle. Stop. A living human life. I may be hard-hearted, but I cannot remain indifferent. Your actions amount to murder. Even if you manage to survive tonight, you will have broken the law. Don't preach to me. If we don't kill her, we will all die. The car approached the station, and just as the driver was about to open the rear door, I realized I could wait no longer. Let her go. I have a way to save you all. I grabbed my phone and strode to the front of the car. Retrieving a yellow paper talisman inscribed with black characters, the Maoshan guiding talisman. Is the half-immortal there? We might be encountering a ghostly wall. I wonder if this Maoshan guiding talisman can break through the illusion. Seeking assistance in the live broadcast, Lu Banzian from Jiangcheng Mountain did not disappoint. Young friend, you carry some peculiar talismans. Fortune favors the worthy, and the talisman in your hand, drawn by the celestial master of Maoshan, is more than sufficient to break the ghostly wall. Thank you, half-immortal, but I'm uncertain how to perform the incantation and gestures for this guiding talisman. You've put me in a difficult position. Jiangcheng and Maoshan are 1,000 miles apart. I can only tell you the incantation for Jiangcheng. Give it a try. After all, the Tao is interconnected. Thank you for your trouble. I bowed and clasped my hands in gratitude. Without Lu Banzian, I would truly be in peril tonight. Listen closely. I will say it only once. Clear heart method. Open the path. Guiding talisman. Hasten as per the decree. Is that all? Wasn't the incantation for the thunder talisman a lengthy string? Talismans in this world are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and great levels. The guiding talisman is merely the most common among the middle-level talismans, hence the simplicity of its incantation. Once again expressing my gratitude to Lu Banzian, I pinched the talisman between my fingers and stood at the front of the car. Who is he talking to? Why has the police suddenly turned into a Taoist priest? I see he is even holding talismans. The 3 men paused in their actions, allowing Zhang Rong, who was saved, to crawl to the back of the car and hide beneath the seat. Yuan Feng approached me, asking, What trick are you planning this time? Stand aside and watch. I shouted, focusing my mind and casting aside distracting thoughts, just as I did when studying the fundamentals of Tianmu. I emptied my mind, visualizing a point between my eyebrows, and recited, Clear heart method, open the path, guiding talisman, hasten as per the decree. The talisman ignited between my fingers, and the night outside the window receded rapidly, as if shattering a glass mirror. I had succeeded. Chapter 59. The crematorium at bridge number 3. The biting cold wind poured into the vehicle, akin to the relief of a cling film being torn from one's face, finally permitting a deep breath. As the haze dissipated, the gazes of my companions within the car shifted dramatically. It seemed there was a Taoist brother among us, a fact that sparked curiosity. Wang Chuanfu, ever the opportunist, appeared to have forgotten our previous discord, approaching me with a facade of feigned camaraderie. I ignored him, patting the driver on the shoulder to urge him to accelerate. Seated once more, I turned to Yi, utterly astonished. How did you accomplish that? She inquired, voicing the thoughts of nearly everyone in the car. All ears perked in anticipation. It was your mother who taught me. All credit goes to her. I had planned this diversion, attributing the source of the talisman paper to a non-existent entity. Mother? Did she say anything else to you? Of course, I replied, gently ruffling Yi's hair and weaving a benevolent falsehood. She mentioned that as long as you are obedient, you will see her soon. Ding dong. We have arrived at Duanwang Tower. Please gather your personal belongings and exit through the rear door. Kindly disembark with caution. Having reached our destination, I checked the route map for bus number 14. Duanwang Tower's next stop was the crematorium at bridge number 3. And I was on the verge of completing tonight's livestream task. Do not fret about your brother. If we can preserve even one life, that would be a remarkable feat. Wang Chuanfu reassured Jianya, as both prepared to disembark, while Yuan Feng fidgeted with eagerness to escape the eerie confines of the number 14 bus. Hey, if you value your lives, stay with me until the final stop. I stood, casting a cold glance at the others. I will only remind you once. One must see things through to the end. The image of me using the guiding talisman to dispel the haze had been etched in their minds, and now, upon my utterance, hesitation enveloped them. To be candid, I harbored no genuine concern for their fates. My sole motivation was to complete the optional task of the Underworld showcase, earning 1 point for each life saved. We're not getting off. We'll heed your advice. 3 minutes elapsed, yet no one chose to alight. The driver closed the doors, preparing to head to the final destination. I exhaled a sigh of relief. I had painstakingly saved this group of imbeciles, and if they chose to disembark and perish, my efforts would have been in vain. The vehicle is now in motion. Please secure your seat and hold on tight. Welcome aboard the number 14 non-ticket selling bus. Passengers are reminded to have exact change ready, with a fare of 1 yuan. Kindly proceed to the rear for boarding. Our next stop is the crematorium at bridge no. 3. Turning my gaze to the window, I noted that it was approximately 3 in the morning, the hour when the night was at its deepest. We were nearing our stop, yet dawn was still a distant promise, which seemed out of character for an Underworld showcase. An unsettling feeling washed over me, and I suddenly recalled the yellow paper given by the Taoist at the Qingta temple. I quietly unfolded it, although it contained but a single line. It sent a chill down my spine. Releasing Yi's hand, I reached for a cigarette, placing it between my lips, but despite my efforts, I could not ignite it. Uncle, may I assist you? Looking into Yi's innocent, bright eyes, I silently shook my head. The message on the yellow paper indicated that my previous deductions might have been fundamentally flawed. The road grew increasingly treacherous. The dilapidated vehicle jolted as it traversed the barren landscape, devoid of any visible homes. In the darkness, only the yellowish headlights illuminated the path ahead, reminiscent of a small boat ferrying souls across the river of the Underworld. After approximately 10 minutes, a series of buildings emerged. Adorned with vintage green tiles and pale red walls, we had arrived at the crematorium at bridge number 3. In the midst of the road, an increasing number of paper offerings fluttered in the evening breeze, transforming the surroundings into a sea of white. Further ahead, it appeared to be a refuse-laden area, cluttered with the remnants of various spiritual effigies and paper horses. Vibrantly colored, exaggerated faces quivered in the wind. A chill coursed through me, rendering me even more silent. Ding dong. You have arrived at the number 3 bridge crematorium. Please gather your belongings and disembark from the rear door. Upon exiting, please proceed carefully. As the announcement echoed, everyone in the vehicle rose from their seats, as if preordained. It was time to alight. What is destined to arrive will eventually come. I patted my chest, feeling the talisman hidden in my palm. The entrance to the number 3 bridge crematorium faced the bus station. As I stepped off the 14 bus, my feet touching the ground, a text from the Underworld show arrived as anticipated. Ding. Live broadcast mission. Arrive at the Miyun Mansion by the stroke of midnight on the 14 bus and reach the destination alive to complete it. Scoring begins now. Completing the live broadcast mission awards 1 point. If peak viewership exceeds 1,000, an additional 3 points. If total gifts received during the broadcast exceed 1,000 ghost coins, an extra 2 points. Failure to complete a commission from the Underworld results in a point deduction. Optional task. Protect the passengers on the bus for an additional 2 points. Upon tallying, this live broadcast yielded a total of 7 points. My expression darkened upon reading the text from the Underworld show, not due to the meager points earned, but because of that optional task. I distinctly recalled the task's clear stipulation, protecting the passengers, earning 1 point for each additional life saved. Yet now, with 8 individuals, including the driver, arriving at the destination, I was awarded only 2 points. This indicated that 6 of them were not human, successfully reaching the no. Three-bridge crematorium, while failing to fulfill the commission from the Underworld, triggered a mandatory task: survive until dawn. As I had anticipated, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Among the driver, Yuan Feng, Wang Chuanfu, Jianya, Zhang Rong, the patient in a hospital gown, and the peculiar little girl seated at the rear of the bus. Who among them was human? And who was a ghost? I retrieved the yellow paper given by the Taoist from the Qingtu View and glanced at the characters inscribed upon it. Is it E? What are you looking at? Noticing my prolonged silence, Yuan Feng approached me with a glint in his eye. What business do I have to report to you? During our ride, I had researched his background online. The news merely stated he had gone missing, leaving his fate uncertain. Let us not quarrel. We've shared life and death together. There's no need to sour the atmosphere. Wang Chuanfu responded with a forced smile, his voice trembling. Anyone would feel fear as the bus halted at the crematorium's gates. Zhang Rong, having lost a high heel, descended the bus, glancing around like a thief, ensuring the red-clad, vengeful spirit had not followed before scurrying behind the men. Get lost. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this predicament, someone spat. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please, let me stay with you, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Yuan Feng, upon seeing Zhang Rong, kicked her away, rebuking her as a harbinger of doom. The others treated her harshly, but I remained silent. Believing I pitied her, Zhang Rong ran to me, clutching my legs. You're a police officer. Please save me. I'll do anything you ask. Anything. I narrowed my eyes. Then can you tell me whether you are human or ghost? Zhang Rong appeared taken aback by my sudden inquiry. Her hand pressed against her forehead in a gesture of distress. As I stood among a few others, I felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Astonishingly, out of 8 passengers, only 2 were alive. What now? Were we to linger in this forsaken place until dawn? Wang Chuanfu was evidently seeking my counsel. We're going nowhere, I replied, gesturing to and searching for the figure of another little girl, as I sensed they held the key to the night's mysteries. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes have elapsed. It is time for us to board the vehicle, the driver called, his head protruding from the window, beads of sweat glistening on his face. Seemingly perpetually unyielding. Leave. We've reached the terminus. Where else could we possibly go? Prepare to return. Everyone, move swiftly. No station shall be halted for more than 5 minutes. His words incited panic among the group. Surely, you're not suggesting we remain at the crematorium overnight? Even the staff dare not linger here after dark. Indeed, staying at a crematorium in the dead of night was a terrifying prospect. Yet the bus parked nearby, Route 14, seemed even more sinister. You've insisted we must not linger beyond 5 minutes. Today, I shall witness what transpires after that threshold, Yuan Feng stated coldly, resolutely choosing to stand with me. What of you all? Our home is at the last stop, the broken lookout. Shall we not? Silence. I interjected, still holding Yi's hand as I approached from behind the bus. We are missing one among us, have you not noticed? After a thorough search, I found no trace of the girl who had been seated at the rear of the bus. She seemed to have vanished the moment the 14 bus arrived at the crematorium. Chapter 60. Madness. Yuan Feng, fiddling with his switchblade, came closer. That girl has always been rather invisible. While we deliberate our fates, who has the luxury to concern themselves with others? Indeed, let us first ensure our own safety. Do not fret so much, Wang Chuanfu chimed in, as they believed I possessed some genuine abilities as a Taoist and wished to accompany me. The driver urged once more. Hurry and board. If you are not on in 1 minute, I shall depart. All eyes turned toward me. You are a police officer. We shall heed your guidance. I refrained from responding directly, scrutinizing each face before me. Even if the driver and the missing girl were apparitions, among the 6 individuals in front of me, only 2 were human. Without confirming their identities, I dared not speak hastily. Allowing a ghost to remain would further jeopardize my own safety. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I am not a sorcerer endowed with mystical powers. Just a week ago, I scarcely believed in the existence of spirits or demons. Hence, there is no need for you to make the same choice as I. Holding Yi's hand, I distanced myself from the others, opting not to partake in their discussions. I choose to remain. Jianya, let us also stay. That fellow must still possess a hidden card. 2 minutes later, the 14 bus departed, leaving behind all but the individual in the hospital gown. Watching the bus fade into the distance, I was left to gamble on a stroke of luck, hoping both the figure in the hospital gown and the driver were apparitions. With no alternatives, Yuan Feng called the group to gather around me. I have no intention of accompanying you, I decisively declined, leading Yi aside. As several individuals beheld my demeanor, they instantly grew anxious, exclaiming that we are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. It is better to remain together for mutual support. Their argument held merit, for there were still 2 or 3 hours until dawn, and our collective presence radiated vitality. You may proceed as you wish, but I shall not accompany you, and it is prudent for you not to follow me. My words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Take care of yourselves. And allow me to impart one final piece of advice. Do not place your trust in those around you. With that, I took Yi's hand and ventured into the distance. Uncle, are you truly leaving everyone? She queried, her fear palpable. I believe it is safer to stay together. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Yi clutched my hand tightly, compelled to follow me obediently. I will not harm you. Those individuals are not to be trusted. I turned to glance back at the 3 men, their faces drawn with worry, oblivious to Zhang Rong sprawled on the ground, seemingly convulsing, as if possessed. We circled the crematorium, finding nothing but scattered paper offerings and the eerie shadows of trees. Could she have entered the crematorium? Approaching the rear gate, I observed the iron door creaking ominously in the wind. Although I yearned to uncover the truth, was it not excessive to infiltrate the crematorium at such an hour? The commission from the underworld was linked to a girl, yet there were 2 children in the vehicle, indicating that one was human while the other was a spirit. I had been preoccupied with safeguarding Yi, neglecting my awareness of the other child, about whom I knew virtually nothing. Should I venture inside to search for her? If Yi were indeed the girl from the commission, I would have no cause for concern, yet I feared an alternate scenario might unfold. Yi, you mentioned you were looking for your mother. We have reached the final stop, yet where is your mother? I inquired. I am unsure. The call instructed me to take bus 14 to the terminal, and that I would see my mother upon arrival. A phone call. Suddenly, I recalled certain details. The woman with the perm boarded the bus at night due to a call, one from a vengeful spirit. Who called you? My mother, she replied. Are you certain? Could it be an imposter? Consider the tone, common phrases, and punctuation in her speech. Were there any discrepancies? It must be my mother, E asserted with conviction. I gently pinched her stubborn cheek, at a loss for words. My logical analysis yielded answers that were exceedingly harsh for the little girl. Very well. Let us wait here for your mother to emerge. Just as I resolved not to enter the crematorium, distant shouts from several men reached my ears. Run. That madwoman is coming after us. Police help. Furrowing my brow, I saw Jianya, Yuan Feng, and Wang Chuanfu sprinting ahead, seemingly pursued by an odd creature with limbs grasping the ground. No, that was not an animal. My eyes widened in horror as Zhang Rong, in a frenzy, pursued them. Run. The area surrounding the crematorium was barren and exposed, devoid of any cover. Gritting my teeth, I hoisted E and scaled the rear gate of the crematorium. Damn it. I had ultimately entered this cursed place. The 3 men, witnessing my leap, followed suit. Yuan Feng, leading the charge, adeptly grasped the wall and vaulted over. Jianya stepped on the iron gate's chain, providing a slight aid, and soon after, 2 individuals followed suit, their movements synchronized. However, poor Wang Chuanfu, who lagged behind, struggled. He, a portly man of advancing years, grasped the edge of the iron gate, making several futile attempts to climb over. Help me, he cried, writhing in desperation. Jianya and I hurriedly grasped his hand, yet the brief delay allowed Zhang Rong to catch up. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed that a human could rend flesh like a beast upon its prey. Wang Chuanfu's lower half was a bloody mess. Ultimately, he relinquished his grip, dragged into the darkness by Zhang Rong. It was a precarious situation. I glanced at the 2, leaning against the wall, their brows slick with sweat. What transpired? In truth, it was the fault of that rotund man. Seeing the desolate surroundings, he had intended to act inappropriately towards Zhang Rong. Who could have anticipated that the wretched woman would go mad, attacking anyone in her path? Yuan Feng smirked lewdly, observing me while I held the young girl. I wouldn't want to intrude on your little world, he remarked. Mind your tongue, don't create trouble for yourself. I shot a glance at the 2. Zhang Rong had returned, though I could not discern when, and now lingered outside, which was perilously unsafe. Since we had entered, it was prudent to search for the missing little girl. You 2, listen closely. We shall part ways, and none shall impede the other. Yuan Feng kept his hand in his pocket, likely gripping his spring knife. Why are you so intent on finding that girl? Is she also under your protection? The murderer had already sensed something amiss with the girl. I had not concealed it. as she could very well be the key to our survival this night. Yuan Feng paused, deep in thought, as I set Yi down and took her hand, leading her into the crematorium. Though I had encountered numerous deceased in recent years, this was my first visit to a crematorium. The facility comprised an office, a storage area, a hall, an ash storage room, a morgue, and a cremation chamber. Most doors were locked, yet a few rooms could be accessed via alternate corridors. To guard against any sudden emergence of foul entities, I held my phone before my face, vigilant for any movements in the live stream. Typically, the crematorium's paths are divided into two types, a pedestrian pathway and a corpse transport route. The transport route is secured with chains after work hours, while the pedestrian path is marked with a wooden sign stating no entry. The path Yi and I traversed was presumably the pedestrian one, though the large red sign had inexplicably been overturned. As we ventured deeper into the building, behind the disinfection room, a door swung outward, as if deliberately indicating that someone had recently entered. Could it be Yuan Feng and Jianya? Curiosity piqued. I approached the disinfection room's entrance and looked up. Above the doorframe hung a bagua mirror, its surface protruding outward in an awkward manner. This room felt distinctly peculiar. Should I enter or refrain? I glanced at my phone, seeking counsel from my online friends. Under Jiangcheng Mountain, Lu Banzian mentions that bagua mirrors are categorized into two types, convex and concave. Concave mirrors are generally used to attract wealth, while convex mirrors serve to ward off evil. The convex mirror before you resembles a turtle shell with a bulging reflective surface. Ideally, when malevolent forces approach, the convex mirror can dispel such negative energy. However, upon closer inspection, the mirror is already cracked, indicating that malevolence has lingered here for years. What say you, half-immortal? Should I proceed or stand back? Young friend, there must be limits to courting danger, right? Have I not made my warning sufficiently clear? Chapter 61. The journey of the hearse. I comprehend the rationale. Yet there lies a pivotal girl within that compels me to venture forth. I cannot resign myself without at least attempting. Mere malevolence cannot sway my resolve. Typically, even in a crematorium, one would not casually hang a bagua mirror. At most, one might bury 5 emperor coins at the corners of a building or suspend carved deities, ensuring that the comings and goings remain discreet and unobtrusive. What do you mean by this, master? It signifies that the crematorium in which you linger is tainted. It is constructed upon land imbued with malevolent energy, akin to a black hole vortex that amplifies the accumulation of negative chi. Such a locale is not one where ordinary individuals would tread lightly, let alone those of high virtue and integrity. The master spoke earnestly. Yet the other viewers in the live stream incessantly encouraged him. Go inside and take a look. I have never set foot in a crematorium. What qualifications does the master possess to even mention black holes? I am a graduate of Oxford's third phase of quantum physics and wish to engage you in a discussion regarding the steady-state universe and thermonuclear explosions. Scientists are but mere philosophers in disguise. I wish to inquire if any of you are alumni from Harvard. I am the president of the Cambridge Student Union. Let the Cambridge alumni raise their hands. The Blue Sky Tractor Academy expresses its dissent. Under Mount Jiangcheng, Lu Banzian declared, the universe and all things arise from the void. The void is an enigmatic tome. Although I have not attended a private school, my understanding of the cosmos and humanity far surpasses that of those blind men groping at an elephant, deluding themselves with falsehoods. Through the screen, I could almost envision an elderly gentleman clad in a Taoist robe, puffing his beard and rolling his eyes, with a wry smile, saying, "It appears we have digressed once more." Lu Banzian commenced a verbal skirmish with a cadre of pseudoscientists, and the barrage of comments flew swiftly, leaving no time to heed my presence. I clasped Yi's small hand as we entered the disinfection chamber. The door, originally locked, had been pried open. The shavings on the ground indicated recent tampering. The room was stark and barren, all items having been stowed away in cabinets. I surveyed my surroundings, but discovered no signs of theft. "Is anyone here?" Yi called into the room, but only the echo returned her words. The disinfection chamber proved far larger than I had anticipated. Upon venturing further, I discovered it connected to another room. "Uncle, shall we explore that room as well?" The only illumination came from the screen of my phone. Having entered, we might as well have a look. As we progressed halfway, my legs seemed to brush against something, producing a clattering sound. Looking down, I beheld a long chain obstructing the passage. This path was designated for the transportation of corpses. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped over the iron chain and continued inward. Where might this lead? feeling my way along the wall. After traversing 6 or 7 meters, both E and I detected a pungent odor. "Uncle, look over there," she quivered, pointing at a plaque on the wall. "Refrigeration room?" I stood frozen for 3 seconds, bewildered as to how we had arrived here. Earlier, I had noted that the entrance to this chamber was locked, and I had felt a sense of relief, believing the girl would not venture in. Yet, unexpectedly, we had not evaded it after all. "Stay close to me." 3 rows of iron tables lined the room, each containing 3 tables shrouded in darkness, with only the white cloth on top visible. It was difficult to discern what lay beneath. "Uncle, let us leave. I'm scared." Fear is a natural response. Not only she, a small girl, but even I, an adult, felt a flutter of unease within. "Wait a moment. Let us take a quick look around." Summoning my courage, I lifted the white cloth from a table, revealing a pristine surface devoid of any objects. What a torment this was. Each time I uncovered the cloth, it felt like a psychological challenge. I was both terrified of uncovering something horrific and hopeful for a treasure. Amidst this conflicting mindset, I proceeded to unveil the white cloths on all the tables in the first row. It turned out to be a false alarm. The cloths, though seemingly uneven, merely concealed a haphazard array of items. This was not a hospital morgue, and the bodies had long since decomposed. After reassuring myself, I moved on to the second row. As I pulled back the cloth from the first table, it revealed nothing. Just as I was about to grasp the cloth from the second table, I glanced up and saw the barrage of comments flooding the live stream from Lu Banzian. "Do not uncover it. Absolutely not. Face the iron table and leave this place at once. Young friend, do not provoke this malevolent force. You cannot handle it. Hurry away." The urgency in Lu Banzian's messages was palpable. Why was this so? I had unveiled all the cloths in the first row without incident. Lu Banzian of Jiangcheng Mountain. You truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Just look up at the beam in the center of this room. Upon raising my gaze, I found he was correct. In feng shui, this beam is referred to as the overhead beam, and prolonged exposure beneath it can lead to dizziness, headaches, poor health, and obstructed fortune, a place of financial loss and physical detriment. While being under an overhead beam is indeed concerning, it is hardly a cause for alarm. If one were truly oppressed by it, one must not forget where we are. Lu Banzian's words struck me, a crematorium's morgue. Quickly, Lu Banzian sent another message. Indeed, the beam above does not bear down on the living, but on the deceased. Consider this. The beam's pressure on the corpse entwines with its lingering resentment. The arrangement corresponds to the ominous number 9. Thus this place must harbor great misfortune. I cannot be there in person to use a compass to assess the feng shui, so I cannot assist in averting your calamity. At this juncture, the safest course of action is to restore everything to its original state. Was I truly to leave simply because of a wooden beam overhead? Truthfully, I yearned to see if any malevolent entities resided upon the bed in the center, my hand almost reaching out to touch it. As the ancient saying goes, one can discern the arrival of autumn from a single leaf. Be cautious, young friend. Reluctantly, I decided to heed his warning. As I turned to restore the disarrayed cloth to its original state, E gripped my hand tightly, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Uncle, look at what?" I turned my head, only to be taken aback. On the central table, the white cloth was moving of its own accord. It was as if a painting had unfurled before E and me. A head, a torso, arms, and legs. Lying upon that table was a decaying corpse, exuding a putrid stench. Startled, I stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over the iron table, the sound echoing throughout the desolate morgue. "Uncle!" E clung to me, burying her face in my chest, too frightened to glance in that direction. "Do not be afraid." I patted her back, urging her to remain calm. "Is anyone there?" I asked instinctively before turning my gaze to the corpse on the iron table, clad in a bus driver's uniform. It appeared as if he had been pulled from the water. His clothes were matted together, entangled with uncleaned aquatic vegetation. Summoning my bravery, I approached and lifted his cap. It was him. The youthful face appeared even younger than mine, its skin sticky, leaving me uncertain whether it was river water or perspiration. The bus driver of Route 14. A mere half an hour ago, I had seen this living soul, and now, astonishingly, he lay in the mortuary of the crematorium. How could this be? I rummaged through the driver's clothing, assessing the corpse. My deduction placed the time of death several hours prior. It seemed the driver's identity was already established. I took out my phone to meticulously read the article I had previously encountered on the bus. It detailed a severe traffic accident that occurred around 5 o'clock that afternoon at the entrance of Jiangcheng Garden Community, involving a private vehicle and the Route 14 bus, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. One of the deceased was an elderly pregnant woman, confirmed to be named Yang Ro. The other was the bus driver, who, during the incident, had taken proactive measures to ensure the safety of all passengers, only to be ejected from the vehicle and fall into a roadside ditch, dying instantly. The injured individual was a passerby, emotionally unstable, and had been transported to the hospital. The red-clad malevolent spirit, the driver, the patient in hospital attire. After several readings, I could definitively identify the 3 individuals. The driver had died hours earlier, yet his soul remained imprisoned within the ominous confines of the Route 14 hearse. The individual in hospital garb was likely the injured passerby, one of the few living souls aboard the hearse. But how had the others found their way into the vehicle? A crucial thought dawned upon me as I discreetly retrieved the yellow paper given to me by the Taoist priest from Qingde Temple while carrying on my back. Chapter 62, 10 Evil Deities, Part 1. The characters on the yellow paper were scrawled hastily, somewhat obscured in the darkness. I gently patted EE's head and asked softly, "Is the E in your name the same as 1, 2, 3, 4? No, it's the E from Iran. May I see what you have in your backpack?" Upon sensing my firm demeanor, EE hesitantly unzipped her backpack. Besides textbooks and a group photo, there were a dozen postcards, all signed by the same name, Tai Xiang. I examined all the postcards. The mailing address was the Municipal Public Security Bureau, with the most recent one sent just a day prior. EE, why have I never heard you mention your father? My father divorced my mother when I was very young and went to Guangdong. He only occasionally sends letters and money to my mother and me. Did your mother say anything before she left? I narrowed my eyes. This was the question I truly wished to pose. The girl's late-night search for her mother indicated that her mother had certainly departed, and I was receiving a commission from the Underworld's showcase. The truth, undoubtedly, would be harsh. Now, I merely sought to understand why those lurking in the shadows would resort to violence against an innocent and kind-hearted child. The red-clad female spirit targeted Zhang Rong because Zhang had disrupted her family, indirectly leading to her demise, a case of cosmic retribution. However, based on my brief interaction, it was evident that EE's nature was purely innocent and had no connection to wrongdoing. My mother left on a business trip 2 weeks ago. She had never been in good health, and that day, she had just been discharged from the hospital when company personnel came to take her away. Company personnel came to take her away? Yes. The girl's logic was fraught with inconsistencies. I made an effort to moderate my questioning pace. Given that your mother has been gone for such a long time, were you not afraid to be alone? I had my aunt with me, and I talked to my mother on the phone every night. Are you certain? Absolutely, it's my mother. She is truly a headstrong girl. Leaving me speechless as I eventually crouched before her. Could you promise me one thing today? I inquired. What is it? In that eerie morgue, time seemed to stand still as I grasped her shoulders firmly. If you encounter your mother tonight, do not follow her. Wait until dawn. You must wait until dawn. Why? The girl gazed at me, her eyes as clear as water, shining like a highland lake. I do not wish for your mother to suffer eternally in remorse. Just heed my words. Forcing a strained smile, I rose again, my expression icy as I fixed my gaze upon the iron table in the center. Come out. Cease your ghostly antics, for I have already seen you. From beneath the table emerged a small girl, clutching a white cloth. You are here, E exclaimed, visibly shaken. I had long suspected someone was concealed beneath the table, but I had not yet confirmed it. Why do you wish to assist me? The missing girl had led me here, intent on revealing the corpse of the driver. This pivotal evidence would finally connect the fragmented clues swirling in my mind. The girl remained expressionless, seemingly unperturbed by my words, as she draped the white cloth over the body once more and walked towards the door. I observed clearly that she walked on her own 2 legs. Do you recognize this girl? No, I have never seen her before. She was not a friend of E's, and I could not recall her from memory, though her diminutive figure struck me as somewhat familiar. Her physique resembled that of Sakura, yet her appearance was entirely different. We hurriedly followed her as she led us out of the room. None of us adhered to Liu Banshan's instructions to face the iron table and exit backward. Thus, we were oblivious to the fact that the corpse upon the table had slowly sat up after we turned away. Unforgivable sins, none can be omitted. Upon exiting the room, the small girl did not pause, guiding us to the back door of a house. She opened a window and skillfully leaped inside. What is this place used for? I wondered, following her into the room. Upon a simple wooden desk lay two computers. The small girl stood beside the computer like a signpost, pointing at the screen with one hand. Shall I turn it on? I plugged in the power and booted it up. The antiquated computer started slowly, taking a full minute to reach the login screen. A ghostly blue light illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows on our faces. Uncle, it seems someone is approaching outside, E said as she stood at the door, just about to peek out when I pulled her back. You go find something to cover the computer monitor. Do not let the light escape. Dismissing E, I stood behind the door, extending my phone through the window gap, revealing the scene in the corridor on the chilling live stream. There was no one on the left, but when I turned to the right, my heart nearly stopped as I struggled to keep my grip on the phone. On the live feed, a woman was crawling down the corridor on all fours, her hair disheveled, resembling a ravenous beast. I gestured for E and the small girl to hide quickly. I tucked away my phone, grabbed a cloth, and covered the computer screen, crouching behind the door, holding my breath. How did Jiangcheng get in here? Where is Wang Chuanfu? I had not paid close attention earlier, but now I recalled that Jiangcheng seemed to be smeared with blood. This madwoman. As footsteps in the corridor outside drew closer, they seemed to pause momentarily at each door. Almost there. I picked up my phone, dimming the brightness to its lowest setting, positioning the camera at an angle that concealed it against the wall and door frame, aimed at the window. Before long, a frantic face rose from below the window ledge, pressing against the glass to peer inside. A gust of night wind caused the window to shift slightly inward, and I inwardly cursed my misfortune, my palms damp with sweat. I had only been focused on obscuring my computer screen, neglecting to close the window. If Jiangcheng leaned in just a fraction more, she would catch sight of me hiding behind the door. Every second felt like an eternity, just as the footsteps echoed once more. The grotesque face vanished from my phone's display, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Had she left? I stood up quietly, extending my phone out of the window. Darkness enveloped both sides of the corridor. There was no need to hide. I was temporarily safe. I hurried to my computer, perusing the files scattered across the desktop. What exactly did this girl want me to see? My eyes naturally fixed on a document titled Cremation Schedule for the 25th. Wasn't yesterday the 25th? Opening the file revealed a straightforward table. Names in the first row, ages in the second, followed by cremation times, storage durations, special notes, and so forth. Uncle, what does this table signify? Aren't the names of the individuals listed the same ones we shared a ride with earlier? Wang Jianya, Wang Jianbang, Wang Chuanfu, Zhang Rong, Zhou Wei, Chu Fei. I murmured each name, feeling a mix of exhilaration from uncovering the truth and an overwhelming wave of dread. On the early morning of the 24th, a grave incident occurred at the Miyun mansion. Crane operator Wang Chuanfu, under the influence of alcohol, mishandled the machinery, resulting in 3 fatalities and multiple injuries. The families of the deceased were unable to reach a compensation agreement, leaving the bodies in temporary storage at the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium, awaiting further directives. On the morning of the 24th, a woman in Building 9 of the Garden community committed suicide by overdose. She had suffered from severe mental illness, suspected to be linked to her multiple miscarriages that rendered her infertile. Her parents had severed ties with her, and her body remained at the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium, pending further instructions. At 5 p.m. on the 25th, a traffic accident occurred on Huayuan Road, resulting in the death of Zhou Wei, whose body was sent to the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium for temporary storage. That night, cancer warrior Chu Fei passed away, and his body was also stored at the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium. By the time I reached the last entry, my back was already drenched in perspiration. Currently, 3 individuals remain unidentified: E, the little girl, and Yuan Feng. I continued to peruse the document for previous records when footsteps echoed again in the corridor, this time seemingly belonging to a man in a hurry. Uncle, we must hide. You all go first, don't worry about me. My eyes remained glued to the screen, my hands clammy as I desperately maneuvered the mouse. 2 weeks prior, there was an iron bang. The inadequately closed window was thrust open, and a disheveled figure leaped into the room, skillfully locking the window as he leaned against the door. Yuan Feng. The man clearly hadn't anticipated anyone being inside, startled at first. Upon realizing it was me, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Quickly, turn off the computer. Jiangcheng, that madwoman, is coming." Chapter 63, The 10 Evils, Part 2. I had already found what I sought and swiftly yanked out the power cord, plunging the room into darkness once more. How did Jiangcheng catch up to you? Damn, I got lost in this cursed place and was about to find a random room to hide in when guess what I stumbled upon? Yuan Feng spoke in a hushed tone, his voice laden with mystery. Have you encountered a ghost? I had merely intended to test Yuan Feng, but to my surprise, he nodded emphatically. You all saw it, right? In that house in the middle. His face turned pale with fright as he gestured wildly with his hands. There were 8 or 9 people standing in the room. At first, I thought they were merely figures crouched beneath the window, but upon closer inspection, I realized their faces were as white as paper, and their speech was utterly incomprehensible. What were they saying? I inquired, sensing something amiss. Yuan Feng shook his head, stating he could only occasionally catch a few words, something about a spirit vehicle and 10 evils. Where's that house? I must see it for myself. The final puzzle is about to be unveiled. The climax of this night is finally upon us. It was situated right in the center of the crematorium, but the main entrance was locked. To get there, we would have to navigate around the adjacent columbarium. You seem to know quite a bit, I hinted. Yet Yuan Feng failed to grasp my implication. I advise you against going now. Zhang Rong is still outside and likely hasn't gone far. Do not worry. I will be cautious. After waiting a few more minutes in silence, I took Yi's hand and gently pushed the door open. Let us go. Move swiftly. Just as I was about to step outside, my clothing was seized. Turning around, I found it was the eerie little girl. Her grip unyielding as she stared at me with intensity. Her lips moved as she uttered, "Do not go. You will die." Startled by her words, I attempted to respond. But from the depths of the corridor, the disheveled Zhang Rong had spotted us. Split up. Forget everything else. We dashed through the corridor to the center of the crematorium, a place that should have been solemn and dignified. Yet now, shadows flitted about, accompanied by the sounds of weeping, laughter, and chatter. Gripping Yi's hand tightly, I followed Yuan Feng's directions to the columbarium. No matter what happens, Yi, do not come out until dawn. You must hold on until morning. Minutes later, Yuan Feng's anguished screams echoed from outside. He must have been captured by Zhang Rong. This deranged killer of women had ultimately met his demise at the hands of a woman. The stars dimmed. Dawn was approaching, marking the darkest hour of the night. I retrieved my phone. Lu Banzian, are you there? The final battle is about to commence. Battle? What do you intend to fight with? Lu Banzian responded with a sigh. You've scoured the crematorium, and I've nearly deciphered the feng shui layout here. The crematorium beneath your feet was not intended for guiding souls, but rather for transforming into malevolence to assist an unparalleled fiend in breaking free. A fiend? Do not presume that your resilience and a few talismans will allow you to contend with such an entity. A being of that caliber could extinguish your existence with but a breath. Although formidable, I was not without my own means to fight back. I produced the yellow paper given to me by the Taoist from Qingta Temple, inscribed with a single phrase, "Spirit vehicles on the road, the dead return home, 10 ghosts. 1 lacks, the fiend shall not be spared." My experiences at Anshin Inn and Xinhu High School had introduced me to 2 distinct divine influences, Yuan Chun and Hong Wan. This led me to delve into abundant information regarding the Ba Zi divine influences. Though much of it was fabricated, it at least illuminated the nature of these spirits. The term 10 evils had been mentioned by the old woman at the mass grave, and it also appeared in the note from the Taoist at Qingta Temple. Thus, it was evident that the Ba Zi divine influence I encountered during this live broadcast was indeed the 10 evils. The hearse traverses the road, carrying the deceased back to their origins. The figures of both the living and the spirits represent various aspects of the 10 heinous crimes. It is often said that those guilty of the 10 unforgivable sins can only be deemed complete when gathered together, forming the complete essence of the 10 malevolent spirits. The latter lines of the yellow paper reveal my reason for standing forth. The absence of one among the 10 spirits means that the malevolent entity suppressed in the crematorium cannot escape. Thus, tonight I must contend with merely 9 restless souls. Previously, I contemplated the girl named Lu Yi. The missing spirit among the 10 may very well correspond to her. For a period, I believed Yi to be a ghost, but later, upon discovering the postcard in her backpack, I learned her mother's name was Tai, which shares a phonetic and character similarity. Furthermore, I unearthed her mother's name on the computer at the crematorium. She had been cremated over a week ago. This revelation is exceedingly cruel and has been the reason I hesitated to confront Yi directly about it. As for the identity of the person who calls Yi each night, I can surmise it quite accurately. A spirit in red can use the phone to harm others, just as the souls lingering on this plane can convey their final wishes through the same medium. Much like the elderly woman I encountered at the Miyun mansion, who burned paper offerings at midnight to summon the spirits, she sought not wealth or fortune, but merely a fleeting glimpse of her lifelong partner. Death extinguishes life as a lamp is snuffed. The realms of the living and the dead are indeed separated. And spirits are not all malevolent. Many simply wish to remember the moment they first laid eyes on their beloved. Possessing an inherently kind nature, could not possibly commit a crime deserving of unforgivable sin. Thus the crux of the matter arises. Who is the final one among the 10? I suspect it is E's mother. She is a gentle and respectable woman, yet it is conceivable that she harbors undisclosed transgressions. To free the malevolent entity from its plight, the 10 spirits must amalgamate. Their individual consciousness will be obliterated, and all memories of E will vanish, something her mother could never tolerate. Should she refuse the merging, the orchestrator behind the scenes will undoubtedly seek a way to compel her compliance, which explains E's late-night summons to the 14th spirit vehicle. The hearse travels the road, returning the dead. This vehicle serves only the deceased. Had I not boarded, I shudder to think of how the innocent E would be tormented by those lost souls. This is the closest approximation to the truth, and it elucidates my reason for boarding the vehicle at Miyun Mansion. The request from the Underworld was initiated by E's mother. And my primary mission tonight is to safeguard E. As long as she remains alive, her mother will not consent to the fusion of the 10 malevolent spirits, thereby preventing the malevolent entity from escaping. With the causal links established, I drew forth the 7 talismans of Maoshan. The moment of life and death for Lu Banzian has arrived. Teach me the application of these talismans. This talisman is my trump card, with fortune on my side. Enduring until dawn should present no challenge. My young friend, are you illiterate? You've claimed this is the 7 talismans of Maoshan, yet I learned the Jiangcheng method. Separated by thousands of miles, how could I instruct you? As Lu Banshan's comment echoed, I found myself bewildered. Hadn't the guiding talisman worked effectively when I invoked your Jiangcheng incantation just moments ago? The guiding talisman is merely an ordinary talisman paper, while the 7 talismans are the authentic symbols of the Maoshan tradition, wielded for subduing evil spirits. As an outsider, how could I grasp the methods of their application? Why not try the incantation of the thunder talisman I taught you earlier? What a futile endeavor. I nearly dropped my phone in frustration. After a night of intense contemplation, I believed I had unraveled the enigma, only to have Lu Banshan's remark plunge me from euphoria into despair. It appears I must learn genuine skills from Lu the Blind. Assuming I survived the night, casting a pained glance at the live stream, I had resolved to pursue the path of cultivation, but that was contingent upon my survival until dawn. I implore my fellow viewers, does anyone possess knowledge of Maoshan sorcery? Quickly send forth a couple of messages. I know. Host. Listen closely. Recite with me the mantra of the great compassionate Buddha. No need to thank me. I'm the one from the Harbin Buddhist Academy. Goodness. A fellow alumnus from Harvard. How courteous. At such a moment, you still have the audacity to jest? Host, I am a true fan. I serve as a sales manager for the Taoyuan Cemetery. When your time comes, I shall provide you with a royal, VIP-grade funeral service. Outside, Zhang Rong paced the corridor, while the adjacent hall echoed with laughter and weeping, creating an unbearable cacophony. I gazed at the chaotic messages flooding the live stream, and in desperation, I retrieved another talisman, the ominous blood-red talisman. Chapter 64. Invoking the deity, the talisman, drenched in crimson, exuded an ominous aura, leaving a dreadful impression. Were it not for my dire circumstances, I would never consider employing this obscure symbol. Fellow viewers, does anyone recognize this talisman? I am now in a state of reckless abandon, hoping for a stroke of fortune by chance. Measuring half a foot in length and 5 inches in width. The front bears the inscription of the Qi Min Dun Jia, while the back depicts a 9-tailed blood fox, a representation corresponding to the Taoist 9-character mantra. Young friend, do not act impulsively, cautioned Lu Banzian from Jiangcheng Mountain. The talisman in your hands is not crafted by a master Taoist. Its strokes are crude and imbued with a malevolent essence. If not a product of the dark arts, it is a talisman created by a demon. You suggest that this talisman was not drawn by a Taoist, but by a creature of evil? I am nearly certain that this talisman is a common invocation for summoning spirits, albeit one that venerates malevolent entities rather than divine ones, invoking wicked spirits to possess the summoner. I grasped Lu Banshan's warning. The use of this talisman entails immense risk, as summoning malevolent forces could deplete one's vitality and perhaps even shorten one's lifespan. Are you aware of the incantation for summoning spirits? I must prepare for the worst. If the entities outside breach the threshold, I must endure, even at the cost of my own vitality, until dawn. Otherwise, both E and I shall meet our demise. Young friend, the spirit summoning talisman is no trifling matter, especially one of such dubious origin. A blood talisman? Have you ever heard the saying, summoning spirits is easy, but sending them away is difficult? Lu Banzian understood my naivety and sought to clarify the risks. I recalled an elderly woman in her 70s who had once found a damaged idol by the roadside. Unable to bear the thought of it succumbing to the elements, she took it home. However, while her health flourished, calamity befell her family. First, her eldest son's business collapsed, followed by her second daughter's miscarriage, the untimely death of her grandson, and even her third daughter was expelled from school due to various misfortunes. In her despair, she pondered the cause of her tribulations, only to discover later that the idol she had rescued was that of a malevolent deity from Thailand. In a state of fear and trepidation, the elderly woman sent away the idol, yet it was too late. This dilapidated effigy continued to manifest around her community, binding her to this malevolent deity. Before long, her eldest son leaped from a building due to a debt dispute, her second daughter succumbed to severe depression, and her youngest daughter was tragically murdered by criminals in a distant location. A once harmonious family was shattered in an instant, illustrating the dire consequences of summoning spirits recklessly. The words of Lu Banzian echoed in my mind. I had not scrutinized the barrage of messages closely, but today he proclaimed that I must utilize this talisman. Failing to do so would surely lead to my demise, yet employing it might grant me a glimmer of hope. Enough of the chatter. Quickly instruct me on its usage. I am resolute and have burned my boats. There is no turning back. I sensed the approaching footsteps of Zhang Rong outside, as she inspected each room. Drawing near to my hiding place. Banzian, I cannot discern whether I am aiding you or endangering you. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. I act alone and will bear the consequences myself. Why would I resent you? Listen closely, young friend. Focus your mind and visualize the blood talisman. Silently reciting, 5 directions linger within a yard's breadth. Manifest in clarity, shrouded in the unseen. In virtue abounds, breaking through the 5 elements. Blessings arrive, entering my spiritual realm. I silently repeated the incantation, embedding it in my memory. Thank you, Banzian. No need for thanks. This incantation is not an ordinary summoning spell. I can assist you only to this extent. I yearned to converse further with Banzian, yet the footsteps in the corridor had halted at my door. Oh no. Quickly, grab E and conceal ourselves behind the shelf holding the urns. Dawn is approaching. We must buy time. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhang Rong entered. Her visage now more terrifying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her hair cascading down her back. She prowled the room like a predatory beast. To avoid detection, I clutched E and maneuvered in circles, evading her gaze. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhang Rong vanished from my sight. Had she left? I gently placed E down and peered outside. The doorway was empty. Just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, I felt something brush against my head. Raising my gaze slowly, I saw strands of dark hair floating in the air. To my horror, Zhang Rong had somehow climbed atop the shelf, her long hair cascading down as she grinned widely at me. Run! I grasped E's hand and dashed towards the door, but this usually docile child unexpectedly broke free, seemingly drawn to something on the other side of the shelf. E, come back, I shouted, disregarding my fear of exposure as I lunged forward. Zhang Rong, with her menacing grin, lunged towards me. Get away. I seized a nearby chair and thrust it against her, her sharp nails clawing through the gaps, targeting my face. This lunatic even gnawed at the chair leg in a frenzied, irrational state. E, I called out once more, but alas, she did not return. Instead, the door to the memorial hall swung open, revealing those who should have perished: the driver, a patient in hospital garb, Wang Chuanfu, Jianya, and Jianbang. It dawned on me that they were all deceased. Of the 2 living souls in the vehicle, aside from myself, were E and Yuan Feng. Initially, I had mistaken the one in hospital attire for a survivor, presuming he was an accident victim who had fled the hospital. Yet, in the crematorium's computer records, I discovered his photo. This disheveled man in patient garb was none other than Zhou Wei, a renowned fighter against cancer. Several times I have lingered on the precipice of life and death, and in these final moments, my mind blurs, with one foot teetering at the threshold of the netherworld, where it is said one can perceive both the living and the dead. As I board the vehicle, it is a deliberate act orchestrated by the spirits, while my ascent is a tacit acceptance of the underworld showcase, and Yuan Feng's presence is a consequence of his misdeeds. Ensnared by malevolent thoughts and the inevitable retribution of karma, the passengers from that fateful night reappear before me, yet they seem to have lost their individual consciousness, reduced to mere frigid corpses. I comprehend that these individuals are but puppets of sinister forces. Even the slightest capable specter would not be so easily subjugated, such as the lady in red. As dawn approaches, I shout into the darkness, urging the malevolent entities to disperse, hoping to embolden myself. However, my call inadvertently draws the attention of even more restless spirits from the morning hall. Their numbers are overwhelming. Some have been trapped here for countless years, unable to transcend. Transforming spirits into malevolence is a grave sin indeed. I ponder the identity of the mastermind who has invested years to orchestrate this grim tableau, assembling 10 malevolent souls. Who could possess such grand designs? My voice trembles as I grasp the talisman tightly, engulfed in uncertainty. The spirits in the hall exceed 100. And this place is a cursed pit of malevolence, a deadlock in geomancy. What shall I do? The winds of the underworld surge forth. The tormented souls and restless ghosts surge towards me like a tide, making it hard to breathe. I must take a desperate stand. Only mere minutes remain until dawn. Come forth. I shall not retreat. With the blood talisman pressed against my chest, I fix my gaze upon the nine-tailed blood fox, casting aside distractions and focusing entirely. The 5 directions hover nearby, a palpable presence of the unseen. May the virtues of the underworld permeate and shatter the 5 elements. Blessings descend upon my spirit. The final word escapes my lips, and the talisman ignites into a roaring flame, my blood surging as my vitality courses into the symbol. Not enough? It is still insufficient. The flames burn yet fail to manifest. Do you not seek a sacrifice? Come forth. Take my lifespan, my flesh. Take what you will. I bite into my wrist. Blood splattering onto the talisman, and the jade gifted by Lu Xiezi around my neck shatters into powder. Blessings descend upon my spirit. The flames birth from the talisman scatter like a torrential blood rain. I cry out, my consciousness suddenly fading. I summon the divine. My eyes redden. Bloodshot with an unprecedented ferocity and authority. What deity is this? What immense grudge and murderous intent dwells within? In the live stream, Lu Banzian continuously sends messages. Yet at this moment, I have fully embraced the divine. I am no longer myself. My phone slips from my grasp, the figure within the camera appearing familiar yet ordinary, standing amidst the myriad of spirits without a flicker of concern. The reverse gathering of shadows, the malevolence of 10 evils colliding with the spirit array. What a clever stratagem. Yet alas, you stand in my way. The figure on the screen smirks wickedly, raising a hand, first summoning the spirit fox, then the blood of the heavens to obliterate the celestial beings. Alas, upon hearing this verse, Lu Banzian in the livestream suddenly realizes, what has been summoned is it? Chapter 65. The blood of the corrupted world, the nine tails unleashed. The stand for the ashes sways in the chilling winds. The wails of the damned echoing from the crematorium at bridge number 3, as the accumulated malevolence surges from the depths. Do they dare act recklessly before me? A smile graces my lips, a rare expression of mine, unruly and disdainful of all life, as if trampling upon all existence. My palm, flat and poised, descends. This seemingly mundane gesture aligns with the very principles of the cosmos. With a mere flip of my hand, I conjure clouds. With another, I summon rain. My wrist oozed blood, staining my palm as the cold winds of the crematorium suddenly solidified, seemingly reversing the flow of the geomantic array. Begone, I commanded, and the malevolent spirits retreated. In the vast memorial hall, only 9 ghostly figures remained, some freshly deceased, their souls still clinging to their corporeal forms. You dare challenge me, even with 10 evils missing? Upon entering the hall, I beheld an enormous bas-relief of a dual-faced Buddha on the wall before me. One side radiated benevolence, gazing down at the spirits, while the other snarled ferociously, glaring at me. Oh, how intriguing. The hall resonated with the chanting of sutras as a stoic woman was carried out by the spirits, placed at the center of the 9 evils. 10 evils, 10 visages. This Buddha is indeed ruthless. The geomantic array of the crematorium began to operate anew, as they awaited the moment just before dawn, when the malevolent energy would peak. As I invoked the divine within me, a sense of gravity washed over me. I sensed that beneath my feet lay a sealed, formidable entity, a presence far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Let us see how you dare to emerge from the depths before my very eyes. The 10 evils coalesced within the hall, the malevolent energy swirling like a colossal vortex, drawing in all the lost souls. Suddenly, a thick black cloud rose in the night sky, filled with echoes of laughter and weeping. The formation was formidable, yet to break free. It had yet to seek the approval of my ancestors. With a maniacal laugh, I plunged my fingers into my chest, piercing my flesh a couple of centimeters deep, blood gushing forth as I etched intricate patterns into my own skin with my fingertips. As dawn approached, the sealed entity beneath the crematorium grew restless. The vortex of malevolence echoed with beastly roars, and a half-formed, dark blue-black finger emerged from its center. Only half a finger. Yet it bore such weight that I could hardly lift my head, my hands frantically etching into my own flesh. With blood as my pigment and flesh as my canvas, the outlines of a nine-tailed blood fox began to emerge. Madness. This ancient being was using the lifespan of a broadcaster as its medium, each stroke consuming its essence. Lu Banzian screamed helplessly in the live stream, powerless, just like everyone else in the chat, forced to watch. With each inch the finger extended from the vortex, the pressure intensified tenfold. I could barely stand, dropping to one knee, the tattoos I had carved nearing completion. So brutal. Lu Banzian observed the two monstrous entities on the screen, his once calm heart now rippling with unease. One was an unparalleled beast, revealing but a single finger, radiating unimaginable power. The other, from 1,000 miles away, manifested with no loss of focus, using living beings as parchment and flesh as ink, inscribing talismans with their life force. He found himself at a loss for words. The vast expanse of China was teeming with extraordinary individuals and fierce warriors. In the memorial hall, I continued to battle against the malevolent entity. As its finger reached out, my blood talisman was finally complete, poised to determine our fates. Suddenly, the door to the urn's storage opened, and a little girl emerged, her eyes swollen from crying, tightly clutching an urn. Who was that? The urn bore a photograph of a woman in a yellow dress, beaming with warmth. Mother! The girl's desperate cries echoed throughout the memorial hall, reverberating with despair. The truth I had long concealed was unexpectedly uncovered by E, who then realized that her mother had passed away 2 weeks prior. The individuals who took her mother away were not from the company, but rather from the crematorium. Deep down, I understood the reality, yet I was consumed by fear. If I were to learn the truth, I might never receive your call again. Thus, I chose disbelief, clinging to the notion that you had not truly departed, correct? Each tear glistening on her stubborn visage was laden with a sense of grievance. She did not wish to weep, yet despite biting her lip, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame, separating the realms of the living and the dead. She refused to accept this harsh reality, opting instead to remain by the phone each night, waiting for a call that could cease at any moment. How I longed for just one more word from you. Just a single word, if only you would grant me that. Suddenly, EE was engulfed in a swirling vortex of ominous energy, its motion visibly slowing, as if something within was desperately struggling. Could it be that this child's mother still retained memories from her life? Lu Banzian observed the unfolding situation. Wandering souls and restless spirits linger on this side of the river, influenced by memories of their past lives, yet such a strong manifestation was exceedingly rare. The malevolent formation required every piece to be in place, and Ee's mother was wrestling against the forces of darkness, unable to escape as dawn approached. Lu Banzian decided to unleash the dark energy, extending a finger towards Ee, intending to eliminate this unpredictable variable that threatened his plans. The roar of a beast echoed, and the winds shifted ominously. The power of his single finger was terrifying. It seemed you were destined to remain trapped this night. Possessed by malevolent spirits, I laughed maniacally, my body drenched in my own blood, yet I cared not. Rather, I reveled in it as I approached EE, hands raised to draw symbols, my blood lingering in the air. The finger of the malevolent spirit bore down like a mountain, and only when disaster loomed did I form seals with my hands. A frenzied smile etched across my face as I tore off my shirt, revealing the tattoos of the nine-tailed blood fox. This technique had likely lain dormant for a decade. Blood streamed from my 7 orifices, and I now appeared more fearsome than a vengeful spirit. A decade ago, I had asked you how to respond if the world slandered, deceived, insulted, mocked, belittled, scorned, or betrayed me. You advised me to endure, to let it be, to avoid, to allow, to bear, to respect, and to ignore, assuring me that 10 years hence, I would see the result. And what was the outcome? My clan was destroyed, and my lineage extinguished. In this life, I had narrowly escaped, and regardless of whether you were a Buddha, demon, or devil, I vowed to obliterate you all. I was uncertain of the entity I had summoned, a being steeped in bloodlust, wholly indifferent to my fate, driven solely by its desire to kill. As the finger of the malevolent spirit pressed down, I steeled myself, refusing to retreat. My hands danced like butterflies, forming intricate seals. My blood billowed backward, subtly morphing into 9 crimson fox tails that rose to the heavens, staunchly blocking the spirit's finger. The sky began to glimmer with light, and the malevolent spirit, filled with rage and humiliation, could not fathom how its long-awaited moment could be thwarted. The dark energy intensified as it prepared for a desperate struggle, its second finger poised to emerge. The power of a single finger was already formidable. 2 would be nearly insurmountable. Though this spirit bore no grudge against me, our encounter ensured it could not escape. Possessed, I acted with reckless abandon, drawing forth a few drops of blood from my heart to smear upon my brow. Blood of the tainted world. 9 tails opened the heavens. The once ethereal fox tails solidified, steadfastly holding the swirling dark energy at bay, as if a brute had seized an alligator's jaws. Open for me. The struggle between life and death persisted for 5 or 6 minutes until the first rays of sunlight pierced the night. The malevolent creature howled to the heavens, its dark energy shattering and sinking into the earth. With my eyes ablaze, I erupted into maniacal laughter, only to collapse under the warm embrace of the morning sun. As consciousness faded, pain and fatigue enveloped every nerve of my being. I scarcely managed to grasp the falling phone before succumbing once more to darkness. A notification rang out. Mandatory task from the Underworld. Survive until dawn to complete and perfectly fulfill the commission from the Netherworld. Reward, substantial. The current score of the broadcaster amounted to 21 points, unlocking a new catalog of items. Dragon poison larvae, bloodbound to save 1 person or kill another. A highly valuable poison rated at 9 points. Destiny red string, a woven charm that alters fate, subtly encouraging affection. Rated at 3 points. Plum blossom divination, secret manuscript rated at 9 points. Complete guide to talismans, rated at 5 points. Maoshan soul summoning banner, rated at 7 points. Fortune god statue, attracts wealth and wards off evil, rated at 10 points. 5 ghosts wealth method, rated at 10 points. Detailed explanation of the Miao Zhendao method, rated at 10 points. The sunlight dispelled the malevolent aura of the crematorium at Bridge No. 3. Driving away the wicked and banishing the spirits, leaving only a small girl. She appeared cradled in someone's arms, her gaze fixed upon the empty hall as she murmured, "Mommy." The morning breeze swept past, and the girl extended her hand in a futile attempt to grasp the sunlight streaming through the window. Chapter 66. Back on the spirit car, my body ached, and the scent of disinfectant lingered in the air as I struggled to open my eyes. Gradually, my vision cleared, revealing a woman's face reflected in the light that filtered through the curtains. I strained to recall her name, and at last it surfaced, Tai Ningxiang. "You're finally awake. Don't move. I'll fetch the doctor," she said, her police uniform radiating a unique allure, a perfect blend of strength and gentleness that captivated me. I turned to see Yi, who was anxiously waiting by the bedside, clutching my bandaged hand. "Is this a hospital?" I asked, bewildered. "You were gravely injured, losing a lot of blood and losing consciousness," she replied. "Did you call the police?" "Yes," she said, her eyes swollen from crying. "Did you tell them everything that happened last night?" This was my primary concern. Certain matters should not be disclosed recklessly. "I didn't mention it. I didn't want to disturb Mom," I reassured her. Yi intertwined her fingers with mine. "Uncle, let us not tell the police, okay? Such an innocent child." Her request aligned perfectly with my intentions. "Rest assured, this will be our secret." Before long, Tai Ningxiang returned with the doctor. After a thorough examination, the doctor expressed astonishment at the systematic distribution of my injuries, which were located on my chest and thigh and penetrated 1 to 2 centimeters deep. Luckily, they had missed all vital organs, so the situation was not dire. I recommend a few days of hospitalization for observation. If the wounds do not worsen or become infected, you may be discharged, the doctor concluded. Thank you, doctor, I replied as the door to the ward closed, leaving only Tai Ningxiang, and myself in the room. Since the doctor has deemed your injuries not severe, you might as well stop pretending to be dead, Tai Ningxiang remarked nonchalantly while peeling an apple, her attention to my care meticulous. As steam still rose from the teacup beside her. Now, my dear detective, what were you and my niece doing at the crematorium in the dead of night? She meticulously sliced an apple and offered me a piece, urging me to think carefully before responding. Although you are currently bedridden, every utterance you make could potentially serve as evidence in the future. Niece. The chunk of apple one had just placed in my mouth was promptly expelled. What a coincidence. Is Tai Yishang your sister? Continuing to feign ignorance? Given your nature of not acting without gain, you must have inquired thoroughly beforehand. Tai Ningxiang wiped the crumbs from my chest with a piece of paper. Do not think you can deceive me. Your intentions last night, accompanied by a minor and with ulterior motives, are already grounds for a minimum 3-year sentence. If there were more egregious acts committed last night, according to our nation's laws, the maximum penalty could be death. Aunt, you are wronging uncle. He was protecting me last night. Interjected on my behalf. Aunt, are you afraid that he might bully you, yet you still defend him? I might just feel a tinge of jealousy. Tai Ningxiang displayed no pretense in front of She was a stark contrast to her authoritative demeanor in the criminal investigation department. What jealousy could you possibly feel? I replied with a wry smile, my mind racing as I licked my lips and deflected. Was Yuan Feng captured? By the time we arrived, he was already deceased, his expression mirroring that of the male lodger from Anshin in 3 months prior, one of sheer terror. Furthermore, we discovered bite marks on his body. The wounds indicated that they were inflicted by a human, not a beast. As soon as the conversation turned serious, Tai Ningxiang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. I took the dental impressions of you, and those wounds were not left by you. There must have been others present last night. The police are indeed not easily deceived. The hastily prepared excuses I conjured were difficult to substantiate. Meeting it was merely a coincidence. I had tracked Yuan Feng's movements for the reward of 50,000 yuan, following him to the crematorium at Third Bridge. Subsequently, both he and I were attacked by unidentified individuals, and the details thereafter elude me. Why were you and he at the Third Bridge crematorium late at night? You would need to ask Yuan Feng. I was merely in pursuit of the reward. I insisted it was solely for the bounty, deflecting all other inquiries with claims of amnesia. Having studied various interrogation techniques, it was nearly impossible for Tai Ningxiang to extract any valuable information from me. Half an hour later, gritting her teeth in frustration, she understood that I was deliberately concealing the truth, yet she found herself powerless. Take care of yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You will stay with me from now on. Always be wary of those who seem suspicious. Uncle, goodbye, and recover quickly. Hey, who are you calling suspicious? Departed with her backpack, while Tai Ningxiang stood at my bedside, glancing at my bandaged chest. Your identification and wallet are in the drawer. Your previous clothes were taken by the forensic team for examination. I have purchased new attire for you. Placed at the head of your bed. She turned to leave, but paused at the door, speaking in a barely audible voice. Is the last wish of your sister before she passed. Thank you, Gao Jian. The hospital room door gently closed, and as I breathed in the antiseptic-laden air, I gazed blankly at the ceiling. The perilous spectacle of the underworld unfolded before me, increasingly treacherous. If I wished to survive, I could no longer rely on opportunism. I must cultivate my path. Cultivation is a protracted journey, requiring tranquility of mind and body to comprehend the mundane. What I now lack most is time. As for the Taoist classics and esoteric techniques that are elusive for others, I can exchange them directly with points, as commonplace as cabbages in the fields. As I took out the pitch-black screen of the phone from the Underworld show, a sudden thought struck me. I had left the black leather case containing the camera and other live streaming tools on the number 14 bus. When the bus reached its final destination, I hurriedly disembarked, holding Yi's hand, and in the urgency of the moment, I forgot all about the case. I must leave the hospital at once. If the equipment for the Underworld show is lost, how could I ever broadcast again? A sharp pain pierced my chest with every slight movement, yet I gritted my teeth, donned my clothes, and staggered out of the ward. Yu Cheng, the general manager of the Jiangcheng bus company, was a handsome and accomplished man with a devoted wife and 2 children, a son, and a daughter. To outsiders, he epitomized success and was often the object of affection for several female drivers. That afternoon, after finishing his work, Yucheng was preparing to attend a parent-teacher meeting for his daughter when the door to his office was suddenly flung open by Wang Wei, the shift leader of the number 14 bus. "What brings you here?" Yucheng asked, lifting his teacup and blowing gently at the precious tea leaves floating atop. Wang Wei's expression was far from pleasant, indicating something was amiss regarding the last run of the number 14 bus. Upon hearing this, Yucheng furrowed his brow. "Is there yet another problem?" Wang Wei stepped aside, suggesting Yucheng should inquire further with the driver. I walked out from behind Wang Wei, closed the door, and gazed at the grand manager's office, a smile gracing my face. Life seemed quite pleasant, did it not? "You are?" I lit a cigarette and seated myself before Yucheng. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to retain everything you currently possess, it would be wise to answer my questions honestly." Taking a drag from the cigarette, I coughed several times, perhaps due to my long abstinence from smoking. Blood seeped from beneath the bandages wrapping my chest. "Who on earth are you?" Yucheng inquired, visibly tense. "I have heard that your company adds an extra late-night run for the number 14 bus during the Lantern Festival, Ghost Festival, and other similar occasions, operating without allowing passengers aboard. Is that correct?" "That is company confidential. I cannot disclose any information. It is an old-style public bus, operated manually, which glides forward approximately half a meter upon starting. I am uncertain of what you are referring to, though you do not permit passengers aboard. You halt at each station for 3 to 5 minutes, do you not?" Where did you hear this? Moreover, the driver is not allowed to leave their seat, and they are to avoid conversing with passengers whenever possible. Is that so? Indeed. Since no one is permitted on board, whom would the driver converse with? Ghosts, perhaps? I exhaled a cloud of smoke, awaiting Yucheng's response. "Wang Wei, remove him. He is being unreasonable." Yucheng's demeanor betrayed his unease, and I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. "At 1 o'clock last night, I boarded the number 14 bus from the station at Miyun Mansion." "Impossible. There was no service last night. My belongings were left on that very bus. If you do not believe me, we can go and inspect it together." Chapter 67. Feng Shui and the bigger picture. Pushing open the rusted iron gate, I found an old-style public bus parked in the wasteland behind the Jiangcheng Bus Company building. Its age likely surpassed even mine. In comparison, the company's junkyard or a museum would be more fitting locations for its existence. "Open the door. My belongings are on that bus." Accompanied by Wang Wei, the number 14 bus driver, I approached the eerie vehicle beside Yucheng. "Wait a moment." Before ascending, Yucheng halted Wang Wei, requesting clarity on the contents of the suitcase, so that he might ascertain whether it was indeed the one that had been misplaced. The sight of the 14 bus, obediently parked before me, rekindled the vivid and harrowing memories of the previous night, prompting me to inhale deeply. The black suitcase contained 2 chargers, a camera, a spare mobile encoding stick, and a foldable selfie stick. "Why did you bring these items on board so late at night?" Yucheng inquired with curiosity. "If I were you, I would keep my lips sealed, for there exists a manner of demise known as knowing too much," I retorted, leaving Yucheng momentarily speechless as he gestured for Wang Wei to open the vehicle's door. With a click, I stepped inside, resuming my place on the dilapidated floor, listening to the creaks and inhaling the musty odor that had soaked my back without my awareness. A night of terror indeed. As I reached the second row of seats, I retrieved the black suitcase from beneath my seat amidst the incredulous gazes of Yucheng and Wang Wei. "Is this truly real? Are you a human or a ghost?" Yucheng's legs quivered, while Wang Wei hastily exited the vehicle. Their reactions suggested they were well aware of the events surrounding the last bus of the 14 route. I unzipped the suitcase, revealing its contents to the two, and with each item displayed, their expressions grew increasingly grim. "Have you seen enough? Last night, I was one of the passengers on that ghostly bus." After a prolonged silence, it was Yucheng who finally regained his composure, insisting I reveal my name before he would disclose the full account of the 14 route bus incident. Lighting a cigarette, I settled into the seat I had occupied the previous night. "I am Gao Jian, and I await your account." Yucheng waved Wang Wei away, then took a seat in the spot once occupied by the red-clad specter. The original route of the 14 bus was not as it is now. The tale begins 2 decades prior when Jiangcheng underwent urban planning and expansion. This initiative met with considerable opposition from the elderly, for Jiangcheng is a city steeped in history, having withstood the trials of time. The elders spoke of a dragon suppressed beneath Jiangcheng, cautioning that should the feng shui be disrupted, the dragon would ascend, bringing calamity upon the city. Alas, legends remain mere folklore in the face of tangible gain, and few paid heed. Companies led by Jiangcheng Real Estate invested heavily to seize control of the urban transformation, resulting in the demolition of numerous ancient structures and the displacement of many longtime residents into suburban apartments. To merchants, every inch of land represented monetary value. They filled in lakes and ditches, raised ancient trees, and erected towering edifices, obliterating the millennia-old feng shui of Jiangcheng in mere years. I had never believed in such matters. Yet you must know that one fateful day, a resounding noise erupted from beneath Jiangcheng, audible to all, yet its origin remained a mystery. For 9 consecutive days, Jiangcheng was besieged by torrential rain, with the dam at risk of bursting. The elders proclaimed this was the awakening of the dragon, long confined beneath the city. Anxiety gripped the populace, yet on the 10th day, the deluge abruptly ceased, revealing a sky as clear and pristine as a vast crystal. I am uncertain why the torrential rain ceased, but thereafter, the city of Jiangcheng adopted a multitude of peculiar regulations. The most chaotic and dilapidated alleys in the old town were prohibited from arbitrary relocation, while the prison was moved from the southern outskirts to the northern region known as Henshan. The long-planned expressway between New Shanghai and Jiangcheng was also forced to halt, rendering the area between the two cities a real estate no-go zone. The alteration of the number 14 bus route began at that time. Previously, its terminus was Miyun Village, now referred to as Miyun Mansion. Although the extended route has resulted in yearly incidents, the overall operational condition of the company improved significantly. For many years, City had kept these thoughts bottled up, but now he unleashed a torrent of words. Before his departure, the former manager had repeatedly emphasized that the night shift of bus number 14 must not cease, even if it meant putting himself on the line. During the days of Zhongyuan and Shangyuan, at least one empty bus should be in operation. The specific reason eludes me. If you truly wish to know, perhaps you should inquire with the former leader's family. As for him, just 3 days after resigning, he was involved in a traffic accident on the number 14 bus route. City's words seemed a bit cryptic, yet I listened patiently, my intuition whispering that what he spoke was indeed the truth. This is all I know. After finishing a cigarette, I rose from my seat. If you recall anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. My name is Gao Jian, residing on Tingtang Road in Jiangcheng. Picking up my suitcase, I disembarked, yet the matter of the number 14 hearse remained unresolved. This vehicle must still have other connections to the number 3 bridge crematorium. The intricacies of fate, the grand design, the rise of the dragon, the duality of the Buddha, all that I have experienced may appear unrelated, yet they are intricately intertwined by an unseen thread of causation. Attempting to make me a pawn is your greatest blunder. Upon returning to the pinnacle of joy, as I entered, Bai Qi leaped towards me. Ouch! Let go! I exclaimed, cradling him as he nuzzled into my embrace, likely starved. Don't fret, let us call old Lu to join us for a grand feast. Blessings are meant to be shared. I dialed Lu the Blind's number and ordered an extravagant spread at the restaurant, awaiting his arrival. Old Lu. The waiter nearly attempted to eject Lu the Blind, who was carrying a shoulder pole, and I hurriedly intervened. Gao Jian, how on earth are you still alive? It defies reason. My well-intentioned attempt to assist him turned sour as his first words stung me, reopening my wounds. Bah, what do you mean by me still being alive? Lu the Blind circled me, declaring, the signs are quite clear. Your current state is akin to that of the dead, with one foot already in the realm of Yama. As he spoke, he plucked a hair from my head and held it before me. Look for yourself. The root has already turned white. You drained your entire essence last night and diminished your lifespan. I glanced down and indeed found it to be true. Didn't I remind you of 3 things before you left last night? Did you fail to adhere to any of them? Any of them? Lu the Blind's insinuation was subtle. I had neglected all 3. I briefly explained the process of invoking the spirit to Lu the Blind, as he was the only expert I could rely on now. Old Lu, do you think I still have a chance to dare misuse ominous talismans of unknown origin? I must commend your vitality, he said with a hint of sarcasm. You flatter me. With a bold demeanor, I forced a smile and inquired how I might replenish my depleted vitality. Should I purchase some nourishing tonics? Material remedies only address superficial issues. Even if my vitality were restored, my lost lifespan would not return. What then should I do? Lu, the blind man, gazed at me for a considerable time before resolutely downing his drink. Why not accompany me in the pursuit of the Tao? I had long entertained a similar notion, eagerly awaiting his words. Master, please, I began. Do not address me as such, Lu interrupted hastily. You have previously studied the untransmittable secrets of the Miao Guan. From now on, you must refer to yourself as Miao Gu Shi to honor the karmic ties of the Miao Dao. What do you suggest that would lead me to follow you on this path? I inquired. The principles of the Tao are vast and profound. My role is merely to guide you to the threshold. Should you encounter uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel, Lu replied, lowering his head to pour himself another drink. Visibly hesitant, yet resolute. If you lack the foundational teachings, you may also learn the Lu family's postnatal practices. However, should you aspire to ascend to higher realms, a pilgrimage to Miao Guan is essential. Is it truly necessary to go through such trouble? I queried, producing my phone to transcribe the list of secret arts and treasures from the Underworld showcase points exchange chart, handing it to Lu. You need not concern yourself with the techniques. Please help me assess which of these would best suit me. Lu took the paper and, after 30 seconds of examination, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. Titles such as the Plum Blossom Divination, a detailed exposition of Miao Dao, Maoshan techniques, the complete guide to talismans, and the 5 Ghosts Wealth method caused him to suddenly slam the paper onto the table. No, I must be intoxicated. Chapter 68. The one with the worst talent in 500 years. Lu's reaction was, in my view, quite amusing. A few books and secret techniques. And you question the very essence of life? A mere few books and secret techniques? He retorted, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Each title on this paper is an exclusive tome accessible only to true disciples. He wore a look of indignation, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Do you realize how long it takes for an ordinary person to be initiated into a temple and study these methods? And how long is that? I asked. Lu took a sip of his drink, moderating his tone. To enter the Tao, one must first cultivate tranquility, memorize the statutes and classics, and endure 3 years of physical training in martial arts for those of excellent aptitude. Following that, another 3 years are required to identify individuals of pure hearts and steadfast loyalty, who would then be entrusted with the teachings of virtue. What is the method of virtue? I probed. It consists of fundamental inner teachings designed to stabilize your resolve and accumulate merit. My master will assess you every 3 years. Only if you reach the state of the highest good is like water, tranquil and natural, will you be permitted to enter the inner sanctum. Lu refilled his cup, seemingly spurred by some inner turmoil, intent on drowning his sorrows. It takes 10 years to be considered an inner disciple, and only then may one earn the right to study the true teachings of the Tao. Yet even access demands rigorous trials. Is it truly so stringent? I was taken aback. Are you not concerned about the cessation of your lineage? Lu expounded. Taoism emphasizes reverence for the Tao and the virtues, advocating for natural cultivation of body and mind in pursuit of longevity. Those immensely powerful talismans are but ancillary. If your aim is to engage in conflict, no temple would welcome you. Lu spoke with conviction, having consumed considerable alcohol, as he resumed his examination of the paper filled with Taoist techniques and treasures. Given your depleted vitality and diminished lifespan, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive beyond 3 months without external replenishment. The tonic known as tungsten wine inscribed on this paper is indeed a superior restorative elixir. I have only heard whispers of it. A mere drop can rejuvenate the spirit, while a single sip nourishes the internal organs. Tungsten wine, I shall remember that. I nodded quietly. As for the internal cultivation techniques, although the texts here are high-level secrets, considering your prior study of the Miao Dao's heavenly vision, I would advise you to continue your learning in that path. Lu the blind pondered for a long while before speaking. The Miao Dao originates from the Zhuangzi school of thought during the Preqin period. When practiced to its profound depths, one can naturally attune to the celestial rhythms and receive the nurturing essence of the heavens, which greatly benefits your physical form. Do not be greedy. Remember to start and finish with diligence. You need not worry. Even if I wished to learn more, my points would certainly fall short. In my mind, I calculated tungsten wine for 5 points, Miao Dao detailed explanation for 10 points, leaving me with only 6 points. What should I exchange for next? The alluring red thread of fate seems tempting. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Your ability to directly access superior classics already puts you a decade ahead of others. Throughout your practice, you must not be lazy or negligent. With Lu the Blind's words, I awakened from my reverie. Indeed, no matter how formidable the secret arts, I must be capable of mastering them. Half-sage, how long do you reckon it would take for a person of exceptional talent to grasp the fundamentals? Difficult to say, Lu the half-sage replied, savoring his drink. Let me first enlighten you on the basic divisions of realms. Taoist realms are classified into two, the innate and the acquired. Only through profound cultivation of the acquired can one effortlessly open the door to the innate. The innate realm allows great practitioners just a glimpse of the path. Do not harbor any illusions within the next decade. I shall briefly inform you of the several levels of the acquired realm. Different sects have varied interpretations, but they can generally be categorized into 10 stages: Exinjai, Zhuang, Yuandu, Tana, Tingxi, Zhongxi, Bigu, Taishi, Weidan, and Enidan. Exinjai refers to an inner peace and tranquility, not merely abstaining from food, which is merely external. It signifies a pure heart. Zhuang is the state of sitting in stillness, forgetting the body, and freeing oneself from thoughts without relinquishing the physical form. Yuandu involves adhering to the middle path, activating the governor vessel to open the body as meridians. These initial 3 stages lay the groundwork for subsequent cultivation. The 4th stage, Tana, marks the true beginning of practice, where one exhales the impure and inhales the pure qi, a cycle of breathing in and out. The 5th stage, Tingxi, also known as listening to qi, involves using qi in silence to listen to one's breath, focusing the spirit to merge with the Tao. I currently reside in the acquired 5th stage of Tingxi. Lu the Blind gestured to the black cloth covering his eyes, saying, regrettably, after over 30 years of practice, I am still at the acquired 5th stage. My aptitude is indeed quite dull. Goodness, if it took you 30 years to reach the 5th stage, what chance do I have? I will likely be finished in 3 days. Faced with Lu the Blind's living example, I felt a sense of despair. Is there truly no method for rapid advancement? The foundation of cultivation is paramount. How can one seek shortcuts? However, each person's aptitude differs. I have witnessed prodigies who broke through 3 realms in a single day, their governor vessels flowing smoothly and their breaths effortless. Lu the Blind, perhaps influenced by his inebriation, waved his shoulder pole and said, I have observed your countenance several times, and each result has varied. It seems you possess a destiny suited for cultivation. Here's what I will do. I shall teach you to empty your mind. The first stage, Exinjai, can be entered by those of high talent within 10 breaths. Very well, I replied. The initial experience of meditation inevitably brings a certain level of anxiety. I paid no heed to the concerned glances from the neighboring table, sitting cross-legged as I followed Lu's guidance, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Did I sense the surrounding noise diminishing, my mind becoming empty? The moment I closed my eyes, thoughts surged like a roller coaster, replaying the events of the past few days. Habitually, I began to analyze the trajectory of the entire incident rationally. There remained an unresolved mystery on the 14 bus. Was that little girl who assisted me truly Sakura? Though her appearance differed, her voice lingered in my thoughts. Had my heart indeed quieted? Lu's gentle voice startled me awake. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. I needed to clear my mind. Yet, the moment I closed my eyes, images of malevolent spirits, the deceased, and various clues from cases surfaced. Enough, enough, don't force yourself, Lu said, covering his face. When I asked you to empty your mind, I did not mean for you to revisit the past. Your facial muscles are twitching. What kind of trauma have you endured? Is it that bad? You're nearly scaring the child at the table across from us to tears, and you still have the audacity to ask if it's bad? Let us return to the shop. It seems you find it exceedingly difficult to enter the state without external aids. After settling the bill, we returned to Jiangcheng Road. Lu first surveyed the layout of the room before selecting a sunlit corner on the 2nd floor for me to sit on the ground. He then retrieved several sticks of high-quality sandalwood incense from his fortune-telling bag and arranged them in a specific order around me. I've brought out treasures I'm reluctant to use for myself. You must gather some energy, he said, wincing as he lit the incense and placed a spirit-concentrating talisman on my back. Now, let go of everything. Free your spirit from the confines of your body. Do not do anything. Do not think of anything. I earnestly endeavored to follow Lu's instructions. The fragrant smoke filled my nostrils as my body gradually relaxed. akin to a warrior shedding his armor and discarding the thick facade he had worn in this world. The talisman behind me moved of its own accord towards the sunlight, instilling within me an unprecedented sense of safety. I had no fears. I was in my own sanctuary, devoid of guile and grotesque phantoms. After approximately 2 hours, my facial expression finally settled, not into the usual calmness, but into a state of natural ease. Seeing this, Lu, who stood at the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had taken an hour for me to enter meditation amidst numerous distractions. He mused that the path of learning was indeed arduous. In contrast, as I emptied my mind, when the last thread of distraction faded, I found myself in a wondrous state, more comfortable than deep sleep. However, just as I entered this state, I felt the blood in my chest quicken. Gazing upwards, I seemed to see a colossal nine-tailed blood fox hovering above, looking down at me. With the tainted 9 tails, your spirit is now bound to mine. In prosperity and adversity, we are one. The 9-tailed fox leaped down, its mouth opening wide to engulf me. In the instant of being swallowed by this thought, I jolted awake from meditation. What had I just witnessed? My bandage was soaked with blood, and as I braced myself with one hand on the ground, sweat dripped from my chin onto the floor. This is how I awakened? Lu stood at the door, utterly astonished. It took 2 hours to reach a meditative state, yet I had been startled awake after merely a few seconds. Gao Jian, this isn't about a lack of talent. You possess no talent whatsoever. Watching the precious sandalwood incense turn to ash, only a bitter smile remained on Lu's face. What would the founder think upon witnessing this scene? What would they find astonishing? I rose from the ground, clutching my bleeding chest, enveloped in remorse. According to the Lu family's genealogy, I am the least gifted individual in 500 years and in times past. I would likely have been driven from my home by a flurry of blows. In chapter 69, the willful beauty, Lu Xiezi, sighed and remarked, "Hai Jian, let me speak bluntly. With your rusty roots and brittle bones, to pursue the path of cultivation, you must toil 100-fold more than others. Or else what? The way of Tao has 3,000 paths. Perhaps you could seek fortune at the Golden Summit Temple on Nanshan. Should your roots fail to flourish in Tao, perhaps a turn towards Buddhism might yield unexpected results." Lu Xiezi gently conveyed a stark truth. My aptitude was so woefully inadequate that pursuing cultivation would be a mere waste of time. "I will consider it," I replied. Becoming a monk is akin to seeking my own demise. After all, I doubt I would last long under the scrutiny of the Underworld stage. Lu Xiezi carefully packed away the talismans from my body and the unfinished sandalwood incense, placing them back into a cloth bag. "Regardless of your eventual decision, feel free to seek me out should any issues arise." Despite his somewhat stingy and pedantic demeanor, he possessed a genuine heart and conducted his affairs with integrity. Once I bid Lu Xiezi farewell, I retrieved my phone from the Underworld stage to utilize my points for the items I desired: the child immortal wine and a detailed exposition of the Miaozhen Taoist arts. Lu Xiezi had asserted that my talent was severely lacking, making the path of cultivation destined to be arduous. Yet, at this moment, I had no alternative. A new live broadcast was set to commence in 3 days, and before then, I needed to acquire some self-defense techniques. What else could I redeem with 6 points? By some strange twist of fate, I stumbled upon the marriage red string, which could procure a wife for 3 points. Quite a bargain, I mused. In the text message, I inscribed the words marriage red string, though my true intention was to use this string on a particular female ghost. It was not a matter of perversion. Rather, I found myself lacking in strength. The Underworld stage prohibited the presence of living beings during broadcasts, thus my focus shifted to the spectral realm. It may sound like a far-fetched fantasy, but I believe there was a modicum of feasibility in my plan. After sending the message, I took Bai Qi with me to the bank. This exchange would consume a significant portion of my wealth, and I could not afford any missteps. Navigating through the bustling crowd, after 40 minutes, Bai Qi and I arrived at the entrance of the largest bank in Jiangcheng. Perhaps due to the daytime rush, the interior was teeming with patrons. "Sir, pets are not permitted inside." The security guard, clad in uniform, approached me politely to intercede. I gestured to Bai Qi, instructing it to remain obediently at the entrance while I retrieved an item, promising to return in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The guard surveyed the crowded hall. "It would be best to take your dog further away. Its presence here could hinder others from accessing their funds." Unable to argue against the guard, I was about to send Bai Chi to a more distant location when a convertible Ferrari came to a halt at the bank's entrance. Its striking crimson, aerodynamic form dazzled the onlookers, and as the door swung open, a woman even more captivating than the luxury vehicle emerged. With cascading golden curls and eyelids fluttering enticingly, she drove men into a frenzy. Her delicate, oval face bore light makeup, with soft eyeshadow enhancing her allure. Her sensuous, ruby-red lips were both captivating and beguiling, effortlessly drawing the gaze of passing men who longed to linger on her enchanting presence, regretting their fleeting glimpses that prevented them from uncovering deeper secrets. The crimson blouse accentuates her already fair complexion, while her long, slender legs are enveloped in a striking canary yellow miniskirt. The delicate waist, cinched between the hues of red and yellow, exudes a firmness and suppleness that incites an irresistible urge to embrace her. The woman is well accustomed to the gazes of passers-by. Indeed, she seems to revel in the sensation of being the center of attention, surrounded by a cadre of admirers. Her full, luscious lips curve into a subtle smile, and the click of her high heels resonates in the hearts of every man around. "Princess," she calls, waving her hand as an exquisite German Doberman leaps from her sports car, obediently following in her wake. "Oh, I apologize, but pets are not permitted inside the bank." The security guard finally regains his composure and hastily intervenes. But a princess is no mere pet. She is far more well-behaved than most humans. The woman dismisses his words, determined to push through. "This is a regulation," the guard stammers, swallowing hard in his dilemma. Upon noticing the guard's refusal to yield, she halts, producing her phone. "Do you know who I am?" "Oh dear. Miss Jiang is here. Please allow her in." The receptionist rushes over at the sight of her, chastising the guard for his ignorance. "You must be out of your mind not to recognize Miss Jiang Fei. She is the daughter of the chairman of Jiangcheng Real Estate." The two men bow and scrape at the entrance as Jiang Fei grows increasingly impatient. "Am I allowed to enter now?" "Please, do come in," they respond. And she gives a haughty snort. Her natural beauty remains striking even when she is displeased. As she strides towards the VIP entrance, she notices that her Doberman, affectionately named Princess, has yet to follow. Typically, such a distinguished breed is well-trained and seldom defies commands. "Princess?" She turns back to find the dog lying still in front of Bai Chi. I happen to be standing at the bank entrance beside Bai Chi at that moment. "Bai Chi, don't cause trouble." This woman radiates an air of defiance, and I restrain myself from escalating the situation by gently patting Bai Chi's head. "Don't bully that foreign dog." Perhaps my voice was too loud, for Jiang Fei overheard and laughed. "You dare say that mutt could bully a Doberman?" She strides forth, unconcerned about obstructing the flow of patrons entering and exiting the bank. "Princess, get up," she commands, but the Doberman remains unmoved, steadfast in its position. "Get up, I say." Jiang Fei's temper flares as she repeats the command thrice, her face flushed with annoyance, fingers entwined in frustration. "Bai Chi, stop playing around," I admonish sternly. Bai Chi shakes its head and emits a strange sound, retreating to the shade outside the bank. Only then does the Doberman muster the courage to rise. "I apologize. My dog has a peculiar temperament. I did not wish to create a scene, but I merely spoke the truth." Yet, when has the young lady from the Jiang family ever endured such indignity? She glares at me. "You, relying on your dog for power." Though I prefer to avoid conflict, it does not mean I fear it. Since becoming a host in the Underworld show, I have become one of the most reckless and unrestrained individuals in the entire Jiang city. Young lady, there is an idiom that describes those who, lacking merit of their own, leverage their family legacy to exert influence. Who are you calling a dog? Her voice sharpens, and her anger has a certain captivating charm. What do you think? Two individuals found themselves blocked at the entrance of the bank when the lobby manager hastily approached. "Isn't this Miss Jiang?" I brandished the black card from the Underworld showcase before my chest. The manager, not daring to utter another word, quickly remarked, "You are both esteemed guests. Let us proceed inside to discuss matters at leisure." Without needing to queue, we were ushered into the VIP room by the manager. "Please hold on. I will fetch someone to assist you momentarily," he said before departing. Jiang Fei and I settled onto the sofa, facing each other. Noticing my gaze upon her, the woman feigned a dreamy expression. "Am I beautiful?" I, not an inexperienced innocent, understood her intentions immediately. She was indeed attractive, yet her features bore flaws: a narrow brow, a pointed chin, protruding ears, and an underbite that painted a picture of a rather spoiled beauty. Every woman is concerned about her appearance, and Jiang Fei, confident in her looks, declared, "You are the first person to dare say such a thing to me. Perhaps you simply haven't encountered me sooner," I retorted, harboring little fondness for the Jiang family, my terse words igniting her ire. The manager outside was sweating profusely, and upon the arrival of the staff, she hastily urged, "Quickly assist these esteemed guests." However, another dilemma arose. Whom should the manager attend to first? Jiang Fei, rising from the sofa in her high heels, asserted, "Ladies first. I should be served first." She wished to avoid any further interaction with me, yet I was equally resolute about the order of service. "You must attend to my matters first." The woman's frustration was palpable, her teeth grinding audibly. I opened my hands to the manager, indicating the need for careful consideration regarding whom to prioritize. The manager's expression contorted in distress. "Please hold on. I shall make a call to the headquarters." 30 seconds later, he hung up and approached me respectfully. "Mr. Gao, please accompany us to the basement. Your business is our top priority." Rising, I brushed off my inexpensive jacket, casting a glance at Jiang Fei, who sat frozen on the sofa, seemingly still processing the manager's implication. "Mr. Gao, this way, please." "Stop!" Jiang Fei, in a fit of rage, finally managed to exclaim, "I demand to call your headquarters. Why should he be attended to first? My family has millions in accounts with your bank. Does that not outweigh the matters of a mere rustic in street fashion?" "Miss Jiang, please mind your words." The manager attempted to interject, but she interrupted, "Silence. I demand to speak with your higher-ups today. I want clarity on whether the Jiangcheng real estate project holds more significance than this trivial affair." I did not deny Jiang Fei's beauty, even in such circumstances. She maintained an arresting allure. Yet, this did not elicit my admiration. On the contrary, I typically summarized such unreasonable women in 4 words: ample bosom, scant intellect. "What did you say?" Jiang Fei, her teeth grinding, was on the verge of striking me had there not been so many witnesses present. Not wishing to engage in further entanglements, I followed the staff into the basement. Through the thick steel barrier, I could still hear her furious outbursts. Whoever marries her in the future would be in for a rough ride. Using the black card and entering the password, I retrieved a hefty black package from my personal safe. The items acquired in this exchange include a jar of tungsten wine, prompting me to exercise utmost caution. "Mr. Gao, this matter has been poorly managed on our part. I kindly ask for your forgiveness." The staff's demeanor was commendable. Encountering that headstrong woman was an unforeseen incident, unrelated to you. Clutching the black package, my sole desire is to return to Tingtang Road without further incident. As I emerged from the basement, Jiang Fei was still embroiled in a heated argument with the lobby manager. Her voice resonated loudly, drawing a crowd even at the VIP entrance. "Make way, please," I urged, eager to depart, yet Jiang Fei seemed determined to oppose me, relentlessly following. "Our business is not yet resolved." In her high heels, she disregarded the lobby manager and pursued me, her delicate fingers seizing my arm, preventing my escape. "Am I required to seek your permission to leave? Is this bank owned by your Jiang family?" Ignoring Jiang Fei's unreasonable entanglement, I forcefully shook off her grip and pressed onward. Perhaps unprepared for such brusque treatment, Jiang Fei lost her balance in her stilettos and unexpectedly collided with my back. The impact jolted me, causing the black package I held to nearly slip from my grasp. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind?" I exclaimed, my irritation flaring, for if the package had flown from my hands, the tungsten wine, worth 5 points, would surely have shattered. Turning to glare at Jiang Fei, I found her in a disheveled state, seated on the floor, her short skirt barely concealing her thighs, hinting at hidden allure. As my internal turmoil of grievance and anger threatened to erupt, I noticed a red cord, woven from talisman paper, slipping from my package. "Is this what you withdrew from the bank?" she inquired, reaching for it. Panic surged within me. That was the fateful red cord of destiny, not to be trifled with. "Do not touch it," I warned, clutching the package with my right hand while attempting to reclaim the cord with my left. Yet Jiang Fei was quicker, grasping it in her right hand. "What is this strange object?" With both of us holding on to either end of the red cord, our argument intensified. Unbeknownst to us, the talisman began to ignite spontaneously, one end wrapping around Jiang Fei's wrist while the other encircled my left ring finger, turning to ash. Where did it go?" Jiang Fei gasped, eyes wide as she touched her wrist. I, too, stared in disbelief at the remnants of ash left by the burning cord. My heart sank. The 3 points I had exchanged for the red cord, intended for binding a fateful union, had mistakenly been bestowed upon Jiang Fei. All that effort, merely yielding a woman who, despite her beauty, possessed nothing else of worth. My emotions were a tangled web of complexity. Well, it's done now. What more can be said? I sighed, rising to leave with the package in hand. Are you truly leaving? Because of you, both our feet are injured. Jiang Fei managed to stand, leaning against the wall as she shouted at me. What do you intend to do? I pressed, suppressing my anger. If this woman continued her obstinacy, I would be compelled to take on the role of her guardian, teaching her a lesson she desperately needed. Jiang Fei, cornered by my demeanor, noticed the crimson glint that sparked in my eyes when I was angered. Those peculiar orbs bore little resemblance to human eyes. Rather, they resembled those of a cunning and fierce firefox. Under the scrutiny of such eyes, she found herself utterly unable to articulate her initial thoughts. Hesitating for an eternity before finally murmuring, I twisted my ankle and cannot drive. You must take me home. Take you home? Jiang Fei's attitude shifted abruptly, leaving me bewildered and perplexed. A growing crowd gathered outside, and I hastily sought refuge, clutching my black package and weaving through the throng. Hey, what is your name? Jiang Fei persisted, calling out to the crowd. Ask your brother. I am one of the most despised individuals in his life. I sensed the complex emotions, anger, envy, jealousy, emanating from the men surrounding me and quickened my pace, retreating swiftly. Though I departed in haste, I inadvertently planted a remarkable seed within Jiang Fei's heart. Leaning against the wall, she appeared drained from her earlier outburst. Her cheeks flushed, and her chest heaved as she pondered. What have I just done? Asking a stranger's name in public? Jiang Fei, the suitors who pursue you could line up from Jiang City to New Hu. Why would you act so peculiarly towards a rustic? Yet, to be fair, this man was indeed enigmatic, possessing greater authority in the bank than Jiangjin real estate. No, I must inquire with my sister-in-law. Women may find men intriguing for myriad reasons. Handsome looks, witty personalities, distinguished backgrounds. But there exists another inexplicable allure, as if preordained by fate. Often referred to as love at first sight. Back at my euphoric zenith, I unwrapped the package to reveal a tungsten wine jar, heavy, yet containing only about 2 pounds of liquor. Lifting the cover, the fragrance of the wine instantly permeated the adult store, capturing even Baichi's attention, who perked up his ears, eagerly eyeing the jar. Patience, I shall pour you a cup shortly. The wine, resembling exquisite amber, was fragrant and clear. Scooping a spoonful, I savored it slowly. The taste was rich, sweet, and smooth, with a lingering aroma that was refreshing yet bore a hint of bitterness. Upon finishing, a warm sensation coursed through my body, a testament to the quality of the wine. Woof woof. Baichi wagged his tail, circling around me, only then displaying the behavior of a devoted pet. Just a spoonful for you. This wine is my lifeline, I remarked, offering him a taste. The illustrious guardian of Changbai Mountain delicately lapped at it, contentedly settling at my feet, and before long, he had drifted into slumber. Such poor tolerance for alcohol, I mused, dragging Baichi aside and securely sealing the tungsten jar in the cabinet. I then retrieved another item, a classic text, Miaojin Dao Fa, intricately bound like the Tian Mu cultivation guide. Though it appeared ancient, the book remained remarkably well preserved. All is one. The great Tao is truly mysterious and ineffable, referred to as the profound truth. As I turned to the first page, inscribed with the essence of Miaozhan, I could not quite grasp its meaning. Yet I presumed it resembled the central theme one would write about in a school essay. Each time I delved into the Taoist classics, I felt acutely ignorant. Continuing to the second page, I encountered the Baosong of Zhuangzi, a figure I recognized as Zhuangzhou from the pre-Qin era. The source of the Tao, profound and distant, is beyond measure. Movement and creation dance, merging with tranquility, uniting in harmony. Free of life and death, one roams the realm of the divine. Thus, one must lightly return to the supreme ultimate with the essence of the 9 elixirs. Every disciple entering the sect must engrave this in their hearts.